This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The End of the World. In the dark night, a rumbling sound suddenly came. On the railway bridge over the river, a dark train moved forward and passed through the bridge. On the top of the train, Yisha stood facing the wind, surrounded by 5 people, and surrounded Yisha. Yisha shook the knife and shook off the sticky blood. It seems that you are determined to kill me. Maybe. Someone laughed sinisterly. Hand over the X potion, and we can just break your limbs. Yisha raised his eyebrows. In this apocalypse, what's the difference between losing limbs and death? Yisha took a deep breath. If it weren't for me, you guys would have died long ago. Now you betray me for a bottle of potion? Another person. Blame this damn world. If killing you can make us live longer. Then, suddenly, the 5 people rushed towards Yisha together. Just go to hell. Ah! Yisha sat up suddenly, his face pale, his chest heaving, breathing heavily, his clothes completely soaked with sweat. After a moment, Yisha looked around. The white walls on all sides had many mottled marks due to the long years. The room was simply furnished with a single bed, an old computer desk, and an old wooden chair with countless nails nailed on it, which obviously had been repaired several times. Most importantly, this room is exactly what Yisha remembered. The home he had lived in for many years. Is everything a dream? Yisha stood up from the bed and drew the curtains. Outside the window was a street. Although it was not busy, it was bustling and lively. The whole world was so peaceful and harmonious. No. No. This world is wrong. Yisha murmured involuntarily. This world should be destroyed. And everything will be destroyed. Unless this is also a dream? In Yisha's memory, the civilization of this world had long collapsed. Humans kept dying and turning into zombies. Various monsters were rampant. Even those terrifying ancient species suddenly came back to life. Yisha felt that everything was wrong. He clearly remembered that his last memory was in the desert. Those damn bastards, who he once called his companions, suddenly attacked him in order to snatch the X potion, and then chased him for 3 days and 3 nights, eventually causing him to die of exhaustion. Yisha couldn't help but look towards the computer desk. And finally his eyes fell on the desk calendar on the computer desk. Hiss! Yisha couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The date displayed on the desk calendar was December 25th, 2125. Other people would not have any thoughts about this date. But Yisha knew what this date meant. There are still 6 days until January 1st, 2126. That means there are still 6 days until the end of the world. I actually went back to 3 years ago? Back to before the end of the world? Yisha murmured again. How is this possible? A sudden flash of inspiration came to Yisha's mind, and a picture emerged. In a wilderness, withered grass swayed in the wind, and the gray-skinned zombies shook their bodies and staggered on the road. On the side of the road was a gas station. Next to the small shop in the gas station, there was a capsule machine. Yisha came to the capsule machine, put in a coin, but there was no props in the capsule, only a note inside, which read, "Come again. Is this the reason for my rebirth?" Yisha raised his eyebrows, then clenched his fists. Whether this is the reason or not, since I am alive again, God has given me another chance. So even if the world perishes again, I have the confidence to survive. No one can kill me a second time. Yisha walked to the desk calendar and drew a circle at the position of December 31st with a pen. At 12 o'clock on the 31st, the moment when New Year's Day on January 1st came, the world would be heading towards Doomsday. For this, he still has 6 days to prepare. What do you think of when you mention Doomsday? The first reaction is naturally water and food, because only with enough food and fresh water can you survive. However, Yisha knows very well that even if you hoard more water and food, it will be useless, because sooner or later you will run out of food and drink. Moreover, Yisha also knows the existence of the Doomsday Train. As long as you are strong enough, you can get everything on the Doomsday Train. Water, food, including the right to live. Therefore, Yisha knew that what he needed more now was weapons. Speaking of weapons, of course, the first thing that comes to mind is guns. After all, in the era of hot weapons, guns are undoubtedly the most convenient and the most effective weapon to improve combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, guns are not something you can get just because you want to. especially when there are only 6 days left before the end of the world. Time is very tight. In this case, Yi Sha can only save the country in a roundabout way. After turning on the computer to connect to the internet, he first bought a nail gun. This thing is still powerful after being modified. Next is a recurve bow, which is a sports equipment and can be bought. The only problem is the arrows. After buying them, you need to sharpen them yourself so that you can shoot the target instead of shooting at the target. At the same time, there are also protective equipment such as stab-proof vests, riot shields, portable waste bags, and tactical gloves. Moreover, Yi Sha also plans to go to a knife craft store. Knives are controlled items and cannot be sold online, but they can still be bought in craft stores. But they are not sharpened. Yi Sha can buy them and sharpen them himself. Yi Sha spent 3 days preparing these things, and for the remaining 3 days, Yi Sha continued to exercise his body. Because Yi Sha found that although his 3 years of survival experience and knowledge in the Doomsday world were still there, his body had returned to the state 3 years ago, and all the medicines he had taken to strengthen his body were now ineffective. On the Doomsday Train, humans will be judged by the Doomsday Train into 7 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Star Diamond, King, and Extraordinary, according to their strength. And each level has 5 stars. In his previous life, Yi Sha's strength had reached the peak of the 5-star King level, and he was only 1 step away from entering the Extraordinary level. Unfortunately, in the end, Yi Sha was plotted against by his former trusted companions, and his efforts failed. Now, although Yi Sha has been reborn, everything in the past seems to have been erased. Skills disappeared, props disappeared, and even this strengthened body has returned to its original state, let alone the king. Not even the bronze level. At present, Yi Sha is just an ordinary person who has just graduated from college. 3 days of training may not improve anything. But for Yi Sha, facing the impending doomsday, every minute and every second should not be wasted. After that, as long as he can successfully board the Doomsday Train like before his rebirth, he can exchange for some body-strengthening potions and props by completing tasks. Of course, Yi Sha clenched his fists and did push-ups in the room. The premise is that you must be able to board the Doomsday Train again. That will be the only hope after the Doomsday. Of course, it may also be dead end. Chapter 2: Doomsday is coming. The days passed quickly. There were only 2 or 3 hours left until 12 o'clock midnight on December 31st. Yi Sha looked out the window. There were many pedestrians on the street. The surrounding trees were full of colorful lights. Men and women walked on the street together, waiting for midnight to welcome the New Year's Day on January 1st. Yi Sha snorted coldly at this. Everyone was welcoming the new year. But what they didn't know was that they would usher in the Doomsday Hell. 5 minutes left. Yi Sha looked at the time, and the time on the wall clock slowly pointed to 12 o'clock. Yi Sha slowly began to count down in his mind. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Dang. Dang. The New Year's bell rang outside the window, and Yi Sha's brows immediately furrowed. It's coming. The world is heading towards the end, and the apocalypse will recreate the century. Human beings, do you want to survive? Then, find the Doomsday Train and take the train to hope. That is your only choice to survive. Almost in an instant, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of everyone in the world. The voice was mechanical, cold, and ruthless, as if it was just reciting everything in a bland manner. Are you crazy? Who is playing a prank? It's just a trick. Many people were stunned for a moment when they heard the voice, and then they couldn't help shouting and cursing. At the moment of welcoming the new year, such a joke was not funny at all. Only Yi Sha knew that everything was true. The end of the world is coming. It doesn't even take a minute. The next second after that sound appears, it will be the end of the world. Yi Sha silently put on his equipment and held the nail gun in his hand. When he finished doing this, screams were heard outside the window. Yi Sha looked out the window and saw that the street was in chaos. A middle-aged man was bitten on the neck by a zombie, screaming, and blood kept flowing. The people around him obviously didn't know what happened. 2 men with a sense of justice shouted and stepped forward to pull the zombie away. In fact, the so-called zombie was a sexy woman in the previous second. Hey, are you okay? A young man in a suit came to the bitten middle-aged man and covered his wound. You are losing a lot of blood. I will help you stop the bleeding. Puff. Before the young man finished speaking, The bitten middle-aged man suddenly sat up and bit his neck. Blood spurted out continuously. The young man made a gurgling sound in his throat and fell backwards with his eyes wide open. Yisha stopped looking after this, and after closing the curtains, he walked out of the house. The previous scene was probably happening in all corners of the world. And soon, most people would become zombies. Then, the power plant exploded because no one was managing it. And even the nuclear power plant might have problems, leading to nuclear leakage. And the ground would lose its vitality and become wasteland. Only a few people could survive. And only a few people could get on the Doomsday Train. Maybe many people have not realized that the sudden sound gave the only survival hint. And maybe many people still thought it was just a prank. But Yisha knew very well that to survive, he needed to act according to the hint of the sound from now on. Yisha quickly walked out of the house, went downstairs, looked at the messy streets, and walked forward quickly. Yisha was going to look for the Doomsday Train. Normally, if you think of the train, you should go to the train station to look for it. But Yisha knew that this was not the case. Otherwise, since Yisha knew the time of the Doomsday, he could just go to the train station in advance and wait, so that he could board the Doomsday Train by himself. But the fact is that the Doomsday Train appears randomly in a certain place. For example, Yisha in his previous life, like most people, was scared to death when the Doomsday came. Fortunately, Yisha was lucky and ran away quickly. After escaping the zombies, he hid in the underground garage of a shopping mall for 2 days, until he was starving and went out to look for food, and found the platform of the Doomsday Train in a supermarket. However, the supermarket was not the only boarding point for the Doomsday Train. At that time, many people boarded the Doomsday Train, but not all of them entered from the supermarket. Some entered from shopping malls, some entered from hidden places in residential buildings, etc. Therefore, Yisha could not make preparations in advance, and could only go to the supermarket first. Help! At this time, a scream brought Yisha back to his senses. Looking sideways, Yisha saw a pretty young woman running out of the alley on the side and fell in front of him. Her bloody right hand grabbed his ankle. Yisha glanced at the young woman's back, where there was a scratch, and then raised the nail gun in his hand. Puff, puff, puff. After Yisha pulled the trigger, nails continued to spray out from the muzzle and hit the young woman's head. The young woman widened her eyes and looked at Yisha in disbelief, wondering why the man in front of her was so cruel. The young woman's throat moved, and she said awkwardly, "I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Yisha, I gave you the opportunity to become a ghost. Otherwise, you will be like those monsters. Zombies carry infectious viruses, and once infected, they will soon become zombies. Of course, whether it is better to become a ghost or a zombie depends on what the young woman thinks. Anyway, Yisha will not allow a guy who can turn into a zombie at any time to get close to him." At the same time, several zombies staggered out of the alley. Obviously, these guys were chasing the young woman before, and now, their target naturally became Yisha. Puff, puff, puff. Yisha immediately raised the nail gun and started shooting. In the blink of an eye, he shot a zombie's head like a hedgehog, densely covered with nails, and then fell to the ground. The next moment, Yisha looked at the zombie rushing up, smashed forward with the butt of the gun, knocked the opponent to the ground, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed it fiercely into the opponent's throat. Everything was done in a flash. After knocking down 2 zombies in a row, the last zombie also rushed up at this moment. Yisha immediately leaned back, sat on the ground, and raised his wrist. The zombie opened its mouth and bit Yisha's wrist fiercely, but its teeth could not pierce Yisha's clothes. Go to hell! Yisha raised the nail gun and stuffed it directly into the zombie's mouth, which was still drooling. The next moment, the nail was fired and directly pierced the zombie's head, and the zombie fell to the ground with its body tilted. Chapter 3 Ghost. Yisha pushed the zombie away, got up from the ground, and tore off the torn cloth on his left wrist, revealing a circle of iron sheets made into a wrist guard. This was because the zombie's teeth did not penetrate Yisha's body. You killed zombies. Cumulative number 1. You killed zombies. Cumulative number 2. You killed zombies. Cumulative number 3. At the same time, the moment Yisha killed 3 zombies, the voice that announced the coming of the end of the world announced Yisha's achievements. This is very important. Others don't know, but Yisha knows it. This is the capital for him to become stronger in the future. Of course, as I said before, he must first board the Doomsday Train before all this will make sense. Yi Sha didn't even look at the corpse on the ground, and walked straight through the alley. Chaos. Great chaos. When all the weird things appeared, everyone's first reaction was confusion and at a loss, because they couldn't understand everything in front of them at all. But what happened after that? Of course, run away. The most important instinct in the subconscious of all creatures is survival. People on the street are running away, and behind them are the ferocious zombie predators. However, zombies are not the most dangerous existence. The more dangerous ones are the wild cats and dogs. These guys who look harmless are the high-end existence among the current predators. They are small in size, and not easy to be attacked. They are not as staggering as zombies, but are very fast. Of course, the most important thing is that these wild cats and dogs also carry the virus, and they will be infected if scratched. Blood, screams, roars. This is the new year, and what everyone is waiting for is not beautiful at all, but only horror. Yi Sha walked very slowly, trying to make his movements lighter, because those zombies rely on sound to find their targets, and those running people will be chased in the first place. Yi Sha took light steps, and those zombies turned a blind eye. Food and water. Yi Sha suddenly looked up at a convenience store. Although we won't need these after we find the Doomsday Train, we still need to prepare some before that. Yi Sha immediately flashed into the convenience store, closed the door and window, and then pushed the shelves to block the door and window. But at this moment, a burst of tiny noises suddenly sounded. Although it was very slight, it was still captured by Yi Sha. Yi Sha immediately turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" I. A soft voice came from the back of the container. And then a girl in school uniform came out from the back of the container. She was 15 or 16 years old, in the prime of her life. "Don't kill me," the girl begged, "don't kill me." The girl obviously mistook Yi Sha for those zombies, and begged for mercy pitifully. Yi Sha looked at the girl's body and saw no blood, which meant that the girl in front of him seemed to be uninjured, which meant that she was not infected with the virus. However, at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly saw a black line on the girl's calf. It was very faint, but it was slowly climbing up along the girl's calf, as if it were alive. "It's the initial zombie." Yi Sha was shocked. The initial zombie means the first batch of infected zombies. The doomsday came suddenly, and zombies suddenly appeared. So, where did these zombies come from? At the beginning, of course, it was impossible to transmit the virus through zombie bites. Therefore, the first zombies are called initial zombies. These zombies have viruses in their bodies from the beginning, and they may become zombies at any time due to the outbreak of the virus. Even more miserable, those who are bitten and infected are turned into zombies after being killed by zombies, while the initial zombies will watch their flesh and blood rot while alive, endure severe pain, and helplessly turn into monsters. Yi Sha could not help but slowly touch the dagger at his waist. Although the girl in front of him was pitiful and harmless, she would sooner or later become the same as the zombies at the door. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden crash at the door, and the shelf against the door shook violently. The girl was startled and instinctively shrank behind Yi Sha. Yi Sha stared at the door. Theoretically, zombies cannot break through the door. Those guys are just zombies. Even if they crash, they will only rely on instinct to keep moving towards the door, instead of pushing it with their hands or using tools. Crash! But at this moment, there was a crisp sound at the window, and then the glass window suddenly shattered, and a dark arm stretched out. Unlike ordinary zombies, the arm was covered with a layer of fine scales. The next moment, a head followed closely, with a bald head, bloodshot eyes, and a scarlet tongue hanging out. Yi Sha was shocked. It was a ghost. A ghost is a mutant form of zombies, the lowest level of mutation. However, the doomsday has just broken out, and the appearance of mutant zombies is not a good sign. At the same time, the window made a crisp sound again, and the ghost broke through the glass and fell into the convenience store. Yi Sha picked up the nail gun without hesitation and pulled the trigger. Puff! 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 The nails were fired continuously and hit the ghost's body. But the ghost was obviously much stronger than ordinary zombies. Those nails could only pierce the ghost's skin, but could not penetrate it. Roar! The ghost suddenly opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, with a fishy smell in his mouth and saliva dripping continuously. Click! There was a sound from the nail gun, and all the nails were driven in. Yisha immediately threw the nail gun aside, kicked the ghost in the chest, and then pushed down the shelf and hit the ghost. Bang, bang, bang. The shelves in the convenience store were constantly pushed down. But with a roar, all the shelves were lifted up, and the ghost climbed up again and ran towards Yisha. Yisha kept backing away, and then suddenly grabbed the girl's shoulder and pushed her forward. Puff! The ghost's arm moved forward, and the sharp nails scratched the girl's chest. And then the whole arm pierced the girl's chest, and the bright red blood quickly seeped out, staining the girl's chest red. The girl turned around in disbelief and stared at Yisha. You will die sooner or later. It's better to die quickly than to become like those monsters. Yisha sighed. Don't blame me. This is the end of the world. As Yisha said this, he pushed the girl on the back, causing her to fall completely on the ghost. The next moment, Yisha pulled out a dagger through the girl's body and stabbed the ghost's neck fiercely. Puff! Like the sound of a rag being torn, half of the dagger pierced into the ghost's neck. The ghost kept struggling, trying to throw Yisha away, and Yisha also used up all his strength, holding the dagger with both hands and slashing it hard. Since you are dead, just close your eyes, Yisha roared, and the dagger completely cut the ghost's neck. The previous muffled sound like the rag being torn appeared again, and then a blood arrow flew out, scattering all over the floor, dyeing half of Yisha's body red. The ghost was still struggling, but the amplitude of the struggle was getting smaller and smaller. Finally, the arms that were waving randomly gradually drooped and fell to the ground. The ghost finally died completely. Chapter 4 Church. You killed specters. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, green specter stone. When Yisha got up from the ground, a voice rang in his ears again, making Yisha's eyes suddenly brighten. A hint of something? A flash of excitement flashed in Yisha's eyes. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Yisha immediately squatted down, holding a dagger and smashing the specter's head fiercely, then broke open the smashed head, and quickly dug out a green crystal stone from the bloody head. This green ghost stone is a crystal condensed in the brain of a zombie, or the life essence left when a person turns into a zombie after death. However, not all zombies will have life essence left. The probability of this kind of crystal appearing in the brain of a low-level zombie is very low. Even if the ghost is a mutant zombie, it is the lowest level mutant zombie. Therefore, generally, at least 1,000 ghosts must be killed to get a green ghost stone. Yisha's luck is really good. As for this green ghost stone, it is useless at the moment, but it will be of great use after boarding the Doomsday Train, because this kind of crystal stone condensed from the life essence is the most basic trading currency on the Doomsday Train. Money? In the Doomsday world where civilization collapses, it is definitely not worth more than toilet paper. Yisha wiped off the blood on the green stone and carefully put it in his pocket, then picked up some chocolate, beef jerky, and a few bottles of mineral water from the ground and stuffed them into his backpack. Originally, Yisha wanted to rest in the convenience store for a while, but now the window is broken and there is a lot of noise. It is no longer safe and may attract more zombies. Yisha can only choose another place. When leaving, Yisha glanced at the girl's body on the ground and repeated again, I'm sorry. This is the end of the world. Yisha left the convenience store and walked forward quickly. The night soon fell. After several hours of hunting, the streets had completely turned into graveyards, with corpses piled up everywhere. The blood covered the ground with a layer of crimson, and even sticky threads would be left when stepped on. Yisha walked through the street, looking at the groups of zombies in front of him, and directly took off the recurved bow behind him, and then pulled out the arrow from the quiver at his waist. Drool. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and then the arrow shot through the head of a zombie, nailing the other party directly to the car next to it. Because of the noise, the zombies that had gathered together immediately dispersed, staggering, whimpering, and quickly walked towards Yisha. Without any hesitation, Yisha quickly pulled the bowstring and put the arrow on it, shooting at the zombies continuously. In the previous life, after Yisha boarded the Doomsday Train, the first ability he obtained was the archer skill. As the name suggests, this is a skill that uses a bow and arrow, and Yisha also upgraded it to the master level. Of course, after Yisha was reborn, his body returned to its original state, and the skills he had learned at the time were invalid. However, although he has no skills, Relying on his past feelings, Yi Sha is still a master of bows and arrows, and is definitely not inferior to those professional archery athletes. Puff, puff, puff. Yi Sha kept shooting arrows, and those arrows flew out and kept nailing into the zombies' heads, shooting their heads. In fact, zombies ignore pain and are not easy to die. They can only be killed by attacking the head or breaking the neck. You have killed zombies. Cumulative number, 4. You have killed 5 zombies. After a while, all the zombies blocking the road ahead were shot by Yi Sha, and the cumulative number of zombies killed by Yi Sha reached 12. When he boarded the Doomsday Train, these were all achievements. Continuing to walk forward, there were few living people on the street. They were either preyed on or hiding in buildings. However, hiding was definitely not a long-term solution. As time passed, zombies would slowly start to wander into buildings. Secondly, food and water were also a big problem. No matter how much they were stored, they would eventually be consumed. Therefore, Yi Sha knew very well what the only way out was. About half an hour later, Yi Sha walked into a church. There were not many Christians in Xia country, so churches were rare, and most of them were small. This church was donated and built by a wealthy businessman who believed in Christianity. It was only open on weekends, and the priest was also a part-timer. This was the reason why Yi Sha chose this place. Theoretically, there should be no one here, so he could rest at ease. To board the Doomsday Train, either you have to be lucky and find the platform of the Doomsday Train, or you can only wait until 3 days later, 12 hours before the Doomsday Train starts, when a mysterious voice will prompt the platform location. Yi Sha had already planned to go around the places where the Doomsday Train platform had appeared in 3 days based on his memory. It would be best if he could find it. But if he couldn't, he would have to wait 3 days. And this church was the temporary base camp that Yi Sha had chosen after checking the map. However, the moment he walked into the church, Yi Sha's muscles tensed up, and he was on alert in an instant. The door of the church was not locked and opened with a push. After entering, Yi Sha smelled a strong smell of blood. He looked around and saw that the tables and chairs in the church had collapsed. On the wall in front of him, there was a 4-meter-high wooden cross that was originally nailed to the wall for decoration, but it had also collapsed. This is obviously the scene after a big fight. But shouldn't there be no one in this church? It is usually locked. And if there are no living things, the zombies will not enter here. Tick! At this time, Yi Sha suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, reached out and touched it, and it was a drop of saliva. Yi Sha's pupils contracted suddenly, and then he rushed forward without hesitation. His body hit the ground, and then rolled forward quickly. Looking back, a red tongue suddenly fell from the ceiling, piercing the place where Yi Sha had just stood, and directly pierced a hole in the ground. Yi Sha looked up and saw a zombie lying on the ceiling. It was 2 times bigger than the average zombie, and its hands and feet were huge, with sharp claws that could pierce the wall. That was why it could lie on the ceiling. Crawler. Yi Sha took a breath. Another mutant zombie. Yi Sha moved his throat. Did he have bad luck after his rebirth? In his previous life, he boarded the Doomsday Train by luck. But this time, he encountered 2 mutant zombies before he even saw the shadow of the Doomsday Train. These mutant zombies are not easy to deal with. Yi Sha took off his recurve bow without any hesitation, put on the arrow, and quickly pulled the bowstring into a full moon. The next moment, the arrow flew out of the air. Chapter 5 Crawler. Yi Sha shot 3 arrows in a row, but the arrows could only penetrate the skin of the crawler. Even though the crawler was covered with thorns, it could not cause much damage to the crawler. Damn it! Yi Sha could not help but curse. Although he had expected such a situation. Although they were all the most basic mutant zombies, the level of the crawler was much higher than that of the ghost. In the previous life, many people summarized the strengths and weaknesses of zombies. The first mutation belonged to the weakest bronze level, but each level would also use star ratings to refine the strengths and weaknesses. If the ghost is bronze 1 star, then the crawler is bronze 5 stars. The crawler can be said to be one of the final forms of the primary mutant zombie. Yi Sha did not hesitate at all. After shooting all the arrows, he immediately turned around and ran. At the same time, with a bang, the crawler jumped down from the air, hit the ground hard, and cracked the ground, then suddenly rushed out and chased after Yi Sha. Yi Sha quickly jumped over a bench lying in front of him, and then the crawler caught up with him, and the huge claws slapped the bench into pieces. After the blow, the creeper rushed forward fiercely, and came behind Yisha. Bang! The huge head hit Yisha's back directly, and Yisha was thrown out fiercely. Yisha felt a huge pain from his back, and was glad that he was wearing a stab-proof vest. The vest had a layer with a steel plate inside. Otherwise, he would have broken at least 2 bones. However, just taking this blow did not mean the end. The moment Yisha turned around, the creeper's claws fell down and pressed directly on Yisha's chest, pressing Yisha firmly to the ground. Damn it! Yisha struggled and cursed. If it were my last life, I would have crushed you to death with one hand. Yisha could feel the huge force coming from his chest. At the same time, the crawler stretched out its scarlet tongue, licking Yisha's face with its smelly saliva, which was particularly disgusting. The next moment, the crawler gradually lowered its head and opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of terrifying teeth, triangular in shape, like 2 rows of serrated knives. Is he going to die? No. He must not die. I was finally reborn. How could I die so easily in such a place? As long as I could board the Doomsday Train, I would definitely be stronger than in my last life, and be able to survive in this broken world. Yisha gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering. He still had a chance. The crawlers were just like ordinary zombies, and attacking their bodies was useless. In fact, in addition to not feeling pain, the crawlers also had the ability to heal. Therefore, to kill the crawlers, you must attack their heads and necks like killing ordinary zombies. However, the head of the creeper is much stronger than that of ordinary zombies. There is an arrow stuck in the forehead of the creeper. Yisha had shot the creeper's head before, but the force was not enough to penetrate the creeper's head. Therefore, Yisha failed to kill the creeper. Then, the only remaining weakness is the neck. At this time, the creeper's huge mouth had already reached down, intending to bite off Yisha's head. Yisha quickly turned his head, and the creeper's head almost brushed Yisha's cheek and fell to the ground. With a bang, the teeth actually smashed a piece of the ground directly. Opportunity! Yisha's eyes lit up. The head of the creeper was almost close to his head. If the creeper was standing, and he was pressed to the ground, he would not be able to attack it even if he stretched out his hand. But now it was different. Almost in an instant, Yisha pulled out the dagger stuck in his thigh without any hesitation and stabbed it into the creeper's neck. Puff! When the dagger stabbed into the creeper's neck, a stream of dark green blood spurted out, covering Yisha's body with a strong fishy smell that made people feel like vomiting. Roar! The crawler was severely injured, and its body immediately stood up, shaking its body constantly, trying to shake Yisha off. I am Yisha, the man who was once called Yisha. Yisha growled, how could I die in the hands of a bastard like you? Bang! Yisha's chest was hit by the crawler, and he immediately felt a sharp pain. Even so, Yisha still held the dagger tightly. The next moment, Yisha's feet kicked the ground fiercely, using the force to thrust the dagger forward again. Poof! The dagger continued to pierce into the body of the creeper, and even the handle did not enter the creeper's body, and directly penetrated the creeper's neck. The creeper's body seemed to be frozen, and suddenly stiffened there and stopped moving. After about 2 or 3 seconds, it fell straight to the ground. You killed the creeper. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, emulsion brain. Yisha rolled his body away from the creeper. This guy was too smelly, and then sat down on a chair beside him, panting heavily, and the mysterious voice sounded again in his ears. After a moment, Yisha said, sure enough, danger always comes with benefits. It seems that I made money again this time? While talking, Yisha walked to the corpse of the crawler and cut open the crawler's head with a dagger. Then the yellow-white sticky liquid flowed out. Yisha quickly took out the mineral water from his backpack, poured out the water, and poured the liquid in. This is something better than the green ghost stone. The green ghost stone is just one of the many common currencies on the Doomsday Train, and the emulsion brain of the crawler can also be used as currency, but its value is 3 to 5 times that of the green ghost stone. At the same time, the emulsion brain of the creeper is also one of the main materials for making the bull potion, which is the most basic body strengthening potion that can directly change the quality of the human body in all aspects. This is a treasure. Yisha carefully hid the mineral water bottle filled with emulsion brain, and then wondered, but how come there are creepers in the church? Yisha showed a puzzled look. There was no one in the church, and the creeper could not have broken in here for no reason. Of course, It is possible that other people came to the church for refuge. But those people should have died. But even if they were dead, there should be corpses. Unless... Yi Sha's eyes suddenly lit up. It's the guards. There are always a large number of zombies near the platform of the Doomsday Train. Humans call them guards. These guys seem to appear out of thin air. Not through infection. Yi Sha suddenly became energetic. Quickly got up from the ground. Then quickly jumped over the overturned benches. Ran to the side of the church. And opened the door leading to the depths. Good boy. At the moment the door was opened, Yi Sha licked the corner of his mouth. It seems that I guessed right. Chapter 6 Guardian. After Yi Sha opened the door, he saw a passage leading to the small garden behind the church. Now, the passage was densely packed with zombies. The bodies of these zombies were intact, with no signs of being bitten. This meant that these zombies were the first zombies to appear after the Doomsday, not humans who were infected after being bitten. So, Yi Sha knew that he must have guessed correctly. These zombies, as well as the crawlers just now, must be used to guard the platform of the Doomsday Train. This passage must lead to the platform of the Doomsday Train. Yi Sha subconsciously reached for his waist, and then couldn't help but secretly say, "Oh no!" His recurved bow fell to the ground when fighting the creepers. Yi Sha immediately retreated, and it was necessary to use a bow and arrow to deal with this group of zombies. Of course, it's not that close combat can't kill zombies, but because of the experience of the previous life, Yi Sha knows some skills to deal with zombies. The most important one is to be able to fight from a distance. Never close. Because this is the only way to prevent infection after being accidentally wounded by zombies. But, just as Yi Sha retreated, dang! A crisp sound suddenly sounded. And Yi Sha looked down and saw that his heel had kicked a bronze doorbell. Damn it! Yi Sha couldn't help but curse. This church was a retro building with wooden doors. There was a bell hanging on the door. When the door was pushed open, it would make a jingling sound. And the one he kicked was obviously dropped from the door. At the same time, after Yi Sha made a sound, the zombies immediately turned their heads, then opened their mouths and roared, and staggered towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha didn't care about covering his tracks. He turned around and ran. After running 5 or 6 meters, Yi Sha suddenly knelt on his knees and slid forward. While sliding, he grabbed the recurved bow on the ground, drew an arrow, and turned around to shoot backwards. Puff! Puff! The arrow broke through the air, made a beautiful arc in the air, and after leaving 2 blood flowers, it directly nailed into the heads of the 2 zombies. Shooting and killing the 2 zombies was just the beginning. Yi Sha quickly got up from the ground, and kept shooting arrows while moving. You have killed 15 zombies. You have killed 16 zombies. The zombies in front of Yi Sha kept falling, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had killed about 10 zombies, but the number of zombies in front of him did not seem to decrease. They were still densely packed. There were far more zombies in the passage than Yi Sha had imagined. Reaching for the quiver again, Yi Sha's heart skipped a beat. No more arrows. Yi Sha quickly ran to the side, and the creeper was still pierced with many arrows. After running past the creeper, Yi Sha pulled out an arrow and quickly put it on the bowstring. He shot the nearest zombie in the head from 2 or 3 meters away, but it was too late. After this delay, the zombies came closer to Yi Sha. After shooting 2 or 3 zombies again, Yi Sha knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely be surrounded and killed by zombies, let alone board the Doomsday Train. Let's fight! Yi Sha roared. Suddenly grabbed the bench beside him, raised it above his chest, and rushed forward. Bang! 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 Yi Sha pushed the bench forward and kept running, knocking away the zombies in front of him. However, the weight of the bench was really not light. After Yi Sha pushed away several zombies in succession, he felt a little powerless. So he simply threw the bench forward with a sudden force. The bench smashed forward, knocking several zombies to the ground. Yi Sha jumped up, stepped on the bench, and then jumped forward with the force. Get out of my way! Yi Sha growled, veins on his neck throbbing, and he rushed forward like a mad beast. Bang! Yi Sha's shoulders sank, and he knocked away another zombie, then raised his left arm violently. Crack! Crack! A zombie lowered its head and opened its mouth to bite Yi Sha's arm. But the sharp teeth were blocked by the iron sheet that Yi Sha had wrapped around his wrist, and the sound of biting continued. Bang! Yi Sha punched the zombie in the face without hesitation, then pushed the zombie away. After getting up from the ground, Yisha rushed into the passage behind the door. Damn! After entering the passage, Yisha couldn't help but want to curse. The zombies at the door were already densely packed. But there were still many zombies in this passage. Without any hesitation, a fierce light flashed in Yisha's eyes. And then, he rushed forward. He was going to risk his life. In the end of the world when civilization collapsed, those who dared to risk their lives were still alive, while those who were afraid of death had already turned into zombies. If you want to survive, you need an indomitable spirit. Roar! Yisha roared, as ferocious as a beast, and rushed directly into the zombie group, swinging his arms to both sides. Bang! Bang! Yisha's arms hit the heads of the zombies on both sides, knocking the zombies to the ground, and then rushed forward without slowing down. Yisha made full preparations. The stab-proof vest was embedded with steel plates. At the same time, Yisha made wrist guards for himself with iron sheets, and also wrapped the calves. However, this does not mean that it is definitely safe. There are still many unprotected positions. After all, Yisha can't wrap himself up like a tin mummy. If he even wraps his joints, he can't even walk. Not to mention that it is too heavy. The only thing Yisha can do is to avoid unprotected positions as much as possible. The next moment, after knocking down 2 zombies, Yisha pointed his toes, bent his body, and then rushed forward like a hunting leopard, sinking his shoulders and knocking another zombie away. However, when Yisha looked up, there were still more than a dozen zombies in front of him. It was impossible to knock them over one by one. Even if Yisha could, he didn't have the physical strength to do so. However, at this moment, Yisha's eyes swept across the ceiling and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yisha immediately shouted, rushed forward again, raised his leg and kicked a zombie in the chest. Then used the force to jump up, stepped on the wall, and jumped up again. Yisha grabbed the chandelier on the ceiling with both hands. And as Yisha's body swayed, the chandelier also swayed back and forth. I won't die, Yisha roared. And at the moment when the chandelier swung forward, he suddenly let go of his hands, and his body swung forward, jumping over the heads of those zombies, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 7 Doomsday Train. The moment Yisha landed, he felt as if all his bones were broken, and he was in pain everywhere. However, he did succeed in rushing through the zombies, and reached the end of the passage. Without any hesitation, Yisha rolled out of the passage. After leaving the passage of the church, it was as if he had entered another world. Yisha looked up, and saw a train station shape all around him. He was lying on the platform, with countless railroad tracks on both sides. On the electronic sign above his head, several English letters flashed. Death. It means death. Ha ha ha. Yisha laughed. I said I would survive. I would. Yisha stood up and walked forward. He was sure that this was the platform of the Doomsday Train. So, where was the Doomsday Train? Yisha was not in a hurry. Since he had arrived at the platform of the Doomsday Train, it meant that he was safe. Soon, after crossing 2 overpasses, Yisha finally saw a black train at platform 13, inlaid with red edges, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery. Welcome to the Doomsday Train. Your number is 23. Yisha was stunned. Before him, there were 22 people who arrived at the Doomsday Train? However, this daze only lasted for a moment. The number had no meaning. It was just a simple order. Yisha came to the Doomsday Train. The next step was to decide the car number. Unlike the order of entry, the car number was very important. The cars of the Doomsday Train were not interoperable. Simply put, you could only stay in the car you entered first. At least this was the case when you first boarded the Doomsday Train. Different carriages will produce different situations. But if you think about it carefully, before boarding the Doomsday Train, you don't know who will be in the carriage you choose. What will happen? And the choice of carriage number seems to be based on luck. Then the lucky number 7? Yisha walked to the front of the carriage number 7. He liked this number because the last digit of the year he was born was 7. And he was born on July 7th. So after he grew up, Yisha always regarded 7 as his lucky number. Since he had made up his mind, Yisha did not hesitate and went directly into carriage 7. Looking forward, Yisha was not the first to board carriage 7. There were already 3 people in the car. 2 men and 1 woman. Yisha could not help but look at the other person. The first man was wearing a simple white sportswear, but there was no trace of dust or zombie blood on the sportswear. This meant 2 things. Either this man was very weak and entered the platform of the Doomsday Train purely by luck without encountering a battle, or this man was very strong. Incredibly strong. Yisha was more inclined to the latter, because the man's expression was calm, without any fear or panic. The second man was about 30 years old, with impressive muscular bodies. They were not the exaggerated muscles of a bodybuilder, but more like those of a veteran who had been on missions for many years. He had a well-proportioned body, obvious muscle lines, and was full of explosive power, compared to the ornamental muscles of a bodybuilder who participated in competitions. The muscles of the man in front of him were obviously trained in actual combat. As for the last woman, she looked pretty good, wearing a professional suit, with a panic expression, constantly looking around. Obviously she had a deep fear in her heart. This is a lucky loser. Yisha curled his lips, and directly classified this woman as someone who would die sooner or later. Yisha did not discriminate against women. In his previous life, Yisha had seen many strong women on the Doomsday Train. The reason why Yisha judged that the other party would die sooner or later was that from the other party's expression, it could be seen that this woman did not have a strong heart. In the end of the world, the more timid you are, the faster you die. When Yisha was looking at the other person was also looking at him. After a moment, Yisha walked forward. The woman in professional clothes seemed to want to talk to him, but she hesitated. Yisha guessed that this woman probably talked to the other two men before, but was rejected by them. So she was embarrassed to speak now. But it was good. It just saved him trouble. While thinking, Yisha walked to the corner at the back of the carriage, sat on the ground directly, and leaned against the wall. There are no seats in the basic carriage of the Doomsday Train. After Yisha closed his eyes, he began to rest. There was no need to worry for the time being. He could see that the man in sportswear and the other muscular man were very alert, probably guarding against zombies entering here. But Yisha knew that zombies could not enter the Doomsday Train platform. Even if someone planned to do something bad on the Doomsday Train, killing each other was not allowed here. Although the Doomsday Train carries the word death, it is the last hope of mankind and the only peaceful place. Closing his eyes, the world fell into darkness, and Yisha gradually fell asleep. The continuous battles made Yisha very tired, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Yisha was awakened by the noise. After opening his eyes, he found that there were two more people on the train. A girl in a judo uniform and a ruffian man. Or to put it bluntly, this guy is a ruffian no matter how you look at him. At the moment, the ruffian was teasing the woman in a professional suit who had boarded the train earlier, causing the woman to scream and curse with dissatisfaction. Yisha turned his head away, not intending to get involved in such a boring thing. He took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth to eat. You actually have food. The ruffian who was teasing the woman heard the sound of Yisha chewing chocolate, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He left the woman and walked quickly to Yisha. Give it to me. Give me all the food. Yisha raised his head and glanced at the other party. What can you exchange for it? Ah? The ruffian was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes showed a fierce light, grabbed Yisha's clothes, and pulled Yisha up from the ground. Boy, I will exchange it with my fist. What do you think? Yisha sneered. Idiot. The gangster glared. You don't believe I dare to beat you? Yisha disdainfully. You can try. The gangster immediately raised his fist without hesitation. But at this moment, the raised fist suddenly stagnated. Although it was raised, it did not immediately hit Yisha. Others may think that this guy is scared, but Yisha knows that this guy should have been warned by the mysterious voice. On the Doomsday Train, any fighting is not allowed. You are a mysterious guy who hides his head and shows his tail. I don't believe you can do anything to me. After struggling for a moment, the gangster suddenly roared and hit Yisha's nose fiercely. But at this moment, the gangster's head suddenly fell off. Chapter 8 Departure. The scoundrel's body was still standing, but his head had fallen off. There was a blood line on his neck, which was extremely smooth. No sharp knife could cut such a smooth wound. In fact, there were only some tiny traces of blood on the wound. Instead of gushing out, it was simply against physics. Everyone in the car was shocked and had no idea what was going on. Private fighting is strictly prohibited on the Doomsday Train. Anyone who does not listen to the dissuasion will be punished horribly. The mysterious voice rang in everyone's ears, causing everyone to tremble. Horrible punishment? Death. Yisha dragged the body indifferently, then opened the window and threw the body out directly. Of course, there was also the head that rolled to the side. Everyone else in the car looked at Yi Sha with some fear. He was too indifferent. It was obviously a corpse. But Yi Sha looked like he was throwing away the wrapper of a snack after eating it. After doing all this, Yi Sha quietly returned to the corner and continued to eat. No one else in the car had any food. Seeing Yi Sha chewing, they all felt their stomachs rumbling. However, would anyone dare to ask Yi Sha for food? In silence, time passed little by little, and the number of people in the car gradually increased. Some of these people were originally strong, such as soldiers, fighters, and even some dancers, as long as they were engaged in a profession that could cultivate physical fitness. They would still have some advantages when the end of the world came. Of course, there are some special talents. Yi Sha saw a young fat man who looked like he had just reached adulthood, with a bunch of glass bottles and canned fruits hanging around his waist. Those were not food, but bombs, all homemade bombs. On the third day, the mysterious voice appeared again, just as Yi Sha remembered, announcing that the Doomsday Train would officially depart in 12 hours, and at the same time announcing the location of the Doomsday Train platform. With a specific platform location, it is indeed much easier to get on the Doomsday Train. Even some lucky people who happen to be nearby do not need to cross the streets full of zombies. Yi Sha remained silent. Boarding the Doomsday Train was just the beginning. The real test was to come. 12 hours later, Yi Sha was not very clear about the situation in other carriages. But the number of people in carriage number 7 reached 37, making the spacious carriage look a bit crowded. Until midnight, the Doomsday Train started moving slowly without any delay. Two men who were late immediately shouted to catch up with the train. But it was useless. Puff, puff. When they approached the train and tried to find a way to enter the Doomsday Train, their heads flew up and their bodies fell down. Rules are rules. No one is allowed to board the Doomsday Train even if they are 1 second late. Meanwhile, welcome to the Doomsday Train. I will lead you on the road to survival. The Doomsday Train will arrive in the never-sleeping city in 6 hours. Quest: go to the never-sleeping city to find the Golden Gene Potion. Only passengers who find the Golden Gene Potion can board the Doomsday Train again. The first 3 passengers to board the Doomsday Train will receive a special reward. The moment the Doomsday Train left the platform, the mysterious voice sounded again. After the voice fell, the carriage immediately became noisy and full of discussions. This is the name of a city that no one has ever heard of. Is there any city called the City That Never Sleeps? Or is the City That Never Sleeps an alias for a city? Everyone, please be quiet. At this time, a man in a suit stood up and shouted, "Please think carefully. The sudden arrival of the Doomsday is already in the realm of the supernatural. And the existence of this train is obviously beyond human cognition. Right?" The people around gradually quieted down. Indeed, everything that happened at the moment had already exceeded common sense. In this case, it would not be surprising if something more miraculous happened. Right? The man in the suit continued, in order to survive. We can only follow what that guy said. Someone interrupted. That guy wants us to leave the train and look for that damn thing. What if the city that never sleeps is also full of zombies? Damn it. I don't want to leave here. I advise you to leave. The man in sportswear who had seen the gangster die before, if you stay by force, this train will kill you. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The man in suit, so, we need to unite. As long as we combine everyone's strength, we will be able to complete the task successfully. Those zombies are not that scary. Are we still alive now? The words of the man in suit were very persuasive. Many people were incited by him and nodded secretly. The man in the suit continued, now, I hope everyone can take out useful things. Weapons, water, food. We should distribute them equally. One person cannot survive this disaster. Helping others is helping yourself. Most people were still hesitant, but some people were persuaded by the man in the suit and took out their belongings. If there is a first one, there will be a second one. Blind obedience is also one of the human natures. After all, humans are social creatures and always want to follow the crowd. However, Yi Sha admired the man in the suit more. This guy was really good at talking, and it made people wonder if he was involved in pyramid schemes. After a while, most people chose to believe the man in the suit and formed a team. Only a few people chose to stay out of it, and Yi Sha was one of them. The man in the suit came to Yi Sha with a smile on his face. This little brother. Get out of here. Before the other party finished speaking, Yisha said coldly, "Don't mess with me." The man in the suit suddenly looked embarrassed. Seeing Yisha close his eyes, and not wanting to talk, he could only leave. Others glared at Yisha. In their opinion, Yisha was selfish for not wanting to join, because he didn't want to contribute his things. Yisha had food and a lot of equipment. Only Yisha sneered in his heart. These idiots would soon understand that in the end of the civilization collapse, everyone is an enemy. In his previous life, Yisha had seen people draw their swords against their companions to fight for a prop. Even, just for a piece of bread, a man pulled out a gun and blew up his wife's head. The most important thing is that Yisha himself has also experienced it. Companions? They don't exist. Otherwise, why would he go back to before the end of the world? Team up? Yisha sneered in his heart again. And then he will see how you idiots die. The only person you can trust is yourself. Because this is the end of the world. Chapter 9 Dining Car. After the Doomsday Train departed, another important thing happened. The mysterious voice announced that the dining car would be open for 1 hour. Each carriage of the Doomsday Train is different. Except for the boarding door. The two sides of the carriage cannot be opened. However, when the dining car is open, the door can be opened. And after entering, it is the carriage where the restaurant is located. It is as magical as a portal. And the restaurant carriage entered from each carriage is different. Yisha's eyes suddenly became as bright as the stars at night. Of course, the others were also excited. The dining car would sell food, and many of them were starving. As for money, it was not a problem. Although many people regretted that they should have carried a whole box of money. Who would go out without some money in their pockets? It shouldn't cost that much to buy some food. However, when these people entered the dining car, they were dumbfounded. Because ordinary money could not be used. There is a special currency on the Doomsday Train, with skulls printed on both sides. So in the previous life, everyone called this currency skull coin. The denomination of the skull coin ranges from 1 to 1,000. But there are 3 types: copper, silver, and gold. The difference between the 3 is that the things you can buy are of different grades. The things that can be bought with copper skull coins are naturally the worst. At the same time, the 3 materials of skull coins can be exchanged. 10,000 copper skull coins can be exchanged for 1 silver skull coin. Similarly, 10,000 silver skull coins can be exchanged for 1 gold skull coin. But where do skull coins come from? Everyone was dumbfounded. The currency other than the Doomsday Train cannot be exchanged for skull coins at all. Whether it is RMB, US dollars, or euros, none of them can be exchanged. Without skull coins, there is naturally no food. Yisha sneered at this. A bunch of idiots. The dining car is not just a place to eat. These people have not understood the true value of the dining car. Of course, soon, everyone will know it. Yisha came to the corner alone, avoiding others. The dining car is divided into 3 parts. The first part is naturally for eating, ordering food, eating, and the second part is a small bar, where a blonde woman in a red dress sits, the owner of the small bar. As for the third part, it was isolated with iron nets, and no one knew what it was used for. Yes, Yisha didn't know either. In his previous life, until his death, the third part of the dining car was not opened. Everyone is currently focusing on the first part. They need food, not alcohol, which is not necessary for survival. However, the bar does not only sell alcohol. The real function of the bar is to trade props. Yisha came to the bar. I want to check my information. The lady boss looked up at Yisha, then casually wiped her eyes in front of Yisha. Yisha, human, male, 23 years old. Level, not up to the rating level. Privileges, access to the main carriage number 7 of Doomsday Train. Position, none. Strength, 65. Physical fitness, 77. Agility, 75. Mental strength, 71. Number of skull coins, 0. Weapons carried, ordinary recurve bow, number of arrows, 31. Ordinary imitation dagger. Equipment carried, stab-proof vest. Tactical gloves. Tactical belt. Carrying props, none. Mastering skills, none. Warehouse reserves, 36 slots, none. When the proprietress stretched out her hand and wiped in front of Yisha's eyes, Yisha saw several rows of data appear in front of him. This is the only free function on the Doomsday Train, which can check his own information. It's really just the level of ordinary people. Yisha sighed. Then put the green ghost stone on the table. How much can you give me? The cold-faced proprietress suddenly warmed up and smiled. 35 bronze skulls. Yisha shook his head. This is probably the first piece of green ghost stone. I guess I'm the only one who can trade with you. You should be generous. 50 bronze skulls. The lady boss thought for a while. 40 bronze skulls. No more. Yisha nodded. Deal. Also, give me the list of props. I want the ability ones. The lady boss didn't waste any words. She took the green ghost stone directly and put a price list in front of Yisha. However, it was not a price list for alcohol. Primary mixed martial arts, 15 copper skull coins. Primary shooting, 15 copper skull coins. Primary soft, 15 copper skull coins. Primary Jeet Kune Do, 15 copper skull coins. Primary piano mastery, 15 copper skull coins. The price list contained numerous abilities, most of which were related to strengthening oneself and survival. And some were inexplicable, such as primary piano mastery and primary painting mastery. Yisha felt that only a sick person would buy them. In the previous life, Yisha chose the junior archer, learned the ability to use the bow and arrow, and advanced from the junior level to the master level. However, Yisha does not plan to choose this time, because he retains the memory of the previous life and the feeling of using the bow and arrow. Yisha's current archery skills are probably better than the junior level, and are only slightly worse than the intermediate level. In this case, there is no need to buy it. Yisha's goal is the junior mixed martial arts, or the junior Jeet Kune Do. Jeet Kune Do, as a Xia countryman should know, is a modern martial arts system founded by Bruce Lee, which focuses on actual combat. Mixed martial arts is MMA, which is commonly translated as mixed martial arts. It is a competitive fighting style with extremely open rules, including boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, karate, Jeet Kune Do and other fighting styles, and is also famous for actual combat. As a Xia countryman, Yisha certainly has a great interest in Jeet Kune Do, but he finally chose to buy the elementary mixed martial arts. In fact, the concept of mixed martial arts is not to be bound by form. This argument is the basis for Bruce Lee to create Jeet Kune Do. So Bruce Lee is actually a pioneer of mixed martial arts. However, being a pioneer does not mean being the best. After all, something that has just been created must have many imperfections, and then wait for future generations to improve it little by little to make it better. Because of this, Yisha prefers mixed martial arts, which should be stronger than Jeet Kune Do. After all, mixed martial arts also includes Jeet Kune Do. I want to buy elementary mixed martial arts. Yisha pointed at the price list, then took out the mineral water bottle filled with lotion brain marrow. I also need a bottle of physical fitness enhancement potion, and the extra money can be used to buy materials. The lady boss smiled. The extra money is enough to buy other materials for the potion. But what about the production cost? Yisha frowned. How much? The lady boss. 60 bronze skulls. No bargaining. Yisha bit his lip. Emulsion brain marrow is one of the basic materials. Emulsion brain marrow alone is definitely not enough. But if he buys the materials, he will be penniless. So where will the production cost come from? Besides, if he doesn't buy the materials, it won't be enough for the production cost. Yisha hopes to make himself as strong as possible before arriving at the next stop. But now it seems that he must get some more things back from the next stop before making potions. But I can give you credit. At this time, the voice of the proprietress sounded like the sound of nature, making Yisha stare. Yisha was very excited. But then calm down. What do you want? There is no such thing as a free lunch. The proprietress, I know you are going to find the golden gene potion. I want one too. Yisha murmured. So, I have to get 2 bottles? No. 3 bottles? The golden gene potion is a good thing. In addition to taking out a bottle to hand in the task, Yisha also planned to take a bottle himself. Now he gave another bottle to the proprietress. So he needed 3 bottles, which was a bit difficult. Chapter 10: The City That Never Sleeps. How is it? The proprietress' voice was tempting. I never give people credit. Yisha sneered. The gold gene potion can at least be exchanged for 1 silver skull. The proprietress joked. Do you want 1 silver skull? Or do you want to survive? Yisha couldn't help but grin. This is the crux of the problem. If you can get the physical fitness enhancement potion, your strength can be greatly improved. and then the probability of surviving at the next stop will increase sharply. However, the gold gene potion is worth at least 1 silver skull, and it can be exchanged for 60 bronze skulls. It is not sold at a low price. The boss lady was not in a hurry, and silently waited for Yi Sha to make a decision. After a while, Yi Sha said, "Help me make the potion." The boss lady smiled and took the emulsion brain away, and then put a needle gun half the size of a palm on the counter. "It just happens to be ready." Yi Sha took the things and left with a dark face. This deal was really a blood loss, but Yi Sha knew it was the best choice. "Hey," looking at Yi Sha's back, the proprietress smiled. "I believe you will become my regular customer." "Of course," Yi Sha said without looking back, "because I will definitely survive." While others were still studying how to get skull coins to exchange for food, Yi Sha went back to carriage number 7. While no one was around, Yi Sha picked up the needle gun and started injecting his arm. Ugh! When the liquid medicine was injected into his body, Yi Sha immediately groaned, and his bones made popping sounds, and his muscles were in great pain. Some sweat oozed out of Yi Sha's forehead, and blood continued to seep out of his pores. After about half a minute, the pain slowly disappeared. "Your physical fitness has increased by 1 point, and is currently 3.76. Yi Sha gasped for air. Yi Sha knew the physical fitness standard, which was 3 points for normal adult men. However, in reality, most people cannot meet this standard. After all, there are many otakus in the internet age, and many jobs require long-term facing of computers, which means sitting all the time, which leads to many people with sub-health. Yi Sha himself does not meet the standard, minus the 1 point of improvement, which is only 2.76, which is lower than the standard of normal adult males. Of course, it is different now. Yi Sha's current physical fitness is higher than the standard of normal adult males, but it is not too much higher. However, physical fitness potions can be injected once, but the more times they are injected, the smaller the effect. Yi Sha, human, male, 23 years old. Level, Bronze 1 star. Privileges, access to the main carriage number 7 of Doomsday Train. Character information query. Position, none. Strength, 65. Physical fitness, 77. Agility, 75. Mental strength, 71. Number of skull coins, 0. Weapons carried, ordinary recurve bow, number of arrows, 31. Ordinary imitation dagger. Equipment carried, stab-proof vest. Tactical gloves. Tactical belt. Items carried, none. Skills mastered, none. Warehouse reserves, 36 slots, none. Yi Sha checked his information again. After the boss lady opened the permission, Yi Sha could check his information as long as he was on the Doomsday Train. There are only 2 changes in the profile information. First, the permission to query profile information has appeared. This is not a big deal. Others will soon discover this function. The important thing is the second change. Yi Sha's strength has finally been rated by Doomsday Train, although it is only Bronze 1 star. The levels on Doomsday Train, from Bronze to Extraordinary, correspond to everyone's strength. To improve strength, the easiest way is to buy skills, props, and a series of things on Doomsday Train. Skull coins are needed to buy things, and the only way to get skull coins, besides hunting zombies, is to complete the tasks given by the Doomsday Train. Such tasks will be issued by the Doomsday Train every time it arrives at a station, and everyone must get off the train to complete the tasks. Therefore, the Doomsday Train may not be Jinsokyo, but it is the only hope for everyone to survive. Dear passengers, please note that the Doomsday Train will arrive at the city that never sleeps in 5 minutes. At this time, the mysterious voice sounded again. The people in the dining car suddenly quieted down, because they felt the fear spreading, and Yi Sha stood up silently, because he knew the battle is about to begin again. The Doomsday Train slowly entered the platform, and everyone looked out of the window. This is the city that never sleeps. So, what is the current scene of this huge city? Is it also enduring the terror that has descended on the world? The door of the Doomsday Train has slowly opened. Everyone stopped in the carriage, and Yi Sha was the first to walk out of the carriage and headed out of the platform. At the same time, the mysterious voice sounded in everyone's ears, warning everyone to leave the carriage immediately. Otherwise, they would receive terrible punishment. Many people thought of the scoundrel who lost his head, and suddenly shuddered all over, and quickly left the carriage. No, I won't leave. A girl walked out of the carriage and suddenly grabbed a chair on the platform. "I'll stay here." Someone reminded her, "If you don't go find something, you can't get back to the train." The girl seemed very conflicted, and finally gritted her teeth and suddenly rushed into the train again. Puff! As soon as the girl rushed into the carriage, her head suddenly fell off, leaving only her headless body, which fell directly into the carriage. Everyone took a breath of cold air. The gangster had lost his head before, and everyone might still be confused. But when such a scene appeared again, even a fool would know that it was best to do what the voice told them to do. Otherwise, the corpse in front of them would be their fate. At this time, Yisha had already walked out of the platform. As magical as ever, when Yisha walked out of the platform passage, he immediately found himself in a clothing store. The flagship store of Louis Vuitton. The clothing store was empty. After a quick look, Yisha walked towards the main entrance. But at this moment, bang! A row of wardrobe racks on the side suddenly fell down. And then a zombie suddenly jumped out from behind the shelves and pounced directly on Yisha. Yisha was pressed to the ground, watching the zombie opening its mouth to bite him. Yisha quickly moved away, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. The next moment, Yisha pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly into the zombie's head. The zombie's weakness was obvious. After the head was pierced, the body fell softly and fell directly to the ground. However, Yisha did not stop at all, and directly pushed the corpse away, and flipped up from the ground. Yisha could not do this action before, and it had extremely high requirements for waist and abdomen strength, so the bottle of physical fitness potion still had a significant effect. After getting up from the ground, Yisha looked back and saw that there were many zombies hiding in the corner of the clothing store, and they were gathering around. Yisha raised his foot without hesitation and kicked over the shelf. After knocking down the zombies, he turned and rushed forward, then protected his head with both hands and jumped up. Crash! The window glass in the store was smashed by Yisha, and then Yisha rolled and fell to the street outside. However, before Yisha could get up, a strong wind suddenly blew from behind. Yisha quickly propped up his palm on the ground and dodged to the side. At the same time, a 3-meter-long heavy axe fell down and hit the ground fiercely. With a bang, the ground where Yisha had just been was instantly torn into pieces. Yisha looked back and saw a tall zombie standing behind him. He was more than 2 meters tall, with terrifying muscles festering all over his body, and one eyeball was hanging out of the eye socket, which was very hideous. Yisha couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Axe holder? Another mutant zombie? Chapter 11. Axe holder. The axe holder was tall, and his axe was even more terrifying. He swung forward fiercely, knocking down several rows of shelves at the same time and smashing them towards Yisha. Yisha quickly retreated, but his eyes suddenly lit up. The axe holder was powerful and had strong destructive power. The only drawback was his slow speed. No, it was very slow. Ordinary zombies were already staggering, but the axe holder was slower than ordinary zombies. Therefore, this guy was not as threatening as imagined. At most, he could just turn around and run away, and he would definitely be able to escape. However, Yisha wanted to kill this guy. If it was an open place, it would be a bit troublesome to kill the axe holder. But in this store, there was a way. After all, although the store occupies a large area, it is full of shelves, and it is a bit small compared to the huge figure of the axe holder. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. The axe holder raised the axe and chopped it down at Yisha again. Bang! As Yisha dodged, the axe fell to the ground, smashing the ground directly, and countless stone chips flew around. Fortunately, Yisha reacted very quickly and rolled to the side. The next moment, Yisha pulled out a dagger, cut off a wire on the side, grabbed it in his hand, and began to run towards the axe holder. The axe holder let out a low roar like a sob, and kept swinging the axe. Wherever the axe passed, everything was blown away, unstoppable. But at this moment, Yisha quickly circled around the axe holder, one circle after another, and gradually, the axe holder was wrapped with circles of wires, tightly tying the axe holder. The axe holder's body was bound by wires, but with brute force, he didn't care about the wires at all. Moreover, he was just a low-level mutant zombie, a thing without intelligence, and probably didn't notice the wires at all. Bound? What to do? Just break free. The zombie's attack instinct is similar to that of wild beasts. Simple and direct. But, Would Yi Sha let this guy succeed so easily? Seeing that the axe holder was going to drag the wires and continue to chase him, Yi Sha immediately bypassed 2 rows of shelves and hung the wires on them. Crash! The axe holder stepped forward to catch up, dragged down all the shelves, and was hit. This was the opportunity Yi Sha wanted. Before the axe holder could get up, Yi Sha suddenly jumped onto the shelf, pressed hard, and with the weight of the shelf, barely pressed the axe holder back to the ground. Go to hell! The next moment, Yi Sha pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the axe holder's eye socket. Roar! The axe holder roared and struggled to get up from the ground. But unfortunately, this guy was too slow. Yi Sha threw himself forward and put all his weight on the dagger. Puff! The dagger continued to stab down, and it went straight into the handle, but it pierced through the head of the axe holder. You killed the axe holder. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, mutant eyeball. Yi Sha was stunned for a moment. There is something again? You can't get something by hunting all zombies. You have to hunt at least thousands of ordinary zombies to get something. And hunting mutant zombies depends on the level of mutation. The axe bearer, like the ghost and the creeper that he had killed before, was the lowest level mutant zombie. It compared with Yi Sha's level. It was about bronze 5 stars. Hunting hundreds of them, and getting one thing, was a normal ratio. Now, Yi Sha killed 3 mutant zombies, and got benefits all 3 times. In addition to his own luck, Yi Sha estimated that it was related to the fact that he killed the first mutant zombie of this type for the first time. The first kill will always be looked at differently. If Yi Sha kills another ghost, creeper or axe bearer, I am afraid he may not get anything. However, Yi Sha is also satisfied. Mutated eyeballs are universal currency exchange items. They appear not only on axe bearers, but also on high-level mutant zombies. Therefore, depending on the quality, the mutant eyeball can be sold at the food cart for a silver skull coin at best, and at worst, 300 or 400 copper skull coins. Holding the dagger, he dug out the remaining eyeball of the axe bearer and put it away. Then Yi Sha picked up his recurved bow, looked outside the store, and tiptoed out. The reason why Yi Sha was so cautious was that there were other zombies on the street, but they were all low-level zombies. As long as he didn't make too much noise, he wouldn't attract these guys. Zombies are endless, and Yi Sha didn't intend to provoke them easily, as that would only waste his time. Of course, those zombies that blocked the way and couldn't be circumvented, Yi Sha would naturally kill them directly. Puff! Puff! 2 arrows suddenly flew out, creating a beautiful arc in the air, and shot the 2 zombies blocking the alley in the head. The blood with a fishy smell immediately covered the walls on both sides. Yi Sha entered the alley, then stepped on a trash can, and climbed to the 2nd floor of a building on the side of the alley. Then he used his clothes to wrap his fists and smash the window, then climbed in through the window. After entering the house, Yi Sha made sure that there were no zombies hiding. So he sat down against the wall, took a short break, and thought about what to do next. The first goal was of course to find the golden gene potion. But the trouble was, where to find it? Most people would be at a loss when entering the city that never sleeps. And if they searched randomly, the final result would sooner or later be surrounded and eaten by zombies, and they would become monsters themselves. However, Yi Sha has his own advantages. After living a new life, Yi Sha is confident that he can survive. What is his biggest reliance? Naturally, it is the experience and knowledge of the previous life. For example, the task of finding the golden gene potion. The biggest difficulty for others is that they don't know where the golden gene potion is. But Yi Sha knows. The city that never sleeps is a high-tech modern city. In this city, there is a well-known company called Compu, which is dedicated to the research and development of genetic research and the manufacture of biological healthcare drugs. The golden gene potion is a product of Compu. In his previous life, Yi Sha had also come to the never-sleeping city to look for the golden gene potion. So Yi Sha knew all this clearly. However, in his previous life, Yi Sha received the mission from the Doomsday Train at the 3rd platform. But this time, he received the mission at the 1st platform. There have been changes, and Yi Sha doesn't know whether the never-sleeping city will also change because of this. Based on his experience in his previous life, can he definitely get the golden gene potion? Yi Sha is 60% to 70% sure, but he dare not guarantee it 100%. But he still needs to give it a try. Then, Yi Sha looked at the darkening sky outside the window and suddenly laughed, Let's find a way to get through the first night first. The reason why the Never Sleeping City is called the Never Sleeping City is not just a random name. Chapter 12 Zombies at Night. Yisha sealed the door, blocked the broken glass with something, then leaned against the wall of the room and began to take a nap. The night gradually became darker. In the dark night, Yisha was awakened by a noise, and then looked out the window. The street was full of zombies. Sure enough, Yisha laughed. This city that never sleeps is still the same. In the city that never sleeps, for some unknown reason, a large number of zombies will appear at night. More than 3 to 5 times the number during the day, which is very dangerous. This is also the origin of the name of the Never Sleeping City. In the previous life, Yisha suffered a loss, so he hid early now. And those who are still outside now are afraid of bad luck. Wish them good luck. Yisha curled his lips, and then continued to close his eyes to rest. He had sealed the doors and windows. As long as there was no big noise, the zombies should not invade the house. However, it is destined to be difficult to fall asleep at night in the Never Sleeping City. Screams and exclamations soon came from the streets, and the sound of the zombies staggering and their legs rubbing against the ground made it impossible to sleep. Yisha even found that there seemed to be someone fighting downstairs, besieged by zombies. However, Yisha had no intention of helping. With so many zombies, it would be useless even if he helped. Secondly, people can only rely on themselves. In the previous life, although Yisha knew the cruelty of the end of the world, he always thought that there were still some people he could trust. As long as they really established feelings, they could still support each other. What was the result? Yisha would not make the same mistake twice. Help! Is there anyone? Save me! At this time, there was another shout outside the window. Yisha opened his eyes, and then closed them again. If I die, I will blame this world. Yisha sighed, and continued to rest. But at this moment, the man suddenly shouted, Save me! I know where to find the golden gene potion. Please, save me! Yisha's closed eyes suddenly opened. Where to find the golden gene medicine? Yisha actually knew. And he knew more than one place. The places Yisha knew were Compu's Research Institute, Compu's headquarters building, and Compu's branch president's villa. However, Yisha knew because of his memories from his previous life. In his previous life, Yisha wandered around the city that never sleeps for 5 days. And because he could see Compu stores everywhere, he found clues. It turned out that the golden gene medicine was Compu's product. But now that everyone got off the bus for only 3 or 4 hours, someone already knew the origin of the golden gene potion. Did they trick people into helping? Yisha murmured, then stood up and opened the window. Although he knew where the golden gene potion was, because the golden gene potion mission appeared at the first station this time, Yisha was not sure that the trajectory of history was the same as his previous life. Secondly, for everyone who needed to quickly increase their strength in the early stage, the golden gene potion was undoubtedly not too much. Or the more the better. Finally, Yisha was also very curious. Did that guy really know where the golden gene potion was? If he did, how did he know it? Yisha climbed out of the window, then quickly climbed up the roof along the water pipe, and then took the recurved bow in his hand. Under the dim streetlights, Yisha saw a man in his 20s running fast on the street 20 to 30 meters away from him, followed by a dozen zombies, who were staggering and chasing him. With the speed of the zombies, they should not be able to catch up. But there were also zombies right in front of the man. The man gritted his teeth and suddenly changed direction, rushing towards an alley on the street. However, just as he turned around, 2 zombies rushed out of the alley. Ah! The man was immediately frightened, screamed, and fell to the ground, while the 2 zombies that suddenly appeared also rushed towards the man quickly. But at this moment, with a puff, an arrow broke through the air, and the zombie with bared fangs and claws was about to pounce. But an arrow appeared on his head and pierced his head directly. Even the huge force brought the zombie's body backwards. The man stood there in a daze. The sound of breaking through the air was heard again. And then the second arrow flew over and shot the second zombie cleanly. The man finally came to his senses and immediately looked around. And then he saw Yisha standing on the roof. Yisha whispered, "Come here." The man didn't hesitate and hurriedly ran towards Yisha. The zombie behind him staggered, but still didn't give up chasing. Yisha immediately pulled the string again and shot arrows continuously. The distance of 10 to 20 meters was not difficult for Yisha. and almost every arrow hit the zombies' heads. When the man approached the house, Yisha quickly jumped down, and after landing on the balcony, he did not stop and jumped forward again, but jumped onto the wall at the edge of the house. Yisha lay on the wall and stretched out his hand. "Grab my hand." The man immediately jumped up and grabbed Yisha's arm. But at this time, a zombie chased behind and grabbed the man's trouser leg directly. With a hiss, the man's pants were torn apart, and Yisha pulled him up to the wall with a sudden force. And then the two fell behind the wall together. Yisha's first reaction was to look at the other's calf to see if it was scratched by the zombies. If it was, it would definitely be infected by the virus and turn into a zombie. So, regardless of whether the other party knew about the golden gene potion, for Yisha, there was only one choice: kill. Yisha planned to kill anything that would threaten him in the cradle. However, the man seemed to be lucky. The zombie that caught up with him only tore open his trouser legs, but did not tear open the man's flesh. Yisha looked at other parts of the man's body again, and confirmed that there were no scars, so he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Thank you." At this time, the man in his 20s was also panting, calming down, and repeatedly said to Yisha, "My name is Chen Xiaofeng. Thank you for saving me. Thank you so much." Yisha was about to speak, but suddenly heard a bang sound from the other side, and his face changed immediately. "It's bad. Yisha, we'll talk about the rest later. Follow me first," Yisha said as he ran towards the front door of the house. And then he saw that the iron door in front of the house was shaking constantly, and countless zombies were pushing and shoving, trying to break the door open. "Quick!" Yisha immediately stepped forward to push the iron door, find something to prop it up. Bang! While Yisha was talking, a gray arm suddenly stretched out through the gap in the iron door's carvings and brushed past Yisha's cheek. Chapter 13: Zombie Dog. Yisha stared, startled by the sudden arm, then instinctively reached out to touch his cheek, then couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't scratched by the nails of that arm. At this time, Chen Xiaofeng dragged a sofa out of the room. It was a 3-seater sofa, quite heavy, and Chen Xiaofeng dragged it with great effort. It took a lot of effort to drag it to the door. Yisha immediately stepped forward to help, and the two of them pushed the sofa to the door together. "Flower pots." Yisha held the sofa firmly, and then said, "Move all those flower pots here. There is a small garden in front of the house, filled with various potted plants. Although the flowers and plants have withered, the flower pots are still there." After Chen Xiaofeng nodded, he immediately hurriedly moved the flower pots. About half an hour later, the sofa was piled with flower pots to increase the weight. Yisha tried to let go of his hand, but the iron door was still shaking. But he couldn't push the sofa open. Only then did he feel relieved. "Yisha, let's go back to the house. It should be fine." Before Yisha finished speaking, 2 scarlet lights suddenly flashed on the wall. Chen Xiaofeng screamed, "Be careful." Yisha turned his head and saw a zombie dog falling from the wall. It was rotten and smelled fishy, and it was very hideous. At this time, the mixed martial arts skills that Yisha learned from Doomsday Train finally came in handy. Seeing that the zombie dog was about to pounce on him, Yisha twisted his waist fiercely and leaned back with a bridge-like motion. The zombie dog flew through the air and passed by Yisha. At this moment, Yisha raised his knee violently. This move is a fierce move in Muay Thai, called the wild horse kick. Bang! A clean and neat knee strike. Yisha directly knocked the zombie dog out, and it fell to the side, rolling continuously. However, this zombie dog has the same characteristics as zombies, except for the head. Other parts of the body will not be affected no matter how they are hit. After shaking on the ground for a few times, it climbed up again. This time, the zombie dog did not attack Yisha, but rushed to Chen Xiaofeng, who was not far away. Ah! Don't come over." Chen Xiaofeng was so scared that he fell to the ground, and shouted with a pale face, "Get out of the way. Don't come over." However, the zombie dog would not listen to him. It immediately jumped up from the ground and pounced on Chen Xiaofeng again. Seeing that the zombie dog was about to pounce on Chen Xiaofeng, suddenly, a big hand stretched out from behind and directly pinched the back of the zombie dog's neck. It was Yisha who arrived. After Yisha grabbed the zombie dog, he immediately lifted it up and smashed it to the ground, knocking it unconscious. The next moment, Yisha immediately turned over and took the opportunity to ride on the zombie dog. Then grabbed the zombie dog's neck and twisted it hard. Crack! With a crisp bone-breaking sound. The zombie dog's head almost completely turned over. And its body twitched twice. And then it was completely silent. You killed zombie dogs. Cumulative number 1. The mysterious voice sounded at the right time. Which also meant that the zombie dog was completely finished. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. Zombie dogs and zombie cats are actually more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. These guys are not as staggering as ordinary zombies, but move very quickly. When dealing with ordinary zombies, as long as the number is not too large, it is still unlikely to be bitten or scratched. But when dealing with this kind of zombie animals, you will be in trouble if you are not careful. Yisha stood up and said to Chen Xiaofeng, "Go into the house." Back in the house, Yisha carefully sealed the doors and windows, and then sat on the ground against the wall. Chen Xiaofeng looked flattering and approached. "Thank you, benefactor." "Thank you." Before Chen Xiaofeng finished thanking him, he suddenly saw Yisha raise the recurve bow, and the silver arrow was facing him. Chen Xiaofeng swallowed his words back into his stomach. Yisha said coldly, "I saved you not because I am a good person. Do you understand what I mean?" Chen Xiaofeng was embarrassed. "I understand. I understand." Yisha, "So, if you tell me that you were lying when you shouted that you knew the whereabouts of the golden gene potion, then I can only let you know that it's not just zombies that kill people." "No. No. No." Chen Xiaofeng waved his hands quickly. "I know. I really know." Yisha put down the recurved bow and pointed to the other end of the living room. "Go sit there and talk." Yisha didn't intend to let Chen Xiaofeng get too close to him. He didn't trust anyone. Chen Xiaofeng seemed to sense Yisha's vigilance and sat down on the other side of the living room. "I really know where the golden gene medicine is. There is a store 2 streets away from here, and it has golden gene medicine." Yisha frowned. "What store? How do you know there is golden gene medicine?" "A health product store. The reason I know is because there is a billboard at the door of the store. Chen Xiaofeng, the latest top-level biological health care medicine produced by Compu. Celebrating the 3rd anniversary. Buy 1 get 1 free. Limited sales. First come first served." Yisha suddenly realized that the guy in front of him was a lucky guy. In his previous life, he had been wandering around the never-sleeping city for several days, and had never seen the health product store of Compu. However, it was quite normal. The never-sleeping city was very large, and there were zombies lurking there. Most of the time, he could only search in a small area. Maybe there was no health product store of Compu in the area he searched at that time. "Go to sleep. Yisha, go find the golden gene potion tomorrow." "Yes." Chen Xiaofeng nodded, and then said excitedly, "There are some zombies lurking in that store. But you are so good at fighting and archery. You can definitely deal with it. And we can definitely get the golden gene potion." Yisha smiled disdainfully in his heart, but didn't say much, closed his eyes, and continued to doze. The night in the city that never sleeps is still not very peaceful. But there are no more emergencies. The next day, Yisha woke up slowly, and then saw Chen Xiaofeng walking around in the living room, as if looking for something. Looking for food. Chen Xiaofeng opened the refrigerator depressively and took out a bag of sliced bread. "It's completely moldy. It's impossible to eat." As Chen Xiaofeng spoke, he opened the freezer. There was a piece of raw meat inside. A strong stench came out the moment he opened it. Maggots were crawling all over the raw meat. Chen Xiaofeng quickly pinched his nose and slammed the door of the freezer, which had already broken down. In that instant, he almost vomited. Yisha opened his backpack and threw a piece of chocolate over. "Eat it for now. After you finish, go find the gold gene potion." Chapter 14 Infiltration. Chocolate is a high-calorie food that can quickly replenish the energy needed by the human body. But the most important thing is to resist hunger. Although 1 piece is still a little less, Chen Xiaofeng felt better after eating 1 piece. At the same time, Yisha was checking the food in his backpack and found that his stock was not much. At present, most people who come to the city that never sleeps may not have discovered that in order to get the golden gene potion, in addition to finding the golden gene potion, there is another problem: survival. Because there is a lack of food and fresh water. From a time perspective, the Doomsday outbreak was only a day ago. But this is not the case in the city that never sleeps. This place seems to have experienced the baptism of Doomsday for several years. Supermarkets, residential areas, vegetable markets, and other places where food can be found have already exceeded their expiration dates. No. If it is just past the expiration date, some food can still be eaten. The fact is that most of the food here has already gone moldy and spoiled, and is completely unpalatable. Of course, it's not that there is no food at all. It's just that it's not easy to find. Otherwise, unless the golden gene potion is found within a few days, everyone will starve to death. If Yisha eats the food in his backpack sparingly, it can last for 3 or 4 days. So it's not too urgent. The most important thing now is to get the golden gene potion. After leaving the house, the zombies entrenched at the door have dispersed. This is the characteristic of the city that never sleeps. At night, zombies walk around at night, densely packed everywhere. But during the day, although there are also many zombies wandering, the number is only 1/5 of that at night. And the distribution is also relatively scattered. After climbing over the wall, Yisha pursed his lips at Chen Xiaofeng. Lead the way. Chen Xiaofeng nodded and pointed to the other side of the street. Go this way. Chen Xiaofeng led the way in front. But Yisha was in charge. When Yisha said to go, Chen Xiaofeng went. And when Yisha said to stop, Chen Xiaofeng stopped. In this way, Chen Xiaofeng was amazed by Yisha, because he found that Yisha knew the characteristics of these zombies very well, and even roughly knew the routes where the zombies wandered. Although there were times when they had to fight, he could avoid them most of the time. About an hour later, after the two of them passed through an alley, Chen Xiaofeng hid at the entrance of the alley and pointed to the side. That's the store. Yisha looked at the signboard and found that it was indeed a health product store under Compu Corporation. There was also a shabby electronic sign hanging on the side of the main entrance, which contained the content that Chen Xiaofeng had said about the promotion of the anniversary event to sell gold potions. Chen Xiaofeng was excited. Since it is for sale, there must be a lot of inventory. We can take a little more. If we exceed the task, we should be able to get more rewards when we return to the Doomsday Train. Right? Yisha curled his lips. Probably, Yisha said perfunctorily. But his eyes were fixed on the window of the store. He could see that there were many zombies in the store. There were at least 20 to 30 zombies in sight. If he walked in with such brazenness, it would be no different from committing suicide. Yisha thought for a moment and waved to Chen Xiaofeng. Let's go. Yisha quickly crossed the street and came to the alley on the side of the store, then grabbed the water pipe and began to climb. Chen Xiaofeng was curious. Where are we going? To the roof? There's no door there, Yisha said coldly. So you mean to go in through the main door? And then be surrounded by zombies? Chen Xiaofeng was embarrassed. That's not what I meant. Yisha, follow me. There's always a way to get in, Yisha said as he climbed onto the roof. And then, the mystery was soon revealed. The path Yisha chose was the ventilation duct. After prying open the iron gate of the ventilation duct, Yisha climbed in. It's okay to go slower. Yisha, try not to make too much noise. Although those zombies can't come up. It's hard to say if there are zombie cats, zombie dogs, and the like. Zombies move slowly, although they can pounce. They can't jump too high. They don't have wisdom, and can't crawl into the ventilation duct. But cats and dogs are hard to say. They are fast, jump high, and are small. It can be said that it's easy for them to get into the ventilation duct. Therefore, entering through the ventilation duct is still quite risky. Yisha just hopes that he won't be too unlucky. Soon, crawling along the ventilation duct, the two heard some whimpering sounds. And through the fence of the ventilation vent, they could see the wandering zombies. Yisha made a gesture and continued to crawl forward. After about another quarter of an hour, Yisha made a gesture and stopped crawling forward. From the gap in the fence of the ventilation vent, you can see that there are densely packed containers below. If you are not mistaken, this should be the warehouse of the store. Yisha pulled out the dagger, carefully stretched it outside, and looked around with the reflection, and found that there were no zombies in the warehouse. This is a bit strange. In his previous life, Yisha went through a lot of risks to get the golden gene potion. The warehouse was so quiet that Yisha had a bad feeling. However, since he was here, he couldn't rest assured if he didn't take a look. Yisha simply used a dagger to pry open the fence door of the vent, and then jumped down. When he landed, Yisha looked around and raised his eyebrows. At this time, Chen Xiaofeng also crawled out of the ventilation duct, looked around like Yisha, and then screamed, "It's broken." How could it be broken? There must be a few bottles that are intact. There are 5 metal containers around, one of which has a glass door. Looking through the glass door, you can see many glass bottles, which should have contained golden gene potions. But now they are all broken. Only glass shards and some golden traces are left in the container. Obviously, the golden gene potion flowed out because the container was broken, and then gradually evaporated and dried, leaving these traces. Chen Xiaofeng didn't believe it. It's impossible. There must be some that are not broken. There must be. Chen Xiaofeng kept opening the containers and checking the bottles one by one, trying to find a good one. But from his increasingly gloomy expression, it was obvious that he had not found any. Yi Sha was still calm. From the fact that there were no zombies here, it could be seen that he might return empty-handed this time. The Doomsday Train would never allow people to complete the mission so easily. At this time, Chen Xiaofeng suddenly shouted, "Come and see. There is another door here, which is attached to the wall. Maybe there is a good golden gene potion in it." Chapter 15 Glutton. Chen Xiaofeng's gloomy face showed joy again. And then, he pulled the door embedded in the wall open. The iron door embedded in the wall was quite heavy, and Chen Xiaofeng pulled it for a long time before it opened a gap. Logically speaking, Chen Xiaofeng's behavior was not wrong. Since he came here, he naturally could not let go of even the slightest hope. However, at the moment when the iron door was opened a little, Yi Sha suddenly felt a chill on his back. "Don't open the door," Yi Sha blurted out instinctively. But it was too late. A gray giant hand suddenly poked out from behind the door, and slammed it hard on the door with a bang, causing the entire iron door to tremble. Chen Xiaofeng was immediately startled and fell to the ground. The iron door slowly opened. Yi Sha took a breath of cold air. Behind the door was a huge zombie, about 2 meters tall, with a bulging belly, but it was a giant fat man. And at the same time, the mouth was extremely huge, like a huge crescent crack, and the corners of the mouth extended all the way to the roots of the ears. Yi Sha couldn't help but blurt out, "Glutton." This glutton is also a mutant zombie. And the most important thing is that this guy is a silver 1-star mutant zombie. The level of zombies is the same as that of humans, from bronze to extraordinary, and each level has 5 stars. Well, the silver 1-star mutant zombie is not too strong, but just a low-level mutant zombie. However, there is a reason for Doomsday Train to make a rating. Yi Sha is only bronze 1 star now, and the glutton is 1 level higher than Yi Sha. In fact, Yi Sha knew that the glutton was probably the most powerful mutant zombie he had encountered so far. "Retreat!" Yi Sha shouted to Chen Xiaofeng. "Leave here." "No. No. No." Chen Xiaofeng trembled in his voice, and then pointed forward. "Golden gene potion." "Huh?" Yi Sha paused and looked in the direction Chen Xiaofeng pointed. Then he saw that behind the door was a container for storing golden gene potions, and the golden gene potions inside were almost all broken. The reason for using the word almost is because there is another bottle inside. Yes, on the shelf in the middle, there is an unbroken glass bottle, and inside it flows a golden liquid. It is the golden gene potion. At this time, the glutton has staggered out of the inside, and casually flicked his palm, and a strong wind was brought out in the air. Under one palm, a metal container actually flew up directly, tumbling in the air. Yi Sha quickly lowered his head to avoid the flying container. With a loud bang, the container hit the side wall. The metal container, which seemed to weigh several tons, was completely deformed by just one hit. Yi Sha frowned and recalled in his mind. Gluttons, with average movement speed and great strength, can spit out corpse venom and need to devour a large number of zombies or humans every day. Yi Sha recalled the information of gluttons, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, the glutton is a mutant zombie that can evolve. The initial rating is silver 1 star. Then by devouring other zombies or humans, the strength can be increased, and the highest can reach gold 3 stars. However, this glutton ran out of the container. Why is it in the container? After accidentally entering, the metal door happened to close. And then because the space was small, it was difficult to raise the arm, and it was impossible to break it with force. So it couldn't get out? This is indeed possible. Just like those cats and dogs will be stuck in some narrow places. Zombies have no wisdom, and it is normal for such things to happen. However, this is not important. The important thing is that the glutton seems to have been locked up for quite some time. Does this mean that this guy hasn't eaten other zombies and humans for a long time? Since the glutton can increase his strength by eating other zombies and humans, then if he doesn't eat for a long time, his strength will naturally decrease. This guy in front of him may not have the strength of Silver 1 star. When Yisha thought of this, he immediately shouted, "Run!" Qin Xiaofeng was called back to his senses by Yisha's shout. Seeing the glutton getting closer and closer to him, he turned around and ran immediately without any hesitation. Bang! Just as Qin Xiaofeng ran away, the glutton's giant palm had already smashed down. After a palm hit the ground, the exquisite tiles were actually smashed into powder. Yes, it was not cracked, but turned directly into powder. Yisha also felt a little toothache. The glutton was still very scary, even if it had not eaten for a long time and its strength had decreased. This huge force was not easy to resist. However, since he decided to give it a try, and the golden gene potion was right in front of him, Yisha naturally did not intend to give up. Yisha ran quickly to the side, shouting, "Run! Run around the container! Separate him!" Since the glutton has already set his sights on Qin Xiaofeng, Qin Xiaofeng is undoubtedly a perfect bait that can attract the glutton, and Yisha can attack without worry. Qin Xiaofeng listened to Yisha's shouting and immediately started running around the container. The glutton was not very smart. With his belly bulging, he actually circled around Qin Xiaofeng. At this moment, Yisha suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the next moment, the arrow made an arc in the air and hit the glutton's head directly. However, only the arrowhead barely penetrated the glutton's head, but failed to penetrate. This means that this attack cannot kill the glutton. Roar! Perhaps it was because of the arrow that made the glutton angry. He suddenly roared, then swung his arm violently and hit the container, and slapped the metal container to the ground with a slap. Qin Xiaofeng was immediately frightened and shouted to Yisha with a pale face, "What should we do now?" "Run. Keep running." Yisha quickly drew his bow and arrow again. There's not only one container. Qin Xiaofeng was scared to death, but he still understood the truth. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't be scared to death, but would really die. Almost using his hands and feet, rolling and crawling, Qin Xiaofeng rushed forward 1 meter, barely avoiding the glutton's giant palm, and then rolled to the back of another container. After escaping, Qin Xiaofeng was somewhat relieved. He was about to look at the glutton's position, but Yisha's voice rang again, "Don't look." Poof! The moment Yisha finished shouting, the glutton suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and then a stream of green venom sprayed out and landed on the container. The container was covered with green venom and immediately showed signs of corrosion. The entire container continued to soften, like silver mud, with smelly molten iron dripping to the ground. Chapter 16 Sneak Attack. Spouting venom is another ability of the glutton, and compared with the giant force, this ability is obviously more troublesome. If you get a little bit of it, you will probably have more holes in your body. Qin Xiaofeng was so scared that he couldn't speak. Seeing the venom dripping from the container onto himself, he screamed and ran forward. Yisha quickly drew his bow, continuously put arrows on the string, and kept shooting at the glutton. Puff! 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 The arrows continuously broke through the air and nailed on the glutton's head, making the glutton's bald head look funny. After a series of hits, the glutton finally discovered Yisha's existence. Compared with the fleeing Qin Xiaofeng, the glutton was naturally more angry with Yisha. Suddenly, he turned around and walked towards Yisha. Yisha was calm. Unlike Qin Xiaofeng, who was at a loss, he retreated while continuing to shoot arrows. However, even if the distance is shortened, the arrow of the recurve bow can only pierce the head of the glutton, but cannot penetrate. Yisha sighed. After all, this recurve bow is just a thing bought online, not a hunting bow. Not to mention compared with the props sold in the dining car on the Doomsday Train. When I have enough skull coins, I must buy a prop bow. This thing is too bad. When Yisha was thinking this, he had retreated to the corner of the wall, and simply threw the recurve bow aside. Looking at the glutton's giant palm swinging, he suddenly crouched down. Boom! The giant palm fell, passed over Yisha's head, and hit the wall behind him, breaking a piece of the wall, and his arm passed through the wall. The glutton twisted his arm, trying to pull his hand out, but his arm was stuck in the wall. Opportunity! Yisha immediately swept his foot across the glutton's abdomen, and then a set of combined punches hit the glutton's face hard. At this moment, Yisha was like a light and venomous snake, constantly moving around the glutton, showing his fangs, and constantly attacking the glutton. Yi Sha was quite satisfied with his mixed martial arts skills. If there was a chance, he should improve them, preferably to the master level, which should be of greater help to himself. However, it was not enough at the moment. Even if Yi Sha kept hitting, it was too difficult to smash the glutton's head with human power. Boom! At this time, there was another loud noise from the wall. It turned out that the glutton pulled a piece of the wall with brute force, and the arm embedded in it also broke free. Yi Sha quickly threw himself to the side, rolled on the ground, and then half knelt on the ground, staring at the glutton. If he wanted to kill the glutton, he obviously needed a more effective attack. Arrows would not work. So how about piercing the glutton's head with a dagger? Yi Sha gritted his teeth. This seemed to be the only way. However, to use a dagger, he had to get close to the glutton, which was quite dangerous. But at this moment, Yi Sha's peripheral vision suddenly swept across a pile of iron lumps piled in the corner. Yi Sha immediately came up with an idea. The pile of iron lumps was the container that was knocked away by the glutton at the beginning. It had been rotten into a ball, and Yi Sha saw a piece of steel pipe in it. The steel pipe was about 1 meter long, which was not very long, but at least much longer than the dagger. The most important thing was that after it was broken, one end was very sharp. At this time, the glutton had come to Yi Sha again, growling and whimpering, and a mouthful of green venom came out of his mouth. Yi Sha dared not let the poison touch his body, so he quickly rolled to the side and shouted to Qin Xiaofeng, "Throw the steel pipe to me." Qin Xiaofeng had been watching from the side, but he didn't dare to help. When he heard Yi Sha's shout, he quickly ran to the smashed container and threw the steel pipe at Yi Sha. Yi Sha ran quickly, raised his hand, grabbed the steel pipe in his hand, and then straightened his body. Go to hell. When the glutton caught up, Yi Sha suddenly turned his head, raised the steel pipe, and stabbed it hard at the glutton's head. Puff! A section of steel pipe pierced into the glutton's head, bringing out a stream of blood. At the same time, blood mixed with brain matter continued to flow out from the hollow part of the steel pipe. But it was still not enough. The glutton kept roaring and twisting his body. Although the steel pipe pierced into the glutton's brain, it was not enough to kill him. Yi Sha gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Help!" How could Qin Xiaofeng dare to neglect it? If something happened to Yi Sha, he would be the next to die. Qin Xiaofeng quickly ran to Yi Sha's side, and the two of them grabbed the steel pipe and exerted force. Puff! With the combined efforts of the two, the steel pipe finally penetrated a little further, and then made a sound like a rag being torn, and went straight through the glutton's head, and a section of it pierced out from the back of the glutton's head. The glutton's huge hand was raised, and it was about to fall on Yi Sha's head, but it suddenly hung in the air, and finally slowly relaxed, and fell to the side of the body. Plop! The next moment, the glutton's body, which was as big as a small mountain, fell heavily to the ground. You killed gluttons. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, poison sac, corrosion. When the glutton fell, Yi Sha's ears rang with that mysterious voice again, which made Yi Sha stunned. It seems that the previous guess was right. It is easy to get things by killing first. After Yi Sha came back to his senses, he couldn't help but mutter. Qin Xiaofeng thought Yi Sha was talking to him, and couldn't help but ask, "What?" "Nothing." Yi Sha looked at Qin Xiaofeng meaningfully, and didn't immediately dig out the poison sac from the glutton's body, but waved his hand. "Let's go and see the golden gene potion." As Yi Sha spoke, he stood up and walked to the side of the container embedded in the wall. He picked up the only remaining glass bottle from the shelf and looked at the golden liquid medicine flowing inside. Golden gene medicine, the latest biological health product developed by Compu, which can effectively enhance immunity and refresh the mind. It will mutate after the end of the world. After taking it, it can enhance physical fitness and mental strength to a certain extent, and there is a 1% probability of ability mutation. The mysterious voice sounded in Yi Sha's ears, briefly introducing the golden gene medicine. However, even if the mysterious voice did not speak, Yi Sha knew very well the effect of the golden gene medicine. But at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew. Qin Xiaofeng secretly picked up an arrow from the ground, his face ferocious. Then he raised the arrow and stabbed it hard at Yi Sha's back. Seeing that the arrow was about to pierce Yi Sha's body, suddenly, Yi Sha seemed to have eyes on his back, and suddenly turned his body to avoid the arrow, and grabbed Qin Xiaofeng's wrist. "Hey!" Yi Sha looked at Qin Xiaofeng gloomily. "What do you want to do to me?" Chapter 17 Humanity. Chen Xiaofeng's face was ferocious, even revealing a hint of madness. What do I want to do to you? Of course I want to kill you. Chen Xiaofeng growled. There is only one bottle of gold gene potion. You will definitely not give it to me. Right. As Chen Xiaofeng spoke, he tried hard to push the arrow in his hand forward, trying to pierce Yisha's chest. But Yisha's palm was like an iron clamp, firmly holding Chen Xiaofeng's wrist, preventing the arrow from advancing an inch. Yisha sneered and suddenly whispered in Chen Xiaofeng's ear, I knew long ago that there was only one bottle of golden gene potion, so I had been on guard against you. Chen Xiaofeng was stunned. But at this moment, Yisha twisted the arrow violently and broke it, then threw it aside, and then kicked Chen Xiaofeng in the chest, knocking him to the ground. No! Chen Xiaofeng fell to the ground, watching Yisha pull out the dagger, and immediately shouted, Don't kill me. I'm kidding. Really? I'm kidding. I don't want the golden gene potion. I don't want it. I saved your life. How dare you kill me? Yisha squatted in front of Chen Xiaofeng and grabbed Chen Xiaofeng's hair, but I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. Puff! Yisha raised his hand and stabbed the dagger into Chen Xiaofeng's chest. Yisha, the reason I don't blame you is because this is human nature. Chen Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. You will not die well. I will come back to find you even if I become a ghost. Yisha, then let's talk about it after you become a ghost. As Yisha spoke, he pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into Chen Xiaofeng's chest. After several consecutive slashes, Chen Xiaofeng's chest was red, and his body fell limply, and finally his head hit the ground. Yisha pulled out the dagger and wiped it casually. There are more than one place in the never-sleeping city where the golden gene potion is placed, but there is only one bottle in each place. This is the conclusion Yisha came to in his previous life. At that time, many people got the golden gene potion and returned to the Doomsday Train. Without exception, these people only got one bottle in one place. Even if there were more than one bottle, they were all obtained from different places. Therefore, Yisha knew that even if there was a golden gene potion in this store, there would only be one bottle. Chen Xiaofeng thought that since it was a place selling golden gene potions, there would be a lot of inventory. It was just a fantasy from the beginning. Yisha would naturally take this bottle of golden gene potion. If Chen Xiaofeng had no evil intentions, Yisha would not have planned to kill him. This bottle of golden gene potion was the reward for saving him last night, and the two of them would be even. But since Chen Xiaofeng had already taken action, Yisha would not be polite. He could kill zombies, so he could certainly kill people. Anyway, the world was now a world of cannibalism. After dealing with Chen Xiaofeng, Yisha returned to the glutton and dug out the glutton's poison sac. Good stuff. This is the real good stuff. Yisha dared to guarantee that if he took this thing back to the Doomsday Train, the starting price would be at least 5 silver skull coins. However, Yisha did not plan to sell it. If the toxins in the poison sac were extracted and made into props, the value would be greater. However, making props requires a single compartment, which is a bit early for Yisha. It is impossible for anyone to get a single compartment from the Doomsday Train for the time being, so this thing can only be stored first. After carefully putting away the poison sac, Yisha picked up the golden gene potion again, hesitated for a moment, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured it into his mouth. With the golden gene potion, Yisha can actually return to the Doomsday Train to report. However, Yisha's goal in mind is 3 bottles of golden gene potion. One for himself, one for the task, and one for the proprietress of the dining car. First of all, the golden gene potion for the task is absolutely indispensable. Therefore, this bottle of golden gene potion should be kept first, when it is absolutely necessary. At least it can ensure that you can return to the Doomsday Train. Or, to put it more directly, at least it can ensure that you will not die. However, Yisha wanted to force himself into a desperate situation. Human potential is unlimited. With a retreat, there will be concerns. So Yisha chose to drink the golden gene potion first. The liquid medicine was cold at first when it entered the throat, but it became extremely hot when it fell into the stomach. The next moment, severe pain spread all over Yisha's body. Ah! Yisha screamed, then half knelt on the ground, with dense sweat oozing from his forehead, and the bones of his whole body were crackling. This severe pain lasted for about half a minute, and the pain slowly eased. Yisha loosened his clenched teeth and gasped for breath. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.61 points and is currently 4.37. The mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears, reminding him that his physical fitness had improved again. My physical fitness has exceeded 4 points. According to the normal standard, it is 3 points. This value should be considered quite excellent. Yisha murmured, I wonder if my level will be upgraded from Bronze 1 star to Bronze 2 star. Character information can only be checked on the Doomsday Train. Yisha is not sure whether his level has been upgraded. However, the improvement in physical fitness is obvious. Yisha clenched his fist and could clearly feel that his strength has increased a lot. Unfortunately, no mutation was triggered. Yisha shook his head, however, with a 1% probability. It is not so easy to trigger. It is normal that it was not triggered. The effect of the Gold Gene Potion is the same as that of the Physical Fitness Enhancement Potion, both of which enhance physical fitness. But the Gold Gene Potion is more precious than the Physical Fitness Enhancement Potion. However, the physical fitness value increased by the Gold Gene Potion is not higher than the latter. So, what is the reason why the Gold Gene Potion is more precious? Naturally, it was because of the mutation effect. In his previous life, Yisha had seen a lucky person who took the Golden Gene Potion and triggered a mutation. He had the ability of night vision and could see at night, just like during the day. It was very powerful. However, although it was a pity, the probability of triggering compassion did not make Yisha hold too much hope, so he was not disappointed. After picking up the recurved bow from the corner, Yisha pulled out the arrow stuck in the glutton's head and put it back. Then he stepped on the container and climbed back into the ventilation duct. After climbing back out of the ventilation duct, Yisha left quickly, and at the same time, he was thinking about where to find the next bottle of Gold Gene Potion. However, he didn't walk far before he suddenly stopped and looked up at a shop on the other side of the street. Is today my lucky day? Yisha couldn't help but murmur. Chapter 18 Food and Water. The shop in front of Yisha is a wholesale station. What is the reason for the lack of food in the city that never sleeps? First of all, food that is not sealed cannot be stored for a long time. It will go bad in a few days or even months. However, there are some foods that can be stored for a long time, such as compressed biscuits, vacuum-packed foods, and frozen foods. Some of these foods can be eaten for 1 or 2 years, or even longer. However, another problem is that the zombies in the city that never sleep seem to have been lingering for a long time. And it is not like the Doomsday Crisis broke out before the departure of the Doomsday Train, which has led to almost all facilities being attacked by zombies. Places like convenience stores and supermarkets are open and cannot resist the footsteps of zombies at all. Take ordinary fresh water for example. You can easily find mineral water in supermarkets. Generally, the shelf life of mineral water is 2 to 3 years in an unopened state. But if zombies enter the supermarket and damage it, the shelf life of the open mineral water is only about 1 week. This made it difficult to find food in the city that never sleeps. However, some places still store food and fresh water, such as wholesale stations. Wholesale stations store a lot of food, so it is impossible to throw it aside casually. In fact, most food wholesale stations are connected to warehouses. If it is frozen food, there will be ice storage. Whether it is a warehouse or an ice storage, the sturdy iron door can resist the invasion of zombies. The wholesale station in front of Yisha looks small, but it is always a glimmer of hope. Maybe there is food to eat inside. Yisha immediately ran towards the wholesale station and looked around, but found no trace of zombies. There were some food piled up in the entrance hall. It can be seen that this wholesale station mainly sells beverages and snacks. Obviously, all the things piled up in the hall are ruined. The packaging is all damaged, moldy, and spoiled, and they are inedible. Yisha ignored the food and walked through the hall to the back. Wholesale stations are not stores. The structure is generally very simple, with a lobby and a warehouse at the back. Some wholesale stations don't even have a lobby. After passing through the front hall, Yisha quickly found the warehouse. And then Yisha's eyes showed joy. The door of the warehouse was an iron door, which was very thick. You know, many wholesale stations are not formal. The so-called warehouse is often separated by a space, and a door is installed casually. Obviously, the wholesale station in front of him is still very formal. This level of iron door is enough to prevent ordinary zombies from entering. It seems that my luck has really changed. Yisha looked at the iron door and murmured, but how can I get in? There were no zombies, no people, and no corpses at the wholesale station. Most of the people at the wholesale station were also infected and then wandered away. However, it seemed that no keys or other things were left behind. Most of them were carried with them. Yisha took out a dagger and chopped the door lock twice, but found that the door lock did not move at all. He barely chopped a few marks, which made Yisha's wrist hurt. You know, Yisha's current physical fitness and strength are already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Why build a broken warehouse so solid? Yisha muttered, revealing a lot of resentment. He had hoped that the warehouse would be stronger and could block the zombies so that the food could be preserved. But it couldn't be so strong that even he couldn't get in. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly had an idea. How could I forget this thing? Yisha quickly opened his clothes and took out the glutton's poison sac. The poison sac was full of corrosive venom that could corrode any metal. Wouldn't it be possible to open the door with this thing? As Yisha thought about it, he poured some poison from his poison sac and sprinkled it on the door lock, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The door lock began to emit wisps of white smoke and countless bubbles appeared. Then the position of the door lock gradually turned into molten iron, flowing down the iron door. Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed, and the door opened, entering the warehouse. Yisha's eyes lit up. In one corner of the warehouse, there were countless boxes of drinks and mineral water, and in the middle were shelves filled with some well-packaged snacks. Yisha found a cart in the warehouse, and first moved a few boxes of mineral water onto it. The shelf life of these mineral waters is 2 years. They are unopened and can be eaten. Snacks are more troublesome. The shelf life of many snacks is 3 to 6 months. Therefore, Yisha's first choice is still chocolate, which usually has a shelf life of about 2 years. In addition, Yisha also found a few boxes of cookies. The shelf life of ordinary biscuits is usually 3 to 6 months. But the shelf life of cookies is longer, 1.5 years, and they are still edible. After piling all the things on the cart, Yisha pushed the cart away quickly. These things were enough to keep him fed for a while. After leaving the wholesale station, Yisha avoided the zombies wandering on the street, and planned to return to the previous house. Yisha wanted to use that house as a base camp for the time being. After all, he still had to find 2 bottles of gold gene potion, which would not be done in 3 or 5 days. Stop! Stop the guy in front. At this time, a shout suddenly came from behind Yisha. Looking back, Yisha saw 5 humans, 1 woman and 4 men, appearing behind him at some point. They were walking towards him with a light in their eyes. So we are acquaintances. The man in a suit at the head forced out a smile. Friend, do you still remember me? Yisha glanced at the other party, and found that they were indeed acquaintances. These humans were all from carriage number 7. And the man in a suit in front of him was the guy who was talking loudly in the carriage and trying to get everyone to form a team. My name is Gawain. The man in the suit pointed at himself and introduced with a smile. This is Qin Yu. This is Lin Jitao. This is Wu Lianren. This is Gan Lin. We are all in carriage 7. Yisha said coldly. I know. Something's up? Gawain smiled. Friends or alone? It's very dangerous to be alone in this place. So I'm going to bring up the old matter again and want to ask if you want to join us? We can all take care of each other. Yisha sneered then. I'll share the water and food with you. Right? Gawain was embarrassed. This was indeed his idea. It was too difficult to find food in this damn place. He started looking for food after getting off the Doomsday Train yesterday. He searched for food all morning today. His stomach was rumbling with hunger, but he didn't find anything to eat. Seeing so many food and drinks on Yisha's cart, how could Gawain not be tempted? In Gawain's opinion, it was difficult for a person to survive in the end of the world. Yesterday, Yisha refused. I think he didn't understand the hardship of being alone. If I invite him again today, Yisha will definitely agree. Then, since we have formed a team, we can naturally ask for food and mineral water openly. However, Gawain didn't expect Yisha's attitude to be still indifferent. He directly exposed his thoughts without any politeness. Chapter 19 Conflict. Yisha, I'm not interested in forming a team. And I don't plan to give you food. These are all mine. If you want to eat, go find them yourself. Gawain was immediately embarrassed. The woman named Gan Lin was immediately angry. Why are you so selfish? Now that everyone is in trouble, we should support each other. Why do you only care about every little thing? Support each other? Yisha couldn't help laughing. You want me to join? Just because you see that I have food and water. I want to ask. Where is the mutual support? You took my food and water. What can you give me? Gonlin choked. Then gritted her teeth, of course. We have nothing to give you now. But when you need help, we will naturally help you. Yisha said sarcastically, I am afraid that when I am surrounded by zombies and need help, you will run faster than rabbits and support each other? Ridiculous. Galwin, friend, it is not right to say that. No one can predict what has not happened. Right? When it happens, I will become a corpse. Yisha snorted coldly and waved his finger. So, I don't need your help. If you want food and water, please find them yourself. After Yisha finished speaking, he pushed the cart and planned to leave. Why are you talking nonsense to him? The man named Lin Jitao was a strong man. Looking at the food and water, his eyes had already glowed green. He was impatient. Seeing that Yisha was about to leave, he immediately jumped out of the crowd. Boy, you have to leave all the food and water for me today even if you don't want to. Yisha sneered. If you can't talk it out, you're going to rob it? Lin Jitao said angrily. I'll rob you. What can you do? Lin Jitao said, as he stretched out his hand to grab Yisha. Yisha sneered. Lin Jitao is tall and strong, with a face full of flesh. Very fierce. Not worthy of the rather elegant-sounding name. If it were before, Yisha might not be able to beat such a strong man. After all, humans are not zombies, and they are not so stupid as to just chase people. However, Yisha had taken a physical fitness enhancement potion and a golden gene potion, and his physical fitness was far beyond the level of normal people. Almost in an instant, when Lin Jitao's palm was about to grab his shoulder, Yisha suddenly jumped up and raised his leg to sweep horizontally. Others didn't even see how Yisha kicked. They only felt a shadow of the leg flash by, and Lin Jitao was kicked out and fell directly on his buttocks 1 meter away. Lin Jitao was also stupid. He was a typical strongman, about 1.9 meters tall, with tendons and muscles growing horizontally, a strong back and a strong waist. From childhood to adulthood, he was the only one who bullied others in fights. When was he ever kicked? Boy, you dare to attack me. Lin Jitao came back to his senses, roared, jumped up from the ground, and pounced on Yisha again. I will destroy you. Yisha snorted coldly. Don't overestimate your ability. At the moment when Lin Jitao pounced in front of him, Yisha suddenly lowered his body, dodged Lin Jitao's attack, and directly grabbed the opponent's collar, and then put his other hand on Lin Jitao's waist. The 1.9 meter tall man, at least nearly 200 kilograms, was actually lifted up by Yisha, and then Yisha took 2 steps to the side and flipped Lin Jitao's body. Lin Jitao fell down and hit the guardrail on the street directly. Lin Jitao's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he felt a sharp pain in his waist. The impact seemed to have broken his waist bones. Go! Go! Lin Jitao shouted to the others. Don't you want food? We have been hungry for almost 2 days. There is still water. If we don't drink water, we will all die of thirst. Lin Jitao's words hit the mark of everyone's mind. Galwin talked to Yisha, and the ultimate goal was nothing more than food and water. Judging from Yisha's current attitude, it would be impossible to persuade Yisha to hand over the things by saying nice things. Gawain immediately showed a fierce look on his face and waved his hand. Go ahead. He doesn't want us to live, so we can only fight. Gawain is really good at bewitching people. He fooled everyone on the Doomsday Train. Now he pushed Yisha to the evil side with just 1 sentence. As if they were right. There was no sense of disobedience in the robbery. As if they should rob Yisha. Will you kill people if you bully me? Yisha said in a low voice. In that case, all of you die. Yisha took off the recurved bow directly, put the arrow on it and shot. The arrow flew out hastily, but it didn't hit Gawain's head like a zombie, but hit Gawain's arm. Ah! Gawain screamed. The arrow went straight through his arm and got stuck in his arm muscles. Blood was flowing out like it was free. Kill him! Kill him! Gawain was hysterical. Food. Water. Others rushed to Yisha. Yisha also decisively abandoned his bow. He should have shot all of these guys before they got close to him, or fired arrows to deter them. Now they were too close, and the bow and arrows were no longer useful. But, Yisha shouted, even if we don't use bows and arrows, what can you do with these chickens and dogs? Yisha shouted. Punch the man named Qinyu in the face. Knock him down. And then kick the other guy named Wu Liangren. Gon Lin saw that the man on his side was so vulnerable and unreliable. So he simply ran up, waving his hands randomly, and scratched Yisha's face. "Pa!" Yisha raised his hand and slapped Gan Lin in the face. "Woman, you'd better understand that in the end times, there is no difference between men and women. Your pretty face is not as good as a cookie in my eyes." Gan Lin sat on the ground, touching her swollen cheek, looking at Yisha in disbelief. This guy really has no intention of sympathizing with women. Yisha walked to the side and kicked Lin Jitao, who was trying to get up despite the pain. "Back to the ground, rob my things? What qualifications do you have to rob my things?" As Yisha spoke, he pulled out the dagger from his waist. On the dagger, some blood could be seen faintly. "No, don't kill me." Lin Jitao trembled. "I don't dare. I really don't dare." "Yisha, I don't believe you. I think the dead are more reliable than the living." Yisha spoke while raising the dagger, not knowing whether it was a matter of life and death. Lin Jitao didn't know where he got the strength from, and suddenly jumped up from the ground, hitting Yisha's chest hard, knocking Yisha away. Chapter 20 Searching for Guns. After Lin Jitao knocked Yisha away, he immediately ran away like crazy. How could Yisha let this guy get away so easily? However, when Yisha was about to chase him, he saw a zombie dog rushing out from the side alley. "Ah!" The zombie dog growled and pounced directly on Lin Jitao, knocking him to the ground, and then opened its mouth to bite Lin Jitao's neck. With a sound of puff, like the sound of rags being torn, Lin Jitao's neck was bitten open directly, and a stream of blood splashed out. "Help!" Lin Jitao said with difficulty. "Help!" Galwin and his companions had no time to care about Lin Jitao at this moment, because there was a large group of zombies following the zombie dog. It was obvious that the movement here had alarmed all the zombies in the alley. Galwin and his companions immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction. "Support each other?" Yisha looked at Galwin and his companions who were running away, with disdain on his face, sneered, and then quickly supported the cart and began to run wildly along the street. After about a quarter of an hour, there were no zombies behind him. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. The average zombies were not fast, and as long as there were not too many of them, they could all run away. The only thing to worry about was too many zombie dogs. These guys were too fast. Yisha pushed the cart and was not confident that he could get rid of the zombie dogs. Fortunately, the zombie dog seemed to be the only one that pounced on Lin Jitao at the beginning. Yisha felt that he was lucky, since there were no zombies chasing him. Yisha slowed down his pace. When he passed a newsstand, he suddenly stopped, then walked into the newsstand, took out a map from it, and then continued to cross the street and returned to his base camp. After Yisha returned to the house, he first piled up the food, then sat at the table and spread out the map he had brought back. Having taken a bottle of gold gene potion, Yisha's strength has been improved, and of course his courage has also increased. As the saying goes, the brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Therefore, Yisha felt that he had to change his previous plan and should take the initiative to find the remaining 2 bottles of gold gene potion. This location. Suddenly, Yisha took a pen and drew 2 circles on the map. The 2 circles are the branches of Compu and the President's Villa of Compu. In the previous life, Yisha got the golden gene medicine in these 2 places. In addition, Compu's headquarters also seemed to have golden gene medicine. But that was what he heard from others in the previous life. Since it is heard, whether it is credible needs to be questioned. Secondly, Compu's headquarters is a bit far from his current location. His location is in the South City, while Compu's headquarters is in the North City, almost across half of the city. So Yisha Compu's headquarters can only be used as a backup location. However, strengthening physical fitness alone is not enough. Yisha drew another circle on the map. Weapons should also be strengthened. We can't always fight zombies hand to hand. The third circle drawn by Yisha was a fairly large IPSC club. IPSC, translated into Chinese as the International Combat Shooting Association, holds combat shooting competitions around the world and is an internationally recognized shooting competition sport. Since it is a shooting sport, there is no reason why there would be no guns. Moreover, in addition to holding actual shooting competitions, this IPSC club also has a normal shooting range, which means that not only can you find pistols for competitions, but you can even find rifles or submachine guns. Yisha looked at the sky. There was still some time before the zombie night walk. So it seemed that it was still in time to go to the IPSC club. Yi Sha did what he said. He put away the map, took the bow and arrow, and went out again. The IPSC club was not far away. About half an hour later, Yi Sha arrived at the door of the club. Huh? Closed? The iron gate at the entrance of the club was closed, and the glass door at the back was also closed. This was good news. There would not be too many zombies in any closed place. Yi Sha went around to the side, climbed directly to the second floor, smashed the window, and climbed into the house. Yi Sha was not interested in the IPSC competition guns. First, they were pistols, and second, they had strict specifications and audits, using low-powered bullets to reduce the recoil of the guns, and only single-action guns could be used. So, although it is called a real-life shooting competition, a competition is just a competition, and it is impossible to be completely real. Yi Sha's target is the shooting range, where there are definitely no sniper rifles, especially anti-material sniper rifles. But in addition, the pistols found there are more powerful, and there are other types of firearms. Of course, these firearms are only allowed to be used in the shooting range. The shooting range is not difficult to find. There are signs in the club, and when he entered the shooting range, Yi Sha's eyes lit up instantly. There are so many guns here. But, as I guessed, I didn't see any sniper rifles. Yi Sha's goal is 2 pistols, and then a rifle. Bullets are consumables, so naturally he wants as many as possible. When Yi Sha was looking for a pistol, he first saw a famous Desert Eagle. But Yi Sha didn't plan to take this gun. The Desert Eagle is just famous, and it is the favorite of collectors and gun enthusiasts. But it is not practical at all. The magazine capacity is low, and the recoil is huge. In fact, this thing is a hunting pistol. No army has ever been stupid enough to list the Desert Eagle as standard equipment. The first pistol Yi Sha chose was the M1911, a pistol that has been in service for more than 100 years. From this point alone, it can be seen that the M1911 is not necessarily a pistol with very superior performance, but it is very easy to use. For the second pistol, Yi Sha chose the Glock 17, which has a magazine capacity of 17 rounds and a polymer grip. It is simple and light, and can fire all 17 rounds in a short time. It is a pistol with excellent performance. As for rifles, most people probably think of M4 or AK-47 first. After all, these 2 rifles are so famous that even if you are not a gun enthusiast, you must have heard of them. However, Yi Sha chose the August rifle. This rifle with a strange shape is very durable and lightweight. By replacing the barrel of different lengths, the August can be transformed between 4 different roles: submachine gun, carbine, assault rifle and light machine gun. Of course, the most important thing is that the August rifle is one of the most accurate rifles. Yi Sha is self-aware. In his previous life, he also used firearms, but he did not have any firearm skills. So the accuracy of his shooting with firearms was not as sharp as that of his bow and arrow. So, compared to choosing a powerful rifle, a machine gun, like the August that focuses more on accuracy, is more suitable for him. After all, when facing zombies, no matter how powerful it is useless to hit the opponent with holes all over his body. The key is to be able to accurately shoot the head. Chapter 21 Earth Dragon. Yi Sha packed up his guns and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to leave the shooting range, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. And then he couldn't help but look down at the ground, and could faintly feel a slight tremor under his feet. Yi Sha looked at the bullets placed on the metal platform of the shooting range. Those bullets were jumping slightly, proving that Yi Sha's feeling was not wrong. Almost in an instant, Yi Sha threw his backpack aside, then jumped onto a metal platform, picked up the rifle, and pointed it firmly at the ground. The slight tremor of the ground meant that something was probably lurking underground. Suddenly, with a click, the ground behind Yi Sha suddenly cracked, and then a yellow-brown claw poked out from the crack. Yi Sha did not hesitate at all, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. The muzzle of the gun spewed out flames quickly, and bullets continued to pour forward, landing on the claw, forcing it to retract into the ground. The next moment, Yi Sha did not take it lightly, and quickly removed the magazine and loaded a new magazine into the gun. No matter what the thing underground is, the zombies will only continue to attack, fight and devour other creatures by nature, and will never retreat because of injuries. This is the nature of zombies. And nature is something that cannot be changed. Sure enough, Yisha was carefully looking around. And a metal table not far away suddenly made a loud noise, was directly lifted up, and smashed towards Yisha. Yisha quickly jumped to the side, avoiding the flying metal platform. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly cracked. And then a yellow-brown monster suddenly emerged from the ground. The yellow-brown zombie monster looked like a giant gecko, and a bit like a crocodile. Its body was covered with scales, and pus and blood kept flowing out, emitting a foul smell. Its scarlet tongue was 2 or 3 meters long and kept swinging. Yisha was surprised. Earth Dragon? The end of the world has come. In addition to the rampant zombies, many ancient species have also revived, and countless once extinct creatures have revived. And even these creatures will mutate. If mutant zombies belong to the leader, then the ancient species belong to the ranks of bosses. The Earth Dragon is an ancient species, similar to the ancient gecko creature. This guy is the lowest level of ancient species, only the level of bronze 1 star. But after all, it still belongs to the ranks of bosses. Yisha also put up 120,000 points of alert, and immediately raised the muzzle of the gun. Thump, thump, thump. Yisha pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullets poured out like rain, constantly hitting the Earth Dragon's body. And then pus and blood continued to burst out of the Earth Dragon's body. Roar! The injured Earth Dragon was also instantly furious, roaring wildly, and rushed towards Yisha with its tail shaking. Yisha was neither hurried nor slow, and seemed very calm, while constantly recalling in his head, what are the characteristics of Earth Dragons? Earth Dragons are of average speed, and their attack modes are tongue extension, biting, and burrowing, while their weaknesses are eyes and abdomen. Yisha had also encountered Earth Dragons in his previous life, so he was very clear about their characteristics and weaknesses. This Earth Dragon is not troublesome at all. As long as you find a chance to destroy its eyes, you can easily kill it. But it is also troublesome, because Earth Dragons can burrow into the ground and are not easily attacked. While thinking, Yisha's hands were not idle. After quickly emptying the magazine, he took out a new magazine and quickly loaded it, and continued to shoot at the Earth Dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang again, and Yisha shot and hit the Earth Dragon continuously. If you want to say what the difference is between the ancient species and the zombies, the most critical point is here. To kill the zombies, you can only hit the head or break the neck. But the ancient species don't have so many scruples. Even if you hit the body, it can still cause damage. However, it is true that the ancient species has thick skin and flesh, and is more durable. However, the Earth Dragon cannot get close to Yisha's firepower at the moment. Even if it is more durable, it will be shot into a hornet's nest sooner or later. However, Yisha knew that things would never go so smoothly. Sure enough, the Earth Dragon was shot twice, and its body was full of blood holes. Yisha retreated and fought. The Earth Dragon repeatedly stretched out its tongue to roll, but failed to roll Yisha. And then, suddenly, the Earth Dragon twisted its body and dug a big hole in the ground with its claws. Drilling underground. This is the specialty of the Earth Dragon, and also the most difficult skill. Very troublesome. But Yisha's expression did not change, because he had long guessed that the Earth Dragon would drill underground. Almost in an instant, Yisha jumped onto the metal platform, then looked up at the ceiling, then jumped up and grabbed a water pipe in the corner of the ceiling with one hand. The next moment, Yisha flipped his legs up, hooked the water pipe with his legs, and the whole person was hanging upside down there. Bang! Suddenly, the Earth Dragon drilled out from the ground, exactly where the metal platform Yisha had stood before. And in almost just an instant, the metal platform was pushed up and hit the wall on one side. Thud, thud, thud. Yisha did not hesitate at all, raised his gun and fired. And the bullets hit the Earth Dragon again. Roar! The Earth Dragon roared angrily, and then kept circling on the ground. The Earth Dragon could not jump, and had no way to deal with Yisha, who was hanging upside down in the air. Speaking of which, Yisha was lucky. If he encountered the Earth Dragon in an open place, he would definitely become a corpse. Deader than dead. Because there was nothing that could make Yisha hang. And this ground drilling attack was impossible to defend against. Another round of shooting. The Earth Dragon seemed to be completely enraged, suddenly roaring and crashing into the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The Earth Dragon's head kept hitting the wall, and soon it was bloody, But Yisha's body was shaking constantly because of it. More importantly, because of the wall being hit. The water pipe kept shaking. And soon it was deformed and could break at any time. Sure enough, Yisha murmured, the ancient species is much smarter than zombies. The Earth Dragon's actions proved that this guy was actually intelligent. So he could think of such a way. Crunch. Seeing the water pipe twisting and making a harsh sound, Yisha did not delay, and suddenly loosened his legs and fell from the air. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. When the Earth Dragon saw Yisha falling, it immediately opened its mouth and roared. And then its scarlet tongue spurted out, like a whip, rolling towards Yisha. Yisha retreated calmly, suddenly lowered his body, rolled to the side close to the ground, and avoided the Earth Dragon's tongue. Bang! The Earth Dragon's tongue pierced the ground, like a javelin, and actually pierced the ground and pierced into the ground. Chapter 22 Earned a Profit. Such an attack power is naturally quite terrifying. But Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up. Opportunity! This is a great opportunity to decide the victory. Yisha immediately pounced. His body bounced up from the ground, and pounced directly on the Earth Dragon's tongue like a hungry tiger, then pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it fiercely. Puff! The dagger in Yisha's hand pierced the Earth Dragon's tongue, and then stabbed into the ground, completely nailing the Earth Dragon's tongue to the ground. Roar! The Earth Dragon roared madly, and twisted its body to struggle its tongue out. With the Earth Dragon's strength, it is actually very easy to break free from the dagger. But the problem is that it is the Earth Dragon's tongue that Yisha nailed to the ground. The Earth Dragon is an ancient species, not a zombie. The tongue is part of its body. It is flesh and blood, and it will hurt. The Earth Dragon dared not use force at all. Such a good opportunity. Yisha would never let it go easily. 5 meters away, Yisha abandoned the rifle. He was really not confident in his shooting skills, even if it was only 5 meters away. The next moment, Yisha took off the recurved bow and put an arrow on it. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Yisha released the bowstring, and the arrow broke through the air, and then it directly pierced the right eye of the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon immediately struggled, not caring about the pain on his tongue. He pulled hard, and a huge hole was pulled on his tongue. But it also brought out Yisha's dagger, and then rushed towards Yisha frantically. Yisha narrowed his eyes, and without any nonsense, he raised the bow again and aimed at the left eye of the Earth Dragon. I can do it, Yisha whispered softly, increasing his confidence. Previously, the Earth Dragon was not moving, and it was not difficult to shoot it in the right eye with his archery skills at a distance of 5 meters. But now the Earth Dragon was moving and charging towards him, so it would be very difficult to shoot it in the left eye. Call! Yisha took a deep breath, inhaled and exhaled, and then suddenly released the bowstring. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and the arrow flew straight forward. After a muffled sound, it shot steadily into the left eye of the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon was completely blinded by the sight of both eyes. Yisha was also very fast. Before the Earth Dragon hit him, he rolled over and rolled to the side. The Earth Dragon brushed past Yisha's body, and then hit the wall hard. The next thing was simple. The Earth Dragon lost his eyes, and wanted to catch Yisha's trace? That was quite difficult. Moreover, Yisha had fired a gun, and the smell of gunpowder was everywhere. It was also very difficult for the Earth Dragon to catch Yisha's position by smell. But, Yisha, we must prevent this guy from burrowing into the ground and escaping. This is a boss-level ancient species. Even if it is a bronze 1 star, it is still a boss. This is a huge advantage, because ancient species are different from mutant zombies. After killing mutant zombies, whether there is something left on the mutant zombies depends on luck. But killing ancient species is absolutely 100% sure to find something from the corpse. Yisha walked to the side of the metal platform, pushed the fallen metal platform over, and hit the body of the Earth Dragon hard. With a bang, the Earth Dragon was knocked away and turned sideways, revealing its smooth white belly, the only place without scales on its body. Die! Yisha growled, pulled out his pistol, and fired continuously at the Earth Dragon's belly. Bang! 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 Yisha pulled the trigger frantically until all the bullets in both pistols were used up. When Yisha dropped his hand, the Earth Dragon twitched. Blood continued to flow from the lower part of its body, and finally became motionless. You killed an Earth Dragon, ancient species. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse Reward, Earth Dragon Scale. You killed an Earth Dragon, Ancient Species. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse Reward, Earth Dragon Tooth. You killed an Earth Dragon, Ancient Species. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse Reward, Earth Dragon Claw. The mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha was also happy. Yisha was very satisfied that the corpse of the Earth Dragon could leave something for him. You know, scales, teeth, claws, although the corpse is there after death. But if there is no reminder from the mysterious voice, even if Yisha takes the things back, he will not be recognized by the Doomsday Train. Now it's good. The 3 treasures of the Earth Dragon are scales, teeth, and claws, all at once. Yisha murmured, sure enough. The first kill is always different. Yisha pulled out the dagger and quickly began to peel the skin, scraping off the skin and scales, and then the Earth Dragon teeth and claws, which were also cut off directly. According to Yisha's memory of his previous life, each of these 3 things is worth about 1 silver skull coin. At the same time, Yisha does not intend to sell the Earth Dragon claws, which can be made into a dagger and are very sharp. After all, the Earth Dragon can easily burrow into the ground with its claws. Yisha packed up his things, put on his backpack again, and left quickly. When he left the club, it was getting dark. Yisha knew that he had been delayed by the Earth Dragon and spent a lot of time. If he didn't get back in time, he might have to wait for the zombies to walk at night. Fortunately, it was just evening, and before it got completely dark, Yisha finally got back to the house that was his base. After sealing the doors and windows, Yisha casually took some food, then sat on the sofa, took out the empty magazine, and started to reload. Although bows and arrows are good, they still have many limitations. Firearms are relatively more convenient. Before he becomes strong enough, firearms will be Yisha's main weapon. So, during the battle, do you have time to reload bullets little by little? Of course not. Therefore, Yisha puts all the bullets in the magazine in advance, and can directly replace the magazine when needed. This is considered to be prepared for a rainy day. Or in other words, it is the experience summed up from too many battles in the previous life. In this sad end of the world, fighting always makes people grow up quickly. After filling the magazine, the sound of zombies wandering outside the window has been faintly heard. But no screams were heard. Obviously, after experiencing the zombies' night walk, everyone has learned their lesson. No words were spoken that night. The next day, after Yisha woke up, he simply washed up, ate some biscuits, put on some chocolate, and went out with his backpack. Today, Yisha planned to go to the villa of the president of Compu Company to take a look. He had obtained the golden gene potion there in his previous life. If everything remained the same, Yisha was confident that he would be able to get this bottle of golden gene potion easily. However, that place is a little far away, so Yisha must hurry. At the same time, thinking of this, Yisha couldn't help but look at the vehicles around the street with resentment. He can drive, but he doesn't know how to make a car without a key move. In the previous life, there was someone in Yisha's team who was specifically responsible for this, so Yisha himself didn't learn it. Chapter 23. Moving forward. It seems that when I return to the Doomsday Train, I should buy a book on car construction proficiency or car mechanical maintenance proficiency. Anyway, it's not that expensive. Here we have to mention the skills that can be bought on the Doomsday Train, similar to piano proficiency, painting proficiency, including the car construction proficiency and car mechanical maintenance proficiency that Yisha wants. These very realistic, lifelike proficiency skills before the end of the world are very cheap, all calculated in copper skull coins. On top of that, there are some unrealistic skills, or to put it more directly, supernatural powers, which are classified into fantasy, martial arts, mutation, etc. However, that requires a high cost, which is basically calculated by hundreds or thousands of silver skull coins, and even many are calculated by gold skull coins. In his previous life, Yisha had 3 unrealistic skills, namely, supernatural ghost eyes with archery, martial arts skills, internal force, and supernatural flash. However, just because the price is low, it does not mean that mastering real skills is useless. Although these real skills are not directly used in combat, they are effective in many occasions. For example, if Yisha had the skill of auto mechanic repair, he could steal a car, Secondly, if he had the skill of hacker, it would be much easier to invade the city network and find the golden gene potion. Thinking about it, Yisha crossed the street quickly. During the daytime in the city that never sleeps, there are not many zombies. Unless the necessary roads are completely blocked by zombies, Yisha will try to avoid zombies. Around noon, Yisha arrived at a villa area. This is the wealthy area of the city that never sleeps. And there are luxurious villas with separate doors and houses everywhere. At the same time, the villa area has schools, supermarkets, and other living facilities. If a wall is built, it is no problem to regard this place as a small city. It is even okay to live here for a lifetime, because it has everything it needs. 1922. Yisha murmured, and quickly walked to a villa and found the house number in his memory. This is it. Yisha glanced inside the villa. I hope everything goes well. Yisha took off the recurved bow while speaking. Before entering the villa, Yisha still needs to carry out a clearing operation, because there are still many zombies lurking in the villa. The reason for not choosing guns is the sound. Other villas are probably also lurking with zombies, and the gunshots will attract these zombies. Therefore, even if you want to use guns, it is best to use them after entering the villa. Draw the bow, put the arrow, pull the string, all in one go. The arrow broke through the air, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then pierced into the head of a zombie, nailing the zombie to death. The other zombies came to their senses and staggered towards the door. Yisha was not in a hurry at all. He raised his bow and arrow again and continued to shoot, killing zombies. After a while, the zombies walked to the door, but were blocked by the iron gate of the villa. This was also the reason why Yisha was not in a hurry. These brainless monsters were too easy to kill as long as they made reasonable use of the terrain. You have killed 128 zombies. You have killed 129 zombies. You have killed 130 zombies. Yisha killed the zombies one by one, until all the zombies in the front yard were killed. Then he climbed over the wall and entered the villa, quietly walking towards the main entrance of the villa. Looking in from the window, you can see that there are also zombies in the hall on the first floor of the villa. But there are very few. Only 3. Yisha carefully opened the window, trying not to make any noise, and after climbing into the villa, he quickly went around to the back of a zombie. Puff! Yisha reached around to the front, grabbed the zombie's head, then took out a dagger and stabbed it directly into the zombie's neck. The zombie struggled for a while, and finally gradually stopped moving. Yisha carefully put the zombie on the ground, and then approached the next zombie. In about 5 minutes, Yisha killed all 3 zombies, and then he was relieved to observe in the living room. The living room was a very ordinary one, with a sofa and home appliances. However, the important thing was that there was a photo hanging on the back of the sofa. The photo showed a man with short blonde hair, about 40 years old. Smith J. Davis. Yisha smiled and murmured. He knew the man in the photo, the president of the branch of ComQ in the city that never sleeps. Since his photo was placed here, there was no doubt that this villa must be Smith's home, and he had not found the wrong place. Yisha looked at the stairs, then, according to the experience of the previous life, the golden gene potion should be in the safe on the 3rd floor. No, it should be the enhanced golden gene potion. In the non-apocalyptic era, the golden gene potion is just an ordinary health product potion. Why would a president take it home? Because this bottle of golden gene potion is a rare commodity, and there is a certain degree of potion mutation. Yisha planned to take this bottle of enhanced golden gene potion to complete the task, because, in the previous life, Yisha had seen the properties of the enhanced golden gene potion, which was just that the mutation probability was increased from 1% to 3%, and the physical fitness value was enhanced, and the minimum would not be less than 0.5, compared with the general gold gene potion. It is of course much better, but not to the point of being amazing. Rather than taking it himself and gamble on the equally pitifully low 3% mutation probability, Yisha would rather take the ordinary gold gene potion and then hand in the enhanced one for the task, so that he can get a higher evaluation in the Doomsday Train and get a better reward. While thinking, Yisha stepped up the stairs. There were some zombies in the corridor on the 2nd floor, but Yisha didn't care. If he didn't have the memory of his previous life, he would have to search every inch of this villa. But now that Yisha knew that the enhanced gold gene potion was in the safe on the 3rd floor, there was no need to waste time. After walking up to the 3rd floor, Yisha raised his gun and slowly moved forward. There were no zombies on this floor. There was a reason for the lack of zombies. But Yisha knew that he didn't have to worry for the time being. Trouble would come after he got the enhanced gold gene potion. After entering the 3rd floor, Yisha quickly found the safe embedded in the wall of Smith's study. Looking around, Yisha first turned the table sideways to block the front of the safe. Then the bookshelf, stacked in front of the table, and then the chairs, cabinets, and other small furniture, all stacked on both sides. After doing all this, Yisha walked to the front of the safe, took out the glutton's poison sack, and poured some poison from the sack on the iron lock of the safe. Chapter 24 Two-Headed Dog. This safe is quite strong. Even if Yisha used the venom of the glutton, it took a long time to dissolve it before it could be opened. Yisha carefully opened the door and immediately saw some jewelry and some cash inside. Yisha naturally had no interest in these things. Jewelry, as a luxury item, was just a pile of scrap metal in the end times. And as for the banknotes, they were naturally just straw paper. Could you still expect the zombies to sell you things? Yisha looked directly at the bottom layer of the safe and quickly found a velvet box. He opened it and saw that, as he remembered in his previous life, a bottle of gold gene medicine was placed in the box intact. Without saying anything, Yisha stuffed the box into his backpack, but did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he sat down suddenly with his back against the safe. The next moment, 2 cracks opened on the ceiling, and 2 hanging machine guns suddenly dropped from the cracks. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 machine guns suddenly spewed flames and began to fire towards the safe. Yisha had expected this. This was the villa's security system, and Yisha had experienced it in his previous life. So, before the machine guns opened fire, he hid behind the open safe door. The bullets hit the safe door, constantly stirring up golden sparks. But they could not penetrate the safe door. But this was not the end. Yisha knew that the machine gun fire was just the beginning. After a while, the machine gun ran out of bullets. There was also a secret door on the side wall. It suddenly opened and 2 zombie dogs rushed out. These zombie dogs are also part of the security system. Of course, the security system will not use zombie dogs for protection. But these 2 zombie dogs were once authentic hunting dogs. However, when the end of the world came, the hunting dogs died and became zombie dogs. At this time, the tables and bookcases that Yisha had previously piled up around the safe came into play. The secret door that the zombie dogs rushed out of was only 3 meters away from the safe. If it weren't for these, the zombie dogs would have pounced on Yisha the moment they rushed out. Now, the 2 zombie dogs pounced on the bookshelf, and then pulled their limbs to climb over the bookshelf. However, since Yisha had prepared these in advance, how could he give the zombie dogs a chance to climb over the bookshelf? Crack! Yisha pulled the bolt and started shooting at the bookshelf. Thump, thump, thump. As Yisha pulled the trigger, a crisp gunshot suddenly appeared, and the bullets directly penetrated the bookshelf and landed on the zombie dogs. When Yisha emptied the magazine, the bodies of the 2 zombie dogs were also densely packed with bullet holes, and the positions of their heads were also completely penetrated. Blood flowed from their bodies, and they slid to the ground along the tilted bookshelf. You killed zombie dogs. Cumulative number, 15. You killed zombie dogs. Cumulative number, 16. After killing 2 zombie dogs, the mysterious voice sounded in his ears. But Yisha's face did not show any joy. Instead, he quickly ejected the empty magazine and quickly loaded a new one. The appetizer is over. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. The main event will begin next. The moment Yisha finished speaking, a dong sound suddenly rang out from the secret door where the 2 zombie dogs had jumped out before. Suddenly, a bright red dog paw poked out from the secret door and hit the ground. Slowly, a huge zombie dog walked out of the secret door. The zombie dog was extremely huge, about 2 meters tall, blood red, and covered with rotten meat. The most important thing was that the zombie dog had 2 heads, one on the left and one on the right. Mutated zombie. 2-headed dog. Yisha was not frightened either. Based on his experience in his previous life, he had long known that the golden gene potion here was guarded by a 2-headed dog. In fact, when the 2-headed dog appeared, Yisha was relieved. Because this means that his memory has not changed. Everything is just like the memory, which means that Yisha still has the greatest reliance. As for how to kill the two-headed dog, since he has killed it once in his previous life, Yisha firmly believes that he can kill this guy a second time. Bang! At this time, the two-headed dog suddenly attacked and rushed towards Yisha, hitting the bookshelf, and then smashed the bookshelf into pieces, showing how powerful it is. At the moment when the two-headed dog smashed the bookshelf, Yisha pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the August rifle fired again, shooting at the two-headed dog's head. The two-headed dog howled and retreated continuously. Yisha took the opportunity to stand up and quickly move to the side. At the same time, his hands did not stop at all, and he continued to shoot at the two-headed dog. He retreated to the window, and seeing that the bullets in the box were all used up, Yisha immediately turned around and hit the window. Crash! The glass window was smashed by Yisha, and the next moment, Yisha fell from the sky. The height of the 3-story building is not high, but it is definitely not low. It is hard to say whether there will be any accidents if he jumps down directly. However, Yisha had already calculated everything. The moment he fell from the sky, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the branch of a big tree not far away. After buffering the force, he let go and fell back to the ground. While unloading the magazine and filling the new magazine, Yisha seemed to be neither hurried nor slow, and quickly retreated to the back of the courtyard. At this time, the two-headed dog also jumped out of the broken window and chased Yisha. The man and the dog ran quickly around the villa and entered the back of the courtyard. There was a swimming pool at the back of the courtyard. The water was already very turbid, and there were 2 bodies floating. After taking a look, Yisha breathed a sigh of relief again. Everything was just like memory, without any changes. In this case, his plan could be carried out, just like the method of getting the golden gene potion and killing the two-headed dog in the last life. Just do it again. Thinking of this, Yisha quickly stood by the wall with his back against the wall. In a moment, the two-headed dog rushed out from the side, and Yisha also rushed forward and hit the two-headed dog hard. Plop! The huge body of the two-headed dog was knocked 2 meters away by Yisha, and then fell directly into the swimming pool, splashing a large amount of water. Now! Yisha did not hesitate to shoot at the top of the swimming pool. There were 4 thick cables extending from the villa to the 4 lights in the corners around the swimming pool. These lights are used at night, when holding parties by the swimming pool, and they can be used for lighting. There is always electricity in the villa, which Yisha has confirmed long ago. Chapter 25 Killing. Accompanied by the strafing. The cable hanging in the air was broken and fell directly into the swimming pool. The next moment, the sound of electric current was heard. The two-headed dog felt the electric shock in the swimming pool, and its whole body was constantly twitching, showing extreme pain. However, even with a violent electric shock, the two-headed dog could not be killed, because the characteristic of zombies is that only by blowing up their heads can they be fatal. However, Yisha did not think of killing the two-headed dog with electric shock. He wanted paralysis. The paralysis caused by the electric shock would temporarily trap the two-headed dog in the swimming pool, making it unable to escape, and also give Yisha a chance to attack. Throwing the August rifle aside, Yisha took off the recurve bow, quickly put on the arrow, aimed slightly, and then released the bowstring. Puff! The arrow broke through the air, drew an arc directly in the air, and then shot into the two-headed dog's eyes. Roar! The two-headed dog suddenly cried, but it was obviously not enough. Yisha shot the arrow again without hesitation. This time, the arrow shot into the two-headed dog's mouth at the moment when the hellhound opened its mouth and roared. And then half of the arrow pierced out from the back of one of the two-headed dog's heads. One of the two-headed dog's heads was instantly disabled. At the same time, the two-headed dog seemed to have finally gotten used to the feeling of paralysis, and stopped twitching, but began to swim towards the edge of the pool. Yisha looked at this scene and felt a little worried. It was still a little slow after all. In the previous life, Yisha also used this method to kill the two-headed dog. But at that time, Yisha was not as solitary as he is now, and was willing to trust the so-called companions. Therefore, when Yisha killed the two-headed dog in the previous life, it was a team of 5 people who besieged it. The firepower of 5 people is naturally stronger than that of 1 person. Secondly, when he came to the never-sleeping city, it was already the 3rd station of the Doomsday Train. After 2 platform missions, Yisha's strength has been greatly improved. And this time, when he came to the never-sleeping city, it was the 1st station after the Doomsday Train departed. The first station. Naturally, Yisha's strength improvement was not so significant. He only used a bottle of physical enhancement potion and a bottle of gold gene potion. Therefore, Yisha showed a little bit of anxiety, and then kept reminding himself to calm down. After a while, the two-headed dog finally climbed out of the swimming pool, shook its head, growled at Yisha, and rushed over quickly. Yisha immediately dropped the recurved bow and pulled out the dagger. Clang! The two-headed dog ran to Yisha, raised its claws and hit the dagger hard, followed by a crisp collision sound. The huge force almost made Yisha lose his grip and throw the dagger out. Even so, Yisha was still shocked by the force and took 2 steps back. At this moment, the remaining head of the two-headed dog suddenly pushed forward and knocked Yisha to the ground. Bang! After Yisha fell to the ground, the two-headed dog's 2 paws landed on Yisha's body and pressed Yisha firmly to the ground. Yisha growled, I said. No one can kill me again in this life. Puff! Yisha was pressed to the ground and could not break free for a while. But he was not willing to be outdone. He raised his hand and stabbed the dagger into the two-headed dog's neck. The two-headed dog roared immediately, and the remaining head leaned down and bit towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha quickly moved his head, and the two-headed dog crashed directly to the ground. The next moment, Yisha saw the two-headed dog opening its bloody mouth to bite him again, and he quickly pulled out his gun and stuffed the muzzle into the mouth of the two-headed dog. Yisha growled, Go to hell. Bang! 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 Yisha pulled the trigger continuously until all the bullets were empty. Finally, a blood hole exploded behind the two-headed dog's head, and the huge body pressed down and directly pressed on Yisha. You killed two-headed dogs. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, bloody teeth. Huh? Huh? Listening to the mysterious voice, Yisha gasped for breath. And after a long while, he pushed the two-headed dog's body away. Too thrilling. Either Yisha blew up the two-headed dog's head, or the two-headed dog tore off Yisha's arm with its mouth. Both are possible. I can only say. Yisha smiled. My luck is not bad. Yisha pushed the two-headed dog's body away, then pulled out the two-headed dog's canine teeth, threw them all into the backpack, and then looked at the sky. Yisha frowned slightly. I wasted a lot of time, and it seemed that time was running out to walk back to the house that I used as my base. It would be bad if I encountered zombies at night. Forget it. Yisha took a deep breath. Let's stay here temporarily tonight. Anyway, the zombies in the villa have been basically killed. Yisha thought as he returned to the villa. Basically killed means that there are still some zombies left. These zombies are all wandering on the 2nd floor. The living room on the 1st floor is a must-go area, so Yisha naturally has to deal with the zombies. The gold gene potion is on the 3rd floor, so the zombies on the 3rd floor naturally need to be cleaned up. Yisha ignored the 2nd floor because he didn't need to enter. Fortunately, they were just some ordinary zombies, and they were not difficult to deal with. With Yisha's current ability, there would be no danger as long as he was not surrounded by hundreds of zombies. Going up to the 2nd floor, Yisha installed a scope on the August rifle, and then used the railing of the stairs as a support to shoot and kill the zombies one by one. In about 15 minutes, all the dozen zombies wandering on the 2nd floor were killed by Yisha. Entering the 2nd floor, Yisha first carefully checked to see if there were any fish that slipped through the net. After confirming that there were no zombies, he closed the doors and windows. There were about 2 hours left before the zombies would walk at night. The dense crowd of zombies was not easy to deal with, even if they were ordinary zombies. After spending half an hour, Yisha made defensive measures and then walked to the study on the 3rd floor, where the golden gene potion was before, and sat down against the wall to rest for a while. Yisha took out the biscuits from his backpack and was about to put them in his mouth when he heard a crack. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and along with the sound, he felt a slight sinking behind him. Yisha immediately turned around and looked at the wall behind him. The wall had been damaged in the battle just now, and there was a crack that was half a meter long. So, was the sound just now the sound of the wall being crushed? No, definitely not. Yisha heard it very clearly. The crack sound was clearly the sound of some metal mechanical parts turning. Yisha tried to press his hand on the wall and pushed forward, and the wall suddenly cracked a gap and then dented inward. Chapter 26 Dark Room. There's a secret door? Yisha was surprised. In addition to the hidden safe embedded in the wall, and the secret door of the hunting dog security system. This study actually has a hidden space. Because, after the wall sank inward, Yi Sha saw that the edge had revealed the color of metal. Yi Sha raised his gun and pushed the wall again. The wall quickly sank completely, revealing an entrance. The entrance is a little small, 1 meter high. Yi Sha half bent over cautiously, holding the pistol tightly and pointing it forward, and slowly walked in. Behind the secret door is a small space. Square. About 15 or 16 square meters. Surrounded by metal cabinets, a metal table, and metal chairs embedded in the ground. Everything around can be seen at a glance. There are no zombies, so Yi Sha has nothing to worry about. He put the pistol back into his waist and walked in. This is a place that does not exist in Yi Sha's memory. In the previous life, Yi Sha led his team to get the golden gene potion, killed the two-headed dog, and then left the villa to look for the golden gene potion in other places, but did not find this secret door. Maybe there will be something to discover? Yi Sha murmured, and first walked to the metal cabinet, which contained countless folders. Yi Sha opened a few folders at random and looked at them. They were all some product information reports of Compu. Most of these product information reports are under research and not on the market. Because, unless it is a complete drug formula, the product information reports on the market are not of much value and do not need to be kept so carefully. However, Yi Sha had no interest in this. If it were normal, taking out any information here would probably drive commercial spies crazy. But in the end times, it would be meaningless. Yi Sha flipped through a few folders and stopped, then walked to the metal table and found something he was interested in. On May 20th, the head office sent a document stating that the negotiations with Tomorrow Star Machinery Company have been completed. The company will cooperate with the other party to carry out the arbitrator plan, and the research laboratory will be established in the city that never sleeps. On September 11th, the plan had been underway for more than 3 months. At present, experiment number 1, the bronze arbitrator, had failed. The company headquarters decided to make additional investments. I voted against it, but it was useless. The headquarters was very interested in the arbitrator plan. On October 28th, experiment number 2, the silver arbitrator, also failed. Tomorrow's Star Machinery Company said it would definitely succeed as long as the power source could be solved. On January 1st, the new year, I wanted to get a good start and conducted an experiment on experiment number 3, the heavy metal arbitrator, hoping it would succeed. But it ultimately failed. The headquarters finally decided to withdraw its investment. On February 7th, after a new round of negotiations, Tomorrow Star Company was willing to pay 25% of the shares as a price and reached an agreement with the company. The headquarters injected capital again and conducted the 4th round of experiments. On May 1st, the experiment subject number for Colored Stone Arbitrator was successful. Nearly a year of hard work paid off. However, the laboratory said that the Colored Stone Arbitrator still has defects and needs to be further improved. On August 9th, the experiments of experimental subjects number 5 and number 6 were carried out successively, and the final results were perfect. On October 2nd, the Black Gold Arbitrator number 7 of the experiment was completed. All tests were perfect. The headquarters was jubilant. The next step is to contact the military. If the negotiation is successful, not only can we get huge wealth, but also the company's reputation will be further improved. October 20. Yi Sha flipped through the notebook on the metal table. This thing is a bit weird. Like a diary. But it is not written every day. More like a so-called experimental record. But you insist on saying it is an experimental record. What kind of shitty experimental record is this? It doesn't even write about the experimental content and experimental progress, but only the results. And also writes about the acquisition negotiations within Compu and his own feelings. What on earth is this Black Gold Arbitrator? Yi Sha couldn't help but become interested in this thing. And then threw the notebook aside. And then his eyes lit up. There was a key under the notebook. This key is specially made. Cylindrical, with many protruding micro cubes of different shapes on both sides. And a chip is installed at the position of the key handle, which should be used for scanning when opening the electronic lock. Is this the so-called laboratory key? Yi Sha smiled. It's a bit interesting. Yi Sha was tossing the key while thinking. If possible, he wanted to go to the laboratory to see what the Black Gold Arbitrator was. Moreover, since it was Compu's laboratory, there might be gold gene drugs. However, It was useless to have a key. Who knew where the laboratory was? Pa! Suddenly, Yisha's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. I know. Yisha stood up suddenly, so it was that place. The laboratory must not be built in a crowded place. Secondly, since it is a laboratory under the name of Compu, it must be built on Compu's territory. In the southwest of the never-sleeping city, there is a piece of land bought by Compu. There is a research institute there. But it is definitely not the research institute recorded in the notebook. Because it is a pharmaceutical research institute. Yisha had been there in his previous life, and got a bottle of golden gene medicine there. And that research institute is not just a research institute. There are residential areas and factory areas around it. It is an industrial park integrating experiments, production, and workers' residence. Yisha vaguely remembered that when he left the institute after getting the golden gene drug, he saw a wire fence at the factory site. Behind the wire fence was a wasteland with a sign saying no entry. Now that I think about it, that place is really a bit weird. There is nothing on that wasteland, and no construction is going on. Why is there a sign saying no entry? Secondly, why is there a wasteland in a good industrial park? Thinking about it carefully, it always feels a bit suspicious. Thinking of this, Yisha couldn't help but smile. It seems that God also wants me to make this trip. The Research Institute was originally Yisha's goal. Yisha planned to go to the Research Institute to get the last golden gene potion. After all, Yisha also got the golden gene potion there in his previous life. It would be much easier to find it again. In this case, Yisha was very interested in taking a look at what was hidden in the Hidden Research Institute. Maybe there would be danger. Or maybe he would get something amazing. Who knows? Chapter 27 Underground Garage. Yisha confirmed again that there was nothing else worth noting in the dark room before returning to the villa. Outside the window, there was already the sound of zombies staggering through the streets. It was obviously the time for zombies to walk at night. And those zombies had gradually gathered. Yisha closed the curtains, then reloaded the empty magazine, checked the food, and after making preparations, he closed his eyes and began to rest. No words all night. The next day, after Yisha woke up, he first went back to the house where he used to be a base and took more food. The Research Institute was a certain distance away from where Yisha was currently. According to Yisha's memory, the scale of the Research Institute was quite large. It took him 3 or 5 days to find the golden gene potion. Although Yisha remembered the route in the Research Institute, it was still quite difficult to get there within a day and find the golden gene potion and bring it back. Secondly, Yisha also planned to visit the Hidden Research Institute recorded in the notebook, which would require more time, especially the Hidden Research Institute, which Yisha had never been to in his previous life. Yisha knew nothing about it, so it would naturally take some time to explore. Therefore, Yisha estimated that it would take at least 2 or 3 days for him to leave this time. Or even longer. In this case, he would naturally prepare enough food and water. At noon, Yisha arrived at the industrial park of Compu Company. After passing through the residential area, he found the factory area behind. If Yisha remembered correctly, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute was in the southwest corner of the factory area. And that piece of wasteland. Yisha looked to the other side. It should be there. While thinking, Yisha was about to climb over the wire fence outside the factory. But at this moment, Yisha's footsteps suddenly stopped. And then he looked down at the ground. A piece of iron plate with the words "No Climbing" fell on the ground. And on the edge of the iron plate, there were some interlaced footprints. Yisha touched the ground with his fingertips, frowned and murmured, "Is there anyone?" Zombies all stagger and drag their feet, so they will not leave footprints. Only drag marks. Yisha, looks like we have to hurry up. Yisha was not too surprised that someone appeared here. He was not the only one who came to the never-sleeping city from the Doomsday Train. Yisha had met Chen Xiaofeng and other people in carriage number 7 before. The reason why it was not easy for them to see each other was that everyone was scattered all over the never-sleeping city. As far as Yisha knew, leaving from different exits of the Doomsday Train platform would lead to various locations in the never-sleeping city. Therefore, Gawain was in carriage number 7 at the time, and almost mobilized everyone in the car to form a team. But when Yisha saw the other party, there were only 5 people including Gawain himself. Probably because they were scattered. Of course, they may have deliberately separated. After all, if the whole carriage of people were wandering on the street together, they would be too conspicuous. which was equivalent to telling the zombies to attack quickly. At the same time, the city that never sleeps is a big city. After being separated, it is certainly not easy to meet each other, but it is not surprising to meet each other. Yi Sha did not care about this. To survive in the end of the world, cruel competition exists at all times. Yi Sha firmly believed that he would be the one who survived to the end. Standing up again, Yi Sha climbed over the barbed wire and headed towards the wasteland. Even if someone else got the golden gene medicine from the institute first, Yi Sha was confident that he could find the next bottle. So, relatively speaking, Yi Sha was more interested in the hidden institute. The wasteland was easy to find. There was an empty space in the huge factory area, which was too conspicuous. Moreover, the wasteland was also blocked by barbed wire and a sign saying no entry. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi Sha arrived at the wasteland. After rolling over the barbed wire, he walked around and soon found an underground garage in the corner. Are you kidding? Yi Sha laughed. There is such a large open space above. But instead of building a parking lot, they built an underground garage? You can't be so stupid as to try to cover up the truth. Right? Yi Sha shook his head, thinking that this was really problematic. How stupid would someone be to use such means to cover up the research institute? Of course, it is also possible that this research institute is not a secret within Computech, and Computech did not want to cover it up. Or maybe Yi Sha actually guessed wrong, and there is no research institute here. But no matter what, since I'm here, I have to take a look. Yi Sha entered the underground garage. It's true that there are quite a few vehicles parked in the underground garage. At the same time, many of the vehicles were damaged. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Yi Sha immediately became alert. The parked vehicles were damaged, and there was a smell of blood in the air, which meant that there might be zombies. Although Yi Sha didn't see any trace of zombies in his sight. Click! Yi Sha picked up the August rifle, pulled the bolt, and then walked forward carefully. The deeper he went into the underground garage, the thicker the smell of blood in the air became. Suddenly, Yi Sha stopped and felt something sticky under his feet. He lowered his head and moved his feet away. It was a pool of sticky blood. Yi Sha's brows were suddenly furrowed. It was not blood, but fresh blood that had not dried up. What does this mean? Perhaps this underground garage had just experienced a massacre not long ago. Puff! Suddenly, a muffled sound suddenly sounded, and right in front of Yi Sha, a black shadow fell from the entrance of the ventilation duct. Who is it? Yi Sha immediately shouted, raised his gun and walked forward a few steps. Then he saw the falling black shadow clearly, which was a bloody body with internal organs mixed in. Yi Sha did not hesitate and immediately raised the muzzle towards the ventilation duct. But at this moment, the gate of the ventilation duct suddenly flew out, rolling in the air, and flew towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha raised his gun and swung it, knocking the gate open with the butt of the gun. Then, a zombie suddenly jumped out of the ventilation duct and rushed towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha was quick-witted and quickly rolled to the side to avoid the opponent's attack. Then raised his head and took a look. Crawler? Hiding in the ventilation duct was a smaller crawler, with a scarlet tongue exposed outside its mouth, constantly swinging. And some corpses were still left in its bloody mouth that opened and closed. Obviously, this crawler was just eating. As for the food, most of it was humans who came here on the Doomsday Train. After all, apart from the humans on the Doomsday Train, there should be no other living people in the city that never sleeps. Chapter 28 Garage Confrontation. Yi Sha did not hesitate. Before the crawler moved, he quickly pulled the trigger and started shooting at it. This crawler was much smaller than the ones Yi Sha had seen before, so it was naturally weaker. Since Yi Sha had killed one crawler, he would not be afraid of the second one. Thud, thud, thud. The August rifle fired continuously shooting at the crawler. Many bullets hit the crawler's head, splashing blood. The crawler roared continuously and rushed forward continuously under the bullets. Although the rain of bullets slowed down the crawler's speed, it could not completely stop the crawler. The most important thing is that although the bullet hit the crawler's head, it could not completely penetrate the crawler's head, so it could not be a fatal blow. Yi Sha was not in a hurry. He retreated while shooting, appearing to be particularly calm. Although this crawler is a mutant zombie, it is relatively weak. As long as the firepower suppression continues, the crawler will be blown up naturally if it is shot in the head more times. Yi Sha was confident that he could deal with this creeper. But what Yisha didn't expect was that the ventilation duct above his head suddenly clicked. Yisha looked up, and was shocked to see that the ventilation duct was torn. Damn! There was more than one creeper. The next moment, a scarlet tongue suddenly poked out from the torn hole. Yisha quickly stretched out his hand to block it. But the tongue was as sharp as a knife, and directly cut through Yisha's clothes at the wrist. And a small piece of the sleeve fell off. Fortunately, Yisha was wearing a wrist guard made of iron sheets on his wrist. So he was not injured. As long as he was not injured and did not bleed, he would not be infected by the zombie virus. However, one crawler became two, which was indeed a troublesome thing. While thinking, Yisha quickly distanced himself from the two crawlers. However, the crawlers were not ordinary zombies, and their speed was really fast. Like a lizard, they quickly ran along the ground and soon caught up with Yisha. Yisha did not hesitate at all, and fired again. The bullet flew forward and hit a crawler, forcing it to stop. However, it only lasted for a short moment, because there were no more bullets. Yisha had fired a lot of bullets before, and now he had used up all the bullets. Yisha did not hesitate at all, and after discarding the rifle, he directly pulled out the pistol and continued to shoot at the two crawlers. Then he turned around and ran, and saw a crawler chasing him, and suddenly jumped up and jumped onto a car. Bang! The crawler chased after him and hit the front of the car hard, denting it. Yisha immediately took the opportunity to jump onto the back of the crawler, pulled out the dagger, and stabbed it hard. Puff! With a muffled groan, the dagger pierced directly into the crawler's brain, piercing through the crawler's head. You killed a crawler. Cumulative number 2. After killing one crawler, Yisha did not dare to relax his vigilance, because the second crawler had already pounced on him. Yisha stretched out his arms and held the crawler in his arms. After taking a bottle of physical fitness enhancement potion and a bottle of gold gene potion, Yisha's physical fitness has greatly increased, and his strength is incomparable to before. He can actually fight the crawler in front of him. Bang! Yisha hugged the crawler and threw it to the ground, then hit the crawler's head with an elbow before the crawler opened its mouth. At this time, the benefits of Yisha's mastery of mixed martial arts were reflected. After an elbow strike, Yisha suddenly turned over and clamped the crawler's head with his legs. In a crosslock position, Yisha firmly restrained the crawler. Die! Yisha growled, go to hell. Crack! As Yisha exerted force, the crawler's neck suddenly made a crisp crack sound, and then the whole head twisted to the side. The bones were completely shattered, as if only the flesh was left there, and it fell down powerlessly. You killed the crawler. Cumulative number 3. The mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha's heart was completely relaxed. As long as the voice appeared, it meant that the two crawlers were dead and could not die anymore. However, neither of the two crawlers could give Yisha anything. It can be seen that Yisha's previous guess was not unreasonable. Perhaps because of the first kill, all the mutant zombies gave things. But if the same mutant zombies were killed again, the probability of getting things from the corpses would be much smaller. Yisha sat on the ground for a while, then stood up, took back the August rifle, and continued to move forward. This underground garage did not seem to be as simple as he imagined. As soon as two crawlers appeared, there were other dangers if he continued to go deeper. Yisha naturally became more cautious. Continuing forward, Yisha did not see other zombies, nor did he see the so-called hidden research institute. But Yisha did not believe it. This place was obviously tricky. Hard work pays off. Soon, Yisha found an elevator. Yisha could not help but laugh. There was a wasteland above the underground garage. Where would the elevator go? Yisha immediately entered the elevator. Sure enough, this elevator had only one floor, which was the underground floor. Yisha pressed the button for the underground floor, and the elevator sank down. After a moment, it slowly opened, and then a metal passage appeared in front of Yisha. Sure enough, I guessed right. Yisha smiled. This is probably the so-called Arbitrator Research Institute. Yisha walked towards the passage. The passage was not long, only about 7 or 8 meters. But there was a door at the end. A door with an electronic lock. Yisha originally thought that the key in his hand could open it, but in fact he was wrong. This was a purely electronic door, without a keyhole, and it did not match the key in his hand. In other words, this door did not require a key at all, but a password, or even a fingerprint and pupil. Yisha sighed, Then we can only use the old trick. Yisha took out the glutton's poison sac and felt a little sorry. If it was used to make a poison, the poison would be several times stronger. After being tossed like this, the poison in the sac was almost 1/3 gone. While thinking, Yisha poured some venom on the electronic lock. But at this moment, the internal facilities have been damaged, and the defense system has been activated. Please show your identity. Repeat. The internal facilities. Yisha's eyes widened immediately. There is such a routine? Forced destruction will activate the defense system? But what is this defense system? Chapter 29 Hidden Research Institute. Yisha soon found out what the defense system was. 2 circular serrated knives suddenly extended from the walls on both sides, rotating continuously, rotating along the passage, and moving forward. If you get hit by it, you will definitely be cut in 2 on the spot. Yisha immediately retreated. The gap between the 2 serrated knives is only 3 or 4 centimeters, and it is absolutely impossible to drill through. In this case, you can only go up and jump over the serrated knives. There is only one chance. If there is any accident, he will definitely die on the spot. Yisha's face was solemn, and he dared not neglect it. 3, 2, 1. Yisha estimated the distance in his mind. And then when the sawtooth knife approached him, he suddenly jumped up and jumped over the sawtooth knife, looking down at the sawtooth knife passing under him. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief and was terrified at the same time. If there is any mistake, he will walk through the gates of hell. But it's not over yet. Yisha's heart, which had just been hanging, was lifted up again almost in an instant, because the second set of serrated knives appeared. This time, the set of serrated knives was obviously much higher. The previous set of serrated knives just reached Yisha's waist, but this time, it reached his chest. However, this height was convenient, as long as he squatted down. Yisha thought so. And then his pupils suddenly contracted, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes, because the serrated knife that just passed under him turned back again. Front and back attack. Jump? No. Absolutely not. Even if Yisha's physical fitness has been strengthened, he has only a 50% chance of succeeding in jumping from the spot to a position above the chest. No. It should be said that there is only a 0% chance, because you will hit the ceiling. Squat. Of course you can't squat. Squatting below the waist is also quite difficult. So, lie down? Yisha lay on the ground without hesitation. It looked a little embarrassed and ugly, but as long as he could survive, who cared about these? 2 sets of saw teeth passed over Yisha's head at the same time, allowing Yisha to dodge again. But even so, is it over? No, because the 3rd set of saw teeth rose from the ground. Damn it! Yisha finally couldn't help but curse. The 3rd set of saw teeth had a total of 10 pieces, each with a distance of only about 10 centimeters, rising from the ground and rolling forward. If he laid down, his body would be cut immediately. What should he do? He couldn't jump, couldn't squat, and now he couldn't even lie down. Yisha immediately raised his gun and fired at the saw teeth. But it was not easy for the bullet to hit the flat saw blade. And even if it hit, it would only make a few gaps and could not completely crush it. So what was the use? The saw teeth were getting closer and closer. Click! At this time, the electronic door suddenly made a sound. But the door lock corroded by the venom had been opened. Fight! Yisha clenched his teeth. He knew very well that although he did not encounter any zombies this time, he was facing the most dangerous moment so far. So, besides fighting desperately, what other choice is there? Fight. There is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't fight, you will definitely die. And you won't even be able to keep your whole body. Yisha pulled out the dagger fiercely, took 2 steps forward, and directly stuck it on the serrated knife. Sizzle! The harsh metal friction sound rang out, and the blade of the dagger collided with the serrated knife, constantly stirring up golden sparks. The speed of the serrated knife's advancement was finally slightly stopped. But it was not enough. Yisha estimated that the 3 serrated knives were moving at the same speed as the serrated knife in front. So if one of them slowed down, the distance moved behind would be longer, and the time required would also be longer. This so-called lengthening would only take about 2 or 3 seconds. But Yisha knew it was enough. At the same time, the sawtooth in the ground was not affected, because it was also coming from the front. This was what Yisha wanted. He was waiting for the moment when the 2 sets of sawtooth in front of him intersected, And then, Yisha suddenly jumped up, jumping over the sawtooth that just reached his waist, and also jumping over the sawtooth on the ground. The sawtooth behind Yisha was just barely reaching him at this moment. At most half a meter away. Bang! Yisha fell to the ground, and then ran forward with his hands and feet. Before the sawtooth behind him hit him, he knocked open the iron door in front of him and rolled inward. Those sawtooths only moved in the passage, and it was safe after passing the passage. Yisha gasped for breath, and thought to himself that it was a close call. If he was a little slower, he would have become a human roe, and the kind that would be chopped into pieces. Yisha rested on the ground for a while, then slowly stood up. He first looked at the dagger in his hand, then threw it aside with a wry smile. The dagger was useless. The dagger was cut more than half. If Yisha used a little strength, he could probably break the dagger directly. What's the point of keeping it? It seems that I must find a good melee weapon when I return to the Doomsday Train. Yisha murmured. He bought this dagger from a craft store before the end of the world. It can be used to this extent. The quality is actually very good, and it is worth the price of several hundred yuan. However, it was just an ordinary knife after all, and it could only do so much. After throwing away the dagger, Yisha had the energy to look around. Behind the passage was a large space filled with metal workbenches, on which were scattered some unknown tools. The most important thing was the bloodstains. Yisha was confused. What kind of research is this? There is blood? Live experiment? Yisha picked up the gun again, and walked forward carefully while looking around. However, after walking around, Yisha did not find anything, but found a door on the other side. Yisha wiped his sweat. Would there be another passage behind this? And what kind of security system was waiting for him? Yisha felt that it would be better to fight the mutant zombies than to face those defense mechanisms. But would Yisha retreat? Since he was here, Yisha never thought of retreating. When he walked to the door, Yisha also poured some venom on the door lock, and then pushed the door open. However, this time, Yisha guessed wrong. Behind the door was not a passage at all, but a room. The room was not big, about 10 square meters, with no furnishings, and only one wall was glass. Yisha walked to the glass and found that behind the glass was a workshop, through which he could check the situation inside. In the workshop, there was only a row of metal workbenches, but there were many more tools around than outside. Apart from that, there was nothing else, and even no way to move forward, because there was only this door around. Chapter 30 Black Gold Arbiter Chip. Yisha feels very strange now. It feels like a good book with a good beginning, but a bad ending. It's like reading a good book. The beginning is very exciting, but at the end, there is no ending? Isn't this a rip-off? The guy who wrote the book should be dragged out and beaten to death. Yisha feels this way now. Although he can't say that he is full of expectations for this research institute, he still has expectations. And then? Is it over? Nothing? Yisha was speechless. Sighing, Yisha walked into the workroom at the back of the room and looked through it carefully. But he was still disappointed. Shaking his head, Yisha could only leave. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly stopped and found that the bottom of the metal workbench was solid. The bottoms of other workbenches were empty. Why was this one solid? Yisha immediately groped under the workbench. After a moment, Yisha's eyes lit up, because he found a cover plate under the side of the workbench. After opening the cover, there was a keyhole inside. Yisha laughed out loud, finally found it. Yisha took out the key without hesitation and tried to insert it. He was delighted again. It really matched. At the same time, the keyhole emitted a small infrared ray around it, scanning the chip around the key. Click! With a slight sound, 2 metal plates opened under the workbench, revealing a secret compartment. There was only a box in the secret compartment, and nothing else. Yisha took out the box and opened it. There was a chip about the size of 3 thumbs combined. Congratulations on getting the Black Gold Arbitrator chip. The mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha was confused. What was going on? I got the Black Gold Arbitrator chip? Where is the Black Gold Arbitrator? And what is the Black Gold Arbitrator chip used for? Yisha patted his forehead and suddenly regretted finding the dark room. Originally, it was a simple matter to get 3 bottles of gold gene potion and return to the Doomsday Train. Now, because of this so-called Black Gold Arbitrator, it suddenly became complicated. Yisha carefully checked the space under the workbench and confirmed that there was nothing else. He could only put the so-called black gold arbitrator chip into his bag helplessly. But at this moment, Yi Sha saw the surveillance camera. Yi Sha's eyes suddenly lit up. Maybe this is the key to solving the mystery. Yi Sha murmured in a low voice. The images from the surveillance camera will be directly transmitted to the computer and saved on the computer. But some more advanced surveillance cameras have built-in hard drives. Therefore, the images will be saved on both the computer and the hard disk to prevent the image data saved on the computer from being lost. Yi Sha immediately removed the monitor from the corner of the wall, and then pried it open. Sure enough, there was a small hard disk inside. I believe that as long as you look at this thing, you can probably understand what the black gold arbitrator is. Yi Sha put away the chip and hard disk of the black gold arbitrator. When he left, he also found surveillance cameras in the workshop outside, and also removed a few hard disks, so that he could know what research was going on here, and then left the institute. After leaving the institute, Yi Sha looked at the sky. It was almost dark, and the zombie night march was about to come. Yi Sha smiled bitterly. His estimation was a little wrong. He thought he would have to stay in the institute for a long time. But he didn't expect that this so-called hidden institute was so small that he could finish it in an hour. In that case, let's go to another one and try to get the third bottle of gold gene potion tonight. Go back tomorrow to pack up and go directly back to the Doomsday Train. Yi Sha muttered to himself. And he made up his mind. He walked quickly through the factory area and went to another institute. This research institute is very legitimate. In fact, this research institute was originally a pharmaceutical research institute of Compu Corporation, which was open to the public. It was the place where all kinds of health products and medicines were developed under Compu Corporation. And it was very famous in the whole city that never sleeps. Therefore, the mission issued by Doomsday Train is not impossible to complete. If you are willing to find out that the golden gene medicine comes from Compu Corporation, then it is actually very easy to circle some places where the golden gene medicine must be. For example, this research institute. This pharmaceutical research institute is a dome-shaped building with a unique shape. After entering the main entrance, there is a ticket machine similar to the one in the subway station, and you need to swipe your ID card to enter. Of course, Yi Sha didn't have an ID card to swipe, but there was no one alive here, so who would care if Yi Sha had an ID card? Yi Sha directly flipped over the ticket machine at the entrance and continued to walk forward. Soon, there were 20 or 30 densely packed elevators in front of Yi Sha. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute has 5 floors in total, 3 upper floors and 2 underground floors. The upper 3 floors are mostly used for testing, discussion, data recording, and input. And there are many meeting rooms and office areas. As for the lower 2 floors, they are the research institutes that are truly used for development. In this case, Yi Sha naturally has no interest in the upper 3 floors. He wants to go to the lower 2 floors, or the bottom floor. Yi Sha still clearly remembers which room he found the golden gene potion in his previous life. Entering the elevator, the power facilities of the institute were not damaged, and the elevator could be used as usual. After Yi Sha pressed the button for the B2 floor, he leaned aside and closed his eyes to rest. Yi Sha thought to himself that he had seen footprints before, which meant that there were other humans in the factory. So, were these humans active in the factory, looking for the golden gene potion? Or had they already found the research institute? What should he do if someone got there first? Yi Sha thought he should think of some countermeasures. Click! At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the elevator, and Yi Sha opened his eyes abruptly and looked around. The lights in the elevator began to flicker, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Dong, dong, dong. There was a faint sound at the top of the elevator, as if something was trampling. Yi Sha held up the August rifle in one hand and pulled out the pistol from his waist with the other hand. He looked up carefully, listened carefully, and identified the specific location of the sound. Suddenly, Yi Sha raised the muzzle of the gun and shot at a corner of the top of the elevator. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets flew out, making dense bullet holes on the top of the elevator. At the same time, the sound became more urgent, as if it was constantly moving at the top of the elevator. So, the thing on the top of the elevator should not be very big. Bang! At this time, a loud noise was heard, and a big hole suddenly exploded on the top of the elevator, and then a black shadow fell into the elevator. Chapter 31. This is the end of the world. Yi Sha raised his pistol. aimed at the falling black shadow, and pulled the trigger continuously. But the black shadow was so fast that it dodged the bullets and stopped in the corner. Hiss! Yisha took a breath of cold air. The black shadow turned out to be a baby with a head as big as a bucket. Of course, it was a zombie baby, with gray skin all over the body, a foul smell in the mouth, a dull look, no thoughts, and acting entirely on instinct. The next moment, the zombie baby rushed forward again. Yisha fired several shots quickly. But the zombie baby was different from ordinary zombies. It was very fast, and could not be hit easily. Then, the zombie baby hit Yisha. Yisha was neither hurried nor slow. Although his chest hurt, it was just a baby. Even if it became a zombie, the increase in strength was quite limited. Yisha stretched out his hand fiercely, grabbed the back of the zombie baby's neck, and then smashed the zombie baby's head against the wall of the elevator. When the zombie baby slid to the ground along the wall, Yisha raised the muzzle again. Bang! Bang! With 2 clean shots, Yisha blew up the zombie baby's head. The zombie baby twitched on the ground for a while, and finally stopped moving. Yisha hesitated for a moment, squatted down, and closed the zombie baby's eyes. Yisha did not sympathize with anyone, nor did he trust anyone, because the lessons of his previous life made Yisha know what human nature is. In this world, the only person he can rely on is himself. However, the other party is just a baby. How can there be human nature? There is only pity. Not long after being born, he became a zombie. If you want to hate, Yisha looked at the corpse of the zombie baby. Hate this damn world. After saying this, Yisha opened the emergency exit on the top of the elevator and climbed out of the elevator directly, because the elevator could no longer move. Fortunately, the elevator was almost at the bottom floor. After Yisha climbed out of the elevator, he went down along the maintenance stairs to the bottom, then pried the elevator door open with force and entered the bottom floor of the institute. After entering the bottom floor of the institute, Yisha was slightly stunned. Behind the elevator was a passageway, and inside that passageway, there were actually a dozen or so zombie corpses, all with their heads blown off. Yisha frowned. It seemed someone got there first. These zombies should have been entrenched in the passageway, but now they were all dead. Obviously, someone had been here and killed these zombies. Yisha stood up. It seems I have to hurry. Yisha quickly walked through the passageway and stepped forward. In fact, it is not bad for someone to get there first. At least Yisha thinks that these people can be understood as pioneers or cannon fodder. The only thing that worries Yisha is that the bodies of these zombies were all killed by a bullet in the head. And there are bullet holes in the head and body. What this means is self-evident. The other party has a gun. Guns are not only useful for zombies, but also for Yisha. A rifle can make an ordinary person have considerable combat power, as long as there are enough bullets. Yisha thought about it, but he was not afraid. He continued to move forward. Everything in this world must be tried before the result can be known. He walked forward all the way, because the zombies in front of him had been cleared. Yisha walked quite smoothly, and did not encounter any trouble along the way. He did not know how long he walked. After passing through another passage, Yisha suddenly stopped, because there was movement. Yisha listened carefully, and could vaguely hear the low roar of zombies, the shouting of some people, and the sound of bullets. It was easy to guess what these sounds meant when put together. There was a fight. Yisha quickly ran through the passage, hid at the entrance, and poked his head out to look out. Huh? Yisha raised his eyebrows. It's these guys. Yisha actually knew the guys who were fighting the zombies. They were the people in carriage number 7. Lin Jitao died, and the rest were Gaowen, Xinyu, Wu Lianren, and Gan Lin. Outside the passage, there is an iron bridge. Not long, only 3 or 4 meters, and under the iron bridge is a horizontal passage, both sides of which are blocked by zombies. Help! Help! Gan Lin shouted for help. For some reason, everyone else had passed the iron bridge and reached the other end, but Gan Lin was under the iron bridge. Apparently, she fell off the iron bridge for some unknown reason. Wu Lianren and Qin Yu fired at the zombies with their rifles, and Gaowen lay on the edge, trying to pull Gan Lin up. However, the passage under the iron bridge was about 4 meters high. Although the two stretched their arms as far as they could, their fingertips were still far from reaching the target. Qin Yu shouted, "We need to find some rope or something." Gaowen, Where can I find a rope? Qin Yu was speechless. Although the rope was an ordinary thing, it was not something that could be found if it was not prepared in advance. Wu Lianren, try the gun. Gao Wen suddenly realized and quickly stretched his rifle down, trying to let Gan Lin grab it. But it was still far from reaching the target. Gan Lin jumped twice, but still failed to catch it. Gao Wen frowned, immediately took off his coat, tied it to the gun, and let it hang down. This time, Gan Lin jumped up and grabbed the clothes. But, with a hiss, the clothes could not bear the weight and were torn off. Gao Wen looked at the torn clothes. A trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes, and suddenly said to Qin Yu and Wu Lianren, "Don't shoot. Let's go!" Qin Yu and Wu Lianren were stunned. Huh? Gao Wen said sternly, "It's too late to save her. If that's the case, why waste bullets on her? We don't know what dangers are ahead. If we use up all the bullets, what should we do later?" Wu Lianren was also a ruthless character. After hearing this, he immediately put away his gun and retreated. Qin Yu hesitated. Gao Wen said, "Besides, what's the point of taking this woman with us? In addition to wasting our energy to take care of her, what can she do? If she dies, she dies." Gao Wen did not deliberately lower his voice. Gan Lin heard it clearly under the iron bridge and immediately screamed, "Gao Wen, you beast! You will not die well." Gao Wen snorted coldly, "Take care of yourself first. Whether I will not die well depends on the future. And you are going to die now." After Gao Wen finished speaking, he led the way to the passage on the side of Lin. Wu Lianren followed without hesitation. Qin Yu looked at Gan Lin reluctantly, but finally did not choose to stay, but followed Gao Wen's footsteps. Yi Sha listened to Gan Lin's abuse and watched Gao Wen and others leave, and couldn't help laughing. This is the end of the world. Chapter 32 Temptation. When Gao Wen and his companions completely passed through the passage, their figures completely disappeared. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Sha suddenly walked out of the passage and onto the iron bridge. Gan Lin was already desperate. She couldn't jump onto the iron bridge by herself. She had no weapons except a pistol and a few bullets. She couldn't resist the zombies coming from both sides. It was a death sentence. This was the only thought in Gan Lin's mind. At this time, Yi Sha's voice suddenly rang out, "We meet again." Gan Lin looked up, with a trace of resentment in his eyes. "It's you. You actually came here too. What? Are you here to see me make fun of you?" Someone suddenly appeared, and Gan Lin still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But when he saw that it was Yi Sha, Gan Lin was desperate. The two sides had previously clashed, and several of them had even attempted to snatch Yi Sha's food and water. Now that the two of them met, it would be good enough that Yi Sha didn't add insult to injury. How could he possibly save himself? Gan Lin's glimmer of hope just surged, and it disappeared in an instant. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly hung upside down on the iron bridge, leaned back, and reached out to Gan Lin. Gan Lin was stunned. "Yi Sha, what? Do you want to die?" Gan Lin came to her senses and immediately grabbed Yi Sha's hands. The next moment, Yi Sha leaned back and pulled Gan Lin up, then supported Gan Lin's hips and sent her to the iron bridge. Gan Lin watched Yi Sha grab the guardrail and climb back to the iron bridge, and couldn't help but ask, "Why save me? Are you so kind? Yi Sha is a good man?" Gan Lin is not that stupid. If the man in front of him is really a good man, he would have given them food and water last time. "Yi Sha, of course I have a reason to save you. A worthless person is not worth saving. Let's go and find a safe place first." As Yi Sha said this, he walked across the iron bridge and entered the passage on the opposite side. Gan Lin hesitated for a moment and followed him. As Yi Sha walked, he said, "Don't you support each other? Why did they leave you behind?" Gan Lin's face flushed immediately, thinking of what he had said before. He couldn't help but feel that he was really stupid. He tried to trust the so-called companions. Facts have proved that anyone can do anything to survive, and for themselves. Yi Sha suddenly stopped and looked at Gan Lin sideways. "Don't you want to form a team? I'll team up with you." Gan Lin was completely confused and didn't understand what Yi Sha meant. He couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do?" Yi Sha smiled. "You are here to find the golden gene potion, right? I can tell you very clearly that there is indeed a golden gene potion in this research institute. But there is only one bottle. So, how should you four divide it? Gan Lin, they have abandoned me. Yi Sha, you can go back and find them." Gan Lin suddenly understood what Yi Sha meant and snorted. How do we divide it among the 4 people? Do you want me to alienate them and fish in troubled waters? Yisha, yes. No one of you will be satisfied if you take it. In this case, why don't I take it? Gonlin asked back, from what you said. You certainly won't give me the golden gene potion. In this case, why should I help you? Because I saved you? Yisha tilted his head. Okay. This is not a reason. But you still have a reason to do what I say. Otherwise, with your ability, you can't leave here at all. Gonlin, the zombies in the passage we walked through when we came here have been killed long ago. Yisha smiled. Sorry. The elevator was broken when I came here. Gonlin's face suddenly changed. In fact, if the elevator is broken, you can also use the elevator maintenance passage to climb out. But Gonlin obviously doesn't know this. Or in other words, why would ordinary people care about the structure of the elevator? Yisha also had these experiences because of his previous life. Gonlin hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I can return to the team. There is no need to go with you. Yisha nodded, of course. But do you think your relationship will be harmonious after returning to the team? No. They will hate you, dislike you, exclude you, and even, if they are cruel, they will try to kill you. Gonlin's face changed slightly, and he looked a little more pale. Nonsense. Yisha, do you find it unbelievable? They abandoned you and are more hostile to you. But this is the fact. Because they abandoned you, they are not sure what you think in your heart. They will think you hate them in your heart. So they are wary of you and afraid of you. In order not to be retaliated by you, they simply kill you again. Gonlin's face turned even paler, because she found that what Yisha said made sense. Even if she went back, Galwin and the others would not trust her. They would not feel guilty, but would be wary of Gonlin because they had abandoned her once. And they would worry whether she would find a chance to retaliate. Even as Yisha said, they might be cruel and kill Gonlin again. Yisha patted Gonlin's shoulder. Think about it yourself. Go back to them. Get the golden gene potion, and I will take you away. At least you can continue to live. Or, take your pistol and find a way out yourself. After Yisha finished speaking, he ignored Gonlin and continued to walk forward. Whether Gonlin agreed or not, Yisha didn't really care. Even if Gonlin didn't agree, Yisha was confident that he could get the golden gene potion. Tempting Gonlin to help was just to increase the success rate, not an indispensable step. Gonlin watched Yisha walk away without stopping. After gritting his teeth, he finally caught up with him. Can you help me get a bottle of golden gene potion? No. Yisha decisively refused, because you don't have enough money for me to help. Gonlin gritted her teeth. As long as you help me, you can do whatever you want. Yisha looked at Gonlin. It is undeniable that Gonlin is a pretty woman with a nice face and a good figure. Especially 2 long legs. Very tall. However, Yisha still shook his head. I am not interested in these. And I will not take risks for these. However, I can add a condition. If you get the golden gene potion from the Institute, I can tell you a place with golden gene potion. Gonlin, you don't care whether I can get it or not. Right? Yisha, unless you have a price that can make me interested. Gonlin bit her teeth lightly. The man in front of her was simply unmoved. Price? What could she offer Yisha in exchange? Yisha continued, if you have made up your mind, hurry up and catch up. They are almost reaching the room with the golden gene potion. Chapter 33 returned to the team. Galwin took the lead and walked along the passage, constantly directing Wu Lianren and Qinyu. And the 3 formed a triangle formation. It must be said that with the advent of the apocalypse, continuous fighting is the easiest way to make people grow. Not long ago, Galwin and the other 2 were just office workers with different jobs and working from 9 to 5. But now, they not only learned how to use guns, but also know how to cooperate with each other in shooting. After clearing out the zombies in a passage again, Galwin took the lead to walk to the end of the passage and vigilantly looked out of the passage. But at this moment, clear footsteps suddenly sounded from the back of the passage. Wu Lianren pointed his gun at the back, his finger on the trigger. Don't shoot. Gonlin immediately shouted, It's me. It's me. Qinyu stared, surprised. How did you get back? Gonlin, there is a pipe under the iron bridge. I can barely crawl in. Those zombies can't crawl at all. I used the pipe to get out. I'm lucky. Galwin turned around and smiled awkwardly. Gonlin, you have to understand that we had no choice. We tried to save you, but we couldn't save you. We couldn't do anything. Right? Gonlin resisted the urge to curse and curled her lips. Galwin continued, I'm doing this for everyone's good. Since we can't save you, we have to save bullets to continue to deal with the zombies behind. Otherwise, how can we fight zombies with bare hands? Gonlin, I didn't say anything. Now that I'm back, do I still count as one of the team? Galwin, yes. Of course. Gonlin said with a hint of sarcasm, don't you think I'm a nuisance? Galwin laughed dryly. I was just angry at the time. Don't take it seriously. Gonlin nodded, not intending to argue with Galwin, and directly reached out. The pistol fell under the iron bridge. Give me another gun and bullets, and I will prove that I am useful. Galwin shook his head. There are no more guns. Let's open the way. You are a girl. It's only right for you to take care of me. I was just angry just now. Gonlin felt disappointed, because Yisha was right. Gonlin knew that Galwin had extra guns in his hand. They found these guns in a gun store together. Gonlin at least knew how many guns he brought out. The rifles were indeed gone, but there were definitely pistols, and there were more than one, in Galwin's backpack. But Galwin would not give them to him. As Yisha said, even if Gonlin survived and returned to the team, Galwin would not believe her, because he had abandoned Gonlin before, and he would reject Gonlin even more. God knows whether Gonlin would retaliate or shoot him from behind. Gonlin didn't say much. If they didn't want to give it, then they didn't want to give it. Arguing and quarreling at this time would not do her any good. Gonlin, thank you. Let's keep going forward. Galwin nodded and continued to walk out of the passage. Outside the passage was a new passage, but there were 6 more glass windows on both sides. Behind each glass window was a workshop for the research and development of medicines. There were many such workshops before, so it was not surprising. Galwin, my dear, and I will go to the left. Jinyu and Gonlin will go to the right, and search to see if there is any gold gene medicine. Jinyu nodded, stretched out his hand and pushed open a workroom on the right, then walked in with a gun in hand, checked if there were any zombies, and then looked for the golden gene potion. Gonlin came to Jinyu. We have to go back to the Doomsday Train. At least one person must have a bottle of golden gene potion. Right? Jinyu looked at Gonlin in confusion. Yes. Why? Gonlin, Galwin never mentioned this question. If the golden gene potion is found, who should take it? Jinyu frowned and looked at Gonlin with a look of obvious vigilance. Gonlin, I know. If the quantity is not enough, I will definitely not get a share. I am a woman, and I rely on you to protect me. Why should I get it first? Unless I can get the 4th bottle. But are you willing to let Galwin get it first? Jinyu, he is leading the team, so he should get it first. There is nothing wrong with that. Gonlin sneered. He is just talking nonsense. Everyone is fighting hard. When we went to the gun store, who killed the mutant zombie? It was Wu Liangren. Who found our food and water? It was you. Why should he get it first? Jinyu was a little shaken by what he said. Yes, everyone is risking their lives. So why should Galwin take the golden gene potion first? You know, getting the golden gene potion is half the guarantee of survival. As long as you can run back to the Doomsday Train, it means safety. After Gonlin finished provoking, she said dimly, I hope everyone is happy and find more golden gene potions so that everyone can have a share. Then my worry will be useless. But if the quantity is not enough and Galwin insists on taking it, I think I should say something. Jinyu, yes. What's the point of talking about this now? Let's wait until we find the golden gene potion. If we don't have it here, we'll be unlucky. While the two were talking, they had already searched the workshop, but found nothing. Going back to the passage, Galwin and Wu Liangren came out from the other side and shook their heads, obviously without any gains. Galwin, keep going forward. After passing through the passage and destroying the iron door at the other end of the passage again, Galwin and his companion's eyes suddenly lit up. Because this is not a workshop, but a warehouse. There are densely packed containers in the warehouse. But unfortunately, most of them have fallen over, and the medicines on them have all been smashed. Although there are a few containers that have not fallen over, the medicine bottles on them are all broken. This container contains golden gene medicine. Wu Liangren suddenly shouted, and then cursed. Why are they all broken? How could there be no bottle left? The label on the container is indeed golden gene medicine, but there is no intact bottle, which makes everyone's heart broken. Gonlin's eyes lit up. And he remembered what Yisha had told him. To search the collapsed second row of gold gene potion containers. Gonlin came to the back of the gold gene potion container. The second row of containers at the back also collapsed, and hit the container in front. After Gonlin pushed the container open with force, there were countless glass shards underneath. And the potions inside were also broken. No, not all of them were broken. A bottle of potion fell to the ground. But it was not broken, but intact, with golden liquid flowing inside. Gold gene potion. Gonlin hurried forward and grabbed the bottle of gold potion in his hand. Give it to me. At this time, Gawain's voice suddenly sounded, and he just passed by the side when Gonlin picked up the gold gene potion. Chapter 34, Dissociation. Gawain's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was full of excitement. At the same time, Gawain's voice also attracted Qinyu and Wu Liangren. The three of them stared at Gonlin at the same time, like hungry wolves. Gonlin was afraid. And then she remembered what Yisha taught her, took a deep breath, and calmed herself down. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you, but it's just one bottle of gold gene potion. Who should I give it to? Give it to me, Gawain shouted, then realized something and immediately explained. I'm just taking it first. Even if there is only one bottle now, it doesn't matter. We leave here and look for it somewhere else. We will definitely be able to get 4 bottles. Gonlin smiled, of course. Since we are in a team, the one who got it first should help those who didn't get it. That's the right thing to do. Gawain nodded immediately. That's what I think. Otherwise, what's the point of forming a team? Don't worry. At least one bottle was found. This is a good start. Everyone will find it. Gonlin, but why should you get it first? I think Qinyu has contributed more, so he should get it first. Gawain frowned. I'm the captain, so naturally I should get it first. Gonlin, even if Qinyu takes it first, he will help us find the gold gene potion. So, why should you take it first as the captain and not give it to him first? Gawain frowned fiercely. He suddenly felt that Gonlin was a bit difficult to deal with. In his impression, Gonlin was a woman with no opinion. She just said what others said. But now, it's completely different. Gawain bit his lip. He was thinking about how to refute Gonlin. With his eloquence, Gawain always took the initiative. However, the current situation is really irrefutable. Do you suspect that Qinyu will leave after taking the golden gene potion? Then the team will collapse directly. Insist that you are the captain, so you should take it first? But the title of captain has no practical significance. You say that you are in charge of command, so you have a great contribution? Qinyu and Wu Liangren will not quarrel. Who is less risked? Gonlin snorted coldly and continued to add fuel to the fire. Anyway, I know that I have contributed less and am not qualified to take it first. If Qinyu doesn't want it, you can give it to Wu Liangren. Wu Liangren, you won't take the golden gene potion and run away secretly, right? Of course not. Wu Liangren immediately laughed. We are all in the same team. I just took it first. I must help everyone find the golden gene potion. Gonlin looked at Gawain. Gawain, you said you are the captain. Anyway, taking the golden gene potion does not mean disbanding. Shouldn't you show the demeanor of a captain and let one of them take it first? Gawain looked at Gonlin with resentment. This damn woman. How come she was not bitten to death by the zombies? Gonlin suddenly laughed and said, Gawain, if you really don't want to, why not draw lots and take the bottle to whoever it is passed to? Whoever gets it. Gawain was furious at the moment and blurted out. Do you want to participate too? Do you want to get it too? After Gawain finished speaking, he knew that he shouldn't have said this. Everyone knew that Gonlin had contributed less. And if she got it, the other 3 would be unwilling. But there are some things that can be thought of but not said. Sure enough, after Gawain finished speaking, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Gonlin had said before that she would give the golden gene potion to Qinyu and Wu Liangren. So they were naturally happy, and would definitely not follow Gawain's words to mock Gonlin. They could only look at Gawain with embarrassment. At this time, Gonlin said, I won't participate. It's just the 3 of you. Why don't you just spin the bottle? I'll spin it, and whoever gets it gets it. While Gonlin was talking, she took a potion bottle with a broken bottle mouth from the shelf and put it on the ground. Gawain naturally wanted to take it himself. In fact, before he found the golden gene potion, he had even thought of the excuse. But he didn't expect to be messed up by Gonlin. Now it seems that he can only agree. Gawain nodded. Gan Lin sneered in her heart, and then began to spin the bottle. After a moment, Galwin was overjoyed. The mouth of the bottle turned to him exactly. Galwin immediately reached out to Gan Lin again. Can you give it to me now? Gan Lin handed the golden gene potion to Galwin helplessly. But just as Galwin was about to take it, Gan Lin's other hand suddenly stretched out from behind, holding a pistol in his hand. Bang! Bang! Gan Lin shot Galwin in the abdomen twice without hesitation. This guy is a liar. Gan Lin shouted. He obviously contributed less than the two of you. But he has to distribute the food and guns. Now he has to get the golden gene potion first. Why? Galwin was furious and raised his gun and shouted, You bitch! Die! Qin Yu had been a little dissatisfied with Gan Lin's teasing for a long time. At this moment, he almost instinctively rushed out and hit Galwin. Thump! 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 Galwin pulled the trigger. But with the collision, his body fell backwards. The muzzle of the gun had already been facing upwards, and all the bullets hit the ceiling. Gan Lin shouted at Wu Lianren, Kill him! He is just using us. Even without him, we can find the golden gene potion. Wu Lianren hesitated a little. Gan Lin shouted again, As long as you don't leave the team, I can convince Qin Yu to let you take this bottle of golden gene potion first. The hesitation on Wu Lianren's face instantly turned into a fierce look, and he also rushed towards Galwin. The three of them wrestled on the ground, and Galwin shouted angrily, You two bastards! Die! The rifle in Galwin's hand had been knocked aside by Qin Yu, but Galwin actually had a pistol hidden behind his waist. After pulling it out, he shot Qin Yu in the chest. On the other side, Wu Lianren's pupil shrank, and he was about to fire his gun. But Galwin suddenly raised his body and hit his wrist with his head, and the rifle in his hand was also knocked away. Wu Lianren was also a ruthless character. He actually hugged Galwin's arm and bit Galwin's neck. Ah! Galwin's neck was bleeding, and he screamed. Qin Yu covered his wound and was about to pick up the gun to shoot Galwin. But at this moment, a foot suddenly stretched out and kicked the rifle in front of Qin Yu away. Qin Yu was stunned, raised his head, and saw Yisha looking at him with a smile. It's so lively. Yisha smiled. You didn't expect it. We meet again. Yisha's sudden appearance made the three people who were fighting startled, as they didn't expect Yisha to come suddenly. The next moment, bang! Yisha suddenly drew his gun, pointed it at Qin Yu's head, and pulled the trigger. A stream of blood splattered from Qin Yu's forehead and scattered all over the ground. Wu Lianren was slightly distracted, then immediately let go of Galwin and rushed towards the rifle on the side. But will Yisha give him such a chance? Chapter 35 The Third Bottle of Medicine. Bang! 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 Yisha fired 3 shots in a row, hitting Wu Lianren in the back, and Wu Lianren stopped moving. Galwin was also shot and struggled to get up, also wanting to pick up a weapon for a last fight. But he was the farthest away from the gun that fell on the ground. Even before Galwin just stood up, Yisha kicked him down and stepped on Galwin's chest. Spare my life. Spare my life. Galwin shouted, Golden gene medicine is for you. Let me go! Yisha smiled. Is the golden gene potion yours? Yisha stretched out his hand to the side, and Gan Lin stepped forward and placed the golden gene potion in Yisha's palm. Galwin was stunned for a moment, then shouted, You are in the same group. Yisha smiled. You are not too stupid. Galwin gritted his teeth. I know. You saved this bitch. Gan Lin kicked Galwin in the face viciously. Are you scared now? Do you know how to beg for mercy? Yisha stretched out his hand to stop Gan Lin. And then, be more direct. Gan Lin looked at Yisha in confusion. Yisha glanced at the pistol in Gan Lin's hand, and Gan Lin immediately understood. Yisha, my principle is that if you don't provoke my people, we will live in peace. If you provoke me, you must die. Because when there is conflict, there will be hatred. Just like him. He should hate both of us now. If he is alive, we will have worries. Gan Lin's eyes showed a hint of cruelty. Yisha smiled. This is the law of survival in the end times. Galwin immediately shouted, No. Don't. Bang. 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 Gan Lin pulled the trigger repeatedly, as if venting all the hatred for being abandoned before, until he had used up all the bullets and smashed Galwin's head to pieces. Gan Lin put down the gun. Yisha turned around. Let's go. There are no other gold gene potions here. By the way, take their guns. It should be useful to you. Gan Lin picked up the gun from the ground and chased after Yi Sha. Yi Sha did not return the same way. In fact, Galwin and his friends did not choose the right route. There is more than one entrance and exit of this institute, and it does not take so much time to walk all the way from beginning to end. Because this institute is an open facility, there is no need to hide anything. It will be much more convenient to build more entrances and exits. Of course, Yi Sha is very familiar with this institute because of his memories of the previous life, and Galwin and his friends can only explore all the way. About 15 minutes later, Yi Sha brought Gan Lin to an elevator, which was several times faster than the time it took to get here, and went directly back to the upper floor of the institute. It will be 2 hours before dawn, and the zombie night walk will end. We can rest here for a while. Yi Sha found a relatively clean place to sit down, and then threw a map to Gan Lin. I always keep my word. Gan Lin picked up the map, which had 2 circles drawn on it. It was the map that Yi Sha had used before. Yi Sha, you don't need to go to the circle in the villa area. There is no golden gene medicine there. The other circle is the headquarters of Compu in the city that never sleeps. There is a bottle of golden gene medicine in the administrative office on the 6th floor. This is what Yi Sha promised before, and he would tell Gan Lin a place with golden gene medicine. Gan Lin gritted her teeth. Can you help me get it? Really? No matter what you ask me to do. Yi Sha smiled. I said, you can't pay the price. Gan Lin, as long as you help me. As long as I'm alive. I'll listen to you no matter what you say in the future. Yi Sha shook his head. If you can survive, then maybe at the next Doomsday Train platform, you can have the qualifications to negotiate a deal with me. But you don't have this qualification now, because I don't sell on credit. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to doze off. His attitude was very obvious, and he obviously didn't want to continue this topic with Gan Lin. Gan Lin sat on the ground, hugged her legs, and suddenly burst into tears. Why? Why did it become like this? Why did the world suddenly end? I don't want it. I don't want it to be like this. I just want to live well. Gan Lin vented her emotions and yelled. But unfortunately, Yi Sha was not moved at all, because, in the previous life, Yi Sha had seen many such scenes. Sympathize with Gan Lin, and then risk his life to help her find the golden gene potion? No. No one deserves sympathy in the end of the world, let alone sympathize with others with your own life. In the end, you will only be hurt. Thinking of this, several figures suddenly appeared in Yi Sha's mind. The battle on the top of the Doomsday Train was still fresh in Yi Sha's memory. Then Yi Sha's teeth clenched tighter and tighter. Those guys were all saved by Yi Sha, just because of the so-called sympathy. Even, Yi Sha led them through difficulties one after another, teamed up together, survived together, and helped them become stronger. Then, these guys betrayed Yi Sha for a bottle of X potion. I hope you can still board the Doomsday Train alive in this life. Yi Sha clenched his fist tighter and tighter, his nails digging deep into the flesh, and murmured, when the time comes, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Gan Lin's crying became quieter and quieter. Maybe she was tired of crying, or she thought Yi Sha was heartless and would not help anyway, so she was too lazy to cry. Yi Sha also remained vigilant. He was not at ease with Gan Lin. There were conflicts between the two of them, but they only cooperated temporarily for the sake of interests. Moreover, Gan Lin had a gun in his hand. However, with Gan Lin's ability, even if he had a gun, as long as he was on guard and not attacked, Yi Sha did not think that Gan Lin was his opponent. Fortunately, Gan Lin was very honest, and did not make any movement until dawn. When the zombies retreated at night, Yi Sha got up and walked out of the research institute without any intention of waking Gan Lin up. The cooperation between the two had ended. As for whether Gan Lin could survive, what did it have to do with Yi Sha? After leaving the institute, Yi Sha did not plan to return to his temporary base, but planned to go directly back to the Doomsday Train. The platform of the Doomsday Train was hard to find, but that was at the beginning. Now it was not so troublesome. He could go back to where he came from. Yi Sha just needed to find the clothing store. Yi Sha still used the old method. He would avoid the zombies that he could avoid, and kill the ones that he could not avoid. Most of the zombies on the street were ordinary zombies, and they were not difficult to deal with. At noon, Yi Sha successfully found the clothing store he came from, and then entered the Doomsday Train platform through the clothing store's fitting room. It was still carriage number 7. After everyone selected the car, they could only enter and exit the selected main car at the beginning. Other cars were not allowed to enter and exit, and the car doors would only open to the corresponding people. After Yisha returned to carriage number 7, he was also quite satisfied, because he was the first one to come back. Chapter 36 Return. Congratulations on completing the mission and returning to the Doomsday Train. Since you are the first human to return to the carriage, you will be given a special reward, Alaskan whaling harpoon. Please go to receive it after the dining car opens. When Yisha entered the carriage, the mysterious voice sounded. The first 3 people in each carriage who boarded the Doomsday Train could get a reward from the Doomsday Train. Yisha was the first, so of course there was a reward. However, this reward would not appear out of thin air. It would take until the dining car opened for Yisha to take the golden gene potion to the dining car to exchange for it. Therefore, Yisha cannot see his reward for the time being. At the same time, Yisha cannot go anywhere for the time being, and can only stay in car number 7 honestly. According to Yisha's memory in his previous life, he may have to wait for another week, because, according to his memory in his previous life, Yisha remembered that the Doomsday Train stayed at the first station for 15 days, and now only a week has passed. However, there is nothing good about it. After being worried and tossed around in the city that never sleeps for so long, no matter who it is, they will be exhausted physically and mentally. It is also a good thing to be able to rest for a few days. In fact, the time on the Doomsday Train is the time for rest. Therefore, the shorter the time to complete the task, the more advantages. For example, Yisha will have 8 days of rest. So what if the people who return to the Doomsday Train on the 15th day? Their situation will be very bad, because the Doomsday Train will depart immediately, and maybe arrive at the next Doomsday Train platform in a few hours. As a result, these guys only rest for a few hours, and have to drag their tired bodies to leave the Doomsday Train to continue to do the task. These are all valuable experiences. Yisha knows them clearly because of his memories from his previous life. As for the others, I believe that those who are still alive after arriving at 2 or 3 platforms will learn these knowledge. The greatest advantage of human beings is that they know how to progress. As for those who don't know how to progress, they will naturally be eliminated by the Doomsday Train. While thinking, Yisha closed his eyes and began to sleep. He had been dozing off these days, and didn't dare to fall asleep. Now Yisha can have nothing to worry about. On the 10th day, the second human finally appeared in carriage 7. It was a young fat boy. Yisha was a little surprised, but not shocked. He had an impression of this fat boy. He seemed to be proficient in chemistry, and good at making bombs. When he first boarded the Doomsday Train, he was covered with bottles and jars, all homemade bombs. This is undoubtedly a skill that can survive in the Doomsday. From the beginning, this fat boy was not an ordinary person. After all, ordinary people don't know how to make homemade bombs. On the night of the 10th day, the third human in carriage 7 also appeared. A sturdy man. Yisha also had an impression of him. When he first boarded the Doomsday Train, there were 2 men and 1 woman in carriage 7, and the man in front of him was one of them. It can be seen that this man should also be capable. Next, people will arrive at the Doomsday Train one after another, but the number of people is not large. Until the 12th day, the Doomsday Train began to issue an announcement that it would depart in 3 days. Those who could not board the Doomsday Train would not die, but would have to stay in the city that never sleeps forever. This is actually no different from death. There are zombies everywhere, and there is a lack of food and water. How can you survive? No. How long can you live? What surprised Yisha was that among the people who came back one after another, Dawn Lin was actually on the list. On the 14th day, she walked into the number 7 carriage and really got the golden gene potion. Yisha couldn't help but frown. His relationship with Dawn Lin was quite complicated. The two had conflicts, but they also cooperated to trick Gao Wen and others. However, Yisha finally rejected Dawn Lin's request. It was difficult for Yisha to determine what Dawn Lin's attitude towards him was. Whether she had hatred and hostility. I hope you know yourself. Yisha closed his eyes and murmured, "Don't mess with me. Otherwise, you will regret it." After Yisha murmured, he no longer paid attention to Dawn Lin, because there was only 1 day left and the dining car was about to open. On the 15th day, some people returned to carriage number 7 again, with fatigue on their faces. Even so, the number of people in carriage number 7 was almost half, with more than 1/3 less people. Even if these people are not dead yet, they can only stay in the city that never sleeps forever. Welcome to the Doomsday Train. I will lead you to continue the journey of survival. The Doomsday Train will arrive at the Amnesia City in 8 hours. Release Mission 1. Go to the Amnesia City and find the truth hidden in the Amnesia City. Release Mission 2. Go to the Amnesia City and find the source of the zombie disease. Release Mission 3. Go to the Amnesia City. Kill Dr. T. and get the ZX mutant virus cell bottle. Complete one of the 3 tasks, and you will be allowed to board the Doomsday Train again. Complete 2 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward. Complete 3 of the 3 tasks, and you will receive a special reward and the right to challenge the 12-hour single carriage. At 12 noon on the 15th day, the Doomsday Train departed. The moment it left the platform, the mysterious voice sounded just like the last time. With previous experience, the people in the carriage did not seem as noisy and chaotic as the first time. After all, after the first time, the second time will be much better. Yisha frowned slightly. The Amnesia City was not very friendly to him because he had heard of it but had never been there. In the previous life, the Amnesia City appeared at the 7th platform of the Doomsday Train. Coincidentally, Yisha got the mission reward at the 6th platform, which exempted him from 1 mission trip. So, when the Doomsday Train arrived at the Amnesia City at the 7th platform, Yisha did not leave the Doomsday Train, but got some time to rest. Thinking about it now, Yisha wished that he had not rested that time. But it doesn't matter. Yisha licked his lips and said confidently, no matter where I go, I can't be stumped. In his previous life, like most people, Yisha grew up from a rookie, experienced more than a dozen Doomsday Train platforms, and became one of the few strong people on the Doomsday Train. Now, Yisha believes that whether it is mentality, knowledge, experience, or initial strength, it is much stronger than in the previous life. So naturally he should go further. At the same time, after the mysterious voice announced the departure of the Doomsday Train and the mission of the 2nd platform, the dying car also ushered in the opening time again. This is undoubtedly the best news for everyone. Food, water, and the opportunity to exchange items and become stronger all need to be carried out after the dining car is opened. Chapter 37 Self-Armament. Yisha believed that after the first station, many people should have obtained things from the zombies. Then, the method of obtaining skull coins and the transaction of the dining car will definitely be discovered. However, before that, most people's attention is still on the food and water in the dining car, especially after the lesson of the city that never sleeps. If they can exchange skull coins, many people will definitely hoard food and water to avoid the situation of lack of food and water. However, although Yisha had never been to the city of Amnesia, he had heard people who had been there talk about it, and he knew that there was no shortage of food and water there. So there was no need to spend skull coins on it. So, what we should do now is to strengthen our strength. Yisha still came to the bar of the dining car alone and placed 2 bottles of gold gene potion on the bar. Yisha, 1 bottle is owed by me, and 1 bottle is for the task. The lady boss smiled like a spring breeze. I like people like you who keep their promises. As the lady boss spoke, she placed a small knife with a nylon sheath on the bar. Yisha was stunned. Is this his reward? Right. Yisha patted his forehead. So it's that thing. As the first human to return to the carriage, Yisha received a special reward of the Alaskan whale harpoon. Originally, Yisha really thought it was a weapon like a harpoon. Anyway, as long as it is useful, Yisha doesn't care much about the shape. Now Yisha remembered that this Alaskan whale harpoon is not a real whale harpoon. The full name should be Advanced Tactics Alaskan Whale Harpoon Survival Knife. This is a famous outdoor survival knife that has been tested in secret forests around the world. Yisha picked up the Alaskan whale harpoon, checked the information. Name, Cutting Edge Tactics Alaskan Whale Harpoon Survival Knife. Full length, 30.48 cm. Blade length, 17.1 cm. Thickness, 6.5 mm. Hardness, 5859 HRC. Sheath, nylon and engineering plastic. Special effect, when killing the target, it will trigger the blood-sucking effect. Quickly heal the injury. And in the non-injured state, after the blood-sucking effect is triggered, the physical strength can be quickly restored. Yisha praised, good stuff. The lady boss smiled, with outstanding performance. You will naturally get good stuff that matches your performance. Yisha smiled, inserted the Alaskan whale harpoon into the tactical belt around his waist, and continued, I have some things here. Please give me a price. Yisha got quite a lot of things in the city that never sleeps, including the mutant eyeballs of the axe bearer, the scales, claws, and teeth of the earth dragon, and the sharp teeth of the two-headed dog. As the first stop, he was able to get so many things, which was a great fortune. The lady boss smiled. I was right. You will be a big customer. In this case, I can give you some preferential treatment. I will give you 8 silver skulls for all these things. How about it? Yisha pondered for a moment. 8 silver skull coins were a relatively preferential price. Yisha estimated that these things were only worth about 5 silver skull coins. Yisha hesitated for a moment and took out the black gold arbitrator chip. Then, what about this? The lady boss looked at the black gold arbitrator chip carefully, and then shook her head. Sorry. This item is not on the transaction list. But I know what it is. You can buy the item information from me. As the lady boss spoke, she rubbed her fingers and made a money gesture. Yisha, how much? Lady boss, 50 silver skulls. Yisha almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had worked so hard but still couldn't break 2 digits. And you asked for 50 directly? Lady boss explained, believe me, the more expensive the information, the higher the grade of the item. The problem is that I don't have money. Yisha shook his head. Wait until next time. You don't need to give me the money. I still need to buy some things. The lady boss was happy to hear that there was business, and immediately smiled. What type of list do you need? Or I can recommend something for you. Yisha, first. The primary archer mastery. Then I need a good bow. And of course arrows. Before the city that never sleeps. Yisha did not buy the primary archer mastery because he lacked skull coins. But now it is different. In the previous life, Yisha had the master archer mastery. Now he buys it again. With the experience of the previous life, Yisha will definitely be able to reach the master level faster. So it is worth buying. The lady boss nodded and took out a black compound bow. I recommend this special compound bow called Black Hawk, which can use 5 different arrows. And most importantly, it can be upgraded. Yisha was puzzled. Upgrade? The lady boss nodded. This Black Hawk can be upgraded to 3 types: technology, retro, and fantasy. The way to upgrade is to buy upgrade props from me. Yisha, price? The lady boss. The price of Black Hawk is 1 silver skull. The galaxy chip for technology upgrade. The soul-splitting orb for retro upgrade. And the endless bow soul for fantasy upgrade. All cost 1 gold skull. Yisha took a breath of cold air. The golden skulls have come out? However, Yisha soon understood why the boss lady recommended this Black Hawk compound bow. Yisha could afford 1 silver skull coin. At the same time, if the Black Hawk could not satisfy Yisha in the future, he could upgrade it. Yisha nodded, yes. What about the arrows? Boss lady, they are burning arrows, poison arrows, explosive arrows, piercing arrows, and frozen arrows. Each arrow costs 5 copper skulls. If you buy 100 arrows, I can give you an extra pair of archery gloves. Yisha, then let's get 100. 20 of each type. The lady boss smiled. I like to talk business with straightforward people. What else do you need? Yisha thought for a while. In terms of skills, I also need the basic mastery of automobile mechanics and basic mastery of automobile structure. And then I will see what money I have left. Is there anything you can recommend? The lady boss, melee, ranged, support, reconnaissance, or protection? Yisha, for ranged. I have a bow and a gun. And other types. The proprietress pondered for a moment and took out a box from under the bar. Starry goggles. Can capture moving targets in a fan-shaped position within 15 meters in front. And also has night vision function. 1 silver skull. Yisha, can it capture through the wall? The proprietress rolled her eyes, of course. Otherwise it would be just ordinary goggles. Yisha nodded, not bad. I want it too. The proprietress smiled. There is another thing. You must need it too. Isn't the next stop the city of Amnesia? Don't you need some information about the city of Amnesia? Yisha thought about it and nodded. If he had been to the city of Amnesia in his previous life, he would not need the information at all. He knew very well that the information sold by the dining car was very basic, and would not be of any help to the mission. However, since he had not been to the city of Amnesia in his previous life, Yisha felt that it would be very useful to get some information, and learn a little about the City of Amnesia. Chapter 38 The City of Amnesia. Yi Sha counted the skull coins he had. Even if he bought goggles and information, he still had some skull coins to spare. Yi Sha thought for a moment. Do you have red flame bombs and colorful clouds covering the moon? Oh, you know what you were talking about. Young man. The lady boss smiled. We have both. 2 silver skulls each. If you want both, I can give you 3 silver skulls. Yi Sha grinned. Okay. Give me 2. The lady boss smiled, and took out 2 grenade-like objects from under the bar, and placed them on the bar. One was red with a square-shaped raised grid on the surface, and the other was blue with a hexagonal raised grid on the surface. Yi Sha, view the data. Red flame bomb, a high-explosive grenade containing a compressed lava core. It can cause tons of damage to the enemy when it explodes. Use times, 10 out of 10. Colorful clouds covering the moon. A special smoke bomb that releases radioactive meteorite particles and dust after the explosion, causing additional damage to the enemy exposed to it. Use times, 10 out of 10. Yi Sha nodded with satisfaction. These 2 things were both things he used in his previous life. They were quite useful. As consumables, the price was actually a bit expensive, but if it could improve combat power, it was still worth it. After buying the red flame bomb and the colorful clouds covering the moon, Yi Sha had little money left, so he naturally announced that the purchase was over. Returning to carriage number 7, Yi Sha took out a pack of biscuits from his backpack and unwrapped them, saying, check personal information. Yi Sha, human, male, 23 years old. Level, silver 1 star. Privileges, access to the main carriage number 7 of Doomsday Train. Character profile information query. Position, none. Strength, 80. Physical fitness, 80. Agility, 88. Mental strength, 75. Number of skull coins, 1 silver. 525 copper. Weapons, Black Hawk compound bow, number of arrows, 100. Cutting-edge tactical Alaskan whale harpoon survival knife. August rifle, regular version. M1911 pistol, regular version. Glock 17 pistol, regular version. Equipment, stab-proof vest. Tactical gloves. Tactical belt. Star-shining goggles. Items, red flame bomb. Colorful cloud covering the moon. Skills, primary mixed martial arts mastery. Advanced archer mastery. Primary automobile structure mastery. Primary automobile mechanics mastery. Warehouse reserves, 36 slots none. Yi Sha checked his character information. After taking the gold gene potion, his physical attributes in all aspects increased. After equipping more and better weapons, Yi Sha's level reached silver 1 star. However, this level made Yi Sha a little confused, because according to the experience of the previous life, even if his physical fitness became stronger and he bought a lot of things, he should not jump directly from bronze to silver. In Yi Sha's estimation, his current level should be between bronze 4 star and bronze 5 star, which is more reasonable. It was not until Yi Sha saw the mastered skills column that he understood. After purchasing and learning the archer mastery, he jumped directly from the primary level to the advanced level. Yi Sha guessed that this was due to his previous life, when he once had the master level archer mastery. The experience and feeling left by the previous life allowed him to upgrade the archer mastery directly from the primary level to the advanced level. This was good news. After closing his character information, there was still a lot of time before arriving at the City of Amnesia. Yi Sha simply took out the information about the City of Amnesia. The City of Amnesia is a mysterious city that appeared after the end of the world. People here live in the end of the world, but they have no idea what happened in this world. Their memory only lasts for 24 hours. After 24 hours, people here will completely lose their memory and return to the state they were in a day ago. Because of amnesia, the order in the City of Amnesia is chaotic, with robbery, murder, and theft. This is a paradise for criminals, because no matter what they do, everyone will forget everything after 24 hours. They don't remember robbing and killing people. They don't remember fighting each other. They don't remember fighting zombies. They don't remember the death of their companions. They don't remember the end of the world. This is the origin of the City of Amnesia. Interesting. Yi Sha flipped through the information and murmured, only 24 hours of memory. But the question is, why haven't all the people in the City of Amnesia died yet? Yi Sha turned to the next page of information, and saw that it said that the zombies in the City of Amnesia appeared from midnight to 5 a.m. Only appear at night? Yi Sha scratched his head, The city that never sleeps? The characteristic of zombies appearing at night in the city of amnesia is somewhat similar to that of the city that never sleeps. But if you think about it carefully, there are still differences. The city that never sleeps has more zombies at night. So it is called the Night Walk of Zombies. But it does not mean that there are no zombies during the day. According to the information, zombies cannot be seen in the city of amnesia during the day. Zombies only appear at night. The common point between the two is that they appear at night. But they are not of the same nature. So, where did the zombies go during the day? Yisha murmured in confusion. And after flipping through a few pages of information, is this one of the tasks? To solve the mystery of the city of amnesia? Yisha closed the information and felt that this city of amnesia was quite interesting. At the same time, Yisha was also trying to recall whether those who had been to the city of amnesia in their previous life had said anything, discussed anything, or had any clues after returning to the Doomsday Train. 8 hours passed quickly, and the Doomsday Train slowly drove into the platform, and the carriage door opened again. After this experience, no one would be so stupid as to stay in the carriage and refuse to leave. But that would be purely courting death. The Doomsday Train would teach those people what death is. So, everyone left the carriage honestly, and then looked for the exit, and left the Doomsday Train platform. Yisha didn't like to go with others. Last time, he left alone first. But this time everyone chose to leave at the first opportunity. Yisha simply sat on the bench on the platform for a while. And after everyone left, he slowly looked for the exit. After a while, Yisha stepped over the stairs of exit 5. And then Yisha appeared in a deep alley. There was some garbage piled up on both sides of the alley. It was a bit damp and had a faint smell. After getting out of the alley, there was a street. On both sides of the street were typical British buildings, full of retro style, sloping roofs, tiger walls, and most of the buildings had a deep feeling. There were some pedestrians on the street, but the number was very small and sparse. However, it was still quite touching to be able to see this normal social scene again. However, Yisha knew that all this was just an illusion, because, turning his head, in the pile of garbage, Yisha saw an arm that should have belonged to a zombie, and was sawed off. Chapter 39 Experimental Subject. At this time, a car was driving quickly on the street, and the tires rolled over the surrounding puddles, splashing a lot of water. The pedestrians on the road cursed loudly, and a man chased 2 steps, threw a can in his hand at the car, and cursed loudly, "Bastard!" The window of the car suddenly rolled down, and a young man with colorful hair suddenly poked his head out, holding a pistol in his hand. Bang! Bang! The young man suddenly opened fire, shooting the man who threw the can, then laughed and walked away. The people around screamed and fled. Yisha frowned and remembered the information about the Amnesia City. Regarding the characteristics of the Amnesia City, the information focused on 2 parts. The first part is that the humans here only have 24 hours of memory. The second part is chaos and disorder, and there are no laws to maintain the peace of the Amnesia City. Now it seems that Yisha has experienced at least the second part. Yisha looked at the sky, and it was almost evening. So he decided to find a place to stay first, no matter what action he took. Yisha thought it would be better to find out the situation of the Amnesia City first. At the end of the street, Yisha found a small hotel. There was a fat woman sitting in front of the stage. People couldn't help but worry when they saw her. Would the smaller rocking chair really not be broken? I need a room. Yisha walked into the hotel. Single room. Of course. No problem. The fat woman took out a bunch of keys from the drawer, and threw them in front of Yisha. 150 yuan a night. Yisha was stunned. More money? The fat woman rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Yisha just remembered that it seemed that no one in the city of Amnesia knew that the end of the world had come. They still lived a normal life with limited memories. Okay. 150 yuan. No problem. Yisha, please wait a moment. Yisha left the hotel, stopped a passerby casually, and suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at the other person's head. Sorry. Yisha smiled. Can you lend me your wallet? The city of Amnesia is in chaos, and there was a murder in the street before. Yisha felt that robbing in the street should not be a big deal. Besides, he only had 24 hours of memory anyway. Even if he was robbed, he would forget it tomorrow. However, what made Yisha laugh and cry was that the man in front of him was trembling, took out all the money from his wallet, and then really handed the wallet to Yisha. Damn. Idiot. Yisha shook his head helplessly. Sorry. I don't want to borrow your wallet now. But I'd better borrow some money. The other party, my wallet is more valuable. So, keep your wallet. Yisha snatched the money. Thank you. Goodbye. Yisha returned to the hotel. Put the money in front of the fat woman. And added 100 yuan. Yisha took the key. Please send some food over. The extra will be a tip. The fat woman nodded in agreement. And the scene of Yisha pulling out a gun and robbing happened outside the hotel. Room 302. Yisha walked up the stairs and entered the room. This was a rather bad room. But Yisha didn't expect to enjoy it. A bed was enough. About a quarter of an hour later, the fat woman brought a bowl of cream soup and a few pieces of bread. The fat woman put the things on the table. If it is not necessary, try to go out less at night. Yisha smiled. Why? The fat woman shook her head. Everyone always says that people who go out at night can't come back. Yisha, why can't you come back? There must be a reason. Right? The fat woman shook her head again. I don't know. I just can't come back. Yisha nodded, watching the fat woman leave, thinking in his heart that the reason why she couldn't come back was probably because of the zombies. And the unknown reason was because the people here could only retain 24 hours of memory. However, it doesn't make sense. If you can only keep 24 hours of memory, why would anyone know that people who go out at night can't come back? Yisha always feels that amnesia is weird. Fortunately, night is about to fall. When it was completely dark, Yisha stood by the window and looked at the street outside through the window. Sure enough, you can see that there are suddenly many more zombies in the streets and alleys around the street. Staggering onto the street, Yisha clearly remembered that when he was looking for a hotel, he had looked around the streets, but he found nothing. Help! At this time, a sad cry suddenly sounded on the street. A man in a suit ran through the street, and then was surrounded, chased, pressed to the ground, and bitten to death by zombies. Yisha watched the man being bitten to death suddenly, and he had a deeper impression of the city of amnesia. Then he sat on the sofa and thought about it. The daytime is a disorderly crime city. The night is the end of the world where zombies run rampant. Is there any connection between the two? Yisha murmured in a low voice, trying to find some clues. But in the end, he could only shake his head. There were too few things he had mastered so far. If he wanted to find clues, he would have to learn more about the city of amnesia. At this time, Yisha's eyes swept through the room and found a computer. Without thinking about the city of amnesia for the time being, Yisha felt that he seemed to have another thing to explore. Black gold arbiter chip. Yisha took out the surveillance camera he had brought back earlier and connected it to the computer. Soon, Yisha found 7 videos in the hard drive. Each video was about 24 hours long. It seemed that the hard drive would only save 7 days of footage and then automatically clear it. The first video Yisha watched was the one in the Deepest Research Institute. When the video started playing, Yisha was shocked. In the picture, there was a person lying on the workbench, with his hands and feet tied, wailing in pain. Yisha couldn't help but blurt out, "Live experiment?" Using humans as live experiments is undoubtedly inhumane and absolutely not allowed. Obviously, Computech is doing something that angers the heavens and the people. As for how to do the experiment, and what kind of experiment, Yisha didn't understand and had no interest. So he just fast-forwarded until the 7th day's video. The researchers looked very anxious in the picture, shouting for people to put the human being who was being experimented on the workbench into a metal box, and then plan to transport it away. But at this time, a group of zombies rushed in and bit all the researchers on the workbench to death. Before dying, a researcher opened the secret compartment under the workbench and threw the black gold arbitrator chip into it. Chapter 40 Robbery. Yisha frowned and finally understood what was going on. The black gold arbiter experiment conducted by Compu seemed to be an inhumane experiment. And then the end of the world suddenly came, and a large number of zombies attacked the institute. Even so, Compu did not seem to give up and planned to transport the experimental subjects away from the institute. As a result, at the last moment, the zombies entered the institute first and killed everyone. But it's not right. Yisha was confused. What about the experimental subjects? Yisha looked at the progress of the video, and then quickly fast-forwarded it until 8 hours later, when Yisha finally realized something. A team of soldiers wearing biochemical suits and holding guns rushed into the workshop, cleaned up the zombies, and moved the metal box containing the experimental subjects away. However, These people obviously didn't know that a researcher threw the black gold arbitrator chip into the secret compartment under the workbench before he died in order to protect it from being damaged. Yisha pondered for a moment and murmured, in other words, in order to make the black gold arbitrator chip in my hand work, I must find a test subject? The two should be one and the same. When Yisha thought of this, he felt a little amused. He had already left the never-sleeping city. So where could he find the black gold arbitrator's test subject? Wouldn't the black gold arbitrator chip rot here? Unless... Yisha raised his eyebrows. The test subject was transported to other cities. Then according to the route of the Doomsday Train, I might really be able to find the test subject one day. Yisha pondered it carefully, and felt that there was hope. Others might not know it. But Yisha had the memory of his previous life, and knew that the so-called city that never sleeps and the city of amnesia were just named after the Doomsday Train. These cities actually existed in reality. For example, when he arrived at the city that never sleeps, the clothing store was actually the flagship store of the world-famous clothing brand Louis Vuitton. Not some messy clothing brand that he had never heard of before the end of the world. What does this mean? Actually, it is very obvious. So, the cities that the Doomsday Train passes through are not built or fictionalized by the Doomsday Train, but they already exist, and then suffer the coming of the end of the world. It is precisely because of this that as long as the experimental subjects of the Black Gold Arbitrator are transported to other cities, and the Doomsday Train continues to shuttle between these cities, Yisha believes that he still has a chance. However, if the experimental subjects are still in the city that never sleeps, then Yisha will be at a loss. According to Yisha's experience in his previous life, the Doomsday Train will not go to the same city for the second time. Yisha sighed. Let everything be. Yisha unplugged the hard drive, then connected other hard drives to check, but did not get any other useful information. However, it was more certain that Computech was conducting inhumane human experiments, because in the video, there were also people tied up on the workbench outside, and countless researchers were pointing and recording. After Yisha took a rough look at the other hard drives, he simply destroyed them all. Anyway, Yisha already knows what's going on, so these hard drives are no longer needed. At the same time, finding the experimental body of the Black Gold Arbitrator has become Yisha's default task. He doesn't know how to complete it now, but if there is relevant information in the future, Yisha will not miss it. He just puts it in his mind for the time being. Let's think about the Amnesia City first. Yisha licked his lips. I should take a good look around this place tomorrow. I have to complete at least one of the 3 tasks given by Doomsday Train, so that I can ensure that I can return to Doomsday Train. After that, because the current information was limited, Yisha did not think about it anymore, and simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. No words all night. The next morning, Yisha was awakened by the noise. Footsteps, noise, and even, Yisha faintly heard gunshots. Yisha immediately jumped up alertly, grabbed the pistol beside the pillow, quickly walked to the door, and opened it. Bang! As soon as the door opened, Yisha heard a loud noise. Looking sideways, it was the fat woman at the front desk, who ran up to the 3rd floor in panic and accidentally fell to the ground. It's no wonder that a person of that size would make such a big noise after falling down. Yisha put the gun behind his waist and walked to the door. What happened? The fat woman looked sad and panicked. Robbery. 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 Yisha looked at the fat woman strangely. You robbed me? What do you have to rob me? I'm brave. And you're fat. Bang. At this time, a gunshot suddenly rang out, scaring Yisha and the fat woman. Open the door and hand over the money. When we go in and take it ourselves, we won't be so polite. A rough voice sounded, and then 2 gunmen walked up to the 3rd floor. The fat woman pushed Yisha into the room, squeezed into the room, and quickly closed the door. Yisha suddenly realized and looked at the fat woman. Do you mean someone else robbed? The fat woman's eyes were shining with tears. Well, my husband was beaten to death by them. I was cooking on the 2nd floor, so I escaped. At this time, the 2 big men outside the door had already started knocking on the door. As for those who closed the door tightly and refused to open it, they would simply shoot the door lock and break in directly. Then screams continued to be heard. The fat woman looked at Yisha nervously. What should I do now? Yisha glanced at the fat woman. This woman was quite smart. The reason she came directly to the 3rd floor to find him was probably because she saw that he had a gun yesterday. No. Yisha's eyes suddenly became stern. People in the city of amnesia only have 24 hours of memory. Right? This fat woman probably doesn't remember that she robbed passersby with a gun outside the hotel yesterday. Yisha pulled out the gun from his waist. How did you know I had a gun? You have a gun? The fat woman looked at Yisha pulling out the gun and exclaimed, You are in the same group with those robbers. Yisha was also stunned for a moment. Then shook his head. I have a gun. But I am not in the same group with them. Since you don't know I have a gun, why did you come up to find me? Fat woman, they have people on the first floor. If I don't run upstairs, where else can I run to? Yisha was speechless. It turned out that he was not smart. Okay. Yisha, it is fate that I live in your hotel. I will help you solve this problem. You can hide here. As soon as Yisha finished speaking, the door of the room slammed. Yisha smiled, walked into the bedroom, put another pistol on his waist, then put on the Black Hawk compound bow and picked up the August rifle. Chapter 41 Hotel Gunfight. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked repeatedly, and a rough voice came into the room. Hey, be conscious and open the door for me. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth, and then suddenly raised the August rifle. Two. Yisha pulled the trigger at the door and fired a round of crazy shots. The fat woman covered her ears and screamed. After a while, Yisha emptied the magazine, loaded a new magazine, and kicked the door open, looking at the body lying on the ground, which had been beaten into a hornet's nest. Yisha smiled. I really want to know why you are so rude to me. But unfortunately, you have no chance. Bang! At this time, gunshots suddenly sounded, and a piece of the door frame next to Yisha was broken. Yisha remembered that there was another robber, and immediately raised the gun without hesitation and fired at the other side of the corridor. The robber immediately ran away. Damn it! Yisha fired while saying, You want to shoot me with a small gun? Come out. Come out if you have the guts. The robber fled into a room in a panic, and then closed the door. It seemed that the robber and the tenant had suddenly switched their identities. However, at the moment the door closed, Yisha had already rushed to the door and kicked it with his leg, directly breaking it. The robber was stunned. Although it was a wooden door, it was not something that an ordinary person could kick down. In that moment of being stunned, Yisha had already hit him with the butt of a gun. The robber screamed and fell to the ground. Yisha kicked the pistol in the other's hand away and then pulled the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. The August rifle opened fire, leaving 3 bloody holes in the opponent's chest. One of the bullets directly penetrated the heart, killing the robber on the spot. At this time, footsteps sounded, and Yisha remembered that there were more robbers downstairs. He immediately knew that other robbers heard the noise and ran up to the 3rd floor. Yisha quickly stuck to the wall beside the door and listened to the footsteps. After the robbers went up to the 3rd floor, they were obviously unaware of the situation and were very careful, walking forward along the corridor on tiptoe. Yisha looked down at the door, and then suddenly stepped out with his right foot. Yisha immediately dodged and rushed out of the room, smashing the face of a robber at the door with the butt of a gun, breaking his nose, and staggering back. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, Yisha pulled the trigger and shot forward. The corridor was only 2 meters wide, and it was too crowded for 2 people to stand side by side, not to mention any place to dodge or escape. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 robbers who had just walked up to the 3rd floor were shot beyond death. Their bodies were constantly bleeding, and then they fell softly to the ground. But this is still not the end. Yisha had used up all the bullets in his August rifle. But at that moment, a robber poked his head out from the direction of the stairs, looked at the corpse on the ground and was shocked, raised his gun and shot at Yisha. Yisha was also stunned for a moment. There was actually someone else. Bang, bang. The next moment, gunshots suddenly rang out, and Yisha quickly dove to the side, hid in the room, then pulled out his pistol, stretched out his arm, and shot in the direction of the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. Yisha pulled the trigger continuously, and a piece of the handrail of the stairs was broken, and countless wood chips flew up, and the robber quickly shrank his head. Yisha emptied the bullets in the pistol, then put the pistol back to his waist, and then quickly loaded the magazine of the August rifle. After loading, Yisha rushed out of the door, shooting and moving forward. Come out. Get out. Don't you want money? Come on. Come and rob me. Come and get the gun. The wood chips were hit by Yisha, and the robber did not dare to show his head. He cursed in his heart and waited for Yisha to use up his bullets. Yisha wanted to throw the red flame bomb directly over there, making sure that the person who was blown up would be killed to the point of death, without even a complete body left. However, it was a waste to use the red flame bomb on such a small fry. So Yisha just kept firing while advancing forward, controlling the frequency. And when the bullets were all fired, Yisha just arrived at the edge of the stairs. When the robber heard the gunshot stop, he immediately rushed out and ended up directly facing Yisha's feet. Yisha almost kicked the man down the stairs the moment he showed his head. The robber rolled down the stairs and immediately fell down, and his eyes were full of stars, and he was dizzy. At the same time, before the robber could react, Yisha pulled out another pistol and blew the robber's head off. However, just after killing another robber, another head turned out at the staircase on the second floor, and then an M4 rifle poked out. There are still robbers. Thud, thud, thud. The M4 rifle fired, and Yisha quickly retracted his head. Is it over yet? Yisha cursed. How many people are there? Yisha sat on the ground with his back against the wall, quickly changed the magazine, and then poked the muzzle of the gun through the gap in the stairs and fired downwards. This time, it was the robber who retracted his head, and the two of them, one above and one below, temporarily fell into a stalemate, perhaps because there was no movement for a while. The fat woman poked her head out of the room and looked around. Yisha quickly made a gesture to her to keep quiet and lowered his voice. How many people are there? The fat woman made a 6 gesture with her hand. So, the one below is the last one, Yisha murmured, licked the corner of his mouth, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Yisha took out the starry goggles from his backpack and put them on. When he put on the goggles, it was a light blue. Yisha looked down and saw a red figure flashing below through the floor. It was undoubtedly the robber. Yisha took a deep breath. It was not a solution to stay like this. If he didn't want to waste the red flame bomb to kill the guy, he could only waste some other things. As Yisha thought about it, he took off the Black Hawk compound bow, took out the quiver from the backpack and hung it on his waist, and pulled out a piercing arrow. In fact, if the opponent's position is determined, the bullet can also penetrate the floor, but it is difficult to kill a person unless the bullet hits the vital point. Relatively speaking, it is naturally safer to shoot a piercing arrow. The bowstring of the Black Hawk compound bow was quickly pulled into a full moon, and the next moment, Yisha's fingers holding the bowstring suddenly loosened. The piercing arrow suddenly flew towards the floor, directly penetrated the floor, and fiercely nailed the red figure. A scream came from the bottom of the stairs, and then the red figure fell to the ground. Chapter 42 Negotiation Expert. Seeing the red figure fall to the ground, Yisha had no hesitation. He immediately turned over and jumped to the bottom of the stairs by holding the handrail. In front of Yisha was a rather ferocious middle-aged man. The arrow pierced through the center of his chest. This was a very serious injury, but the man in front of him was still holding on and trying to raise the gun. Don't know whether to live or die, Yisha shouted in a low voice, and kicked the opponent's M4 rifle away with his foot, and then raised the gun to the opponent's head. You are also a fierce bandit. Yisha, you are really cruel to fight to the death in this situation. But it's time to end it. Bang! Yisha pulled the trigger, and the bullet directly penetrated the other party's head. The robber fell to the ground, and blood continued to seep out from below. Yisha walked back to the 3rd floor, returned to the room, picked up the backpack and said to the fat woman, everything is solved. But it's impossible to live here. It's all destroyed. It's time to move to another place. After Yisha finished speaking, he put on his backpack and left. The sudden appearance of the robber was just a small episode, allowing Yisha to experience the disorder of the city of amnesia again. There was nothing else worth mentioning. Since he couldn't live here anymore, he would just change places. Going down the stairs, Yisha was about to leave the hotel when the door was suddenly opened. A man in a suit rushed into the hotel anxiously and bumped into Yisha. Ouch. The man in the suit wailed, and Yisha only took a half step back, while the man in the suit sat down on the ground. The man in the suit rubbed the hurt part, looked up, and saw Yisha covered with weapons, and shivered. Yisha smiled, and then planned to walk out of the hotel. Who would have thought that after the man in the suit shivered, he actually smiled flatteringly? and then came to Yisha and pulled Yisha. We can discuss it. Just tell me the price. Yisha glanced at the man in the suit, with a strange look on his face. What to discuss? What price? I don't plan to kill you. Nor do I plan to blackmail you. Ah? The man in the suit was stunned for a moment. Then slapped his forehead and took out a business card. I am Agers, a negotiation expert. Yisha glanced at the business card, which was very simple. Just a title of negotiation expert, a name written on it, and a phone number. Agers, we all have to make a living. And I know your difficulties. Robbery is robbery. But don't kill people. Besides, after eating the meat, leave some soup for others. How about each person paying 50% of the money? 60% is also fine. Yisha frowned. What a mess. Aegis, brother. It's meaningless to say this. Let's put it this way. At most 70%. It's probably not a small amount of money. Be content. Yisha was even more confused. What the hell was he talking about? Negotiation experts should be the police, who are responsible for negotiating with the gangsters and ensuring the safety of the hostages. Right? Thinking of this, Yisha came to his senses a little. Did this guy think he was a robber because he saw his weapons? But this style is not right. Have you ever seen a negotiation expert negotiate a price with a robber? Aren't you usually supposed to lay down your weapons and be treated leniently? Or do you have a wife and children? Think about your family, and then persuade the robber to surrender. At this time, the fat woman twisted her body and walked down the stairs. She seemed to have heard the conversation between the two and said directly to Yisha, ignore him. He is just a money swindler. Agers was dissatisfied. I am here to help. You don't want to worry about your life for a little money. Right? Fuck your life. The fat woman yelled. Just talk to the bodies of the robbers upstairs. Agers was stunned for a moment. Then surprised, all dead? Yisha became more and more confused as he listened. But fortunately the fat woman did not forget Yisha. So she simply pointed at Agers and explained it to Yisha briefly. After listening to the fat woman's explanation, Yisha finally understood. The so-called negotiation expert has some similarities with the negotiation expert in Yisha's understanding, which is to negotiate with criminals. However, negotiation experts are not affiliated with the police. In fact, there are no police in the city of Amnesia. Otherwise, how could it be called a place of disorder? Therefore, negotiation experts are actually independent professions, negotiating with criminals, ensuring the safety of hostages, or bargaining, playing an intermediary role. For example, if the hotel is robbed now, if the robbers are not killed by Yisha, the negotiation experts will negotiate with the other party and take a certain percentage of the money instead of taking it all, and will ask the other party not to kill. Of course, negotiation experts will also charge a certain amount of money, which is called negotiation fees or peace money. Fat woman, some powerful negotiation experts can indeed protect everyone, because, in order to negotiate, you first need to have a certain amount of strength. Those negotiation experts have weapons in their hands and a lot of manpower. But, the fat woman glanced at Agers with disdain in her eyes. Fat woman, I have never seen an idiot who came to negotiate with robbers alone, without weapons, and with bare hands. Agers' face flushed immediately. But he didn't know how to refute. In fact, the profession of negotiation expert can be summarized in one sentence as a mercenary who is paid to mediate. If you want to negotiate with others, you must first have the strength to make people afraid. Who will care about you if you only know how to talk? Yisha shook his head and said to Agers, I'm not a robber, and you don't need to negotiate with me. Goodbye. After Yisha finished speaking, he left the hotel directly. The fat woman continued to mock Agers. Did you hear that? You don't need to talk here. You can get out? Humph. Agers snorted coldly. Next time there is trouble, even if you beg me, I won't come. After Agers finished speaking, he fled the hotel without waiting for the fat woman to get angry. On the other hand, after leaving the hotel, Yisha planned to take a good look around the city to see if he could find any information, and at the same time find a new place to stay. Sitting in front of the bus station, Yisha planned to use the bus first and follow the bus route to various places in the city of Amnesia. But just as Yisha sat down on the platform, suddenly, a figure sat next to Yisha and handed him a can of coffee. Would you like to drink it? Yisha took the coffee. Congratulations on passing the first platform. But I should have said that I don't like to team up with others. Gon Lin, You said that if I survived the first platform, I would be qualified to negotiate a deal with you at the next platform. Yisha pondered for a moment. So, what deal do you want to negotiate? Chapter 43 Fox Hunting. Gonlin, remember the 3 missions issued by Doomsday Train? The second mission is to go to the city of Amnesia to find and destroy the source of the zombie disease. Yes. Yisha, do you have any information? Gonlin, I don't have any information at the moment, but I know where to get it. In exchange, you need to share the information with me after you get it, and we will split the bonus equally. Yisha was puzzled. Bonus? Gonlin, you have to tell me first. Do you accept the terms of the deal? Yisha thought for a moment. Okay. If I can really get the information, I can share it with you. Gonlin, there is a repair shop on 5th Avenue. A guy there said he saw zombies gathering. I asked him about the details. He asked me to participate in a fox hunting competition. If I win, I will tell me. Yisha, what is a fox hunting competition? Gonlin, a bicycle racing competition, which is more like an extreme sport. There is no track and no restrictions. You can jump down the stairs or fly over the roof. Yisha, how to decide the winner? Gonlin, divide into 2 groups. A fox and a group of hunters. Hang a bucket of paint and a flag on the back of the fox's car, and poke a small hole in the paint bucket. If the fox is not caught after the paint leaks out, the fox wins. Otherwise, Yisha, if the flag on the back of the car is snatched before the paint leaks out, it means the hunter wins. Gonlin, that's it. I participated once and failed, and I know that with my ability, it is impossible to win the fox hunting competition. So I will take you to participate in the fox hunting competition. After winning, share intelligence. Yisha thought for a moment. I don't have a car. I do. Gonlin, since I participated in a fox hunting competition, of course I have a car. So I will provide the car. Then, the deal is done. Yisha stood up. Lead the way. Gonlin nodded, stood up and led the way. To some extent, although Yisha didn't trust anyone and didn't want to form a team because of what happened in his previous life. But it is undeniable that Yisha is a very good choice for a team. He agrees if he agrees, and refuses if he refuses. He is very straightforward. At least Yisha always keeps his word and never breaks his promises. This is also the reason why Gonlin chose Yisha. At least the 2 of them had worked together before, and Yisha had done what he promised. Crossing the street, about 2 blocks away, is 5th Avenue. This is a street with a strong hip-hop culture. Graffiti can be seen everywhere on the walls on both sides. In the basketball court of the block, a group of people are playing street ball. At the entrance of the alley on the other side, 2 black people are performing street dance. Gonlin took Yisha to the door of a car repair shop. We are here. In the repair shop, a blonde man saw Gonlin and challenged her proudly. Girl, do you still want to play? How long do you plan to be caught this time? 45 seconds again? Or break the record and be caught in 30 seconds? Gonlin snorted coldly and whispered to Yisha, this guy is Davis. He knows about zombies, and is also the organizer of the fox hunting competition. Davis looked at Yisha and smiled. Did you bring a man this time? Not bad. The fox hunting game is a man's game. You should let your men play, and then you cheer on the side. Gonlin, stop talking nonsense. When will it start? Davis looked at the time. You can adjust your bikes in an hour. I can lend you the tools here, but if you want parts, you have to pay. Yisha said to Gonlin, where is your bike? Gonlin pointed to the corner. It's the bike. Because I must find a way to win the fox hunting competition. I left the bike here and didn't take it with me. Yisha walked over and tried the weight. It was a very light road bike, which made Yisha feel pretty good. Although Yisha didn't know much about bicycle racing, he knew that professional racing bicycles were very light. At the same time, as long as there was no problem with the bicycle, Yisha believed that it shouldn't be too difficult to win the competition with his physical fitness. Gonlin came over. Are you confident? Yisha, you'll know after you try it. Wait for him to gather everyone. Davis was very efficient. After a few calls, drivers arrived at the periphery of the repair shop one after another, and then began to line up with laughter. After almost all the drivers were gathered, Davis shouted to Yisha, hey, kid, do you need a set of protective gear? No. Yisha threw the backpack to Gonlin. This is enough. Davis, then let's get started. Yisha carried the car directly out of the gate. There were already dozens of drivers playing hunters waiting at the door. There was an empty path in the middle, so that Yisha could walk to the front. Davis followed Yisha to the front. You have 10 seconds to escape. After 10 seconds, the others will start chasing. If you don't understand anything, you can ask now. Yisha, there is no route. No range. I can choose any route. As long as I can get rid of others. Right? Davis, yes. You can choose any route. The range is the whole city. You can ride to any corner. But don't cheat. Pour out the paint in the paint bucket. We will send 5 drones to follow you. Yisha nodded. Then, let's start. Davis took out an awl and poked the end of the paint bucket at the rear of the car. And then red paint continued to flow out of the paint bucket. At this moment, Yisha stepped on the pedal and rushed forward. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The hunters behind Yisha began to shout loudly and count down. 2, 1, 0. When the 10-second countdown ended, dozens of drivers rushed out and chased Yisha. 10 seconds can actually open up a considerable distance. If the fox is captured in a very short time, then this fox hunting competition will seem meaningless. However, Yisha needed to get used to the bike. After all, he had never raced a bike before, and 10 seconds didn't allow him to cover a long distance. Several riders caught up with him, saying, "This guy seems to be a novice. It's another boring race. At least there's a prize." A rider rushed out of the circle with a smile, and suddenly accelerated to chase after Yisha. "I'll take the money." Others immediately started to curse, and then accelerated to catch up. Chapter 44 Extreme Cycling. Yisha watched the riders behind him approaching, but he did not show any anxiety. In the eyes of those riders, Yisha was a complete rookie. Riding a bicycle is very simple. Most people can do it. But bicycle racing is not simple, and it requires a lot of skills. In the eyes of those riders, Yisha can't sprint at high speed, doesn't know how to pull the bike, and has no skills at all. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Seeing that the rider behind him had already caught up to him, Yisha remained indifferent, and then suddenly laughed. Skills. Yisha licked his lips. I don't need them at all. Suddenly, Yisha's aura changed, and he stood up suddenly, almost in an instant. The bicycle under Yisha suddenly accelerated, and in an instant the distance was more than 5 meters. Then, 7 meters, 9 meters, 12 meters. After Yisha got familiar with the bicycle, his speed kept increasing, and he rushed forward like the wind. But at this moment, a car suddenly appeared at the intersection, and the distance between the two sides was only 5 or 6 meters. Seeing that Yisha had no time to brake, he was about to hit the side of the car. A cold light flashed in Yisha's eyes, and then he squatted down suddenly, and then he jumped up, grabbed the handlebars of the bicycle with both hands, and floated into the air with the bicycle, and flew directly over the top of the car. A driver was shocked. This guy is a pervert. It is difficult for a person to jump over a car, let alone a bicycle. Moreover, Yisha's posture is not standard. He just uses the strength of his waist and abdomen to lift the bicycle, which is even more amazing. Bang! After jumping over the car, Yisha did not stop at all and continued to pedal frantically. Why does Yisha not need skills? Because Yisha now has a physical fitness that surpasses that of ordinary people. The so-called skills are to make people ride more easily and faster. Even if Yisha uses a not-so-relaxed posture, he can ride faster than others. Yisha has only one thought in his mind, which is to pedal madly, and the bicycle under him is also madly accelerating. 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 Then, a car driver looked at the figure flying past the car window and couldn't help staring. Oh, God. Yisha's speed did not slow down, still moving forward madly, and even reached a speed of 60 kilometers. A bicycle actually reached a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. In front of the fork in the street, Yisha suddenly pressed his whole body sideways, using the inclination of his body and the body of the car to form centripetal force, and slid through the corner fiercely. That feeling was like drifting in a racing car. But this is a bicycle. If the driver had watched a certain cartoon, at this time, a paragraph would definitely come to his mind. Yesterday I lost to a bicycle rider in Akina Mountain. He was very fast, and used inertia to drift through the corner. I didn't see his face clearly, but I remembered the brand of the bike was Phoenix. At the same time, Yisha quickly turned the corner and continued to pedal forward. Looking back, all the riders who played the role of hunters had disappeared. Yi Sha smiled. It seems that I can easily win. But at this moment, 2 bicycles rushed out from the side alley, jumped directly over the flower bed used for decoration on the street, and landed beside Yi Sha, forming a double team on Yi Sha from the left and right. Hey, kid. A rider laughed. You're fast. But fox hunt is not just about riding fast. While speaking, the rider reached out to take the flag behind Yi Sha. But at this moment, Yi Sha turned the handlebars sharply and crashed into the other rider. Bang! The rider was immediately pushed aside and hit the guardrail of the crosswalk, and the whole person turned over. Yi Sha did not slow down, and immediately used the force to turn the bike sideways in the opposite direction, stretched out his foot, and hooked the other rider's bike. Because of inertia, the rider was thrown out and fell flat on his face. The rider endured the pain, got up and cursed. You broke the rules. Yi Sha rode past him. Rules? When hunting, there is only success or failure. Unfortunately, both of you failed. As he continued to move forward, Yi Sha's voice gradually dissipated, and then Yi Sha disappeared at the next street corner. Yi Sha was still pedaling hard, and the 2 riders who caught up with him reminded him, fox hunting is not just about riding fast. You also need to be very familiar with the city, shuttle between streets and alleys, take shortcuts, and use the terrain. These are the keys to winning the fox hunting. Yi Sha looked at the paint hanging on the back of the car, which was already 1/3 gone, and couldn't help laughing. Interesting. Let's have fun. While thinking, Yi Sha continued to rush forward. At the next street intersection, Yi Sha just rushed around the corner, and 4 or 5 drivers rushed out from the side, constantly chasing Yi Sha. Obviously, in terms of familiarity with the city, Yi Sha is definitely not as good as those who live in the city of amnesia. Then, Yi Sha straightened up and pedaled hard. Let's make myself faster. Yi Sha suddenly turned in front and entered a very steep uphill road, rushing up without hesitation. Hey, is this guy crazy? He entered the Helen neighborhood. That's a rich area. Should we chase him? It's very troublesome if we provoke the guys inside. That's not the point. There's a long downhill on the other side of the Hailuan area. Is this guy going to go downhill? The riders talked a lot, and then thought of the 3,000 yuan prize money. After a short hesitation, they continued to chase after Yi Sha. Yi Sha smiled and looked back. There were more than a dozen riders chasing him. They were obviously gathering again, but the distance was getting farther and farther. When climbing a slope, strength and stamina are more important than skills. After taking the medicine to enhance his physical fitness, Yi Sha was able to completely crush those drivers in this aspect. Rushing up the hillside and passing a large area of terraced villas, Yi Sha saw the slope going down. Without slowing down or hesitation, Yi Sha stepped on the pedal hard and rushed forward. With the momentum of the downhill, Yi Sha reached a speed of 100 kilometers in almost 10 seconds. Even cars often cannot reach a speed of 100 kilometers. The wind blew on his face, and it was hot and painful, just like a blade scraping across his cheek. Any small mistake would cost Yi Sha his life. Even a stone blocking the road could become a death warrant. Chapter 45 News. But Yi Sha was very happy. Yi Sha was playing with his life, but he was having a great time. Yi Sha finally understood why many people like extreme sports, like high-altitude bungee jumping, like skydiving, like mountain road descents at speeds of more than 120 kilometers per hour, and like wingsuit flying across mountains and rivers. Because the feeling of life and death seemed to make every cell in the body burn. The surrounding scenery quickly retreated, and Yi Sha felt like he was flying, a feeling that he could never experience while sitting in a car, diving all the way to the bottom of the ramp. Yi Sha lowered his body again, turned the car body around suddenly, lowered his body very low, and quickly turned the corner again in a way that was almost like drifting. Then, Yi Sha saw a smooth road in front of him. However, the news that Yi Sha climbed the ramp had spread, and countless drivers took a shortcut and gathered at the bottom of the ramp. When Yi Sha came down the ramp quickly, some people were surprised at Yi Sha's terrifying speed and crazy way of turning. However, Yi Sha still lost, because he had no way to escape. Squeak! When he fell to the bottom of the slope, Yi Sha suddenly pressed the brakes, forced the car to slow down, and stopped in front of the drivers. The drivers immediately got ready to move. There was only one fox, and of course, there was only one hunter who won. However, At this moment, Yisha took off the paint bucket behind the car and threw it forward. I'm sorry. No hunter hunted the prey this time. The drivers looked at the fallen paint bucket, and their faces suddenly showed depressed expressions. Many of them slapped their foreheads or beat their chests, unable to hide their disappointment. The paint in the paint bucket had leaked out. One driver was unwilling to give up. Why did the paint leak out so quickly this time? Yisha smiled and pointed to the sky. If you don't believe it, you can ask to play the video footage. The drone is following it all the time. The driver waved his hands helplessly. He was just talking casually. The fairness of the fox hunting competition is still guaranteed. Yisha, in that case, I'll go first. Yisha turned the bike around and rode in the opposite direction. Naturally, the other riders stopped chasing him. The paint leaked out, which meant that the fox hunting competition was over. Yisha was the final winner. Back at the repair shop, Gonlin gave Yisha a hug. Well done. Davis handed Yisha a stack of money helplessly. You won all the money I earned in a month. I shouldn't have agreed to let you participate. Damn it. Yisha handed half of the prize money to Gonlin. Gonlin took the money and said, Davis, you have to keep your promise and tell me what you saw yesterday. Davis spread his hands and said, Of course. I really don't understand why you care about this kind of thing. Gonlin, that's our business. You don't have to worry about it. Just tell us what you know. You saw zombies. Right? Davis, I don't know what zombies are. But I saw someone eating people. Yisha, be more specific. Davis, this happened last night. I was delivering something to a client, but my car broke down on the way. Then I saw a lot of people chasing a woman. I thought they were going to do something to her. But Davis had a horrified look on his face, and he obviously didn't want to recall what happened last night. After a long while, Davis continued, the woman was pretty, but those guys didn't seem to be interested in her body at all. Instead, they bit her to death. Yes, her whole body was covered in blood. Yisha, what happened next? Davis, what happened next? Of course I ran away. They were a bunch of man-eating lunatics. Yisha looked at Gonlin. It was just a group of zombies biting a passerby to death. How could there be any information about the source of the disease? Gonlin reminded Davis. Green light? The green light you told me about. Oh, yes. I saw a ball of green light, like an oversized firefly floating in the air. Davis, those people seemed to be attracted by the green light, and then kept moving towards the green light. When I left, I even saw people from other blocks rushing there. Yisha, then. The last question. Where is that place? Davis, the dock in the east. The green light is inside the dock. If you plan to go there, I advise you to think about it. It doesn't feel good to be bitten to death. Those guys are crazy. Yisha nodded. Thank you for your advice. Yisha and Gonlin left the repair shop. Gonlin, the humans here only have 24 hours of memory. The time point should be 12 o'clock midnight. He saw the zombies at around 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. So it belongs to today's memory. Yisha nodded. What are you going to do? Gonlin, you don't plan to team up with me to go to the dock, do you? Yisha, you know my principles. Gonlin curled his lips. Yes, I know very well. So I also know that I can't pay the price that can make you tempted. So let's stop here. Goodbye. Gonlin waved his hand and left very straightforwardly. Yisha frowned, holding his chin and pondering. He thought Gonlin would ask to form a team to go to the dock to investigate, and if it was really the source of the disease, he would destroy it. However, Gonlin obviously had no such intention. So, you want to compete with me? Yisha murmured in a low voice. There was only one source of disease, so naturally only one person could complete the task. Just like the golden gene potion, one bottle could only allow one person to complete the task. But the question was, could Gonlin compete with Yisha? Yisha didn't think Gonlin could compete with him. If he thought so, Gonlin's approaching Yisha would be a failure. Even if she got the information, she couldn't destroy the source of disease before Yisha. But Yisha always felt something was wrong. Gonlin must have her own plans. After all, compared with the last time they met, after experiencing the baptism of the first platform, Gonlin has obviously grown up, become calmer and more composed, and her momentum has also improved a lot. You know, in addition to strength, mentality is also the key to survival in the end times. Gonlin has made significant changes in this regard. Or, to be more direct, This woman seems to be not so easy to deal with. Forget it. Yisha suddenly laughed. If you want to play, then I will play with you and see who will win. While thinking, Yisha reached out to stop a taxi and got into the car. Please go to the dock in Dongcheng. The taxi driver smiled. Okay. No problem. Chapter 46 Pier. The pier seemed a bit far away. After a full hour, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the pier. Yisha paid and got off the car. He looked up and saw that it was a rather dilapidated pier. It seemed to be quite old. The walls were mottled and many metal containers piled up at the pier were rusty. Yisha stepped forward and wanted to enter the pier. But at this moment, a gray-haired old man in a small house next to him poked his head out and shouted, "No one is allowed to enter here casually. You must register first, and then show the delivery note before picking up the goods." Sorry. I'm not here to pick up the goods. Yisha looked around. I was just passing by and thought this place was nice and wanted to take a look. The old man snorted. What's so good about this shabby place? Yisha smiled. Maybe it's because I'm particularly interested in old things? Is this dock still in operation? Of course. Old man, don't you see that they are still loading and unloading goods inside? Yisha, so? Does anyone live here at night? There are administrators and some porters. They are all poor and homeless, living directly in the container. As the old man spoke, he waved at Yisha impatiently. Go. Go. Stop asking nonsense questions. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Yisha made an okay gesture and walked away. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing strange about this dock. Yisha planned to wait until night to find out. Yisha set his sights on several cranes in the dock. That was a good place to hide. But unfortunately, people did not let Yisha enter the dock. However, to enter and exit the dock, you don't have to go in and out from the entrance. After Yisha went around to another location, he directly climbed over the wire mesh and entered the dock easily. There were a large number of containers piled up in the dock. Red, blue, white, green, and all kinds of colors. Although the old man said that the dock was still in operation, anyone with a discerning eye could see that a large area of the dock had been abandoned. And those containers and cranes had not been used for a long time. Only an area near the entrance, where there were not only containers, but also warehouses, was still in use. With the cover of the container, Yisha tiptoed forward and came to the side of the crane. Yisha was still worried that someone was watching over it. But there was no one there, which seemed to confirm Yisha's previous guess that this place had been abandoned for a long time, and even the management was too lazy to manage it. This was exactly what Yisha wanted. And he climbed directly to the top of the crane along the iron stairs on one side. Putting down the backpack in the corner, Yisha took out the gun box of the August rifle, quickly assembled it, replaced it with a long barrel and a high-power scope, and installed the bracket. Yisha could use the scope to observe any corner of the dock. However, after watching for a while, Yisha was sure that there was nothing wrong with the dock. At least there was nothing wrong with the dock during the day. Then we can only wait until night, Yisha murmured, then leaned aside, took out biscuits and mineral water from his backpack and started eating. The waiting time was a bit long. When Yisha arrived at the dock, it was just past noon. But Yisha seemed very patient, leaning aside and closing his eyes to rest. Anyway, it was almost impossible for anyone to come to this place, so there was no need to worry too much. Gradually, night fell. When the sun completely fell to the other side, Yisha suddenly opened his eyes. Those zombies should appear. The lights in the dock have been turned on, very dim, with a hint of haziness, and can only barely illuminate an area. Yisha picked up the August rifle and looked into the distance through the high-power scope. The workers had already dispersed, and the entire dock was empty. Then, Yisha showed a look of surprise. Countless zombies suddenly walked out from behind the containers and inside the warehouse, staggering and wandering aimlessly in the dock like headless flies. Suddenly, a green light suddenly exploded, and Yisha's eyes lit up. This should be what Davis said, the thing that can attract zombies. Yisha immediately adjusted the high-powered sight and shone it in the direction of the green light. Unfortunately, the moment he touched the green light, Yisha immediately moved the high-powered sight away. It was too dazzling. He couldn't see anything at all. In fact, he felt like he was going blind when he was stabbed by the green light, and tears kept flowing from his eyes. Yisha dropped the August rifle, rubbed his eyes, waited for his vision to gradually recover, then pondered for a moment, put on the August rifle and backpack, and planned to leave the crane. He needed to go closer to find out what the green light was, why the zombies were attracted to the green light, and whether the green light was the source of the zombies. These needed to be explored after getting closer. After Yisha packed up his things, he planned to go down the iron stairs. However, at this moment, a red shadow suddenly appeared in the Xingyu goggles and quickly rushed towards the top of the crane. The red shadow was very fast, and what was even more terrifying was that the red shadow did not come up the stairs at all, but climbed directly on the crane. Like a gecko, Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then immediately shouted, "Activate the night vision function." The Xingyu goggles suddenly turned green, and at the same time, the red shadow finally showed up in the green vision. It was a mutant zombie. It was humanoid, but like a crawler. Its limbs moved along the crane. Its body was covered with gray-black scales, and there was a crack in the center of its head, and you could even vaguely see its brain. At the same time, the mutant zombie's ears were huge, shaped like a bat's ears. Yisha's pupils shrank. Son of the Night. Son of the Night. A bronze 5-star zombie. From the level point of view, Yisha's current level is silver 1 star, higher than the Son of the Night, which means that in the rating of Doomsday Train, Yisha can defeat the Son of the Night. However, Yisha knew that he was about to face a fierce battle, because the Son of Night is a very strange mutant zombie. This guy is very weak during the day, far from the level of bronze 5 stars. But at night, he will become lively and vigorous. At the same time, he is the most aggressive among the bronze level mutant zombies, and his combat power is definitely at the silver level. Therefore, the bronze 5-star level is actually based on the combined strength of the Son of Night during the day and at night. But now is night, when the Son of Night is the most difficult. What's more, the Son of Night can climb on the crane like a gecko. If the Son of Night really climbs up, it will be quite disadvantageous to Yisha in terms of terrain. Chapter 47 Son of Night. Thinking of this, Yisha had no hesitation and immediately pointed the muzzle downwards and shot at Son of Night. Thump, thump, thump. In the dark night, the sound of the August rifle shooting was particularly clear, with a strong sense of rhythm, breaking the silence of the night. Son of Night suddenly screamed. His body sank down, and his nails left clear claw marks on the crane. However, it was only a brief pause, and Son of Night immediately began to climb up again. It was very easy to shoot the Night Child in the head while he was climbing. Just aim the muzzle downwards, and the head would be facing him. Moreover, because of the starry goggles, the dark night did not affect Yisha at all. Although he could not see everything as clearly as in the daytime, it was still easy to clearly lock the position of the Night Child. However, Yisha soon found that this would not work, because the power of the August rifle was not enough to penetrate the Night Child's head. It could only injure the surface of the skin. The scales on the Night Child's body gave the Night Child a very good defense. If you can't shoot through the head directly, you can't kill the Son of Night. Bang! Yisha immediately threw the August rifle aside, then took off the Black Hawk compound bow from his back, pulled out a piercing arrow, and quickly drew the bowstring. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the piercing arrow flew downward. The 6-sided silver arrowhead was particularly bright in the night. However, the speed of the Son of Night was abnormally fast. It kept crawling left and right along the crane, making an S-shaped route. The piercing arrow flew past the head of the Son of Night, and then nailed into the shoulder of the Son of Night. With a dull sound like a rag being torn, the piercing arrow shot directly through the shoulder blade of the Son of Night, bringing out a stream of blood and a fishy smell in the air. Damn it! Yisha couldn't help but curse. Although he caused damage to the Son of Night, Yisha knew very well that this level of damage would not be of much significance to the zombies. Sure enough, the Son of Night's figure only stayed for a moment, and then began to climb up frantically again. Yisha quickly pulled out the arrow. But this time, it was an explosive arrow. The arrowhead of the explosive arrow was extremely large, 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary arrowhead, because it was hollow inside, loaded with gunpowder, and also had a percussion ignition device. Yisha pulled the bowstring again, aimed slightly, and shot downward. The Son of Night was extremely agile, and unexpectedly twisted his body and immediately avoided the explosive arrow. However, Yisha was not aiming at the Son of Night. Clang! The explosive arrowhead hit the crane directly. and the entire arrow penetrated at least 1/3 of the way in. The next moment, boom! A huge roar sounded, and then a blazing fireball exploded, and rolling heat waves continued to push in all directions. The flames engulfed the body of the Son of Night, and then the overlapping air waves hit the body of the Son of Night fiercely, like a heavy hammer hitting the body of the Son of Night fiercely. The Son of Night was quickly blown away by the air wave, and Yisha couldn't help but clench his fist fiercely. However, Yisha was too happy too early. The body of the Son of Night was tumbling in the air, but he suddenly stretched out his right hand, which was like a claw, and hooked the railing of the stairs. Then the Son of Night jumped onto the stairs, ran up along the stairs, and continued to rush towards the crane. Yisha took out the piercing arrow again and shot it at the Son of Night. The piercing arrow broke through the air again, this time piercing the Son of Night's legs and falling to the bottom. But this was still not a fatal injury. Roar! The next moment, the Son of Night jumped onto the top of the crane, roaring angrily, and swung his arm, hitting Yisha's chest hard. Bang! Yisha's body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the guardrail hard, and the bow and arrow in his hand fell to the side. Cough! Cough! Yisha coughed and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Seeing the Son of Night rushing towards him again, Yisha pulled out his pistol and shot at the Son of Night. Bang! 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 The 2 guns fired continuously, hitting the Son of Night's body and forcing the Son of Night back slightly. But that was all. After all, the bullets of the pistol were limited. When Yisha stopped firing, the Son of Night swayed and approached again. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and said fiercely, "Only one of us should survive. But I believe that person must be me." Roar! The Son of Night roared again and charged forward. Yisha's shoulders sank, and he collided with the Son of Night, then fell to the ground and rolled. And the Alaskan whale harpoon pierced the Son of Night's neck. Puff! A stream of blood flew out and fell all over the ground, with a foul smell. Go to hell! Yisha grabbed the handle of the Alaskan whale harpoon and tried to cut the neck of the Night Sun. But at this moment, the Night Sun raised his head and hit Yisha's head hard, knocking Yisha over. Roar! The Night Sun roared and slapped the side guardrail with a claw. The guardrail broke and flew towards Yisha. Yisha waved his hand to sweep the guardrail away, and then met the Night Sun, who was rushing over. With a bang, the Night Sun hit Yisha's chest and knocked Yisha against the outer wall of the crane control room. Ah! Yisha roared, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed at the back of the Son of Night continuously, bringing out a stream of blood. Hiss! The Son of Night's claws swept and tore a shocking wound on Yisha's shoulder. Yisha took a breath of cold air, feeling the severe pain on his shoulder, and his heart sank. Yisha didn't care about the injury or the pain, but the problem was that as long as he was bitten by a zombie, he would be infected and eventually become a zombie. Being injured means death. However, when Yisha felt that he was about to despair, the wound began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flesh scraped off by the claws grew back again. The blood did not turn black or blue, nor did it have a foul smell. His body did not react at all, and was not attacked by the virus. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the Alaskan harpoon. Yisha immediately remembered the special effect of the Alaskan harpoon. Special effect: when the target is injured, the blood-sucking effect will be triggered, and the injury will be healed quickly. When the target is not injured, the blood-sucking effect will be triggered, and the physical strength can be quickly restored. So healing injuries also includes healing viruses? Yisha's face showed joy, which meant that he would not be infected by the virus. But, bang! The Son of Night rushed again, and pushed Yisha hard against the outer wall of the cab. Chapter 48: Life and Death. Yisha felt as if his abdomen was churning, accompanied by severe pain, and he seemed to vomit out all the food he had eaten before. The impact of the Son of Night was not so easy to bear. Although the blood-sucking effect of the Alaskan harpoon could heal his injuries, even including the cure of the virus, if he continued to bear the attack of the Son of Night, the speed of healing would definitely be slower than the speed of injury. Yisha could clearly feel that his life was slipping away. Ah! Seeing the Son of Night rushing over again, Yisha punched the Son of Night in the face without hesitation, then jumped up, clamped his legs around the Son of Night's neck, and pulled the Son of Night to the ground. Cross-arm lock. Yisha used the cross-arm lock technique in the mixed martial arts mastery to lock the Son of Night, and then twisted his legs desperately, trying to break the Son of Night's neck. Die! Yisha roared, "Go to hell!" Yisha also used all his strength. But the Son of Night did not move at all. And even the Son of Night was getting up little by little. Suddenly, the Son of Night exerted his strength and lifted Yisha up with one arm. Then smashed him against the side guardrail. Bang! Yisha felt a sharp pain as if his spine was broken. But before he could catch his breath, the Son of Night swung his arm again. And this time, he smashed Yisha to the ground. Bang! The violent collision sounded again. And Yisha's legs, which were locked on the Son of Night's arms, loosened involuntarily. Roar! The Son of Night roared again, lowered his head suddenly, and bit towards Yisha. Yisha quickly crossed his arm, and the Son of Night bit Yisha's wrist directly. And the sharp teeth pierced through the iron sheet wrapped around the wrist and sank deeply into the flesh. Yisha groaned, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed the Son of Night again. Yisha could ignore the damage caused by the collision for the time being. But as long as there was a wound or bleeding, he had to use the Alaskan whale harpoon to attack as soon as possible. If the virus is not cured in time, Yisha may become a zombie at any time. At that time, even if Yisha holds the Alaskan whale harpoon and can trigger the blood-sucking effect for healing, it will be useless. After several consecutive stabs, the wound on Yisha's wrist began to heal. But because the sharp teeth of the Son of Night were still embedded in it, the wound could not be healed to a certain extent. Yisha gritted his teeth, suddenly put down the Alaskan whale harpoon, pulled out a burning arrow from the quiver hanging on his waist, and stabbed the Son of Night fiercely. The burning arrow entered the body, and the Night Sun immediately burst into flames. He wailed loudly and kept bumping left and right. Yisha got up from the ground in a panic, rushed to the Night Sun, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed him several times in a row until the wound on his wrist was completely healed and the virus was eliminated. Then Yisha kicked the Night Sun in the chest fiercely. Bang! The Night Sun retreated and hit the guardrail on one side. The guardrail had been shaking continuously in the previous battle, and it collapsed backwards after being hit by the Night Sun. And then the Night Sun fell backwards. Yisha's legs went limp, and he sat on the ground, falling from this height. Even if he didn't hit his head, he wouldn't be able to move. But at this moment, with a bang, a claw suddenly came out. The Son of Night climbed up the edge of the crane, and climbed up again. The Son of Night didn't fall down at all. The ghost is still there. Yisha gritted his teeth and cursed, then pounced on the side of the claw, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it fiercely. Go to hell! Roar! The palm of the Night Sun was pierced, and the Night Sun roared again. At the same time, Yisha grabbed another arrow, stretched out his whole body, and stabbed the Night Sun's head fiercely. With a puff, the arrow penetrated into the Night Sun's brain. The Night Sun's claws loosened, and then fell downwards, hitting the ground fiercely. This time, the Night Sun finally died. You killed the Night Sun. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, Heart of Dark Night. Because you killed the Night Child with the poison arrow, the body of the Night Child was contaminated and mutated. Extra reward, Toxic Brain Fluid. Listening to the sound beside his ears, Yisha felt that the sound was simply like the sound of nature. After lying on the ground for a long time, Yisha sat up and looked at his body. He was sure that all his external injuries had been healed by the blood-sucking of the Alaskan whale harpoon. And then he completely relaxed, since the wounds have recovered as before, without even a scar. The virus has naturally been resolved. At this time, the zombies in the distance had already gathered into a group. After Yisha stood up, he quickly packed up his things and ran down the crane. Although he had to explore whether the green light was the source of the zombie disease, he still wanted the things left by the Son of Night. After all, they were all good things. The Heart of Dark Night was the heart of the Son of Night. This thing could be exchanged for a lot of silver skull coins. After Yisha cut open the chest of the Son of Night, he dug out the heart that had stopped beating and threw it into his backpack. As for the so-called toxic brain fluid, it is the brain of the Night Child, which has been mutated by the toxins on the poison arrows and has become toxic. To put it more directly, it has become venom. Its general effect is similar to the venom in the venom sac of the glutton. Of course, the toxic brain fluid of the Night Child has been mutated, and the effect is definitely better than the venom in the venom sac. But how good it is can only be known after it is brought back to the Doomsday Train and identified in the dining car. Yisha quickly found a container and put all the toxic brain fluid into it. Then he put on his backpack and left quickly. When he came to the area full of containers, Yisha saw a lot of zombies staggering. These were all ordinary zombies. And Yisha did not hesitate at all. And directly opened fire. Thud. 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 The August rifle spewed out flames, quickly killing the zombies in front of Yisha, allowing Yisha to move forward quickly. After killing his way out of the container area, there was an open space in front of him. This was a space specially left for transporting goods. But it was now densely packed and surrounded by hundreds of zombies. Even if they were lined up and Yisha killed them one by one, it would probably take quite a while. Yisha gritted his teeth and took out the red flame bomb decisively. Yisha pressed the top of the red flame bomb, and a circle of secret compartments popped out around it. There were 10 secret compartments, which was exactly the number of times the red flame bomb could be used. At the same time, a red crystal bar was placed in each secret compartment. Chapter 49, Encirclement and Interception. In fact, these crystal bars are the real body of the red flame bomb, and the grenade-like things on the outside are just containers. 10 red crystal bars can naturally be used 10 times. After Yisha pulled out a crystal bar, he threw it into the pile of zombies without hesitation, and then turned and ran. Boom! Suddenly, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Yisha lay on the ground and looked back. A huge ball of fire exploded from the zombie group, rushing wildly around, engulfing all the zombies around. Thick smoke rolled upwards, even forming a black mushroom cloud. You have killed 198 zombies. You have killed 199 zombies. You have killed zombies. The mysterious voice kept ringing, repeating in Yisha's ears. The only thing that changed was the number of zombies killed by Yisha. As a large number of zombies were killed, the front was finally cleared, and Yisha immediately ran forward quickly. After running across the open space, Yisha had already reached the vicinity of the green light. Climbing onto a container, Yisha could see the green light clearly beyond the zombies. The green light turned out to be a metal pillar that required 2 people to hold together. At the top of the metal pillar, there was a hexagonal glass cabinet. Inside the glass cabinet was a green light source that was constantly emitting light. At the same time, the glass cabinet was filled with green liquid, like poison. Yisha murmured, "Is this the source of the disease?" Yisha estimated the distance, then jumped directly on the container, quickly leaping over the containers one by one until he was within the range of the August rifle. Yisha began to aim and then shoot. Thump, thump, thump. Yisha adopted a point-and-shoot method, lightly pulling the trigger and then releasing it immediately. Only 3 or 5 bullets flew out each time, so that the source of the disease could be hit more accurately and effectively. But it was useless. The metal pillar was only about 1 person tall, and there were zombies all around, almost surrounding the metal pillar. It was not easy for Yisha to hit it. Yisha thought about it, threw down the August rifle, took off the Black Hawk compound bow, and then put on the piercing arrow. After a brief aim, Yisha released the bowstring. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the piercing arrow flew forward, piercing the zombies' bodies continuously, and kept moving forward. However, after piercing more than a dozen zombies, the piercing arrow still pierced into the head of a zombie and embedded directly inside. The piercing arrow cannot penetrate everything without stopping. When the power of the arrow gradually disappears, it will naturally not be able to penetrate the object anymore. Yisha frowned. The piercing arrow was still more than 10 meters away from the metal pillar. The difference was not a little bit. This meant that if he shot another piercing arrow, it would probably not be able to fly to the front of the metal pillar. "It seems that we have to kill some zombies," Yisha murmured, and then looked at the dense group of zombies in front of him, and his scalp tingled. Although they are just ordinary zombies, it is not difficult to kill them. But if there are so many of them, it will be very difficult to kill them, because a single move can affect the whole body. After Yisha kills some zombies, it will inevitably affect other zombies. At that time, even with Yisha's ability, being surrounded by so many zombies will only have one end. Of course, there is another way. It does not require killing a large number of zombies. It is enough to open a gap in the zombie group, and then destroy the metal pillar suspected of the source of the disease before the zombies gather again. Yisha took out an explosive arrow and put it on the bowstring. The opportunity only lasted a moment, and Yisha believed that he could seize it. Suddenly, Yisha released the bowstring, and the explosive arrow flew forward and landed accurately in the zombie group around the metal pillar. Boom! The explosive arrow hit a zombie, And the next moment, a violent explosion sounded suddenly, and a hot ball of fire suddenly surged out, rolling and pushing around, like waves, layer after layer, overlapping. Yisha narrowed his eyes, quickly put another piercing arrow on the string, and began to aim. There was a flickering flame and billowing black smoke ahead. Although a large number of zombies were killed, and a gap was cleared in the zombie group, Yisha's vision was still greatly obstructed by the explosion. "We must seize the opportunity," Yisha whispered softly, and then saw a flashing green light in the flickering black smoke. "Now!" Yisha immediately loosened the bowstring, and the piercing arrow flew forward, passing through the flames and black smoke, and hitting the glass cabinet at the top of the metal column. Pa! Pa! With two crisp sounds, the piercing arrow pierced the glass cabinet cleanly, and the green liquid inside kept flowing out, spilling all over the floor, and the green light source also dimmed at the same time. "Congratulations on destroying the source of the zombie disease, and completing mission 2. The mysterious voice sounded, indicating that Yisha's work was not in vain. The pillar-like thing was indeed the source of the zombie disease. This also meant that Yisha had completed a mission, and had the right to return to the Doomsday Train at any time. However, Yisha soon discovered that destroying the zombie source was not the end. The zombies that gathered together suddenly turned around, staggered, roared, and rushed towards Yisha. The destruction of the zombie source seemed to make these zombies extremely angry, and Yisha instantly became the target of those zombies. The dense zombies rushed towards Yisha like a tide, making Yisha grit his teeth. Sure enough, the mission of the Doomsday Train was not so easy to complete. Even after completing it, he still had to bear the corresponding danger. Yisha turned around and ran without any hesitation. This number of zombies was definitely not something that one person could fight. There was no other choice except to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Yisha jumped continuously, stepping on the surrounding containers and running away, not daring to stop at all. But, at this moment, as soon as Yisha landed on a container, a black shadow suddenly jumped up from the front and flashed in front of Yisha. Yisha rolled to the side almost instinctively, and quickly dodged the shadow. The next moment, the shadow made a bang sound, and a crawler jumped onto the container, slowly moving, and then suddenly opened its mouth, and a scarlet tongue spurted out, like a sharp arrow, piercing towards Yisha. Chapter 50 Underground Sewer. Yisha twisted his body violently, and the tongue of the crawler pierced Yisha's backpack, making a small hole in it. Yisha rolled again, picked up the August rifle, and suddenly fired at the crawler. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the crawler's body continuously, and then Yisha stood up suddenly, charged forward, and hit the crawler hard, knocking the crawler under the container. However, at this moment, the container under Yisha shook rapidly. Yisha looked down and saw that the zombies around him had gathered under the container. Those zombies couldn't jump and couldn't climb onto the container. But if there were enough zombies, they could completely push the container over. Feeling the shaking of the container becoming more and more intense, Yisha immediately took 2 steps back, then ran quickly, then jumped over a distance of 3 or 4 meters and jumped onto the container in front again. However, the situation still didn't seem optimistic, and there were still zombies gathering in front. The stacked containers formed a grid, but all the branches of the grid were filled with zombies. Yisha's eyes were stern, and then he reached out from his backpack and took out the colorful cloud covering the moon. Like the red flame bomb, the colorful cloud covering the moon was also in the shape of a grenade, but it was actually just a container. After Yisha pressed the top, the surroundings suddenly opened up, and blue metal strips popped out one by one. Yisha grabbed one of them and threw it forward with force. The moment it landed, blue-gray smoke quickly surged out and spread out in all directions. On the surface, Kayunteyu is a smoke bomb, and in fact it is indeed a smoke bomb. But it is different from ordinary smoke bombs in that the smoke of Kayunteyu is harmful, and this damage is only effective against zombies. Almost in the blink of an eye, the zombies covered by the smoke fell down one by one like harvested rice. Yisha immediately jumped off the container, rushed into the smoke, and then ran forward quickly. After breaking out of the zombies' encirclement, Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. But he also knew that this was still not the end, because the zombies behind him still did not give up chasing him. He continued to run towards the entrance and exit of the dock. But at this moment, A large group of zombies appeared in front of Yisha again, causing Yisha to stop involuntarily. But there were also zombies pouring in from outside the dock. Damn it. Yisha gritted his teeth and cursed. Do you have to go to this extent? Chased from behind and surrounded in front. Yisha seemed to have no way out. After taking a few steps back, Yisha quickly looked around, looking for a way out. And then he ran wildly again. After running more than 10 meters to the side, Yisha found the edge of an underground waterway, quickly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and pried it hard around the manhole cover. The zombies around were getting closer and closer, and Yisha also gritted his teeth and worked hard. Faster, 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 Yisha roared in his heart. And finally the manhole cover made a sound. Yisha immediately grabbed the edge and lifted the manhole cover. The zombies around were already close at hand. Yisha quickly threw his backpack toward the underground sewer, then grabbed the manhole cover and put it on his head, and jumped toward the underground sewer. Bang! The moment Yisha fell into the underground sewer, the manhole cover fell to the ground and closed again. The zombies around rushed forward, but they had no way to deal with the closed manhole cover. With the wisdom of the zombies, they didn't even know how to lift the manhole cover. On the other side, with a bang, Yisha fell directly into the underground sewer. He squirmed a few times with a distorted expression, rubbing his back that hit the ground. It took a while before he sat up from the ground, leaned against the wall, and took a breath. Looking up, he could still vaguely hear the sound of zombies hitting the ground. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief. I guess we won't be able to catch up this time. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Yisha felt the pain in his body gradually disappear. He stood up again, picked up the backpack that had fallen to the side, and walked forward. In the center of the underground sewer is the waterway, and there are places to walk on both sides. There are all kinds of garbage everywhere, and there is a disgusting stench everywhere. Occasionally, you can see a few corpses soaked in the water, but you don't know whether they are human or zombies. Yisha identified a direction and moved forward, estimating the distance in his mind. As long as the distance is enough to leave the dock area, then leave the underground waterway. But at this moment, Yisha's footsteps suddenly stopped. There was a slight sound in front of him, as if something was flowing through the water. While holding up the gun, Yisha pulled up the Xingyo goggles hanging around his neck and put them on again. Almost the moment he put on the Xingyo goggles, Yisha saw red shadows appear on the goggles. Not just one group, but 3 groups, gathered at the corner in front. Yisha quickly raised his gun and aimed in the direction of the red shadows. Suddenly, the 3 red shadows suddenly moved and rushed out from the corner. They were 3 furry sewer rats. However, the size of these rats was very huge, as big as a wash basin. It was obvious that they had mutated after the end of the world. Yisha pulled the trigger without hesitation. The August rifle immediately spewed out flames, and bullets kept flying forward, hitting the walls around. However, the 3 mutant rats were incredibly fast, and they actually moved left and right, avoiding all the bullets. The next moment, a mutant rat came to Yisha and hit his wrist directly, knocking the August rifle out and falling directly into the waterway on the side. Yisha also didn't hesitate at all, and directly hit the mutant rat with a hook punch, knocking it out, and smashing it hard against the wall, and then quickly pulled out his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive shots, 3 more blood holes appeared on the mutant giant rat's body. You killed mutant giant rats. Cumulative number, 1. The mutant giant rat seemed to be just a mutation, not a zombie type, and it didn't need to be hit in the head to die. After being shot through the body by Yisha, it slid to the ground like mud. But at this time, the other 2 mutant giant rats rushed over from behind, hit Yisha's back, and knocked Yisha forward. After a stumble, Yisha stabilized his body, turned around fiercely, and kicked the mutant giant rat that continued to pounce on him away. 3 stinky rats dared to cause trouble. Yisha raised his gun and shot forward again. Do you think I'm too easy to bully? Chapter 51 Mutant Giant Rat. The mutant giant rat kicked away by Yisha rolled up from the ground and rushed towards Yisha again. Yisha quickly raised his gun and shot, but still missed the mutant giant rat. However, at the moment when the mutant giant rat attacked, Yisha raised his leg again and swept across. Then, with quick eyes and feet, he stepped on the mutant giant rat's tail when it landed. Say goodbye. Bang. Bang. Yisha quickly pulled the trigger and shot the mutant giant rat to death with 2 shots. Then, Without any pause, he grabbed the backpack straps and threw it backwards. Bang! The third mutant rat just pounced at this time, but was thrown by the backpack and hit the wall. The next moment, Yisha suddenly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the body of the mutant rat. Yisha looked at the three corpses and sneered, "If you want to cause trouble for me, wait until you grow bigger." Bang! Bang! As soon as Yisha finished speaking, he heard a muffled sound coming from the sewer again, which attracted Yisha's attention. Hiss! Then, Yisha couldn't help but take a breath. Another mutant giant rat appeared in front of Yisha. But this mutant giant rat was 3 to 5 times larger than the previous 3 mutant giant rats. The mutant giant rat was about 2.5 meters tall, with a round body and a swinging tail like a giant python. This is not a rat. It's just a baby elephant. Yisha, I was just joking when I said that just now. In fact, there is no need to grow so big. I don't think you will believe it. Right? The mutant giant rat's tail swept forward fiercely, and then swept towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha ducked his head, and the tail hit the wall, instantly breaking a piece of the wall, showing its terrifying power. Yisha quickly stepped back, raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. But there was a click sound, and the bullets in the magazine were used up. The August rifle had been thrown into the waterway, and the pistol's bullets were also used up. The mutant giant rat obviously would not give Yisha a chance to reload the bullets. Yisha threw his double guns aside without any hesitation, and quickly took off the Black Hawk compound bow from his back. As the mutant giant rat's body became larger, it seemed to have lost its ability to move. The mutant giant rat in front of him was completely different from the previous small ones. It had no flexible posture and could even be said to be staggering. However, the tail was extremely flexible and kept waving after Yisha. After Yisha dodged continuously, he pulled out a burning arrow and put it on the string. Being huge naturally has its advantages. But Yisha pulled the bowstring to its full length. With such a huge body, there should be no way for it to dodge in the underground sewer. Right? Yisha smiled. That means my attack will definitely hit. Puff! As Yisha released the bowstring, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the burning arrow flew forward. In midair, the arrowhead of the burning arrow suddenly ignited a flame, and then fiercely pierced the body of the mutant giant rat, as if sparks splashed into oil. The flames quickly covered the whole body of the mutant giant rat, burning the mutant giant rat's body into a huge fireball. The mutant giant rat roared wildly, twisting its body, and its tail swung even more wildly, constantly rolling towards Yisha. Yisha was neither hurried nor slow, retreating while pulling out the piercing arrow. Puff! At the moment when the mutant giant rat roared, Yisha released the bowstring, and the piercing arrow flew forward, piercing directly into the mutant giant rat's mouth, piercing directly through the mutant giant rat's body, and piercing out from the back of the mutant giant rat. With a bang, the huge mutant giant rat shook its body, and then fell to the ground. You have killed mutated giant rats. Cumulative number 4. A mysterious voice appeared, announcing the complete death of the mutated giant rats. Unfortunately, the corpse of the mutated giant rat did not bring anything to Yisha, which made Yisha quite regretful. Generally, mutated organs can always be found on the corpses of mutated creatures, which are quite valuable. However, good luck cannot always favor you. Although Yisha was regretful, he was not disappointed. After using the starry goggles to confirm that there were no other creatures around, he climbed over the corpse of the mutated giant rat and continued to move forward. There seemed to be no zombies in the sewers, which was quite strange. Zombies were like cockroaches, and could get into any hole. So, when the end of the world came, no place was safe, and zombies could always appear suddenly. But in the sewers, Yisha did not see any zombies. Only some mutant giant rats running around occasionally. The smallest one was only 2 times bigger than an ordinary rat, and was not aggressive. The biggest one was naturally the elephant-like one that Yisha had killed earlier. However, there were only a few of them after all. There were not many aggressive mutant rats. Yisha thought about it, and decided that since there were no zombies in the sewer, the mutant rats were not difficult to deal with. He simply found a place to sit down, and planned to wait for dawn in the sewer. After a night of tossing and turning, it was not long before dawn. Yisha stayed in the underground sewer for about 2 hours. When he calculated that the time was about right, he climbed up the iron stairs, pried open the manhole cover, and climbed back to the ground. After a night of zombie baptism, the city of Amnesia seems to have returned to a normal society. Those zombies have long since retreated, and no one knows the existence of zombies. Even, no one knows that the end of the world has come, and they continue to live in this strange city. Yisha walked along the crosswalk, and people around him could not help but avoid him. At the moment, the smell on Yisha's body was too strong. Even Yisha himself wanted to do the most now, and it was to find a place and take a good bath. Hey, buddy, you can't find a place to stay, so you go to the garbage dump to sleep? At this time, a figure sounded beside Yisha, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. You smell really good. Yisha looked sideways, and found that it was the negotiation expert Aegis, who he met in the hotel before. Yisha ignored this guy and continued to walk forward. Not long after he took a step, Yisha's pupil shrank suddenly. Yisha turned around and ran, quickly caught up with Aegis, and without saying a word, he grabbed Aegis' collar and pressed him against the wall. Hey, Aegis quickly begged for mercy. I didn't mean to laugh at you. If you are unhappy, I apologize, and I will apologize right now. No. Yisha stared at Aegis' eyes seriously. Do you know me? Chapter 52 Unexpected Clues. Ah? Aegis waved his hands in panic. I don't know him. I don't know him. Yisha, okay. I asked the wrong question. I mean, do you remember me? Aegis asked cautiously. Hotel? Yisha's hand suddenly increased its strength, and he directly grabbed Aegis' collar and lifted him up. Why? Why do you remember? When Aegis first spoke, Yisha felt that something was wrong, because Aegis' tone clearly showed that he knew him. So he used a joking tone to mock the stench on Yisha's body. Although other passers-by were disgusted, most of them chose to stay away from Yisha. In fact, this was a normal reaction, now that Aegis mentioned the hotel. Yisha's guess was indeed correct. Aegis remembered himself. Then, the problem arises. It has been more than 24 hours since the hotel robbery. Humans in the city of Amnesia can only have 24 hours of memory. And since Aegis is a negotiation expert, he is naturally a human in the city of Amnesia, not a human who got off the Doomsday Train. If that's the case, why does this guy remember Yisha? Why does he have the memory of 24 hours ago? Ahem. Aegis pointed at his collar. Blushing, can you let me go first? Yisha let go of Aegis. Speak clearly. Aegis looked at Yisha strangely. You also have memories? Yisha thought that of course he had memories, and he was not from the city of Amnesia. But Aegis' words once again proved that Yisha's guess was correct. Aegis had the memory of 24 hours ago, and knew that others would lose their memories. Yisha, I'll give you a suggestion. Tell me everything you know while I'm still willing to talk to you gently. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to some more violent methods. Don't worry. I'm also willing to communicate with people of the same kind. We seem to be of the same kind. Aegis raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, then pointed forward. My house is just in front. Why don't we go to my house to talk? Your current condition is a bit bad. My dog, who hasn't taken a bath for 3 years, smells better than you. Yisha thought for a moment and waved his hand. Lead the way. Don't play any tricks. Aegis spread his hands and walked forward with Yisha. Aegis' home was not far away, just at the corner of the street, an old-fashioned cheap apartment. Even the floor and stairs were made of wood, and they made a creaking sound when stepped on. In addition to giving people a retro feeling, that feeling can only be used to prove that Aegis is a complete poor guy. After entering the door, Aegis said, the first room on the left is the bathroom. The switch is hot water on the right, and cold water on the left. You can use shower gel at will, but don't use my towel. I'll get you a new one. You smell too bad, and I don't want my towel to be scrapped. Yisha glanced at Aegis. He was not too confident about this guy. However, the smell on his body was indeed a bit strong, and even Yisha could hardly stand it. He nodded and walked into the bathroom. About a quarter of an hour later, Aegis entered the bathroom with clothes and towels, looking at Yisha, who was taking a shower, and the bow and arrow at his feet. He could not help but say, you even have to bring weapons when you take a shower. Yisha grabbed the bow and arrow in one hand, and the towel in the other. Even if I lie in bed with a woman, I will still bring weapons, because that will help you live longer. Aegis shrugged and watched Yisha get dressed. After the two walked back to the living room, Aegis said, sorry, I don't have anything to eat. Yisha, I think we can get to the point. Agers, okay. Let me confirm that you are like me. Even if it takes more than 24 hours. Your memory will not disappear. Right? Yisha was too lazy to explain. And he couldn't explain Doomsday Train. So he just nodded. Great. Agers was excited. I am the same as you. I thought I was the only one like this in this city. But I didn't expect there are people like me. Yisha, what I want to know is why you are different from others. How do I know? Agers, that's what I was thinking too. Maybe you also escaped from that place? Yisha, where? Agers spread his hands again. I don't know. Yisha was speechless, and pulled out his gun. I think a more violent method should let you know something. Agers quickly hid on the side of the sofa. Hey. We are all civilized people. Let's talk it out. What's more? What I said is the truth. Yisha patted his forehead. Okay. Let me ask you another question. When did you realize that you were different from others? Agers, different from the beginning. Yisha, when I was born? No. Agers pointed to his head. I can remember what I did yesterday and the day before yesterday. I am different from others. But I also have some problems with my memory. Yisha frowned. Continue. Agers, I remember that I woke up in a room and kept running. Someone was chasing me. They wanted to catch me back. I hid in the garbage dump and avoided those guys. Yisha, then what? Agers spread his hands. I couldn't remember my name. So I took a name and wandered around the city. I found that everyone here had problems. They seemed to never remember what they did the day before. I tried to survive in the city. Just like most people. The difference is that I can have memories. Yisha pondered for a moment. Do you remember the person who caught you? And where you woke up? This is the question I want to ask you. Agers pointed at his head. My memory started from that time. And I have no memory before that. You and I will not lose the memory of the previous day. You should have run away from that place like me. Right? Yisha thought about it. And really didn't know how to explain this problem. So he simply said, I also lost my memory. When I woke up, I was in a small alley in this city. So that's it. Agers showed a disappointed expression. And then comforted Yisha, in fact, it's not necessarily a bad thing to not remember. I remember those people chasing me. They released dogs and had guns. They were very fierce. It shouldn't be a good place. Nor a good memory. Forget it. Yisha, even so. Don't you want to know the truth? Agers said seriously. Compared to the truth, I need something else now. Yisha, what is it? Agers' serious expression suddenly disappeared. And turned into a smirk. Rubbing his fingers, brother. Can you lend me some money? I have no money to pay the rent. Chapter 53 Kidnapping. Bang. Bang. There was a sound of banging on the door. And then someone shouted, Agers. You bastard. I know you were in there. I saw you go in. You have owed 3 months' rent. Yisha glanced at Agers. You are really good at calculating. Agers laughed dryly. This is definitely a coincidence. Absolutely. Yisha snorted coldly. And would never believe that Agers invited him home on purpose. Fortunately, it was at least true that Agers had memories. As long as he could get the information. Other things were not important. Yisha shook his head and walked over to open the door. There was a woman with a fierce face at the door. Yisha asked directly, how much does he owe you? As Yisha said this, he asked Agers to hand him the backpack and took out a stack of money from it. Yisha didn't rob much money. But he won a lot of prize money in the fox hunting competition. Which was enough to help pay the rent. After paying the money and sending the landlady away, Yisha looked at Agers. Isn't money what you need most now? Agers smiled. Don't worry. I will pay it back. I will definitely pay it back. Yisha, money is not important. Let's talk about where you escaped from now. We have to find it. Wait a minute. Agers quickly interrupted Yisha. I am very happy to find people like me in this city. Which means I have companions. But that's all. Yisha, what do you mean? Agers, I mean. If you can tell me what happened, I'd be happy. But I didn't think of looking for that place. Yisha, why? Since you want to know what happened. It means you are curious. Right? Agers nodded, yes. But there were many people chasing me at the time. With dogs and guns. Why did they chase me? Don't you think that I was probably imprisoned by those people? Yisha, from the information you provided, the probability of you being imprisoned is indeed very high. Agers, if that's the case, why should I go back? Please. I finally escaped. And I'm going to run back and let those people catch me? I don't care why those people imprison me. Anyway, I'm living a good life now. Yeehaw, so good that I can't even pay the rent? Agers was choked up, and then shook his head. Anyway, I don't plan to look for that place. Yeehaw, but I plan to go. And at the same time, you don't seem to have the right to refuse me. As Yeehaw said this, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at Agers. Agers laughed dryly. Can we talk without guns? Sure. Yeehaw suddenly raised his fist and smashed it down on the wooden coffee table, smashing a corner of it. If you like to use fists, I can satisfy you. Agers was in pain. Why do you want to trouble yourself? Yeehaw, that's my business. You just need to know that you can only help. Okay. For the sake of you helping me pay the rent. Ages. But the problem is that I don't know where that place is. Yeehaw looked at the time. I am actually sick. A very serious disease. In about 10 minutes, I will not be able to control my right hand, and may do something that I am not sure of. Okay. Ages, I think now. Ages paced back and forth in the living room. Time passed by, and when it was almost 10 minutes, Yeehaw opened the safety of the pistol. Wait a minute. I've got it. Agers took out a folder from the drawer and placed it in front of Yeehaw. This is a commission. Yeehaw, what does it have to do with what I want to know? Agers, listen to me first. Duke Clark's little daughter has been kidnapped, and he needs a negotiation expert to negotiate. As long as his little daughter is brought back, she is willing to pay a high reward. Yeehaw, is this Duke not very smart? Agers, why? Yeehaw, would a normal person hire a negotiation expert like you? Agers rolled his eyes. Then, well, this commission is not for me, but for all the negotiation experts in the city. Whoever can bring his little daughter back safely will get 5 million, regardless of whether the kidnapper is killed or not. He will give the ransom as a reward. Yeehaw, old question. What does it have to do with me? Agers, I really don't remember where that place is, but I remember that when I escaped, I passed a large courtyard, and there was even a small maze decorated with shrub walls in the courtyard. Coincidentally, Duke Clark has a large castle. Yeehaw, so? You suspect him? Agers smiled bitterly. I don't suspect him at all, but I can't think of any other clues. Yeehaw hesitated for a moment. You don't want to trick me into helping you make money, do you? Agers hurriedly. No. Absolutely not. How dare I lie to you? Yeehaw was silent for a while. He felt that Agers might be the key to solving the mystery of amnesia, and Yeehaw had no other breakthrough. Yeehaw made up his mind. Then let's go and take a look. But don't blame me for not reminding you. If you find nothing, you'll be in trouble. Agers shuddered, feeling that he had let a wolf into the house. The guy in front of him killed 6 bandits, which meant that he was more dangerous. Yeehaw stood up, picked up his things and said, Let's go. Why are you still standing there? Agers quickly agreed and walked out of the house with Yeehaw. After returning to the street, Yeehaw said, What should we do now? Go to the Duke's castle? Agers laughed dryly. It's useless to go there. They won't let us in. Besides, it's useless to go there. We have to find the robbers. Duke Clark doesn't care about the process. The key is to bring his little daughter back. Yeehaw, since the Duke is not short of money, why not just pay the money directly? Agers, I have heard a little about this. The Duke Clark is a powerful man in this city. He is rich and has desperate criminals under his command. Therefore, he did not believe that anyone dared to kidnap his daughter at first, and was very arrogant when the kidnapper called him. Yeehaw, then what? Agers, then? He received the ear of his little daughter the next day. Yeehaw frowned. So now it is not just a matter of kidnapping. Right? Agers nodded, after delivering the ear. The kidnappers have not sent any more messages. Duke Clark is worried that his little daughter has been killed. However, if the kidnappers really want to fight to the death, they will deliver the body instead of the ear. Yeehaw suddenly realized so. The problem now is that before negotiation or rescue, we have to find the kidnappers? Chapter 54. Back to the dock. Yeehaw, the problem is where to find the kidnappers? How should I know? All the negotiation experts in the city are looking for them now. Agers thought for a while, but don't worry. I know a lot of people. As long as they have information, they will tell me immediately. Yeehaw glanced at Agers. Where do you get your confidence from? Hey, I admit that I am not doing well, but I am telling the truth. Ager spread his hands, because I owe them money. What? Yisha looked at Ager speechlessly. Did he hear wrongly? Or was there something wrong with this world? You owe them money. And they still provide you with information? Agers, think about it. I have to make money to pay them back. Right? In this case, of course they have to provide me with information. And it's all free. Yisha shook his head speechlessly. This is the first time I've heard someone say such a shameless thing so openly. Agers, at least I can get information. Right. No. It's useless. Yisha pondered for a moment. First, if they can give you intelligence, they can also give intelligence to others. Right? Agers nodded. Yisha, second, if there was intelligence, other negotiation experts would have taken action long ago. So those people you mentioned actually didn't have any intelligence in this regard. And you overlooked the most important point. Agers, which point? Yisha, bringing back the girl is 5 million. Killing the kidnapper and bringing back the girl is about tens of millions. Compared to the little money you owe them, it's an astronomical figure. Do you think they will really provide you with intelligence for that little money? Agers also fell silent. Then what do you say we should do? Yisha thought for a while. If there is no intelligence, we can create intelligence ourselves and use your poor connections. Now spread the news and say that the girl has been found. What? Agers was stunned. And then surprised. You want to defraud Duke Clark? Yisha rolled his eyes. I said it before. If those kidnappers want to kill, or have killed the Duke's daughter, then what they give to the Duke is not the ears, but the body. Right? Agers nodded. Yes. Yisha, then, does it mean that the kidnappers just want to deter the Duke, and they still want to get the ransom? Agers finally understood something, and suddenly said, I know. If they want the ransom, then they can't kill the hostage before getting the money. Then someone claims to have rescued the Duke's daughter. What will the kidnappers do? Yisha laughed. Of course they have to prove that the Duke's little daughter is still in their hands, so that they can continue to blackmail. Good idea. Agers snapped his fingers, and then worried. What if the Duke asks? If the kidnappers contact the Duke again, proving that the little daughter is still in their hands, the Duke may be angry with us. Yisha, are you stupid? Can't you be anonymous when spreading the news? Agers was silent for a moment. Good idea. I will get it done before tonight, and I guarantee that everyone in the city will know it tomorrow. Yisha, then go quickly. I have something else to do, and I will be back before the evening. The two parted ways temporarily, and Yisha went to the dock. The source of the zombie disease was destroyed, which was of course a good thing. But this was only one of the 3 tasks, and Yisha's goal was naturally to complete the 3 tasks as much as possible. Otherwise, he could go back to the Doomsday Train now. As for the other 2 tasks, one was to kill Dr. T and get the ZX mutant virus cell bottle. Yisha had no idea about it. Who is Dr. T? Where is the ZX mutant virus cell bottle? The other is to find the truth hidden in the city of amnesia. There is still some clue about this. Yisha believes that the 24-hour memory and the zombies only appear at night are the key points that need to be investigated. Regarding the 24-hour memory problem, Yisha believes that the breakthrough lies in Agers. So the purpose of his return to the dock is to investigate another key. Why zombies only appear at night? Yisha thought about this problem, but the final conclusion is that it is really incomprehensible why zombies disappear without a trace during the day and appear at night. The only possibility that can be thought of is that these zombies are imprisoned somewhere and then released at night. However, this idea is not very reliable. After all, how can we get the zombies back during the day after releasing them? However, after seeing the zombie source point yesterday, Yisha felt that his idea was still possible, because the zombie source point could obviously attract zombies. Then, things are simple. Place the zombie source point outside at night, and then release the zombies. The zombies will gather according to the zombie source point. Then, during the day, move the zombie source point back to the place where the zombies are imprisoned, and the zombies will naturally go back by themselves. The details may still need to be verified. For example, how to move the zombie source point when zombies gather. For example, what is the reason for doing so? But no matter what, this is a direction of investigation. Secondly, it is because of Gon Lin. Yisha didn't think that Gon Lin would not take any action after getting the same information as him. But the fact is that Gon Lin did not show up last night. If Gon Lin gave up, if Gon Lin was not stupid, She should have thought that after the two of them got the same information. With Yisha's ability, it would be easier for him to destroy the zombie source point than her. Then I shouldn't tell Yisha about the fox hunting competition. Nor should I trade with Yisha. What on earth is this woman thinking? Yisha murmured, thinking constantly in his mind. And the taxis soon stopped near the dock. The main gate should still not allow entry. So Yisha still chose to climb over the wall. Then, Yisha was stunned. The dock was empty. And there were no porters unloading here today. But this was not something Yisha cared about. After all, this broken dock was already in a semi-abandoned state. And it was normal to have goods or not. What surprised Yisha was that there were no zombie corpses. If the zombie source point can be used to attract zombies, and take away the zombies that are gathered, then what should be done with the corpses? Yisha destroyed the zombie source point yesterday, leaving at least 200 or 300 corpses. It is not easy to clean them up. Moreover, even if a large number of manpower is used to move the corpses away, what about the bloodstains? Without bloodstains, there is nothing in the dock. Chapter 55 Trouble is coming. Yisha frowned. Yisha didn't believe that the corpse of the zombies would disappear out of thin air. And he didn't believe that the blood would disappear out of thin air. And Yisha soon found evidence. That was the traces of battle. The deflated container. The ground in containers blackened by the red flame bomb. And many containers still had countless bullet holes. These traces of battle cannot be cleaned up just by wanting to. Then, Yisha held his chin and pondered, from dawn to now. It has been at most 4 or 5 hours. How is it possible to move the corpse, and wipe off the blood in such a short time? Yisha muttered, looking around. It seems there is only one possibility. Yisha, the place where the bodies are hidden is nearby. And it doesn't need to be moved far, Yisha thought, and suddenly shrugged his nose. There seemed to be a strange smell in the air. Yisha's eyes lit up, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and then pried open a container. Then Yisha saw that the container was filled with a pile of zombie corpses. Yisha sneered. The smell of deodorant is too obvious. The bodies of zombies carry a slight stench. And after the zombies are blown up, the stench will continue to increase as the blood flows. If you don't use deodorant, you can smell it as soon as you enter the dock. However, although the stench is covered up, the smell of deodorant remains. Yisha looked at the bodies in the container and murmured, "It seems that someone is playing tricks." Yisha now regrets that he shouldn't have hidden in the sewer yesterday. He should have found a way to ambush near the dock, so that he could see who cleaned up these bodies and bloodstains. And maybe he could get to know the truth. After strolling around the dock for a while, Yisha left the dock and returned to Ager's home. After all, there was no clear clue about the dock, and Ager's was a good breakthrough point. Yisha decided to keep an eye on Ager's first. Not long after Yisha returned to Ager's home, Ager's came back in a hurry and said to Yisha, "I promise that in an hour, everyone in the city will know that the Duke's daughter has been rescued." Yisha, the whole city? What method did you use? Aegis was proud. Guess. Yisha thought for a moment. Evening news? Aegis was surprised. You can guess this? Yisha, the evening news will be broadcast in an hour. And secondly, it will affect the whole city. In addition to TV news and newspapers, what other methods can be used? And newspapers must be printed. And they certainly cannot publish news an hour later. Aegis, are you actually a detective? Yisha, no. Just a clerk in a company. What Yisha said was true. In his previous life, before the apocalypse, Yisha had just graduated from college and was just a clerk. Therefore, Yisha's ability had nothing to do with his profession. It was purely the result of his growth and accumulation after experiencing the apocalypse in his previous life. It turned out that Aegis was sometimes reliable. An hour later, the evening news reported that the Duke's daughter was rescued. But it was not disclosed who rescued her. Yisha was very satisfied with this. If nothing unexpected happened, the kidnappers would no longer hide quietly in order to prove that the news was wrong and continue to blackmail the Duke. Yisha, next. What we have to do is wait for the kidnappers to show up, so that we have a chance to find their location. Aegis, then there should be nothing to do tonight. Go to sleep. The nights in this damn place are not peaceful. Yisha suddenly had an idea, since you haven't lost your memory. You know what happens every night, right? I know. Aegis, there's a group of guys who appear at night. They are very dangerous. I went out once, and they attacked me without saying anything. Then I never went out at night again. Yisha nodded. Apparently, Agers didn't know that those people were zombies. Of course, if it wasn't a zombie that was seriously injured and still moving, the average zombie would just look gray and staggering. And indeed not much different from humans. Yisha didn't intend to explain all this to Agers. And nodded, then go to sleep. Yisha lay directly on the sofa, holding the gun in one hand. Agers, don't be so wary of me. Right? Yisha, this is not to guard against you, but to guard against all the guys who want me dead. After Yisha finished speaking, he ignored Agers. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, a rapid knock on the door woke Yisha up. Yisha pointed his gun directly at the door. Agers came out of the bathroom, holding a toothbrush in his mouth. Hey, don't be so nervous. Maybe it's just the milkman, Agers said as he opened the door. The next moment, Agers was kicked in the chest, and was kicked 2 meters away. Several men in suits walked into the living room, and threw an Agers business card on the ground. Negotiation expert Agers? Agers covered his chest. I am Agers. Who are you? A man in a suit. We are Duke Clark's people. Where is the Duke's daughter? Agers looked at Yisha in surprise. And then, I don't know. The man in the suit. You found Marshall from the TV station and asked him to release the news of rescuing the Duke's daughter on the evening news. Right? This? Agers was choked up. This was obviously his fault. But the problem was that he didn't have the Duke's daughter. Let me explain. Agers argued. You must have made some mistakes. Do you need me to confront Marshall? The man in the suit grabbed Agers' clothes and pulled him up from the ground. The Duke said that if you return his daughter to him, the reward will be paid. But if you don't obey, don't blame us for being rude. Agers was stunned. It was just a lie. A trick to trick the kidnappers. Now the Duke's men came to his house and asked him to hand over his daughter. Where could he find a daughter to hand over to the Duke? The man in the suit was obviously impatient. He opened his clothes and pulled out his gun, aiming at Agers. I don't have much patience. So, I'll say it again. At this moment, Yisha, who had been sitting on the sofa, suddenly jumped up, lifted the bottom of the sofa with both hands, and threw it towards several men in suits. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Yisha suddenly drew his gun, and the bullets passed through the sofa and hit the men in suits. While shooting, Yisha retreated, grabbed the backpack and weapons in the corner, and shouted to Agers, Go! Go quickly. Chapter 56 Chase. Yisha walked to the window and quickly opened it. Agers ran to Yisha. Hey! This is the 3rd floor. Seeing the men in suits push away the sofa and stand up again, Yisha pushed down the cabinet without hesitation. Then grabbed Agers and threw him out of the window. And then jumped down himself. Puff! Puff! The two of them hit the awning below directly, smashing 2 big holes in the awning. The only thing that made the two of them feel lucky was that the awning eased the impact, so they didn't suffer any injuries. But they were in great pain. Let's go! Yisha got up first and pulled Agers up. Hurry up! But the two of them didn't go far at all. A man in a suit came up and shot at them. Yisha's August rifle was left in the underground sewer, and only 2 pistols were left. The firepower was naturally much worse. He could only raise his hands to shoot while pulling Agers back. Car! Yisha shouted, We need a car. Agers ran away with his head in his hands. Where can I get a car? Yisha, Rob. Agers looked around and saw a car parked on the side of the road. When the owner was about to get in the car, he heard a gunshot and hid behind the front of the car. Agers stepped forward without hesitation and kicked the other person away, and snatched the car keys. Driving. Sitting in the driver's seat, Agers quickly drove to Yisha's side. Yisha got into the passenger seat while shooting. Yisha shouted, Drive. Drive quickly. Agers stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly. The man in the suit immediately turned around, got into his car, and chased quickly. Yisha, hurry up. Agers, how can this broken car go so fast? I've stepped on the accelerator as hard as I can. Yisha, then hit them. Yisha suddenly grabbed the steering wheel and twisted it to one side. The car immediately turned to the side and hit a car that was chasing after it hard, pushing it onto the pedestrian street and directly hitting the wall. Brother, do you have to be so ruthless? Agers looked in the rearview mirror. There's another one. Yisha rolled down the window, took out the Black Hawk compound bow, and leaned out half of his body, pulling the bowstring, putting on the explosive arrow. Yisha took aim, and then released the bowstring. The explosive arrow flew out of the air and landed directly under the car. And then, boom, there was a loud roar. And then a huge ball of fire surged out from under the car, directly overturning the car. Yisha got back into the car. It's safe for now, Ager said with a sad face. It's only temporary. Duke Clark has money and people. If you mess with him, you'll suffer. Yisha, so? Didn't I tell you to post the news anonymously? Ager said aggrievedly. Yes. Anonymously. My name wasn't mentioned in yesterday's news. Then why did they come to my house? Yisha, how did you stay anonymous? Agers, I told the people who helped the TV station not to let my name appear on TV. Yisha covered his face, then raised his hand and patted the back of Ager's head. Cursing, you pig. I said anonymously. Don't let anyone know. You actually went directly to the TV station to find someone. The Duke saw the news. Wouldn't he go to the TV station to ask? As for whether or not he could get the answer from them, Yisha thought it was a stupid question. They had money, people, and guns. It would be strange if he couldn't get the answer from them. He was really not afraid of godlike enemies, but teammates like pigs. Agers, what should we do now? Yisha, there is no way out. Now we must find the Duke's daughter. Agers, I think we can explain it. Yisha, if they beat you half to death, and you still insisted that it was a misunderstanding, I think they would probably believe it. But it is hard to say whether they would take it out on you. Agers immediately said righteously, I think it is a good choice to find the Duke's daughter. Since we have caused trouble, we should take responsibility. Yisha, the problem is how to find her. There must be clues. Agers, how about hiding for a few days? Didn't you say that if the news spreads, the kidnappers will definitely not sit still? As long as they show up, we will be innocent. Yisha, do you have a hiding place? Agers thought for a while. Yes. That place may be safe. Yisha, maybe? Agers, at least it's the safest place I can think of. Yisha, let's go. Agers drove directly to a cafe, but did not enter from the front door, but went directly to the back door and knocked hard. Who is it? After knocking for a long time, an impatient voice came from behind the door, too noisy. After opening the door, a yawning fat man appeared in front of the two, and then the open mouth stopped there. Agers shouted, Mick, you have to help me. I'm in trouble. The fat man called Mick. Of course I know you're in trouble. Big trouble. Come in first. Behind the coffee shop is a warehouse. Mick took the two into the warehouse. Agers, we have known each other for so long, but this is the first time I know you are so brave that you dare to kidnap Duke Clark's daughter. I kidnapped her? Agers was stunned. Are you kidding me? I didn't do it. Mick, this is the news that came this morning. It said that you kidnapped the daughter of Duke Clark, and then pretended to rescue the daughter of the Duke, and then cheated Duke Clark for money. Aegis was stunned. Where did you get the news? Mick, everyone is saying that. Duke Clark also released the news that whoever can bring you to the Duke can get 500,000. Look, I also went to get a copy of the information. As Mick spoke, he handed an envelope to Aegis. There were several photos in the envelope, belonging to Agers, which were obviously for easy identification. Oh my god! Agers held his head in pain. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Duke Clark must have seen the news and thought I was the kidnapper, and wanted to use this method to get the money. Mick, anyway, you are finished. Now everyone in the city is looking for you. Anyway, even if they are not sure that you are the kidnapper and can't find the Duke's daughter, at least bringing you to the Duke will get 500,000. At this time, Yisha took out the last photo in the envelope. Who is this photo? Mick took a look. Oh, that's the Duke's daughter. The photo shows a girl with her hands and feet tied and a towel stuffed in her mouth. There is a dark shadow behind her, and it is almost impossible to see anything. Obviously, the lighting was processed during the shooting to avoid revealing flaws. Chapter 57 So-Called Friends. Yisha was curious. Why is there a photo of the Duke's daughter? Mick, this is the photo that was originally sent to Duke Clark, probably to prove that the Duke's daughter is still alive. As for why it was put in the envelope together, I don't know. Yisha nodded, put the photo away, and said to Agers, Let's go. Agers was stunned. Let's go? Where are we going? We have to hide here. Yisha, believe me, we have to leave. Agers shook his head like a rattle. I'm not going anywhere. Yes, you can't go anywhere. Mick suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Agers' head. until I notify the Duke's people to come. Agers glared. Mick, I thought we were friends. Mick, before the Duke offered a reward. We were indeed friends. Agers gritted his teeth. Just for that $500,000? Yes. Just for that $500,000. Mick gritted his teeth. Agers, you are a good for nothing. Think about it. When you were almost starving to death, I gave you the commissions that were almost completed. What have you done for me? I think it's time for you to prove your worth. Yisha looked at Agers. Is this the safe place you said? Agers helplessly. I said maybe it's safe. Mick, stop talking nonsense. Step back and sit over there. I'll keep an eye on you until the Duke's people come. Agers and Yisha retreated helplessly. After 3 or 4 meters, Mick seemed to think that it was a safe distance. He took out his mobile phone and was about to make a call. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly rushed forward. At this moment, Yisha was like a hunting leopard. A distance of 3 or 4 meters, with a gun in hand, was indeed a safe distance for Mick. Unfortunately, Yisha's physical fitness could not be measured by the standards of ordinary people. Almost in an instant, Yisha rushed to Mick's front. Mick was startled and was about to pull the trigger. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly held Mick's wrist and lifted it upward. Bang! The muzzle of the gun spewed flames. But the muzzle was already pointing upward, and the shot hit the ceiling directly. Yisha grabbed Mick's wrist and smashed it against the box on the right. Because of the severe pain, Mick's pistol fell down. Yisha raised his foot and kicked the pistol away, while Mick raised his fist and hit Yisha's face hard, causing Yisha to stagger. Yisha licked the corner of his cracked mouth, tilted his head and smiled. Your fist doesn't seem to be heavy enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Yisha suddenly raised his leg and kicked Mick's lower abdomen. Feeling the severe pain from his abdomen, Mick's body suddenly bent like a shrimp and knelt on the ground. Yisha pulled out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Mick's head. You don't have a gun now. But I do. Wait a minute. Agers hesitated and grabbed Yisha's head. Let him go. Yisha, in this world, the only person you can trust is yourself. If you let him go once, he will betray you a second time. Agers again. Anyway, he has taken good care of me. Yisha, well, he betrayed you anyway. So you have the final say. But to avoid more trouble, find a rope. Agers nodded. Quickly found a rope in the warehouse. Tied up Mick, and stuffed a piece of rag he found from somewhere into his mouth. Yisha waved his hand. Let's go. I may know where the Duke's daughter is. Agers excitedly. Really? Yisha nodded. Come with me first. The two left quickly, and after getting back in the car, Yisha handed the photo to Agers. Look carefully at the back of the girl. Agers, it's all black. Yisha, pay attention to the lower right corner. Is there anything? Agers narrowed his eyes. It looks like a cart with a few boxes on it. Yisha, the cart. The box. The place where the Duke's daughter is held is probably a warehouse. Please. Agers was speechless. How many warehouses are there in this city? Do you know? Yisha, look more carefully. There is another outline under the cart. Doesn't it look like a glove? Agers, it feels a bit like it. But isn't it normal to wear gloves when moving things? Yisha explained. First, there are things in this warehouse, which means it is in normal use. Second, the kidnappers want to hold the Duke's daughter, so the warehouse must not be often visited. Third, this box is not a cardboard box. There are vertical lines on the box. This should be a wooden box made of planks. Aegis scratched his head. Then, so? Yisha, it is used. And people don't often go in and out. Wooden boxes are collision-proof. If you assume that you must wear gloves when carrying, what can you think of? It's very simple. A warehouse where valuables are stored. Valuables don't need to be moved in and out frequently, so it's impossible to carry them in cardboard boxes. They must be collision-proof, stuffed with straw or foam, and gloves must be worn when touching valuables. Yisha, so? This may be a private warehouse of a wealthy person, or a warehouse, like an exhibition hall. Agers thought for a moment. There are too many possibilities for the former. As for the latter, there is indeed an exhibition hall in this city. Yisha, what is on display? Agers, mainly dinosaur bones, ancient fossils and the like. Yisha, my inference is not 100% certain, but it is at least a possibility. Let's go and see it first. Agers nodded, turning point ahead. The exhibition hall is on Central 2nd Street. Not far from here. Yisha nodded. and with the help of Agers, he quickly found the exhibition hall. The exhibition hall was deserted. The city of Amnesia was a chaotic city. Who would have the leisure to live in such a city and come to see the exhibition hall? In fact, the door of the exhibition hall was closed. After prying the door open, thick dust piled up on the floor. It was obviously abandoned for a long time. Agers smelled the musty smell in the air and waved his hand. It seems that no one has been in and out of this place for a long time. Did I find the wrong place? Yisha smiled. No one is coming in or out. Isn't it a good place to hide people? Aegis, that makes sense. But if the kidnappers were hiding here, they should have left footprints when they went in. Right? The dust here is too thick. Yisha pulled out his gun. Maybe they came in from another passage. Since we are here, we have to take a look, Yisha said, as he walked deeper into the exhibition hall. Chapter 58 Iron Guard. The exhibition hall was quite large. As he walked forward, Yisha saw all kinds of dinosaur skeletons. He didn't know if they were real or not. There were all kinds of them. Suddenly, Yisha stopped and made a silent gesture to Aegis. Aegis whispered, "What's wrong?" Yisha, there was a sound. Aegis listened carefully and shook his head. I didn't hear any sound. Yisha ignored Aegis. It was normal that he didn't hear anything. After Yisha's physical fitness was enhanced, it was not just the intuitive physical data such as strength, agility, and physical strength that changed, but also more potential abilities were enhanced. For example, Yisha's 5 senses. Yisha can hear more subtle sounds and see things farther away. Although his nose is not more sensitive than a dog, it is 3 to 5 times that of a normal person. So, although Aegis can't hear it, Yisha can. It's a very slight sound, as if something is colliding. Following the sound, Yisha quickly stopped and was surprised. Coffin? Strictly speaking, there was a stone coffin in front of Yisha, about 2.5 meters high, with mottled stone surface, and it looked very old. Aegis stepped forward. What is this? Yisha, how should I know? I'm not an archaeologist. While Yisha was talking, he stretched out his hand forward, intending to touch the stone coffin. But at this moment, the cover of the stone coffin suddenly fell forward. Get out of the way! Yisha immediately reached out and pushed Aegis. The next moment, the heavy cover fell down, and with a bang, it hit the ground hard. Yisha looked up and his pupils shrank suddenly. There was actually a person in the sarcophagus. No, it should be said that there was a zombie. The zombie was about 2 meters tall, and the skin of the whole body was not the grayish-white of ordinary zombies, but the color of stainless steel, and had the unique color of metal. He also held 2 huge silver scimitars in his hands. Yisha moved his throat. Iron Guardian. Iron Guardian. A mutated zombie with a silver star level. Has a body as strong as steel, and is one of the few mutated zombies with a certain combat intelligence. Yisha licked his lips. It's really a troublesome thing. The next moment, the eyes of the Iron Guardian suddenly opened, flashing a scarlet light, and after stepping out of the sarcophagus, without any hesitation, he raised the silver scimitar and chopped down at Aegis. Aegis was so scared that he almost ran backwards. Then, he heard a loud bang behind him. Aegis looked back and saw that the ground was cut open by a 5 or 6 centimeter deep crack. Good man. Aegis begged for mercy. Let's talk it over. Don't use knives or guns. Before Aegis finished speaking, the Iron Guard had stepped in front of Aegis again, raised the silver scimitar, and was about to strike again. Seeing that the silver scimitar was about to fall towards Aegis' head, puff! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and then an arrow pierced the shoulder of the Iron Guard. The next moment, the Iron Guard's arm turned dark green, because Yisha used a poison arrow. This poison arrow is also specifically targeted at zombies. If it hits a human, it can only be regarded as an ordinary arrow. But if it hits a zombie, the poison will immediately seep out of the arrowhead, causing the zombie's body to rot quickly. Sure enough, as the left shoulder of the Iron Guard slowly turned dark green, it began to rot, and even a piece of rotten meat with a fishy smell fell directly from his body. The Iron Guard was extremely decisive. He raised the silver scimitar in his right hand and fiercely fell on his left shoulder, actually cutting off his left arm directly, and then left Aegis and came towards Yisha. This is the characteristic of the Iron Guard. Compared with ordinary zombies, the Iron Guard has a certain combat wisdom. In other words, when fighting, The Iron Guard can make certain judgments according to the situation, instead of just bumping around like ordinary zombies. Cutting off the left arm was obviously the most correct decision at the moment. Yi Sha was not in a hurry. He put on another poison arrow, quickly put on the bowstring, and shot it at the Iron Guard. The Iron Guard was worthy of the silver 1-star level. Seeing the arrow flying, he suddenly waved the silver scimitar in his hand and shot the arrow down directly. The next moment, the Iron Guard's body suddenly leaned forward and opened his bloody mouth. Roar! The Iron Guard opened his mouth and roared. Then, in front of the Iron Guard, because of the Iron Guard's roar, a spiral airflow was formed. Yi Sha quickly jumped to the side, propped up the ground with one hand, and hid far away. The Tyrannosaurus skeleton behind Yi Sha suffered a disaster. It was instantly broken apart by the spiral airflow. Countless huge bones were scattered directly on the ground, and many of them were smashed to pieces. The Iron Guard came towards Yi Sha again without any pause, raised the silver scimitar and fell fiercely. Yi Sha stood on tiptoe and jumped up with a small step technique in the mixed martial arts mastery. At the moment when the blade fell, he jumped to the right and almost avoided it by rubbing the blade, and then hit the Iron Guard's ribs with a fierce hook. The ribs are the weakest part of the human body, because there is less muscle tissue, and hitting the ribs can cause effective damage. Of course, this is meaningless to zombies, but after Yi Sha learned the basic mixed martial arts, this action of hitting the weakest part of the human body will become an instinct. Bang! Yi Sha's fist hit the steel guard, and then there was a crisp metal collision sound. The steel guard was fine, but Yi Sha grimaced and felt the pain in his finger bones. The strength of mutant zombies lies in mutation, which can strengthen certain aspects or form special abilities in certain aspects. As the name suggests, the direction of the mutation of the Iron Guard is that the body is steel-like. The body of the Iron Guard is as hard as metal, and the body is like steel and iron, with extremely high defense. However, the Iron Guard also has its shortcomings. That is, like most zombies, the movement speed is not outstanding. After a punch, Yi Sha immediately dodged to the side, and then avoided the silver scimitar of the Iron Guard. At this time, Agers didn't know where he got the courage from. He secretly moved a trash can, walked around behind the steel guard, and suddenly raised the trash can and smashed it hard at the back of the steel guard. With a bang, the metal trash can hit the back of the steel guard, and it was directly dented. However, the steel guard was fine. He suddenly turned around and stared at Agers with a pair of blood-red eyes. Chapter 59 Battle. Agers took a breath and smiled. Boss, I didn't mean it. Yi Sha shouted from behind. Stay away from this guy. Let me deal with him. While speaking, Yi Sha quickly ran towards the Iron Guard, and then swept his foot across, kicking the Iron Guard hard again, attracting the Iron Guard's attention back to himself. Roar! The Iron Guard used another ability of his again, accompanied by a roar, and the surrounding airflow was instantly disrupted, forming a spiral airflow that attacked Yi Sha. Yi Sha quickly dodged sideways, and after avoiding the attack of the Iron Guard, he jumped back continuously to create some distance between him and the Iron Guard. The Iron Guard is a low-level mutant zombie that is quite difficult to deal with, originally, except for shooting the head and breaking the neck. Attacking other parts of the body of the zombie has no effect, unless the body can be directly destroyed. Now, the Iron Guard is basically a lump of iron. How can it be so easy to destroy the body? Even the head and neck are metallized, and it is very difficult to kill with one blow. However, Yi Sha's face was not worried. Often at such times, Yi Sha was extremely grateful that he could be reborn. Everything he had experienced in the previous life would be Yi Sha's most precious wealth in this life. Continuously leaping back and stepping in small steps, Yi Sha was as flexible as a loach, jumping left and right, constantly dodging the scimitar of the steel guard. At the same time, Yi Sha also took out the red flame bomb, took out a crystal bar from it, and turned it in his palm. Even if it was a red flame bomb, Yi Sha believed that it would not be able to kill the steel guard directly by bombing him. This guy's defense was too high. If we only consider defense and ignore other aspects, the Iron Guard is definitely a gold-level mutant zombie. The final level is silver 1-star because, apart from defense, the Iron Guard is not very outstanding in other aspects. So, there is only one chance. Suddenly, the blade was sharp, and the Iron Guard raised the silver scimitar again and chopped down. After Yisha flexibly dodged, the blade chopped on the ground. The marble floor was cracked with just one blow. Yisha's pupils suddenly dilated. And then he attacked immediately, kicking the iron guard's wrist fiercely. And the silver scimitar flew out of his hand. This was what Yisha wanted. The iron guard had previously cut off one arm and lost his silver scimitar. Now that Yisha kicked another one away, the iron guard was left without a weapon. After losing his weapon, the iron guard only had one way to attack. Spiral airflow. Roar! Sure enough, the next moment, the iron guard opened his bloody mouth and roared at Yisha, and the surrounding airflow was slowly stirred. The opportunity is right in front of us. Yisha immediately threw out the red flame bomb crystal bar in his palm, which was flying in the air and finally fell into the mouth of the iron guard. Yisha immediately turned around and ran, shouting to Agers, "Run!" The two ran away quickly, and the red flame bomb had a wide range. Boom! With a sudden loud noise, the iron guard's body exploded into a huge fireball, and his body was blown to pieces. A huge wave of air flew forward, lifted up Yisha and Agers, and then smashed them to the ground. This is the weakness of the iron guard. Although the surface of the iron guard's skin is like steel, the internal structure of the body is still human. Therefore, as long as it is detonated from the inside, the iron guard can be blown to pieces. You have killed the iron guard. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, silver scimitar. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yisha didn't care about the pain in his body and immediately got up from the ground. The moment he saw the iron guard, Yisha coveted the 2 silver scimitars of the iron guard. Yisha also has a melee weapon, the Alaskan harpoon. The blood-sucking healing effect is very important to Yisha, which can help him dissolve the zombie virus when he is injured. It can be said to be Yisha's most important weapon at present. However, the Alaskan harpoon also has some shortcomings. That is, it is too short. If the handle is not counted, the Alaskan harpoon is only about the length of a palm. This is no longer a simple melee, but a close-range melee. Although it is more dangerous, it is not only for the enemy, but also for Yisha. The silver scimitar of the iron guard is very good, and Yisha likes it very much. However, the silver scimitar is just an ordinary silver scimitar, unlike the Alaskan whale harpoon, which has special properties. Secondly, although the iron guard can wield 2 silver scimitars, Yisha only got one, which is a bit of a pity. Yisha picked up the silver scimitar and said to Aegis, "Let's go." Aegis got up from the ground and looked at the broken body of the iron guard with lingering fear. What kind of monster is this? Although Aegis is not considered smart, he is still a normal person. If he still doesn't know that the iron guard is not a normal human being after all this fight, then he is a fool. It's hard to explain in a few words. Yisha thought for a while. Then, is it already evening? Evening? Aegis looked at his watch. It's just after 2 in the afternoon. Yisha nodded, then frowned. They got up early in the morning and were chased, then fled everywhere, and came to the exhibition hall. Although it took a lot of time, it was not dark. But, don't zombies only appear at night in the Amnesia City? This mutant zombie is also a zombie. Why does the Iron Guard appear during the day? This exhibition hall is weird. This thought immediately flashed through Yisha's mind. Be careful. When Yisha thought of this, he said to Aegis, "Follow me. Don't move anything. Don't talk loudly. And keep your footsteps down." Aegis smiled bitterly. "I think we should run. There are monsters in this place." "Yisha, there are Duke Clark's men outside. Do you think it's better to be killed by the Duke's men? Or to be hacked to death by monsters?" Aegis burst into tears. "Is there no way to survive?" "Yisha, anyway. I plan to continue walking in. You can do whatever you want." Aegis watched Yisha continue to walk forward after he finished speaking. After gritting his teeth, he quickly followed. Anyway, both sides are dead ends. At least following Yisha will definitely be a little safer. After passing through the exhibition hall continuously, no zombies were encountered, which made Yisha wonder if the appearance of the Iron Guard was just a coincidence. "Yisha, if there are kidnappers, they will definitely not be in the exhibition hall. We need to find the warehouse where the exhibits are stored." "Aegis, what if all the items are on display?" "Yisha, that means there is nothing in the warehouse." "Not that there is no warehouse." Chapter 60 Corpses and Warehouses. Aegis nodded and agreed with this statement. It is impossible that there is no warehouse in such a large exhibition hall. Suddenly, Agers clapped his hands. Are we going the wrong way? Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Agers, think about it. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to move in and out of the exhibition hall directly. Right? Therefore, the warehouse is probably not connected to the exhibition hall. Yisha thought for a while. When I came in, I seemed to see a few buildings in the back. Agers, most likely the warehouse is there. Yisha nodded, thinking that what Agers said made sense, and immediately said, let's go to the back. The two quickly left the exhibition hall and walked towards the building at the back. Soon, Yisha saw a sign that read, no entry for non-staff members. Agers excitedly said, we should have found the right place. Yisha nodded, took the lead and continued to move forward. Soon he came to a building and pushed the door. It was not locked. As Yisha stretched out his hand, the door opened by itself. The next moment, Yisha's muscles tensed up, and he instantly entered a fighting state, becoming extremely alert. Blood. Strong smell of blood. The moment the door was opened, Yisha smelled a strong smell of blood. Even with Agers' ordinary sense of smell, let alone Yisha, he could clearly smell the blood. Yisha raised his hand to signal Agers to follow him carefully, and then walked in carefully. The interior of this building was undoubtedly a warehouse. Yisha saw some wooden boxes, but not many. It was estimated that some exhibits would be put in the warehouse first when they needed regular maintenance. However, this exhibition hall seems to have been abandoned for a long time. So the things in this warehouse are naturally piled up like this. Agers whispered, we may have found the right place. These boxes, and the several carts over there, including the dim background here, are very similar to the outlines in the photo. Yisha nodded, without saying much, and continued to move forward, while taking the star-shining goggles out of the backpack and putting them on his face. However, there was no red shadow on the goggles. Yisha couldn't help wondering. No one here. Suddenly, Agers screamed. Very short. Obviously Agers immediately covered his mouth again. Yisha whispered, what are you screaming for? Agers, I think I stepped on something. Yisha stepped back 2 steps, came to Agers' side, then took out his mobile phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on the ground. A corpse. There was a corpse lying on the ground, with a large amount of blood on the body. But the blood had already dried. Agers was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. Yisha squatted down and used his mobile phone to carefully illuminate the body. This was a strong man with bulging muscles. He was wearing a simple vest, which made him look even more powerful. He had a pistol on his waist and a submachine gun next to the body. At the same time, this guy was bitten to death. There were many claw marks on his body, and half of his neck was gone. The flesh was bloody, and the wound was rough. It was obvious that his neck was bitten off. Zombies? Yisha murmured, then shook his head. It shouldn't be a zombie, because if you are bitten by a zombie, you will definitely be infected with the virus and become a zombie. Of course, it's hard to say. After all, the neck has been bitten like this. The biggest weakness of zombies is the neck and head. Maybe if the neck is bitten like this, it can't become a zombie. At this time, Agers suddenly raised his hand and pointed forward. Yes. Yes. There are corpses. Yisha looked up and used his mobile phone to illuminate the front. Sure enough, there were 3 more bodies not far away. Yisha got closer and saw that the remaining 3 bodies were also 3 men, equipped with weapons, and looked quite fierce. The cause of death was exactly the same. All of them were bitten to death. At the same time, seeing these 3 bodies, the possibility of zombies almost disappeared. The reason is very simple. The first body had half of its neck bitten off, so it can be explained that it did not turn into a zombie. But the remaining 3 bodies, although they were all bitten to death, their necks and heads were intact. If it was done by zombies, these 3 bodies should have been transformed into zombies due to the infection of the zombie virus. Not corpses, unless they died again after becoming zombies. However, Yisha checked very carefully. There were no fatal injuries on the heads and necks of these 3 bodies. At most, there were some small wounds and scratches. It is impossible that they were killed after becoming zombies. Yisha murmured, so, it's a human? Aegis was terrified and couldn't help but said, I think we should run away. I always feel panicky. Yisha, have you ever thought that these 4 might be kidnappers? Agers was surprised. Ah. Yisha explained, 4 strong men. armed with guns, in a deserted exhibition hall warehouse. Fit the identity of kidnappers. The most important thing is that you seem to have said that the kidnappers were going to blackmail Duke Clark and sent him his daughter's ear. Agers nodded, yes. Yi Sha, however, after the Duke's daughter's ear was sent to Duke Clark, there was no news from these kidnappers, and no further contact with Duke Clark. Agers nodded again. Yi Sha, from the fact that they only sent ears instead of corpses, it can be seen that they have not given up blackmail. In this case, why don't they continue to contact Duke Clark? Why did they suddenly disappear? Isn't the answer obvious enough? Agers moved his Adam's apple. It's not that they don't want to contact, but they can't contact because they are all dead. Yi Sha nodded. Yeah. Bang. At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of the two. Looking back, the door of the warehouse was closed heavily by itself. Agers was frightened again. This time, he didn't almost fall to the ground, but actually sat on the ground. Yes. 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 Agers trembled. There is a ghost. Bullshit ghost. Yi Sha cursed in his heart, and kept turning around and looking around, because a red shadow appeared in the Xingyo goggles. The red shadow was very fast, and could fly at the same time, constantly darting around the two of them. Yi Sha kept moving his feet, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of the red shadow. Suddenly, the red shadow stopped circling around the two of them, and swooped down from the sky, rushing towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha immediately shouted, "Activate the night vision function." The Xingyo goggles turned green, and the scene in the warehouse became slightly clearer. Chapter 61 Human Face Bat. Bat? Under night vision mode, Yi Sha finally saw the red shadow clearly. It turned out to be a huge bat. Its body was at least the size of a basin, and its wings were even bigger, about 3 meters wide when spread out to the left and right. Yi Sha quickly fell to the ground and rolled to avoid the impact of the bat. He continued to look back. The bat turned around and actually had a human face. The human face was of course not a real human face, but the outline of the bat was very similar to the outline of human facial features. Without looking at the wings on both sides, it seemed as if a human face was floating in the air. Human face bat. Yi Sha licked his lips. It's actually an ancient species. Yi Sha was not too surprised, since those corpses had bite wounds, but did not turn into zombies due to the zombie virus. It was probably the work of the ancient species. This human face bat is a relatively common ancient species. Yi Sha had seen it many times in his previous life and had fought against it several times. He was not afraid of it now. At this time, the human face bat suddenly made a cry like a baby crying, and then swooped down from the air again. Yi Sha did not move his body. The speed of the human face bat was very fast. If he wanted to rely on the method used to deal with the steel guards, dodging and looking for opportunities, he would definitely die miserably, because Yi Sha knew very well that his speed was definitely not as fast as the human face bat. In this case, then, when two men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Not only did Yi Sha not dodge, he even took the initiative to meet the human face bat when it swooped down. Bang! Yi Sha collided with the human face bat, and then he felt a pain in his chest, and a huge force came. However, that power was not unstoppable. After Yi Sha's physical fitness was strengthened twice, it had surpassed the level of normal people. The human-faced bat was not small in size, but its strength was average. This was actually a common phenomenon. Guys with great strength usually had low agility. Conversely, guys with high agility and speed were always slightly inferior in strength. Ah! Yi Sha roared, dragged his feet back on the ground, and was pushed 2 or 3 meters away by the human-faced bat. Yi Sha actually pushed the human-faced bat down. You've attacked. Yi Sha suddenly raised the silver scimitar. Now it's my turn. Puff! Yi Sha raised the silver scimitar and stabbed the human-faced bat with force. Then, there was a muffled sound, and a stream of blood spurted out of the human-faced bat's body. The human-faced bat made a cry like a baby crying again, and then spread its wings and flapped them continuously, and actually took Yi Sha flying. Bang! 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 The human-faced bat kept flying in the air, carrying Yi Sha and constantly hitting the boxes around, knocking those boxes down, and finally rushed directly to the wall. Bang! The human-faced bat swung its body and threw Yi Sha directly onto the wall, while it continued to fly upwards along the wall to avoid the impact. Yi Sha felt as if all the bones on his back were about to break. This blow really hit him hard. Even so, Yi Sha did not let go of his hand. He knew very well that most of the ancient species had a certain degree of wisdom. In fact, Yi Sha had seen some ancient species whose wisdom was not inferior to that of humans. Therefore, Yi Sha knew very well that if he let go of the human-faced bat, the human-faced bat would definitely not let him get close to it so easily again. With the speed of the human-faced bat, it was really difficult for Yi Sha to carry out a long-range attack. So, Yi Sha gritted his teeth. One wing must be disabled first. The silver scimitar was still stuck in the human-faced bat's body. Yi Sha tried several times but couldn't pull it out. He simply gave up the silver scimitar, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon from his waist, and stabbed the human-faced bat's wing with force. Puff! The Alaskan whale harpoon cut a bloody wound on the human-faced bat's wing. Then, Yi Sha let go of his left hand holding the human-faced bat, grabbed the wrist of his right hand, and suddenly exerted force. Yi Sha growled, "Go to hell." The Alaskan whale harpoon that had pierced the human-faced bat's body suddenly fell down, directly cutting the human-faced bat's wings apart. Bang! Yi Sha fell heavily to the ground. And the human-faced bat's right wing was also cut in half. After losing its balance, it directly hit the side wall, and then slid to the ground along the wall. The human-faced bat kept making mournful cries, and then struggled on the ground, flapping its wings continuously. But the right wing could no longer flap, and no matter how hard the human-faced bat struggled, it could only roll on the ground. Yi Sha fell heavily, but because of the blood-sucking healing properties of the Alaskan whale harpoon, the pain was quickly relieved. Yi Sha looked at the human-faced bat fiercely. "Now, you are finished." The human-faced bat continued to struggle on the ground, and then suddenly let out a sharp scream. The scream was extremely piercing. When the sound entered his ears, Yi Sha even opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His ears began to tinnitus, and there was a constant buzzing sound. At the same time, Yi Sha also felt a severe headache. Agers was even worse off than Yi Sha. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell backwards to the ground, rolling over and over, his face becoming extremely ugly, pale and powerless. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. Sonic attack. Yi Sha had not forgotten that the human-faced bat had this attack. But when Yi Sha faced the human-faced bat in his previous life, his strength was already quite outstanding, and the human-faced bat's sonic attack did not have much effect on Yi Sha. Therefore, in Yi Sha's impression, the most outstanding thing about the human-faced bat was its flying speed, which really gave him a headache at the time. As for the sonic attack, Yi Sha completely ignored it. Now Yi Sha suffered, and finally realized that the sound wave attack of the human-faced bat was not weak at all. He was too strong in his previous life. Now, Yi Sha's level is only silver 1 star, and the sound wave attack is terrifying. The human-faced bat seemed to feel that his attack was effective, and it screamed continuously, and the sound was getting louder and louder. Puff! Yi Sha felt a sweetness in his throat, and then he spurted out blood again. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. "It seems that you have to fight to the death. So let's try and see who can last longer." Yi Sha was seriously injured by the sonic attack, but the human-faced bat was not much better. With one of its wings broken, it could no longer fly and could only tumble on the ground. It was still unknown who would win or lose. Yi Sha staggered to the front of the human-faced bat, raised his hand and pulled out the silver scimitar, and then slashed the human-faced bat fiercely. With a puff, a stream of blood splashed from the human-faced bat's body, all over the ground. At the same time, because of the pain, the human-faced bat's scream became sharper. Chapter 62 Compsognathus. Ah! As the screams of the human-faced bat intensified, Yi Sha felt even more painful. Even so, Yi Sha pulled out the silver scimitar and stabbed it fiercely into the body of the human-faced bat. Puff! Another cut appeared on the body of the human-faced bat. This was a competition of perseverance. Yi Sha and the human-faced bat hurt each other. Only the one with a stronger will could survive to the end. "I won't die." Yi Sha kept coughing up blood and gritted his teeth. "I will go further. But you can only die here." As Yi Sha spoke, he stabbed the silver scimitar into the human-faced bat again. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. After 16 slashes, the human-faced bat was covered with blood holes, and the screaming sound gradually weakened. When Yi Sha stabbed it with the 16th slash, the human-faced bat finally stopped moving. Congratulations on killing the human-faced bat. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, ancient bat blood. When the mysterious voice sounded, Yi Sha didn't even have the strength to smile. His legs softened, and he fell directly to the ground. Huh? Yi Sha gasped for air. Only those who have died once, only those who have almost died, can know how precious air is. After resting for a while, Yi Sha finally felt better. Sonic attacks are spiritual attacks after all. Compared with physical injuries, spiritual injuries come and go quickly, and can be recovered faster. Of course, don't think that spiritual attacks are not powerful. On the contrary, compared with the damage caused by physical punches, spiritual damage is more terrifying. First, mental attacks are hard to defend against, and are difficult to resist easily. In the end, Yi Sha fought with a human-faced bat for perseverance, and killed the human-faced bat before he was killed. Second, physical injuries can be saved, even if it is just a breath. There is hope, but mental trauma is different. If it is not fatal, it is not a big problem, and you don't need to worry about it. It will recover quickly. But if it is fatal, even gods can't save it. After Yi Sha felt his mind was clearer, he got up from the ground, walked to Aegis, and kicked him with his foot. Are you dead? Aegis struggled and twitched. It seems that he still has a breath left. Yi Sha, don't worry. You will be fine after a rest. The sonic attack of the human-faced bat is very terrifying. It uses sound to attack the mind. However, it is not the kind of mental attack that will cause fatal trauma. It just makes people extremely painful. As long as they don't continue to bear the sound waves, they will recover soon. Yi Sha sat aside and took a bottle of water from his backpack and drank it, after resting enough. Explore the surroundings. Although the kidnapper's body has been found, it is still unknown whether the Duke's daughter is dead or alive. Aegis immediately made a bitter face. I think it's enough to bring back the kidnapper's body. Yi Sha, if it's the kidnapper, then it's enough. But if it's the kidnapper's body, do you think Duke Clark will believe it? What if he thinks you just found a few bodies to impersonate? Aegis slammed his head on the ground in pain. What a sin. Who did I offend? Yi Sha, you seem to be quite energetic. Get up honestly. Aegis sighed, and sat up from the ground helplessly. Yi Sha also stood up. Let's go, and see what else is here. Yi Sha is quite interested in this place right now. There are iron guards, and an ancient human-faced bat. Yi Sha always feels that this place is not simple. While thinking, Yi Sha continued to move forward. Aegis followed helplessly. What else is there to see? With that monster here? What else can there be in this place? What was there was eaten by the monster? And the Duke's daughter was probably bitten to death. That's hard to say. Yi Sha, the 4 kidnappers were not bitten to death by the human-faced bats. Aegis was stunned for a moment. Then surprised. Ah? Yi Sha, don't be so surprised. Aegis trembled. If it wasn't eaten by that monster. Do you mean there are other man-eating monsters here? Yi Sha explained. I thought it was a human-faced bat at first. But then, I thought about it carefully, and found that the size was wrong. Aegis, the size is wrong? Yi Sha pointed at his neck. Remember the first corpse? Half of the neck was bitten off. But when the human-faced bat screamed just now, you should have seen how big its mouth was. If it was bitten by a human-faced bat, it would not be half of the neck, but the whole head. Aegis, maybe it likes to chew slowly. Yi Sha, then what about the wounds on the other corpses? The longest bite mark is only half a palm wide. With the mouth of a human-faced bat, even if it chews slowly, it can't bite such a small wound. Yi Sha stopped while talking. Yi Sha stretched out his hand to signal Aegis to stop, and then shone the flashlight on his mobile phone to the ground on one side. On the ground, there were clumps of sticky liquid, with a bit of fishy smell and a slight stench. Saliva? Yi Sha thought of saliva at the first time. But the saliva of zombies is not like this. The smell will be stronger, and it should not be so transparent. Yi Sha carefully shone the flashlight on the saliva, and then walked forward step by step along the saliva. Soon, Yi Sha saw a pile of wooden boxes. The wooden boxes were not neatly arranged, but seemed to have been knocked down by something, and were piled up in all directions. There was nothing valuable inside the wooden boxes except some foam. Yi Sha raised his mobile phone and illuminated the wooden boxes. The saliva disappeared here. Suddenly, a red shadow appeared in Yi Sha's starry goggles. The starry goggles cannot detect hidden enemies 100%, because the effect of the starry goggles is to detect moving targets in the fan-shaped position in front. If they are out of range or not moving, then the starry goggles cannot detect them. Therefore, The sudden red shadow also frightened Yisha, and he instinctively retreated. The next moment, a dinosaur appeared in front of Yisha. Yisha was surprised, an ancient species. Compsognathus. Compsognathus is the smallest dinosaur species, the tallest of which is no more than 1 meter. Thinking of the wounds on the 4 corpses before, Yisha knew what bit them to death. Obviously the Compsognathus in front of him. Bang! At the same time, Yisha was hit by the Compsognathus without warning. Although this guy is not big, he is very powerful and very fast. After pressing Yisha under him, the Compsognathus opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and bit down at Yisha. Yisha quickly raised his hand and pinched the Compsognathus' neck tightly to prevent this guy from biting his neck off. Chapter 63 Fighting. I don't know if it's because the Compsognathus is not big, so the fear it brings is not that obvious. This time, Agers didn't get scared to the point of weakness. He just raised a box and smashed it hard at the back of the Compsognathus. With a crash, the box was smashed into pieces, and the Compsognathus turned its head and stared at Agers. Agers was immediately frightened and ran away. Of course, Yisha would not let the Compsognathus chase Agers. If this guy was caught, he would definitely be bitten to death. At the moment when the Compsognathus turned around, Yisha suddenly jumped up, clamped his legs around the Compsognathus' neck, and then turned over. Yisha shouted, "Kneel down!" Yisha suddenly exerted force, and the Compsognathus' legs softened and knelt on the ground. Yisha immediately pulled out the silver moon scimitar and planned to chop it down. But before the silver moon scimitar fell, the Compsognathus struggled hard, directly knocked Yisha away, and then flew towards Yisha again. Yisha rolled on the ground continuously, avoiding the attack of the Compsognathus, and then picked up a wooden box and smashed it on the Compsognathus' head. The wooden box was smashed by the Compsognathus, but it also made the Compsognathus twist its head. Yisha chopped it down without hesitation, slashing it hard on the neck. The Compsognathus shook its head and roared, shaking its neck vigorously, throwing Yisha away, and then ran madly towards Yisha. Bang! Yisha's chest was hit by the Compsognathus, and then he was pushed against the wall. Crack! The wooden wall actually made a muffled sound, and a huge crack appeared directly. Yisha gritted his teeth, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon from his waist, and stabbed the back of the Compsognathus fiercely. The Compsognathus felt the pain and became more crazy. Its head kept arching forward and continuously hitting Yisha. After being hit a few times, Yisha was also hurt. Seeing the Compsognathus hitting again, he suddenly dodged to the side nimbly and bypassed the Compsognathus' head. Bang! The Compsognathus hit the wall hard with its head. The wall, which had been cracked by the collision, made a loud noise, and then a piece of it collapsed instantly. What was surprising was that the wall behind was actually hollow, and there was also a staircase diagonally going down behind the wall. Then, Yisha and Compsognathus hugged each other, fell backwards, and rolled down the stairs. The stairs were not high, about 10 steps, but they still knocked Yisha and Compsognathus unconscious. Yisha lay on the ground for a long time, then staggered to get up from the ground, and then looked at the Compsognathus that was also getting up on the side. Yisha pounced again without hesitation, directly on the back of the Compsognathus. At the same time, when he pounced on the Compsognathus, Yisha still held the Alaskan harpoon tightly, and slashed it downward with force, creating a huge gash on the back of the Compsognathus. Ah! The Compsognathus roared in pain, and then suddenly opened its mouth and bit Yisha's shoulder fiercely. Ugh! Yisha groaned, but he held back the scream and pulled the Alaskan harpoon out of the Compsognathus. Beast! Let go! While Yisha was shouting, he held the Alaskan harpoon and stabbed the Compsognathus fiercely. Puff! 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 Yisha continuously stabbed the relatively weak abdomen of the Compsognathus, bringing out streaks of blood. At the same time, because Yisha was using the Alaskan whale harpoon to attack continuously and heal by sucking blood, his shoulder was not bitten to pieces by the Compsognathus. You know, with the bite ability of the Compsognathus, it can be said to be easy to bite his shoulder to pieces. However, with Yisha's continuous attacks, the bite strength of the Compsognathus gradually weakened. Obviously, Yisha's attack was still effective, and the large amount of blood loss made the Compsognathus weak. Then, Yisha said grimly, "It's time to strike a fatal blow." Yisha suddenly grabbed the silver scimitar. The silver scimitar had been embedded in the neck of the Compsognathus. Yisha pulled it out with force, bringing out a stream of blood, and then chopped it down again with force. Puff! With a dull sound like a cloth being torn. Yisha's chopped very hard, almost completely cutting off the Compsognathus' neck. In the end, the Compsognathus didn't even have the chance to whine. Its neck was crooked, with only a layer of skin left, and the whole dragon fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing the Compsognathus. Cumulative number 1. Since you have killed 3 different types of ancient species cumulatively, you will be rewarded with the title, Ancient Hunter. Ancient Hunter title. Physical fitness permanently increased by 0.15. As Yisha leaned against the wall and gasped, the mysterious voice followed. Although he killed the Compsognathus, Yisha did not get any reward from the Compsognathus corpse. As for the so-called title, it was also within Yisha's expectations. Yisha had this title in his previous life. Or rather, in his previous life, most people had the title of Ancient Hunter. After all, killing 3 different kinds of ancient species was not that difficult. As long as one could survive 4 or 5 Doomsday Train platforms, it was almost certain that he would get the title of Ancient Hunter. Yisha was just one step faster. In fact, Ancient Hunter was indeed a very basic title. It could be seen from the stingy effect of only increasing physical fitness by 0.15 that this title was quite ordinary. In addition, Yisha also knew some primary titles, such as Mutant Hunter, which required killing 15 mutant zombies, and Corpse Slayer, which could be obtained as long as the number of zombies killed reached 500. Of course, the additional effects brought by these titles were very general, and it felt better than nothing. However, Yisha vaguely remembered that there was still a very perverted primary title. That is, Public Enemy of Humanity, which required killing 20 humans who had boarded the Doomsday Train during the platform mission, and could get a 1.5 increase in physical fitness and a random fantasy ability. Let's not talk about the morality and cruelty first. Just finding 20 people and then killing them is not an easy task, because it is useless to kill people like Agers. They must be humans who got off the Doomsday Train. Hey, are you okay? At this time, Ager's voice suddenly sounded, and then he hurried down the stairs. Fortunately, you are still alive. Agers kicked the Compsognathus with his foot while speaking, and he was relieved to make sure that this guy was really dead. Then, Agers looked around. What is this place? After being reminded by Agers, Yisha paid attention to the surroundings. Chapter 64 Underground Slaves. This is undoubtedly a secret passage. Why does a warehouse and an exhibition hall need a secret passage? Yisha looked around. There was a hazy space under the stairs. It was very dark because there was no light. Yisha picked up his phone, turned on the flashlight function, and illuminated the surroundings. Agers suddenly said, "Look, there is an air switch here." Agers walked to the side and turned off the air switch directly. Yisha wanted to stop him. God knows what the air switch turned on. But Agers had already turned off the air switch first, so Yisha didn't say much. The next moment, a white-hot light suddenly appeared, because they had been in darkness for a long time. The sudden appearance of this light was particularly dazzling, causing Yisha and Agers to close their eyes. After a while, after their eyes gradually adapted to the light, Yisha and Agers opened their eyes again. What they saw was an empty room. Actually, it is not quite correct to call it a room. Compared with ordinary rooms, this place is much larger, but it seems a little small to call it a hall. There was nothing around. No wooden boxes. No fossils. Nothing. It didn't look like a hidden warehouse, since there were no human-faced bats and Compsognathus. Agers became much bolder and followed Yisha's example, wandering around the room. Hey! 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 Agers suddenly shouted, "This shouldn't be the power switch, right?" After hearing the voice, Yisha walked towards Agers and saw what Agers was talking about. It was a switch, with a square metal base that fit on the wall, and a cherry-sized red button. Yisha stepped forward and said, "Press it and you'll know." Agers was anxious. What if it's a trap? Yisha glanced at this guy. When you pulled the air switch casually, didn't you think it was a disguised trap switch? And at the moment when Yisha pressed the switch, the wall in front of him made a click sound and slowly rose up. The next moment, Yisha and Agers were dumbfounded. So many people. Behind the wall was a large space, with pure white walls. There were dozens of people in it. ragged, thin, and exhausted, with shackles on their hands and feet. Those people were carrying things. Strictly speaking, square iron boxes, silver-white, with a black horn skull pattern on the front. The open wall was obviously the entrance to this place, and Yisha and Agers stood at the edge of the entrance. But these people seemed not to see the two of them, still dragging their shackles and moving the boxes. Agers whispered, "Are they all stupid?" Yisha stepped forward and waved his hand in front of a man. Looking at his expression, not stupid, but numb, Yisha found that these people had no expression on their faces. Their eyes once wandered on Yisha's face, then quickly moved away and continued to move the boxes. Obviously, these guys could see Yisha and Agers, but they didn't care at all. He didn't care who Yisha and Agers were, or why they were here. He felt completely hopeless about the world, and just mechanically and numbly carried the boxes. If a person is so numb that he doesn't even care about his own life or death, how can he care about other things? This is what Yisha felt. It's not that these people didn't notice their existence, but they were completely numb. Yisha thought about it and realized that there was nothing to say to such people, because no matter what you ask, they probably won't answer you. As for beating them until they open their mouths, Yisha looked at the group of people and didn't feel that they were afraid of being beaten. Yisha simply walked to the side and used the Alaskan whale fork to pry open a metal box. Since he couldn't get anything from these people's mouths, he would just use his eyes to see. Click! A metal box placed on the side was pried open by Yisha. And then Yisha's face was instantly filled with horror, because it was really too surprising. What was placed in the metal box was actually the source of zombie disease. Strictly speaking, it was the part of the glass cabinet of the source of zombie disease, which was filled with green liquid. In the center, there was a fist-sized light source, which was emitting green light, but it was not as blazing as the green light emitted by the source of zombie disease that Yisha had seen before. Yisha was stunned. Yisha obviously didn't expect that he would see the source of zombies here. At the same time, after a brief surprise, Yisha suddenly showed a hint of excitement. Obviously, by finding the source of zombies here, he might be infinitely close to the secret of the City of Amnesia. After all, from the current point of view, there are only two special features of the City of Amnesia. One is the 24-hour memory retention time, and the other is the weird zombies that disappear during the day and appear at night. Hey! At this time, Agers' voice suddenly sounded, calling Yisha, "Come here quickly." Yisha looked in the direction of Agers and walked over. "What's wrong?" Agers was pulling a little girl and talking to her, but the little girl obviously didn't want to pay attention to Agers. She just numbly dragged her shackles and struggled to carry the metal box that was half her height. Following the team to move forward, Agers said to Yisha excitedly, "This is the daughter of Duke Clark." Yisha was stunned. The one who was kidnapped? After Yisha finished speaking, he looked at the girl carefully. It was true that she looked quite similar to the photo, except that the girl in front of him had a dirty face, expressionless face, pale and tired face, and simple white t-shirt and pants, barefoot, which was completely different from the photo. She seemed to have lost a lot of weight. However, if you look closely at the facial features, you can still see that they are the same person. Yisha also squatted in front of the little girl and said softly, "Can we talk?" The Duke's daughter completely ignored Yisha, and even carried the metal box directly around Yisha and continued to move forward. Yisha was not surprised. He had long felt that these people would not pay attention to him. Otherwise they would not directly ignore the two living people. So he was too lazy to ask, and went to pry the box directly. However, the girl in front of him was obviously different from the others. He could ignore the lives of others, but he had to care about the little girl in front of him. Yisha simply said, "Never mind. Cut off the shackles, and carry them away directly. Anyway, it's fine as long as they are alive." Duke Clark didn't say that taking back a fool doesn't count. But at this moment, a light shout suddenly rang out. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Chapter 65 Escape. The light shout attracted the attention of Yisha and Agers. The two looked sideways, and found that there was an iron staircase in the corner. This place had a second floor, and there were many rooms on the second floor. At this moment, a door was opened, and a man in a biochemical suit looked down at the two of them, and slowly reached behind his waist, and vaguely saw a pistol there. Yisha's thoughts were flying. This man was not wearing shackles, but wearing a biochemical suit, and there was a gun on his waist. looking at the people carrying things. They were wearing shabby clothes, ragged, and wearing shackles. This made Yisha come to a conclusion that the people moving things downstairs might be a group of slaves, and they might be captured and forced to work here. As for the man in the biochemical suit upstairs, he was probably a caretaker. Hey, I'm asking you a question. At this time, the man in the biochemical suit had already pulled out his gun and pointed at the two people. Put your hands behind your head honestly, and tell me, how did you find this place? Yisha winked at Aegis, not caring whether Aegis could understand or not, and then suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. Before the man in the biochemical suit was about to shoot, Yisha raised his gun and fired continuously. The biochemical serviceman quickly squatted down with his head in his hands, and the bullets hit the iron guardrail in front of him, exploding sparks continuously. After temporarily forcing the man in the biochemical suit back, Yisha drew out the silver scimitar and chopped hard on the shackles of the Duke's daughter. The shackles were not only connected to the Duke's daughter's legs, but also to the shackles of other people. If they were not cut off, he could not take them away. Dang! With a crisp sound, the shackles seemed to be ordinary shackles, not something extraordinary, and Yisha cut them off with a knife. Aegis was not too stupid. He understood Yisha's previous hint and immediately ran with the Duke's daughter in his arms. Yisha shot and retreated at the same time, not letting the other party raise his head to fight back, and retreated towards the door at the same time. But at this moment, the man in the biochemical suit did not intend to shoot back, but crawled to the side with his hands and feet, all the way to the corner of the wall, and pulled down a lever on the wall with force. Woo! 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 The piercing alarm sounded suddenly. Aegis had already run to the door, but the wall suddenly fell down with a bang, blocking the exit. The man in the biochemical suit lay on the ground and shouted, "Come out! Everyone! Someone is invading!" Accompanied by the alarm and the shouting of the man in the biochemical suit, the doors of the surrounding rooms were constantly opened, and men in biochemical suits kept rushing out. Aegis knocked on the wall a few times, but couldn't find the secret door mechanism that could open the wall. He could only helplessly ask Yisha for help. What should I do now? Yisha, run this way. Yisha pointed in another direction, then raised his head and ran forward. Yisha pointed to the direction where the people around were moving things. Since they were moving things out, there must be other exits. After all, the entrance they came from was surrounded by metal boxes that were being moved, so those metal boxes must not have been sent out through that entrance. Aegis held the Duke's daughter and quickly followed Yisha's footsteps. At the same time, those wearing biochemical suits began to shoot at the two people. The bullets hit the metal boxes, sparking sparks, and also hit the people around who were carrying boxes. They didn't care at all. Yisha and Aegis ran all the way with their bodies lowered, and ran to the other side of the hall. Sure enough, a passage appeared in front of them. Yisha led the way in without hesitation. And then, he was stunned. This turned out to be a prison cell. The passage was not short, about nearly 100 meters long, with iron gates on both sides. Behind the iron gates were square rooms filled with numb humans, some lying on the ground, some sitting with their knees hugged, and they were indifferent to Yisha and Aegis entering. Yisha, those guys really imprison humans as slaves. Aegis looked around. And then, let's run out first. Yisha nodded. He had heard footsteps. Obviously those guys in biochemical suits were chasing after him. He ran all the way and passed through the passage. There was another empty hall, which was almost exactly the same as the previous hall. It was filled with metal boxes containing zombie pathogens, and the surrounding walls were all pure white. Yisha shouted while running, "Go to the opposite wall and take a look. If it is a symmetrical structure, there should be an exit on that wall. Look for the mechanism to open it." Yisha ran to the opposite wall first and quickly began to explore. Aegis went to the other side and kept hitting the wall. At this time, the guys in biochemical suits had caught up with them, pushing aside the people who were carrying boxes, and were about to rush behind Yisha and Aegis. Found it. At this time, Aegis shouted, and the piece of wall he was holding suddenly sank, and then the whole wall rose up. Behind the wall, there is also a dark room, with a wooden staircase on the side leading to the ground. It seems that the structure of this place is indeed completely symmetrical. Yisha took the lead and ran up the stairs, and found that it was still a warehouse of the exhibition hall. It should be that the entrance and exit connected the two exhibition hall warehouses. Yi Sha turned on the Xingye goggles and ran forward. There were a lot of troubles in the previous warehouse. If he encountered any ancient species at this time, he would definitely be caught up by the guys behind. Fortunately, this time the luck was good. I didn't see anything jumping out of the warehouse. However, when Yi Sha led the way out of the warehouse, his heart skipped a beat. It's dark. The characteristic of the Amnesia City is that when it gets dark, the zombies will appear to hunt. However, the sky is not yet completely dark. It is just after dusk, and the sunset is fading. It is about to usher in the dark moment, which can also be understood as the dawn before darkness. The zombies should not appear yet, but it is obviously coming soon. Yi Sha immediately shouted to Agers, "Go!" Yi Sha quickly ran out of the warehouse, then climbed over the wall of the exhibition hall, looked around, and quickly spotted a taxi parked on the street. In the taxi, a father and daughter paid and left. After the driver put the money away, he was about to drive away. At this moment, crash! The driver's window was shattered. Yi Sha grabbed the driver's collar and dragged him out directly, then cut the driver's neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 66, War. Yi Sha pushed Agers into the taxi, and then closed the door with force. Yi Sha, let's go. Leave now, and go find Duke Clark. Agers was surprised to see that Yi Sha had no intention of getting in the car. Aren't you leaving? Yi Sha shook his head. There must be someone to attract their attention. Besides, what happens next has nothing to do with you, and is not something you can handle. I will handle it. Yi Sha never thought that he was a good person, and he didn't want to be a good person. In the end times, good people always die faster. However, Yi Sha has his own bottom line. Agers is innocent, and it was Yi Sha who forced him into the game. So Yi Sha will definitely give Agers a way out, and bring back the Duke's daughter. Agers should be taken care of by Duke Clark in the future, which is a perfect ending for Agers. Secondly, Yi Sha feels that he doesn't need Agers at the moment. Compared with the clues provided by Agers, Yi Sha feels that the group of people who appear now are closer to the secret of the City of Amnesia. At the same time, Yi Sha analyzed with Agers that before Agers woke up, he should have been imprisoned somewhere. And then Agers escaped. Thinking of the people imprisoned in the basement of the exhibition hall, Yi Sha felt that the two might be related. And this clue was not broken. Go quickly. Yi Sha pushed Agers and said, "Don't waste time. In the end, neither of us can escape." Agers gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. After putting the Duke's daughter in the passenger seat, he stepped on the accelerator hard. Yi Sha looked around, then quickly ran to a building and climbed up the fire escape stairs on the side of the building. At this time, the guys in biochemical suits also chased out with guns. Yi Sha did not hesitate at all, took off the Black Hawk compound bow, and quickly put an arrow on it and pulled the string. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the piercing arrow flew forward. Before those people could react, the piercing arrow pierced one of them in the chest. Under the stunned expression of that person, the bright red blood oozed out. However, this was not the end. The piercing arrow continued to move forward and pierced another person's head. It then flew out for more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. The group of people in biochemical suits were shocked and immediately looked around to find Yi Sha. At the same time, Yi Sha had already put the second arrow on the bowstring. This time, Yi Sha changed to an explosive arrow. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and the explosive arrow did not hit anyone, but directly stuck into the ground. The next moment, boom! A loud roar suddenly sounded, and then the fireball suddenly exploded, blowing away all the people around. When they landed, their bodies were completely charred. Their biochemical suits were tattered, and they were deader than dead. He's there! At this time, someone suddenly shouted, obviously finding Yi Sha's location based on the direction of the arrow. Yi Sha was not in a hurry, although each of those guys had a gun. The problem was that they were all pistols, and the position he chose was beyond the range of the pistols. Yi Sha took out another burning arrow and shot it forward. After nailing the man to death, he quickly climbed up to the roof along the fire escape stairs. Looking down from a high place, Yi Sha was not in a hurry. He waited for those guys to catch up to the bottom of the fire escape stairs and pulled out another explosive arrow. Puff! At night, there were fewer pedestrians on the street, and the sound of breaking through the air was particularly clear. Yisha shot the arrow directly into the middle of the fire escape stairs. And then, boom, the huge explosion sounded again, and a huge fireball rolled up with thick smoke and spread out in all directions. Although those people had not climbed up the fire escape stairs, they were knocked down by the broken fire escape stairs. Yisha sneered, turned around and ran quickly, opened the staircase door on the roof, and planned to leave. Yisha had already thought about it. The opponent had an absolute advantage in numbers. His only way out was to fight in the alleys, shuttle between alleys and buildings, and kill those guys one by one with guerrilla tactics. Of course, he must keep two for interrogation in the end. Yisha still wanted to know what was going on under the exhibition hall. However, the moment Yisha opened the door, a fishy smell came, and then a zombie rushed out and hit Yisha directly. Yisha was knocked to the ground. When the zombie opened its mouth to bite him, he held the zombie's head and twisted it, breaking the zombie's neck. Yisha got up and looked at the moon hanging high in the night sky. He couldn't help cursing, damn it. He looked inside the door and saw a dense crowd of zombies below. Yisha immediately changed his strategy. After closing the door, he ran on the rooftop. The next moment, Yisha stepped on the edge of the rooftop and jumped up. The distance between the buildings in front was about 5 meters. Even if Yisha's physical fitness had been strengthened, it was difficult to easily jump over such a distance. Therefore, Yisha did not aim at the rooftop of the building in front at the beginning, but went diagonally downward, aiming at the window on the next floor. This way, the distance was extended, and the force of falling was used invisibly. At the same time, there was a clothesline outside the window, extending half a meter outside the window. Even if you couldn't jump into the window, you could try to grab it. However, at this moment, 2 men in biochemical suits ran into the alley and fired at Yisha without saying a word. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots appeared, and Yisha's body shook. Then Yisha secretly shouted that the 2 shots did not hit him. But because of the gunshots, Yisha's body was not stretched enough, and the jumping distance would naturally be affected. Let's fight. Yisha gritted his teeth, pulled out the silver scimitar, and then stabbed it out with force when he landed on the opposite side of the alley. The blade scraped across the wall, slowing down the momentum, and then Yisha stretched out his hand and grabbed the windowsill on the side, flipped over, broke the glass, and flipped into the house. The house was not safe either. There were 2 zombies, a man and a woman, who immediately staggered towards Yisha after hearing the sound of the window breaking. Get out of here! Yisha kicked a zombie away, then swung the silver scimitar vigorously. With a flash of silver light, the silver scimitar swept forward and chopped off the head of the female zombie. Then, Yisha drew his gun and blew up the head of the male zombie, who wanted to get up from the ground. After dealing with 2 zombies, Yisha quickly ran to the door. But when he opened the door, he gasped. So many? In the corridor outside the door, there were more than 20 zombies densely packed, blocking the entire corridor. At the same time, when the sound of the door opening sounded, the eyes of those zombies immediately focused on Yisha. Chapter 67 Devourer. Yisha cursed in his heart, feeling that this was unscientific. As far as Yisha knew, the people living in the city of Amnesia would hide behind closed doors at night, because the streets were full of zombies. However, from the side, it could be seen that there should be no zombies in the building. Otherwise, those who hid at home would also be dead. But what was going on now? The dense zombies in the corridor could not be fake. Seeing the zombies approaching, Yisha immediately retreated back into the room, slammed the door shut, then took out the colorful clouds covering the moon, pulled out a metal bar from it, and stuffed it directly through the crack of the door. Bang! 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 The zombies kept hitting the door, trying to rush into the room. But after a while, they gradually became silent. Yisha opened the door, and there was still a colorful cloud covering the moon at the door, and the zombies had all fallen to the ground. Yisha immediately ran away. But just as he reached the stairs, bang! The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and the bullet hit the side stairs, directly knocking off a section of the handrail of the stairs. Yisha cursed inwardly, and looked down along the gap in the stairs, and saw that it was those guys in biochemical suits who were chasing him. Yisha immediately turned around and ran back to the room, opened the window, jumped onto the windowsill outside, and then took out an explosive arrow and stuck it in the gap in the corner of the window. After doing all this, Yisha jumped down, And while falling, he reached out and grabbed the edge of the windowsill on the next floor. Then let go and grabbed the edge of the windowsill on the next floor, repeating this cycle until he fell back to the ground. At this time, the guys in biochemical suits rushed into the room. But they didn't see Isha, so they immediately pushed the window open. At the same time, the explosive arrow stuck in the gap of the window fell down and pierced the edge of the windowsill. Boom! A huge roar sounded. The fireball exploded, and the air waves pushed away layer by layer, directly blowing people away. Isha looked up at the gushing flames and sneered. Even if there were many of them, he had the confidence to kill them one by one. While thinking, Isha quickly crossed the alley and came to the other side of the street. He stood in the shadows and observed the alley opposite. A few minutes later, the group of guys in biochemical suits appeared again and walked out of the alley, seemingly looking for Isha. Then, a man who looked like the leader waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse and look for Isha. Isha smiled contemptuously. This guy must be crazy. A group of people gathered together, and I have killed about 1/3 of them. Now he dares to act separately? Isn't this clearly giving me a chance? Okay, Isha murmured. I originally wanted to kill all of these guys and leave too. Now that they are separated, I can just capture 2 and leave. Isha thought as he retreated into the depths of the alley. He already had a goal. The man who asked everyone to disperse should have a certain status, at least a captain, so he could command others. Therefore, he became Isha's first target. A captain would know more than ordinary team members. Right? When the people in biochemical suits dispersed, Isha left the alley and followed quietly. There were not many people around the captain. Only 2 of them, which was undoubtedly good news for Isha. Isha was not in a hurry, and slowly followed the 3 people until the group of guys in biochemical suits dispersed far away, and then followed the captain into an alley. Almost at the moment of entering the alley, Isha's body suddenly tensed up, like a hunting leopard, and rushed forward fiercely, grabbing a man's shoulder from behind, and then pulling out the Alaskan whale harpoon. Puff! Isha's right hand went around the opponent's body, and the Alaskan whale harpoon slashed the opponent's throat, bringing out a stream of blood, cutting the guy's throat. The captain and another person immediately turned around and looked at Isha vigilantly. Isha threw the body away. Don't worry. I have a lot of questions to ask you, so I won't kill you. The captain, do you know that you are in big trouble? Isha smiled. I think you are in bigger trouble than me right now. The moment Isha finished speaking, the captain immediately reached for his gun. But at the same moment, Isha suddenly rushed forward. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 2 meters. With Isha's explosive power, he would naturally not give the other party a chance to draw his gun. That was why Isha dared to follow. Bang! The moment the captain raised his gun, Isha punched out, hitting the opponent's wrist, knocking the opponent's pistol away, and then kicked the follower in the chest, kicking him back 2 meters. Isha, you are no match for me. I advise you to be obedient. The captain suddenly laughed. Really? I think you should not be so sure. Roar! After he finished speaking, the captain suddenly roared, waving his hands wildly, as if in extreme pain. The next moment, the captain grabbed the biochemical suit and tore it to pieces. His body swelled up like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a huge height of 2 meters. The muscles all over his body swelled and became extremely terrifying. Roar! The captain roared again, and then a cross-shaped crack suddenly appeared on his chest. And then his chest suddenly opened, like a big mouth, with sharp teeth densely covered on the edge of the cracked flesh, and even a blood-red tongue stretched out in the center of the chest. Tick! Tick! Dark green saliva dripped from the crack in the opponent's chest and fell to the ground, constantly emitting white smoke, leaving black spots on the ground. Obviously, the saliva was very corrosive. Isha was shocked. Devourer? Devourer, a silver 5-star mutant zombie, is the evolution of the mutant zombie Devourer. It has a more terrifying appetite than the Devourer, has great strength and saliva that corrodes everything. When extremely hungry, it will fall into a rampage state. Isha was shocked not only because of the appearance of a silver 5-star mutant zombie like the Devourer, but also because of the guy in front of him, who was still a human 30 seconds ago. Why did he suddenly become a Devourer? At the same time, the follower behind him also began to roar wildly. His body changed, and suddenly became majestic. His skin turned gray, But he did not become a second devourer, but a devourer before evolution. Chapter 68 Street Fight. Roar! The devourer suddenly roared, bringing Yisha back to his senses from his shock. The next moment, the devourer's huge arm was in front of him. With a bang, Yisha was swept away and hit the wall on one side. Yisha groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But he did not stay for too long, but immediately dodged, because the tongue on the devourer's chest had already shot towards him. Bang! As Yisha dodged sideways, the tongue hit the wall directly, followed by a loud bang, and the tongue actually punched a big hole in the wall. Yisha looked at the big hole and immediately turned around and ran out of the alley. Roar! The devourer roared and was about to chase out of the alley. But at this moment, a red shadow passed through the air. It was Yisha who threw a crystal bar of red flame bomb into the alley at the moment he ran out of the alley. Obviously, Yisha knew the power of the devourer, and the silver 5-star level was not exaggerated. So Yisha immediately used the big killer in his hand. The red flame bomb is undoubtedly the most powerful thing in Yisha's hand. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and then the smoke burst and surged, pouring out directly from both sides of the alley, blowing away the vehicles on both sides of the street. You killed the devourer. Cumulative number 2. As the flames rolled, Yisha heard the mysterious voice ringing in his ears. However, there was only news of the devourer's death. What does this mean? It means that the devourer is still alive. Suddenly, the flames were broken, and a blood-red tongue pierced through the flames, and then quickly came towards Yisha. Yisha was startled and quickly raised the silver scimitar. Clang! The tongue hit the silver scimitar, and it actually made a crisp metal sound. Yisha felt the huge force coming from the blade, and took 2 or 3 steps back before he stood firm. Roar! Roar! The devourer walked out of the flames. His whole body was charred, and many parts of his body were burned. It was obvious that he was also blown up by the red flame bomb. But it was not fatal. At least, he was still moving. Yisha immediately threw the knife, and the silver scimitar fell to the ground and stabbed directly into the ground. The next moment, Yisha took off the Black Hawk compound bow, took a half step forward, put on the burning arrow, quickly pulled the bowstring, and shot at the devourer. Puff! The devourer raised his hand to catch the arrow, and then his palm was pierced by the burning arrow. Then, a raging flame ignited from the arrowhead and quickly spread to the devourer's body. Roar! Roar! Burning in the flames again. The devourer roared loudly again. But the strength of the zombies was that as long as they were not fatally injured, they could withstand such injuries. Boom! 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 The devourer suddenly started running, his feet stomping on the ground, making a continuous dull sound. And then he sank his body and rushed towards Yisha. The two were not far apart, and Yisha knew that he had no chance to shoot another arrow. So he simply put the Black Hawk compound bow back on his back, crossed his arms, and took a defensive stance. However, what Yisha did not expect was that the devourer in front of him was more cunning than he imagined, and the collision was actually a feint. Suddenly, a red shadow swept past Yisha. It turned out to be the blood-red tongue that suddenly rolled out and directly wrapped around Yisha's ankle. With a strong pull, Yisha fell to the ground. Roar! The devourer roared again, and then the tongue swung, dragging Yisha and directly hitting the guardrail on the street. With a bang, the guardrail was directly broken. Then, the devourer's tongue contracted and dragged Yisha over bit by bit, obviously intending to swallow Yisha into his stomach. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Seeing the big mouth on the devourer's chest constantly squirming and getting closer and closer to Yisha, Yisha suddenly jumped up, pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and suddenly jumped up. Knife up, knife down. Yisha stabbed the devourer's head with a knife and growled, "Go to hell." The devourer's head was stabbed with a knife, and he immediately struggled hard, then flicked his tongue hard and threw Yisha out directly. Bang! Yisha fell to the ground not far away, and his body rolled continuously on the ground. But it was only for a moment. Yisha made claws with his 5 fingers, grabbed the ground, stabilized his body, and then quickly turned over and ran towards the devourer again. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and Yisha suddenly pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger at the opponent. Although the damage was not high, the bullet penetrated the opponent's arm, which still had a certain effect. The next moment, Yi Sha quickly approached the devourer, and at the same time pulled out the silver scimitar that had been inserted into the ground before, and quickly came to the devourer. Puff! Yi Sha raised his knife and chopped the devourer's arm directly. The next moment, the arm flew directly into the air, and then fell not far away. In fact, the devourer's arm should not have been cut off so easily. After all, it was a silver 5-star mutant zombie. However, after enduring the bombardment of the red flame bomb and being burned by the burning arrows, the devourer's flesh and blood had already rotted. So Yi Sha was able to succeed so easily. At the same time, after the successful attack, Yi Sha did not hesitate at all, raised the silver scimitar and chopped towards the devourer's head, intending to chop off the devourer's head. However, this time Yi Sha did not succeed. The devourer quickly retreated, and at the same time rolled up his tongue, wrapping around Yi Sha's wrist, blocking the silver scimitar's blade. Yi Sha's eyes were stern, and he gave up the one-hit kill. He raised his foot and kicked the devourer's waist, kicking the devourer back. If I don't show my power, do you think I'm a sick cat? Yi Sha turned his wrist, and the silver scimitar turned around along Yi Sha's wrist, dancing a beautiful knife flower. Then Yi Sha stepped forward and growled, "What about a silver 5-star mutant zombie? I have killed countless king-level zombies." Yi Sha roared as he rushed towards the devourer again. Roar! The devourer roared, and then the giant mouth on his chest opened and closed, and then a piece of light green corrosive saliva spurted out of his mouth. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, suddenly took off his coat, swept forward, blocked a piece of saliva, and then flipped his palm, and a metal bar with colorful clouds covering the moon was thrown out by Yi Sha. Hiss! Hiss! The metal bar fell to the ground and immediately released smoke, wrapping up the devourer. The devourer roared continuously, constantly screaming in pain. Colorful clouds covering the moon are just ordinary smoke bombs for humans. But for zombies, these smokes are also harmful. Of course. More importantly, with the help of the smoke, Yi Sha suddenly disappeared. Chapter 69 Clues. Yi Sha quickly shuttled through the smoke, went around behind the devourer, raised the silver scimitar and chopped fiercely. The devourer roared and swung his arms backwards, but the blow missed. Although the devourer is the evolution of the devourer and has been strengthened in all aspects, the devourer's slow speed has not changed. Although it has improved to a certain extent, it is still quite difficult to keep up with Yi Sha's speed. However, the devourer's tongue is still quite flexible and fast enough, which is why Yi Sha wants to use the colorful clouds to cover the moon. If he hides his body, it will not be easy for the tongue to catch him. Then, Yi Sha showed a ferocious expression on his face. First, I'll destroy your tongue. Duh, 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 duh. Yi Sha ran quickly, and the rhythmic footsteps sounded all around. Suddenly, Yi Sha circled in front of the devourer, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon, and stabbed at the devourer's tongue. Puff! When the devourer reacted, the Alaskan whale harpoon had already pierced the devourer's tongue. Yi Sha pulled it and straightened the tongue, then raised the silver scimitar and fell. Puff! With a sharp movement of his hand, Yi Sha chopped off a section of the devourer's tongue. After the attack, Yi Sha did not stop, but continued to jump back to avoid the devourer's attack. He put the silver scimitar and Alaskan whale harpoon back into the leather sheath in midair, and then took out the Black Hawk compound bow from his back. The last blow. Yi Sha shouted, "Go to hell." Puff! Yi Sha put the piercing arrow on the bowstring, and then the bowstring loosened, and the piercing arrow flew forward, piercing through the smoke and directly piercing through the devourer's body. The devourer's body stiffened, and then slowly fell forward. You killed the devourer. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, Enhanced Poison Sac X1. Random Potion X1. The mysterious voice sounded, announcing the devourer's death. Because it was the first kill, Yi Sha got a good harvest again. The poison sac was the poison sac that Yi Sha had obtained before, but the devourer was the evolution of the devourer, so the poison sac was also strengthened. Yi Sha directly groped in the devourer's body for a few times, and then dug out the poison sac from the devourer's chest. As for the random potion, it is an extra reward given by the Doomsday Train. It cannot be obtained now. You must go back to the Doomsday Train and go to the dining car to collect it. However, compared with the reward, Yi Sha is more troubled by the corpses in front of him. Originally, Yisha wanted to dig out some information from these guys. But they turned into zombies, for no reason, and were killed by him. Who can he dig out information from now? At this time, there were some noises around. Yisha looked around, and saw that it was the zombies that appeared when fighting the Devourer before. Because the Devourer itself was a mutated and powerful zombie. The ordinary zombies instinctively did not approach. Of course, being powerful is relative. Silver 5-star is also a low level. But compared to ordinary zombies, it is naturally much stronger. Now that Yisha is the only one left, the zombies naturally gather around him. Yisha has no choice. Being surrounded by a group of zombies is definitely not a wise choice. He can only run away. Other things can only be planned later. After running for an unknown amount of time, Yisha found that the number of zombies around him was decreasing. He immediately ran into a residential building, quickly climbed up to the rooftop, closed the door, and leaned against the door to catch his breath. The clue seems to be broken again. Yisha rubbed his hair. This damn Amnesia City. There are 3 tasks in Amnesia City, and there is no requirement to complete all 3 tasks. As long as one of them is completed, you can return to the Doomsday Train. Therefore, Yisha did a good job. At least, he destroyed a zombie disease source, and was able to return to the Doomsday Train. Moreover, Yisha also gained a lot, and the valuation is no less than what he got in the city that never sleeps. However, relatively speaking, Yisha still hopes to go further. As long as he completes 1 more task, or even 3 tasks, he can get extra rewards from Doomsday Train. Looking at the Alaskan Harpoon, you can know that Doomsday Train is still very generous. In Yisha's estimation, if you want to buy the Alaskan Harpoon with skull coins, you have to pay at least 50 silver skull coins. But the problem is that there are no clues. Yisha sighed to the sky, and then wondered whether he should take the risk to go to the basement of the exhibition hall again, to see if he could find any clues from there. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute. Yisha patted his forehead. I remember that logo. I seem to have seen it before. Yes, I must have seen it before. Yisha suddenly stood up and paced back and forth. He suddenly remembered the logo of a horned skull painted on the metal box containing the source of the zombie disease. Previously, because he was busy escaping and fighting, Yisha did not notice anything wrong. But now that he calmed down and recalled, Yisha suddenly found that the logo was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. The question is where? Yisha muttered. And then his eyes suddenly lit up. ComScope. Yisha suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen that logo at CompuScope. No. No. Yisha shook his head. ComScope's logo is not this one. ComScope's logo is a circle with 2 English letters KZ inside, which is said to be the initials of the 2 founders when the company was first founded. Yisha touched his forehead. But I must have seen that logo. Where is it? Yisha suddenly thought of something, and immediately turned around and left the building quickly. After avoiding the zombies on the street, he found a shopping mall, broke into the mall through the window, and found a laptop in the mall. Then, Yisha opened his backpack and took out 2 hard drives. The hard drives were the 2 hard drives that Yisha dug out from the Compu Company's Research Institute. The video data in them had been deleted by Yisha, but it did not mean that the 2 hard drives could not be used. After connecting the external hard drive, Yisha showed a look of realization, as expected. After the hard drive was connected to the laptop, the logo of the hard drive was the horned skull. That logo was not the logo of Computech, but the logo of Computech's Research Institute. Yisha murmured, that is to say, this incident is also related to Computech. So, that means Computech also exists in the city of Amnesia? Yisha thought while quickly connecting to the wireless network to search for information. Chapter 70 Dr. T. Found it. Yisha quickly found the information of Compu on the internet. It is true that there is indeed a Compu in the Amnesia City. However, the Amnesia City is obviously not a key development city for Compu. There is only one branch here, and it is not large in scale. Yisha felt that he seemed to need to go to the branch of Compu to take a look. Perhaps this would be the most important clue. While thinking, Yisha closed the laptop and pondered. So, should we go now? Or during the day? If we go during the day, Yisha guessed that Compu should be a normal company, and we might not find any clues. So, Yisha punched his hand hard. Then go now. Yisha suddenly realized that he had overlooked a very important point. There were no zombies in the Amnesia City during the day. and zombies would only appear at night. So, Yisha naturally thought that he should act during the day and hide at night. And Yisha believed that most people would choose this. After all, even if it is an ordinary zombie, it is indeed easy to deal with if there are not many of them. But if there are too many of them, it will be even more terrifying than encountering some mutant zombies. However, if you think about it the other way around, since you want to uncover this secret, of course it is correct to act at night. Take the source of the zombie disease for example. If Gon Lin had not found the source of intelligence, and had been acting during the day and hiding at night, he would never have found the source of the zombie disease. That should be it. Yisha patted his forehead. I actually made such a mistake. It's really not right. Fortunately it's not too late now. Yisha did what he said. Since he made up his mind, he naturally left immediately, and went to the Amnesia City branch of Compu. Fortunately, Yisha's luck seemed to be good. The Compu branch was not far from where he was currently. About half an hour away. Yisha left the store, stole a car directly, and then drove to the Compu branch. In fact, driving is more likely to attract zombies. But Yisha has experience. He just needs to drive to the places where zombies are scattered. If there are zombies blocking the road, just hit them. As for the places where zombies gather, they will naturally go around them. If the car can't go around, then abandon the car, go around on foot, and then steal another car. Otherwise, if the car is surrounded by zombies, it will be a near death. After taking some detours and wasting some time, about an hour later, Yisha saw the building of Compu. This is a 6-story office building, which is actually quite good, but considering the financial resources of Compu, such a branch is naturally small scale. Yisha was about to walk in, but at this moment, with a crash, the glass window on the 6th floor suddenly shattered, and then a figure flew out of the air. Yisha quickly stepped aside, and then the figure fell to the ground with a bang. Yisha looked down at the other person. This is a man in his 30s or 40s, with scars all over his body. After falling to the ground, his body kept twitching and spitting blood foam. Yisha stepped forward. Hey! Yisha only said one word, and then stopped talking, because the other party was already dead. Looking at the window on the 6th floor, Yisha decisively took off the Black Hawk compound bow, put on an arrow, and then walked towards the office building. Entering the office building, Yisha was shocked. The hall was full of corpses, and they were all zombie corpses. Yisha looked at the corpses at the door, and it seemed that they had not turned into zombies. Humans on the Doomsday Train? Yisha raised his eyebrows, and found that he might have run into someone in the same profession. The guy who fell on the street earlier was most likely a human on the Doomsday Train. That's interesting. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. What brought him here? And what killed him? Yisha didn't think this was bad news. Just because the corpse at the door couldn't deal with something didn't mean that Yisha couldn't deal with it. Secondly, since the other party came here, he must have some information and clues, which meant that Yisha's idea was correct. Yisha felt that he would finally gain something from this trip, because the zombies entrenched in the office building were killed. Yisha could naturally move forward. When he came to the elevator, Yisha tried to press the elevator button, but found that the elevator had no response. He didn't know whether it was out of power or damaged. Yisha walked to the safety stairs, and walked up to the 6th floor. Since the man fell from the 6th floor, it naturally meant that there was a problem on the 6th floor, which saved Yisha the effort of exploring. When he walked out of the safety stairs, Yisha felt that he stepped on something. He looked down, and saw that it was a corpse. The head and neck of this corpse were intact, but it did not turn into a zombie. Most likely, it was a human who boarded the Doomsday Train. Moreover, Yisha stepped over the corpses and walked forward. He found that there were quite a few such corpses. About 10 or so. Yisha also saw 2 familiar faces among them, who were humans in carriage 7. Since humans in the same car as Yisha appeared, it can be basically confirmed that this group of people must be humans who boarded the Doomsday Train. It is no longer a guess. But these people are dead. Yisha became more alert. If it was the first station of the Doomsday Train, seeing more than a dozen corpses, Yisha would not be so careful. After all, the first station is an adaptation period, and at that time, most people can only be considered ordinary humans. But after the baptism of the first station of the Doomsday Train, Yisha believes that anyone who can return to the Doomsday Train must have made good progress, whether in terms of mentality or strength. It should be like this. Then, The presence of more than a dozen corpses here must make people alert. There may be something very difficult to deal with in the 6th floor. It turns out that there is still a fish that has slipped through the net. At this time, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded. Yisha looked up suddenly. There was some weak light on the 6th floor. With the help of the light, Yisha found that there was a strange old man leaning against the wall in the corner. The reason why the old man was said to be strange was that he looked to be in his 60s or 70s. However, the old man was very strong, with sharp muscles all over his body, like he was 30 years old. And he was also a regular exerciser. Yisha frowned. Who are you? The old man laughed. You come to take my life. But don't you know who I am? Yisha tilted his head and looked at the corpses. What attracted these people here? Yisha's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. And he looked at the old man again. You are Dr. T. Chapter 71, the third mission. Among the 3 major missions in the City of Amnesia, exploring the secrets of the City of Amnesia is a relatively vague mission. It is invisible and intangible. The only way is to bring the secret back to the Doomsday Train after discovering something. Then, there is the destruction of the source of the zombie disease and Dr. T. The source of the zombie disease is also relatively vague, because no one knows what it looks like. But at least it is a thing. Then the answer is clear. Since the person standing in front of us is a person, not a thing. Who else could it be except Dr. T? The dozen or so humans on the Doomsday Train came here just to kill Dr. T. Yisha suddenly laughed. There are no clues, no process. But, in many cases, the result is the most important. Yisha has been busy with the first 2 tasks, and has never paid attention to the task of killing Dr. T and getting the ZX mutant virus cells. But now that it has been delivered to the door, Yisha has no reason to let it go. Yisha slowly raised the bow and looked at Dr. T. Your condition doesn't seem to be very good. Dr. T had fought with more than a dozen people in a row. Yisha only then discovered that Dr. T seemed to be seriously injured. His body was covered in blood and his face was exhausted. Although there seemed to be no obvious injuries, it did not mean that Dr. T was fine. Boy, can you do it? Dr. T said gloomily. More than a dozen of them couldn't do anything to me. And now you are just one person. Yisha smiled. Don't compare me with a bunch of small fish. Instead of talking nonsense, why not fight? The moment Yisha finished speaking, his fingers holding the bowstring suddenly loosened, and the burning arrow on the string flew towards Dr. T. Dr. T quickly grabbed a table on the side and threw it forward with force. With a bang, the burning arrow nailed to the table and then burned fiercely. However, Yisha's attack did not stop. At the moment of shooting the burning arrow, Yisha immediately took another arrow. This time, it was a piercing arrow. Puff! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again, and the piercing arrow flew out, directly penetrated the table, and nailed to Dr. T's shoulder. Yisha tilted his head. This old man seemed to be not very powerful except for his great strength. He actually killed more than a dozen people who got off the Doomsday Train? Could it be that those guys were too useless? Yisha was thinking. Dr. T was pierced through the shoulder by an arrow, and he was also extremely angry, and suddenly growled. Boy, you forced me to do this. Dr. T suddenly took out a needle gun, and there was a test tube on the gun, with glowing green liquid flowing in it. Yisha felt something was wrong when he looked at the green liquid. This thing seemed to be the source of zombie disease. The next moment, Dr. T suddenly raised the needle gun, pointed it at his neck and stabbed it. After pulling the trigger, all the liquid in the test tube was injected into Dr. T's body. Huh? After injecting the liquid, Dr. T threw the needle gun aside and gasped for breath. Boy, this thing can only be injected twice a day. Dr. T said viciously. This is the 3rd time. I don't know what the price will be, but it is a fact that the effect will double with each injection. So you will definitely die. As Dr. T spoke, his body suddenly trembled, and then his body began to expand like a balloon. Damn! Yisha looked at Dr. T in amazement. This scene is so familiar. Dr. T looked like the captain, who suddenly turned into a devourer. Both of them belonged to Compu. Could this old guy in front of him also turn into a zombie? While Yisha was thinking, Dr. T's body had exceeded 2 meters, and suddenly expanded to nearly 3 meters high, and his eyes turned blood red. However, the skin on his body became paler and paler, without any blood color, and even seemed a little transparent. Roar! The next moment, Dr. T suddenly raised his head and roared. with a puff, accompanied by Dr. T's roar. Dr. T's right arm actually exploded. After a muffled sound, a ball of blood mixed with pieces of meat flew around. Yisha raised his hand and swept away all the pieces of meat flying towards him. Then, Yisha stared at Dr. T firmly. Losing one arm before the battle? Yisha didn't think it was that simple. Sure enough, Dr. T's arm that was blown off lost blood, flesh, and bones, but the meridians were strangely intact. And then those meridians were entangled together, and new bones and flesh grew again. It was a huge arm, blood red, and extremely huge, at least 2 or 3 times larger than Dr. T's left arm. At the same time, the palm was not a palm, but a claw with only 3 fingers. The nails on the fingertips emitted a faint light and were as sharp as a knife. Roar, roar, roar. After the transformation, Dr. T seemed to have lost his mind, roaring crazily, waving his giant arm, sweeping away everything around him. Yisha frowned. Is he a zombie? What kind is he? Because the captain had turned into a devourer before, and now seeing Dr. T's appearance, Yisha naturally thought of a mutant zombie instinctively. But the problem is, if Dr. T is a mutant zombie, then what kind is he? Yes, Yisha didn't recognize him. In Yisha's previous life, there had never been a mutant zombie like Dr. T. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Yisha raised his bow again coldly. No matter what it is, just kill it, and then the third task will be completed. While Yisha was speaking, he put the bow on the bowstring, and then he loosened his hand, and the arrow shot towards Dr. T. Dr. T turned his body sideways and raised his huge arm. Puff! The piercing arrow hit Dr. T's giant arm, and Yisha was shocked because the piercing arrow was stuck in the giant arm. The piercing arrow is just as its name suggests. It can penetrate all objects. Of course, it is just a description, not absolute. Usually it can penetrate 2 or 3 layers of objects, and cannot continue to penetrate after exhaustion. However, this is the first time that Yisha has seen a piercing arrow that cannot penetrate even the first layer of objects. And it is even just an arm formed of flesh and blood. Roar! At this time, Dr. T roared loudly, and then the giant arm swung, flipping a table and smashing it towards Yisha. Yisha tried to cross his arms to catch it, and then he immediately felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew backwards. What a great strength! Yisha flipped up from the ground. Although he guessed that this guy's strength was extremely terrifying when he saw the arm, he still had to give it a try. Chapter 72 Battle. After trying, since Dr. T had a great advantage in strength, Yisha naturally would not foolishly continue to fight with Dr. T, but quickly jumped to the side and began to wander around looking for opportunities. Roar! Roar! I don't know if the potion would make people lose their minds, or because Dr. T injected an extra dose for the 3rd time. Dr. T was like a madman, roaring crazily, and then watching Yisha running. He immediately caught up. Bang! 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 Dr. T ran forward. His huge body looked clumsy, but surprisingly, his speed was not slow. He was like a bulldozer. While running, he swept his arms left and right, knocking away everything around him. Yisha raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised at Dr. T's speed. Then, seeing that Dr. T was about to catch up, Yisha suddenly took out Kayun took out a metal bar from it, and threw it forward. Hiss! Hiss! The metal bar fell to the ground, making a sound immediately, and then smoke sprayed out, quickly covering the surroundings. Because of the cover of the smoke, Dr. T lost sight of Yisha and stopped running. Then when the smoke covered Dr. T's body, Dr. T howled in pain. Yisha hid in the corner, and his heart was shocked. This guy actually turned into a zombie after being injected with the drug. The reason is simple. Kayun is just an ordinary smoke bomb for ordinary people, but it has a unique ingredient. If it is a zombie, it will continue to be hurt after being wrapped in smoke. Since Dr. T was hurt by the colorful clouds and the moon, he must be a zombie. The props on the Doomsday Train cannot be wrong. However, this is not very important to Yisha, whether it is a zombie or a human. In order to complete the task, then, Dr. T must die. Yisha suddenly rushed out from the corner and approached Dr. T like a ghost. In fact, the smoke of the colorful clouds and the moon is also effective for Yisha. But Yisha will not be hurt, and his vision will also be affected. However, Dr. T's figure was too huge, leaving a little outline in the smoke. And the second was the footsteps. With such a huge figure, even if he wanted to suppress the footsteps, he couldn't do it. Going around Dr. T's back, Yisha suddenly jumped up, pulled out the silver scimitar, and slashed Dr. T's back fiercely. Roar! Dr. T felt the pain and shouted angrily, then waved his arms to sweep behind him. But Yisha was particularly flexible. When the strong wind blew in his ears, his body suddenly shrank. Dr. T's huge arm brushed past Yisha's scalp, and the next moment, Yisha swung his knife again and chopped directly on Dr. T's ankle. Puff! Yisha cut Dr. T's Achilles tendon with one blow, and then blood splattered, and Dr. T's huge body fell to the ground. Yisha stepped forward. It's time to send you to the underworld. Yisha raised his knife and chopped down while speaking. There was another muffled sound, and the silver blade fell, but was blocked by Dr. T's huge arm. Yisha was not in a hurry. Anyway, this guy had a broken leg, and he would be inconvenient to move even if he got up. Even if he didn't use a knife, he could use a bow and arrow to shoot from a distance. But, at this moment, Dr. T's body suddenly bounced up from the ground and hit Yisha hard. Yisha felt a tightness in his chest, as if he was hit by a bulldozer. He flew backwards and knocked down a lot of things. Then, Yisha saw Dr. T standing up again. Yisha was stunned and looked at Dr. T's ankle. Then Yisha found that the wound on Dr. T's ankle that he had cut was healing rapidly, and the severed Achilles tendon was reconnected. High-speed regeneration ability? I really met a very troublesome guy. Seeing Dr. T walking towards him, Yisha quickly turned over and dodged to the side. Bang! The next moment, Dr. T's giant arm suddenly fell downwards, smashing the ground into pieces. The smoke covering the moon with colorful clouds had not yet dissipated, and Yisha ran and quickly hid in the smoke again. Yisha pondered in his mind. Dr. T's current abilities include great strength, good speed, and high-speed regeneration ability. The first two are not bad, and they are not impossible to deal with. The trouble lies in the high-speed regeneration ability. In fact, according to Yisha's memories from his previous life, he knew that high-speed regeneration ability was not uncommon among mutant zombies. Because of the virus, the cells mutated, resulting in a terrifyingly fast metabolism, which would lead to high-speed regeneration. But the problem is that even if it is not uncommon, high-speed regeneration is a very troublesome ability. There are only two ways to deal with zombies that can regenerate at high speed. The first way is to continuously inflict heavy damage, so that the opponent's injury speed exceeds the regeneration speed, and naturally the opponent can be killed. The second method is more direct. That is, a fatal blow, which is also an old way to deal with zombies. Just twist the neck or punch through the head. The first method was directly ignored by Yisha, although he didn't know what level Dr. T was in the Doomsday Train's level evaluation. Judging from the strength of his body, Dr. T is currently far superior to Yisha. Yisha can move around and injure Dr. T, but Yisha himself must admit that he can't do it to continuously injure Dr. T. Then, there is only the second method left. A fatal blow. The problem is that this guy's body seems to be terribly strong after the mutation. Yisha murmured, the piercing arrow can't penetrate this guy's arm, and most likely can't penetrate his head. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath, and then took out the red flame bomb. Since he couldn't penetrate this guy's head with one blow, he could only blow this guy to pieces. While thinking, Yisha ran quickly. At the same time, while running, Yisha also quickly placed the crystal bars of the red flame bomb in various places. Of course, those crystal bars were not placed randomly, but centered around Dr. T, with a total of 4 bars surrounding Dr. T. Obviously, Yisha also invested a lot of money. After placing the crystal bars of the red flame bomb, Yisha quickly retreated to a distance. At the same time, the smoke covering the moon gradually dissipated. Obviously, Yisha calculated the time for the smoke to dissipate. The next moment, when the smoke dissipated and Dr. T found Yisha again, Yisha had already retreated to the stairs. Goodbye. Yisha smiled. No. It's better not to see each other forever. Yisha pinched out another crystal bar of the red flame bomb and threw it forward with force. Chapter 73. The battle continues. Snap! Yisha threw out the crystal bar, then turned and ran towards the safe staircase. The next moment, the thrown crystal bar fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. and then suddenly shattered. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded, and then a hot ball of fire exploded, and the flames pushed out in all directions. When they touched the crystal bars that Yisha had placed in advance, those crystal bars also shattered due to the high temperature. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions sounded, and all the glass windows on the 6th floor were shattered. The flames rushed out crazily, as if the entire office building was shaking violently. The night of the City of Amnesia was rendered extremely gorgeous at this moment. Although Yisha escaped into the safe passage and escaped the flames, he did not escape the impact of the explosion. The air wave hit Yisha's back the moment he entered the stairs, and directly blew Yisha off the stairs. Bang! 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 Falling down the stairs, Yisha was also knocked unconscious, and only stopped when he hit the wall below. But Yisha laughed. Yisha's move was really big this time, with 5 crystal bars of red flame bombs, which were detonated on the 6th floor. If it was on the 1st floor, Yisha suspected that it might directly collapse the office building. Dr. T was at the center of the explosion, and it was impossible for him to escape in advance. With this level of explosion, Yisha didn't believe that he couldn't kill Dr. T. However, the sound of the explosion had gradually dissipated, and the flames were still burning, but not as powerful as before. But there was no sound. The mysterious sound did not appear. Yisha's heart, which had just been relieved, was instantly lifted up, without the reminder of the mysterious sound. It meant that Dr. T was not dead yet. Yisha stood up from the ground suddenly, and at this moment, boom! The wall of the 6th floor safety corridor was suddenly knocked down, and the next moment, Dr. T's huge body came out from behind the wall. Roar! Dr. T looked down at Yisha, roaring angrily. The red flame bomb was not useless. At this moment, Dr. T had been blown to pieces. Not only was his body charred, but his skin and flesh were all burnt and rolled up. Even Dr. T's left chest had been burned and a piece of flesh was missing. The bones and beating heart were vaguely visible. But Dr. T was not dead after all. Was he? Bang! Dr. T suddenly jumped down from above and landed on the 5th floor of the safety staircase. He came to Yisha and angrily swung his arm. Yisha flew out and directly knocked down the iron door of the safety staircase. He flew out of the safety staircase close to the ground. Puff! Yisha struggled to sit up, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The bones in his chest seemed to be shattered by Dr. T's blow. Damn it! Yisha wiped the blood and cursed. What on earth is this guy's body made of? He can't be killed even with this explosion. Boom! 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 While Yisha was cursing, Dr. T stepped on heavy steps and chased out. Yisha had no hesitation, endured the pain and got up from the ground, turned around and ran. Yisha ran into the office area on the 5th floor, and Dr. T quickly caught up with him. He didn't go through the main door. With a slap of his huge palm, he directly knocked down the wall and rushed in. At the moment when Dr. T broke through the wall, an arrow flew over and pierced Dr. T's shoulder fiercely. And then Dr. T's shoulder turned dark green. Yisha used a poison arrow this time. A poison specifically targeting zombies, which would cause the zombies' bodies to rot quickly. However, Dr. T only had a piece of rotten on his shoulder. Obviously, the poison arrow also has an upper limit of effect. The stronger the zombie, the higher the resistance to the poison. Head. Must hit the head. Yisha kept repeating in his heart. The poison arrow is still effective against Dr. T, but the virus in Dr. T's body is quite strong, which has a certain suppressive effect on the toxin, resulting in a small area of rot. Therefore, it is useless to hit the body, and it is necessary to hit the head and let Dr. T's head rot, so that there is a chance to kill Dr. T. Yisha quickly drew the bow and arrow, but this time he did not shoot quickly, but carefully aimed. Yisha knew very well that the more critical the moment, the more calm he needed to be. After a moment, Dr. T was getting closer and closer, and Yisha suddenly released the bowstring and shot an arrow. Puff! The poisonous arrow drew a beautiful arc in the air, then hit Dr. T's eyes, and directly nailed into Dr. T's brain. Roar! Dr. T stopped running immediately and struggled in pain. At the same time, the poison seeped into Dr. T's head. Then, Yisha saw Dr. T's head cracked, and a palm-sized piece of flesh and blood cracked and fell down. Yisha breathed a sigh of relief again. His head was gone. He must be dead now. However, the next moment, Dr. T suddenly rushed to Yisha. The giant arm suddenly stretched forward and grabbed Yisha's body, lifting him up. Yisha was shocked. How could he move without his head? Dr. T's head was still there, but only half of it was left. Even after the rotten flesh fell off, it could be seen that the brain inside had rotted and was bleeding continuously. In this situation, even zombies should be dead. But Dr. T can still move. Suddenly, Dr. T increased his strength, and Yisha screamed involuntarily, as if all the bones in his body were about to be crushed by Dr. T. Impossible. Impossible. Yisha gritted his teeth. How can he not die? Yisha gritted his teeth and struggled, staring at Dr. T fiercely. And suddenly, Yisha saw a faint green light. Yisha's eyes were attracted, and the green light came from Dr. T's heart. The flesh and blood on Dr. T's chest had long been blown to pieces by the red flame bomb, and the whole heart was exposed. At this moment, Yisha vaguely saw a trace of green light in the beating heart, flickering slightly. Zombie disease source. Yisha immediately thought of the zombie disease source in his mind. The green light in the heart was exactly the same as the green light flickering in the zombie disease source. It turned out that this guy's weakness was different from that of ordinary zombies. It was not the head, but the heart. As long as the heart was not broken, he could continue to move. Ah! Yisha was thinking. But Dr. T increased the strength of his hand again, causing Yisha to grit his teeth and scream again, as if Dr. T wanted to crush Yisha to death. Sweat continued to drip from Yisha's forehead in pain. But even so, Yisha still gritted his teeth and held on. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. How can I die here? Yisha's arms were also exerting force, opening to both sides little by little, trying to break free from Dr. T's huge palm. Chapter 74 Getting Stronger. In terms of strength, even though Yisha's physical fitness has surpassed the level of ordinary people, it is still not as good as Dr. T. Therefore, it is obviously not an easy task to break free from Dr. T's giant palm. Ah! 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 Yisha yelled, open. Open for me! Yisha gritted his teeth and resisted Dr. T's strength. Although he could not break free from Dr. T's giant palm, he stretched Dr. T's giant palm a little. This little bit of force would not allow Yisha to escape, but it would allow Yisha to draw his sword. Yisha grabbed the silver scimitar in his hand, pulled it out violently, and then stabbed it into Dr. T's wrist at a small angle. Dr. T felt pain, and his palm loosened a little. Yisha immediately took the opportunity to break free, and then slammed into Dr. T's arms. With a bang, Yisha knocked Dr. T to the ground, and then raised the silver scimitar to stab Dr. T's chest. If Dr. T's flesh and blood were still there, it would be unknown whether the silver scimitar could pierce Dr. T's chest. After all, Dr. T's defense was really good. However, because of the red flame bomb, the flesh and blood on Dr. T's chest had been blown away, and the heart was directly exposed outside without any protection. Puff! Yisha stabbed into the heart fiercely, and the heart broke open, and dark green blood immediately flowed out. Roar! 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 Dr. T roared wildly, struggled wildly, and waved his arms directly, hitting Yisha away, then stood up, rushed around, and constantly destroyed everything around him. Finally, Dr. T's knees suddenly softened, and he fell to the ground with a thud. White smoke continued to come out of his body, and then his body shrank. In the blink of an eye, Dr. T turned into a shriveled old man, without even the strong muscles he had before. No, perhaps it should be said that he was a shriveled corpse. You killed Dr. T. Cumulative number, 1 unique. Apocalypse reward, ZX mutant virus cell. You killed Dr. T. Completing the third mission of the City of Amnesia. Due to the killing of Dr. T, the Doomsday Train will start again in 24 hours. The mysterious voice sounded. The first two were about Yisha, and the last one was obviously notifying everyone in the City of Amnesia that they needed to return to the Doomsday Train. Yisha lay on the ground, and after a while, he slowly got up, then punched the table on the side, and then kicked the table away. Too weak. Still too weak. Yisha growled, I need to be stronger. I must become stronger. Between life and death. Yisha vented. If he could be stronger, why would he be so miserable? At this moment, Yisha's obsession was extremely firm. He needed to become stronger. This was the only thought left in Yisha's mind. After a while, Yisha finally calmed down slowly, and then walked towards Dr. T's body, touched Dr. T's body for a while, and finally found a needle gun, which was what Dr. T had injected himself with before. Yisha murmured, "This thing is the ZX mutant virus cell, right?" Yisha was not sure, but Dr. T had nothing else on him, so he could only take this thing away. Quickly leaving the office building, Yisha shot and killed several zombies staggering on the street, and then walked along the street. There is nothing much to say about killing Dr. T, although it was difficult. Yisha was really injured, and now his whole body was in pain. But the third tip was really a bit abrupt. It is true that the departure time of the Doomsday Train will be announced in advance, but 24 hours is too short. At the same time, the departure time is actually based on the time of Dr. T's death, which is really unexpected. Doesn't this mean that if no one kills Dr. T, they will have to stay in the city of amnesia forever? Of course, there is a more important problem. That is, the secret of the city of amnesia has not been solved yet, and 24 hours is obviously not enough. Forget it. Yisha pondered for a moment. In this case, let's give up this task. Regarding the 3 tasks of the city of amnesia, completing one of them will allow you to return to the Doomsday Train, and completing 2 will allow you to get special rewards from the Doomsday Train. Finally, if you complete 3 items, you will receive special rewards and unlock the right to challenge a 12-hour single-person carriage. Others may not know what a single-person carriage is used for, but Yisha knows it because he has memories of his previous life. For a single-person carriage, only masters above gold level are eligible to challenge it. After the challenge is successful, you can use a single-person carriage, which is similar to a prop room. Only those who own a single-person carriage are eligible to make special props, in addition to being comfortable and luxurious. A single-person carriage is also equivalent to a prop room, and the props made in a single-person carriage are all special props, which require you to find materials to make them, and have directional effects or special effects. Although it is not necessarily the case that the props made by the single-person carriage sell better than those sold by the dining car, because they are targeted, they are usually the most suitable for oneself. Of course, there is also a chance to make goods that are far better than those sold by the dining car. Therefore, the reward for the 3 tasks is actually an opportunity to open the single-person carriage in advance before the gold level. However, to be honest, this opportunity is not very useful. First, the reward is the challenge authority, not the direct opening. Failure in the challenge is equivalent to giving it away for free. Second, you need materials to make things after entering the single-person carriage. How many people have enough materials now? Even Yisha can only refine 2 poison sacks at most, so entering the single-person carriage is meaningless. Therefore, Yisha was satisfied with completing 2 tasks and getting special rewards. If there was enough time, he would not mind continuing to explore the secrets of the city of amnesia. But if there was not enough time, forget it, Yisha murmured, then let's go back. At the same time, Doomsday Train, in a luxurious single-person carriage, a black-haired young man looked at the mirror in front of him, and suddenly punched it. With a snap, the mirror was smashed to pieces. The black-haired young man was not satisfied, so he turned around and knocked a table full of gorgeous tableware away. "Asshole! You dared to ruin my good thing!" the black-haired young man roared angrily, then gritted his teeth. "Come here! Come here!" "No, I'm fine," the black-haired young man shouted loudly, but immediately changed his words, suddenly sat down, and bowed his head to ponder. Although his good deeds were ruined again, why did the second stop of the Doomsday Train arrive at the city of amnesia? "Is this a warning?" the black-haired young man murmured, and then gritted his teeth. "Whether it is a warning or not, at least that kid must die." Chapter 75. Returning again. Yisha returned to the Doomsday Train again. This time, Yisha was not the first to return. There were already 5 or 6 people in carriage 7. Yisha did not bother to pay attention to anyone. He walked to the corner of the car and sat down, then panted and closed his eyes to rest. Yisha's injuries were really serious, but as long as he returned to the Doomsday Train, he would definitely not die. Moreover, as long as the dining car was open, Yisha could buy recovery potions, and they were not expensive. However, before that, Yisha must endure the pain in his body. Fortunately, it's only 24 hours, and he can still get through it, as long as one of the 3 tasks is completed. Especially since there are many zombie disease sources. Many people will come back within 24 hours. Yisha roughly estimated that there were only 2 or 3 people who fell behind this time. And the mortality rate was still relatively low. Welcome to the Doomsday Train. I will lead you to continue the road to survival. The Doomsday Train will arrive at Sakura City in 7 hours. On the third Doomsday Train platform, a battle for the Death Carriage will be launched. The selected carriages are number 1, number 6, number 7, number 12, number 21, and number 22. The battle for the Death Carriage will be a battle royal. The rules will be announced after arriving at Sakura City. The designated car members will enter Sakura City to fight. There is no time limit. When the number of humans participating in the battle for the Death Carriage is reduced to 25, the battle for the Death Carriage will end. Every survivor of the Death Car battle will have their physical fitness increased by 0.5 and receive Apocalypse rewards. After the Death Car battle, special rewards in addition to Apocalypse rewards will be given based on rankings. Before arriving at the 4th station, the survivors of the Death Car will enter the exclusive Death Car and enjoy luxury before arriving at the next station. They will also receive huge discounts, including props, skills, or exemption from tasks at one station, etc. Death Car War Special Mission: Kill the Ghost Face General. Death Car War Special Mission: Kill the Corpse Flower. Death Car War Special Mission: Find the first body of the mutant plant pathogen. Complete the Death Car War Special Mission. You will automatically get a promotion spot and enter the Death Car directly. If you are killed before returning to the Doomsday Train, the killer will automatically get a promotion spot. The dining car will open in 5 minutes and last for 5 hours. When the Doomsday Train started again, the mysterious voice sounded, and this time, the content was surprisingly much. Then when the mysterious voice disappeared, the carriage immediately exploded. Some people were horrified. Are they going to let us kill each other? Damn it. It's not enough to face those zombies, but we have to kill each other? I want to get off the train. Let me get off the train. I would rather live in the city of amnesia. At least it's safe during the day. In the carriage, only a few people did not shout, but silently looked at others, and thought about the rules of the Death Carriage battle in their hearts. Yisha is one of them. But he doesn't need to think about the rules, because he participated in it in his previous life, and more than once. At the same time, Yisha's heart is only filled with doubt. There is a rule for the start of the Death Carriage War. Simply put, after passing through several Doomsday Train platforms, many humans in the carriages die. When the number of people is reduced to a certain number, the Doomsday Train will merge the carriages. The method of merging carriages is the Death Carriage War. The winner will enter a carriage, and the specifications of this carriage are higher than those of other ordinary carriages. Yisha remembered that he seemed to have participated in it 3 times in his previous life, and he survived in the end. But the strange thing is here. The reason for participating in the previous life was that the number of people in the carriage where Yisha was located had been reduced to single digits. Only about 3 or 5 people. So the Death Carriage War started. But now there are at least 17 or 18 people in carriage number 7. Even if many people died in other carriages and need to be merged, the carriage drawn should not be carriage number 7. Besides, there are only 2 Doomsday Train platforms, and Yisha does not believe that the number of people has been reduced to the point where the carriages need to be merged. In this case, why start the Death Car battle? Yisha couldn't figure it out. But since the news was released, the start of the Death Car battle was an unchangeable thing. Yisha thought about it for a while, and stopped thinking about it. Yisha firmly believed that he would survive to the end. At the same time, 5 minutes passed quickly, and the dining car opened. After entering the dining car, Yisha went directly to the bar. I need a healing potion. The healing potion is very cheap. Only 20 copper skull coins are needed. But this thing is a benefit of returning to the Doomsday Train alive, and can only be used on the Doomsday Train. Any injury can be recovered in an instant. The proprietress handed the healing potion to Yisha, who drank it all and recovered quickly. The proprietress smiled. Are there any good goods this time? You are the only guest I will receive. Yisha, of course. After passing 2 Doomsday Train stations, the function of the dining car has been developed by everyone. Many people gathered in front of the bar, but only Yisha could be received by the proprietress, and the others were received by the bartender. Yisha, I want to exchange my reward first. The boss lady, no problem. Yisha took out the needle gun. Is this a ZX mutant virus cell? The boss lady nodded. Yi Sha continued, regarding the secret of the city of amnesia. Someone there is capturing humans as slaves and imprisoning them. And it seems that they are also creating a source of zombie disease. Yi Sha was ultimately unable to clarify the secret of the city of amnesia. But he could still make a guess. There was obviously something wrong with the slave area under the exhibition hall. And maybe he guessed it right. Unfortunately, the lady boss smiled and shook her head. Sorry. You only completed 2 tasks. Destroying the source of the zombie disease. And killing Dr. T, and getting the ZX mutant virus cells. Yi Sha was stunned. The secret of the city of amnesia is that humans in the daytime will turn into zombies at night. At this time, Gan Lin suddenly sat down next to Yi Sha. There have never been humans there. Yi Sha looked at Gan Lin from the side. You seem to know a lot. Gan Lin, Comp Corporation has developed an antidote to turn zombies back into humans. But unfortunately it failed. After taking the antidote, the zombies did turn back into humans. But only during the day. And their lifespans were greatly shortened. The failed antidote is the source of zombie disease. The reason why the source of zombie disease is released at night is because Comp Corporation is still researching and constantly releasing new sources of zombie disease to gather zombies for experiments. The proprietress nodded and put a small silver pistol on the table. You destroyed the source of zombie disease and explored the secret of the city of amnesia. You have completed 2 tasks. This is your reward. Chapter 76 Planning. Gan Lin smiled and took the gun. Thank you. Yi Sha frowned, but it's not right. There are still many questions. Why does the memory only last for 24 hours? Is it because the memory will be cleared after becoming a zombie? And Dr. T also used the zombie pathogen? What's the matter with the slave area? The boss lady smiled. This task is completed as long as the secret is touched. It is not necessary to understand the complete process in detail. Therefore, what she said is enough. If you want to know the details and satisfy your curiosity, you can buy the complete information from me. Yi Sha choked. No need. Yi Sha was not jealous of Gan Lin getting the special reward. He was just curious. But if he had to waste skull coins to satisfy his curiosity, Yi Sha would definitely not do it. Anyway, the city of amnesia is a thing of the past. Why bother to explore it so clearly? Gan Lin suddenly interrupted. What do you think about the next stop being the death carriage battle? Yi Sha said coldly, my idea is that it is very impolite to disturb others when they buy things. Gan Lin seemed to be used to Yi Sha's cold words, and didn't care at all, saying directly, well, let's talk later. Gan Lin stood up and left. And Yi Sha said to the proprietress, as usual, I need to sell some things and also need to buy some things. Please estimate the price first. As Yi Sha said this, he put all the things on the table. In terms of quantity, Yi Sha didn't get as many things as when he was in the city that never sleeps. But the quality was obviously improved. They were the heart of darkness of the son of night. And the mutated venom brain. Because of the devourer's enhanced venom sac. Yi Sha took out the devourer's venom sac. And the ancient bad blood of the human-faced bat. Among them, venomous brain is the material obtained by mutation. And the price will increase greatly. Followed by ancient bad blood. The things produced from the corpses of ancient species are generally not cheap. The boss lady sorted out the things. 30 silver skulls. How about it? Yi Sha nodded. Okay. The boss lady, then, let's settle it. This is your special reward. And there is also a deposited potion reward. After Gan Lin completed 2 tasks. The special reward she got was a small female pistol. While Yi Sha got not a thing, but a skill. Snake Bite. Fantasy skill attack the enemy with a grip of 225 kilograms. If the neck is pinched, there is a 5% chance of triggering the crushing effect. Depending on the improvement of physical fitness, the grip will be increased without limit. Restriction: only the left hand can initiate Snake Bite. A melee skill. Simply put, it is to grab a part of the enemy's body and then crush it. If it is the neck, it can ignore the opponent's defense or equipment. There is a 5% chance that the opponent's neck will be crushed. Yi Sha tilted his head and thought about it. Among the fantasy skills, fighting skills are relatively poor. However, the price of fantasy skills is very high. Even the poor ones are not less than 100 silver skull coins. Generally speaking, judging by the price, this ability is still quite good. As for the potion, it is an extra reward given by the Doomsday Train after killing the Devourer. In addition to strengthening the poison sac, it is not a rare thing, But it is also quite useful because it is a physical fitness strengthening potion. Yisha unscrewed it and drank it. Severe pain began to sweep through Yisha's body. Yisha clenched his fists and firmly grasped the edge of the bar. In just a moment, his clothes were soaked with sweat. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the severe pain slowly disappeared. And at the same time a mysterious voice suddenly sounded. Your physical fitness has increased by 0.98 and is currently 5.35. In the evaluation of physical fitness by Doomsday Train, 3 points belong to normal humans, 3 to 4 points belong to excellent, 4 to 5 points belong to supernormal people, that is, beyond the normal level, and above 5 points belong to non-humans. Of course, non-human is not the end, but the starting point. The physical fitness of mutant zombies is almost all non-human, and the physical fitness of ordinary zombies is generally around 4 points. Although zombies cannot be considered living creatures and are originally non-human, it is not intuitive to measure them directly with zombies. But it can also be seen from the side that only when the physical fitness exceeds 5 points can you compete directly with zombies physically. However, after the physical fitness exceeds 5 points, it is very difficult to improve. In his previous life, Yisha had taken more than 20 bottles of physical fitness enhancement potions. After breaking through 5 points, basically every time he took it, the improvement could not exceed 0.2, and most of the time, it was below 0.1. Until the moment of his death, Yisha's physical fitness was only about 9.25, and this was because he had received a reward that directly improved his physical fitness when he completed the task in his previous life. After receiving this special reward and drinking the physical fitness enhancement potion, Yisha said, "Give me a red flame bomb." Yisha's red flame bomb is almost used up. This thing is really useful, so Yisha naturally plans to buy another one. The boss lady nodded. What else? Yisha, give me a list of abilities that cost less than 30 silver skull coins, excluding non-combat and long-range abilities. The boss lady smiled. Very few. Yisha naturally knows that the price of abilities is very high, but Yisha has carefully thought about his current situation. Abilities are the fastest way to improve strength. At the same time, Yisha believes that he has no shortage of long-range means, bows and arrows, and red flame bombs, which are all sufficient. The shortcoming is the close combat ability. As long as he is close to him, Yisha's ability to resist is obviously insufficient. Yisha has also reflected on this point. In the previous life, Yisha once trusted others and formed his own team. At that time, Yisha was not alone. Therefore, in the previous life, Yisha played the role of a hunter, mainly responsible for long-range shooting. However, because of the betrayal in the previous life, Yisha does not plan to form a team in this life. If he wants to survive, the only person he can trust is himself. Because of this, long-range powerful means alone are not enough. Admittedly, in the early days, bows and arrows and firearms were the only choice for survival. When dealing with ordinary zombies, long-range killing was the most preferred means. However, when encountering powerful mutant zombies, the shortcomings were reflected. Whether it was the Son of the Night or Dr. T, they brought considerable threats to Yisha, and it could even be said that it was a matter of life and death. However, Yisha still had too few resources in his hands. Just 30 silver skull coins. Looking at the things on the list, Yisha really didn't like any ability. Chapter 77 Silver Thorns. Iron Arm, realistic fighting ability in melee combat. Close combat within 3 meters. Arm strength increases by 15%. Return of Light, auxiliary fighting ability when in a dying state. Physical fitness increases by 2 points. Lasts for 30 seconds. Can only be used once within 24 hours. Air Fist, auxiliary fighting ability Invisible Fist. In melee combat, close combat within 3 meters. The attack distance increases by 20 centimeters. The lady boss listed only 5 or 6 melee abilities for Yisha, and the quality was very average. Either real-life fighting ability or auxiliary nature. There are no high-end fantasy abilities. Of course. In fact, fantasy abilities, whether they are melee, ranged, or auxiliary, seem to be calculated in gold skull coins. Yisha thought about it and decided to settle for the next best thing. And asked again, then, what about changing abilities to skills? Here we have to mention the difference between abilities and skills. Strictly speaking, abilities are a large category, and skills are a small category in the ability category. What is the difference between the two? Very simple. The ability is permanent and will be triggered as long as the conditions are met, while the skill is a move. For example, Iron Arm. As long as the battle is within 3 meters, the effect of increasing arm strength by 15% will be activated. And the Snake Bite that Yisha just learned is a move. And the Terrifying Grip will only be triggered when the move hits. In comparison, of course, the ability is more outstanding, and the skill will be slightly inferior. And the difference between the two can also be reflected in the price. If the Snake Bite is a permanent increase in grip strength, it is not a fantasy skill, but a fantasy ability, and the price is at least 1 gold skull coin. However, Snake Bite is a fantasy skill, so its value is only between 100 and 200 silver skull coins. Since he couldn't find the ability he wanted at the moment, Yisha thought it was acceptable to change it to a skill. The proprietress took a puff of a female cigarette. Do you want to listen to my advice? Yisha was puzzled. The proprietress. It seems that you are about to participate in the Battle of the Death Carriage. What level do you think the reward will be? Yisha was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and smiled. I understand. The boss lady. I just like to talk to smart people. Other people may not be familiar with the death car battle. After all, it is their first time to participate. But Yisha is different. He knows very well the cruelty of the death car battle. At the same time, because of the cruelty, the winner of the death car battle will also receive huge rewards. Moreover, entering the death car itself also has the opportunity to get extra rewards. At the same time, the most important thing is the level mentioned by the boss lady. People in several cars fought each other, and only 25 people were left in the end, and they merged into one car. Such a cruel battle. But the reward given is only on the same level as the general platform mission. Is it reasonable? Obviously impossible. Yisha even cursed himself in his heart that he was so stupid. It was normal for others not to think of it, but he had the experience of his previous life. It was definitely a major mistake for him not to think of this. Fortunately, he got the reminder from the boss lady. Is melee ability important? Very important. However, since the next stop of the Doomsday Train is the Death Car War, it is more necessary to have the ability to kill than the melee ability. Then, if you win the Death Car War, the special rewards you get at that time are much higher than the general level, and you may directly get powerful abilities. In this way, Yisha was no longer confused, and immediately had a direction, and took out his double guns. I hope to buy 2 pistols to replace the current ones. Firearms are very effective against ordinary zombies, but they are relatively weak against mutant zombies. However, from a physical point of view, the human body is more fragile than ordinary zombies, and firearms are enough. However, Yisha has a gun in his hand, so it is more cost-effective to exchange it for a gun that can also be effective against zombies instead of using ordinary guns. After all, Yisha suddenly laughed. It's not like we don't have to face zombies during the death car battle. The proprietress smiled and took out a silver gun box from under the bar and put it on the bar. After opening it, a pair of pure silver pistols were placed inside. The pistols were the classic HK.USB pistols, equipped with infrared rays, and at the same time, the thorn pattern was engraved on the handles. Yisha held the 2 guns in his hands, and the next moment, the thorn pattern engraved on the handles seemed to come alive, and actually climbed up Yisha's hands and spread to his forearms. When Yisha raised his arm, you can see that the pattern on his forearm fits perfectly with the carving on the gun handle, even without a single gap. Name, Silver Thorn. Prototype, HK.USB pistol. Weight, 720 g. Caliber, 9mm. Ammunition capacity, 15 rounds. Effective range, 55 meters. Muzzle energy, 535 joules. Bullets used, magic breaking bullets. Silver bullets. Special effects, magic breaking bullets have additional damage to zombies. Silver bullets act on any target, increasing the bullet power to a certain extent. Special skill, Thorn Road, charges when used, and when fully charged, it can activate the Thorn Road, causing huge damage to the straight line ahead. Yisha, 30 silver skull coins? The lady boss nodded. I can give you 2 extra boxes of bullets. 1 box of magic breaking bullets and 1 box of silver bullets. Each box has 100 rounds. Yisha, I want a few extra magazines. Magazines are very important when fighting. There is no extra time to reload bullets. They are all loaded into extra magazines in advance. When they need to be replaced, they can be replaced directly. The lady boss thought for a moment and said, "Okay." The value of the accessories was not that high. So the lady boss agreed very straightforwardly, and took out 6 empty magazines for Yisha. Yisha put the things away and said, "Happy transaction." The lady boss smiled and said, "I hope we can meet again. Believe me, Yisha, we may meet again before we reach the 4th platform." After saying this, Yisha left with the gun box. After picking and choosing, Yisha finally bought only a pair of double guns. He felt that he had wasted a lot of time. But Yisha did not think so. He chatted with the lady boss, looked at the list of items, and made his choice. These are all meaningful, and can help Yisha to more clearly understand his shortcomings, understand what he needs, and then plan a reasonable route. Becoming stronger is not a matter of one day or one night, but a long road. Moreover, Yisha has an inexplicable feeling that this battle in the death carriage may become an important turning point on this long road. Chapter 78 Sakura City. Back in carriage number 7. Yisha sat in a corner, watching a few people talking and stirring up emotions. The content was naturally very simple, with the car as the core of the team, hoping that everyone would unite to fight against the people in other cars. Yisha did not express his opinion, nor was he as disgusted as when Gawain incited everyone, because Gawain was doing it for himself, and it was actually the right thing for everyone in the car to unite. Theoretically, there would be 25 people left in the death car battle, and there were about 18 or 19 people in carriage number 7 at present, so it was entirely possible that all of them would survive. At the same time, if there are common interests, it is indeed possible to cooperate and form a team. In fact, in Yisha's previous life, since the death carriage battle was only started when the number of people in the carriage was extremely low, there were many more carriages involved in this time, with an average of only 5 to 7 people in each carriage. This is exactly the most suitable number of people for a team. So it is the right idea to form a team in carriages to meet the enemy. Therefore, according to Yisha's experience, the process of the death carriage battle is basically a group battle in carriages at the beginning. And then after the number of people continues to decrease, some contradictions will gradually appear, and then it will evolve into an individual battle. But it is undeniable that forming a team in the early stage has advantages. And if others form a team, and you do not, you will undoubtedly become a disadvantage. However, Yisha still has no such plan. He does not need anyone's help, nor does he intend to help anyone. Moreover, unlike before he lost his memory, for Sakura City, Yisha believes that he is the one with the most advantages regardless of whether he forms a team or not. Because he did not go to the city of amnesia in his previous life, but he had been to Sakura City. Since Yisha had no intention of joining in the fun, he simply checked his own character information. Yisha, human, male, 23 years old. Level, silver 3 stars. Privileges, access to the main carriage of Doomsday Train number 7. Character information query. Position, none. Strength, 111. Physical fitness, 101. Agility, 99. Mental strength, 85. Number of skull coins, 6 silver 525 bronze. Weapons carried, Black Hawk compound bow, number of arrows, 63. Cutting edge tactics Alaskan whale harpoon survival knife. Silver thorn, double guns. Hard and sharp silver scimitar. Equipment, stab proof vest. Tactical gloves. Tactical belt. Starry goggles. Items, red flame bomb. Colorful clouds covering the moon. Skills, primary mixed martial arts mastery. Advanced archer mastery. Primary automobile construction mastery. Primary automobile mechanics mastery. Snake bite. Obtained silver thorn. Learned snake bite. And strengthened his physical fitness. Yisha's level reached silver 3 stars. And 2 of his physical attributes exceeded 100. Which was also a manifestation of Yisha's physical fitness entering the inhuman level. As for other aspects, there is no change. 7 hours is neither short nor long. After the battle, after losing his memory, Yisha took the opportunity to rest. His physical injuries were very exhausting, and could be recovered by healing potions. However, mental exhaustion is not easily relieved. Yisha hopes to be in his best condition when he arrives in Sakura City. 7 hours later, the Doomsday Train slowly entered the platform. This is an open-air platform with a wooden structure. It looks quite old. Pink cherry blossom petals are floating in the sky. It is very beautiful. However, Yi Sha believes that everyone will soon lose the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. Yi Sha sat on the platform as usual, intending to leave after everyone else left. But he did not expect Gan Lin to sit down next to him. Gan Lin, now everyone is discussing forming a team. And indeed, they have formed a team. Don't you have any idea at all? Yi Sha, do you mean to form a team with you? What can you do for me? Gan Lin, I admit that if we team up directly, I can't help you much. But we can cooperate in another way. Yi Sha, for example? Gan Lin, I will join other teams. And then you set traps? I will lead people into the traps. And you can kill them all, especially when the number of people is about to drop to 25. If you can get rid of a group of people at once, you can safely send us to the list of 25 people. Yi Sha couldn't help but look at Gan Lin. This woman has really grown up. From a human to a venomous snake. At the same time, Gan Lin had already figured out Yi Sha's temper. She didn't expect Yi Sha to protect her at all, because she knew that Yi Sha would never do that. The man in front of her didn't know what it meant to be gentle and considerate. He was more cold-blooded than she thought. The key point of Gan Lin's cooperation with Yi Sha was sacrifice. Of course, it was not to sacrifice the two of them, but when necessary, Gan Lin would sacrifice her companions to ensure that she would be the last 25 people. But Gan Lin didn't think she had the ability to kill a group of people at once. So she hoped that Yi Sha would be her knife. Yi Sha stood up. Your proposal is good, but I am not interested, because it does not benefit me in any way. I don't need to rely on this method to survive to the end. So find someone else. After Yi Sha finished speaking, he walked out of the platform. Yi Sha was disdainful of Gan Lin. Why did he die in his previous life? It was because of a group of bastards who betrayed him. Yi Sha would be angry about this, but he would not agree with it. However, even though he disdained it, Yi Sha did not think that Gan Lin's approach was wrong. It was right to use any means to survive in the end times. The law of survival in the end times is to use any means. Thinking, Yi Sha walked out of the platform. After leaving the Doomsday Train platform, Yi Sha stood in front of a tea shop. This is a city full of Japanese style, surrounded by ancient Japanese buildings. And even the streets are mostly paved with ancient stones or cobblestones. Cherry blossoms are planted everywhere in this city. When the wind blows, they will be scattered everywhere, which is also the origin of the name of Sakura City. People who come to Sakura City for the first time will think that they have come to the ancient times of a certain country. But this is not the case. Sakura City is actually a film and television city in a certain country, which is built to look like ancient times. Of course, this city is built perfectly. Even if you really think you have traveled through time, you can't see any flaws. Yi Sha sat down directly in front of the tea house called Yunfeng Tang. The death car battle is different. When you arrive at the platform, each platform entrance and exit corresponds to a place. But during the death car battle, it is completely random. That is, everyone will go to different places. Otherwise, if a group of people happen to appear in one place, it will inevitably be a melee, which will naturally benefit others. Obviously, the Doomsday Train does not want to turn the death car battle into a battle that can be won purely by luck. On the other hand, after all the participants arrive in Sakura City, before the battle begins, the mysterious voice will announce the rules. Even if Yi Sha knows the rules because he participated in the previous life, it will not hurt to listen to it again. Chapter 79 3 Trash. Sure enough, Yi Sha was thinking when the mysterious voice suddenly sounded. Announce the rules of the Death Car War. The rules are as follows. The battle area is limited to Sakura City. Every 12 hours, a restricted area will appear. Those who enter the restricted area for 30 minutes and do not leave will die naturally. Every time you kill someone, you will get a random item carried by the other party. Yi Sha laughed when he saw this rule. The boss lady gave Yi Sha appropriate reminders, but mainly reminded him of the rewards after surviving the death carriage battle, because the boss lady could not reveal the rules to Yi Sha. However, even the boss lady did not know that Yi Sha had lived a new life. Therefore, after being reminded by the boss lady, Yi Sha immediately thought of this rule. And the intention of this rule was actually very sinister, which was to force everyone to fight. Because the more people killed, the more things they got. In fact, the start of this death carriage battle was a bit inexplicable. We have only passed 2 Doomsday Train platforms. How many people can have good things? Therefore, this rule is actually weakened. Of course, this does not mean that this rule is not tempting. Yisha is now looking forward to a few blind guys looking for him. Even if the things he gets after death are lousy, it will still be a windfall if he sells them in the dining car. Every 3 hours, everyone will refresh their positions, and then the positions of 3 players will be drawn and announced. Every 6 hours, a supply box will be dropped. The items in the supply box include food, water, weapons, equipment, and props, only for death car battles. Finally, I wish you all survive. Goodbye. The last 2 rules still seem to promote the battle. Refreshing the position means selecting 3 unlucky people and announcing their positions, which is equivalent to telling others to hurry up and kill. Next is the supply box, which is also very insidious. The things in the supply box are of course very useful, but the location is public, which means that if you want to get the supply box, you must first fight a round. After listening to the rules, Yisha twisted his neck and started walking along the street. After about 5 minutes, Yisha saw a group of zombies wandering on the street. This was not stated in the rules, but in fact, Yisha knew that the death carriage battle was the death carriage battle, and the zombies were the zombies, and the two were not related. No, it was not completely unrelated. After all, being killed by zombies was also considered out. Yisha directly pulled out the silver thorn, just in time to test the power. Yisha raised his hand and pulled the trigger at a zombie. Silver thorn's double guns. The left gun is loaded with magic-breaking bullets, which have an extra effect on zombies, and the right gun is loaded with silver bullets, which have a stronger effect on any creature. Or, in fact, it can be understood as being used to kill people. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew forward and hit a zombie in the chest. The next moment, under Yisha's stunned expression, the zombie's chest actually exploded directly, and the body instantly broke into 2 pieces. This power, Yisha murmured, it's terrifying. The zombie's weaknesses are the head and neck, but it is obvious that even if the silver thorns hit other parts, they can still kill because of their huge power. After all, the body is broken, and even if it is not dead, it cannot move. Yisha switched to the right gun and pulled the trigger at another zombie. The silver bullet flew out and hit the zombie's chest. This time, the power of the bullet was not so terrifying. It only made a fist-sized blood hole in the zombie's chest. The zombie still rushed towards Yisha with its teeth and claws. Yisha fired again, this time at the head, directly blowing up the zombie. The power increase of the silver bullet was not as terrifying as the magic-breaking bullet, which was not beyond Yisha's expectations. After all, the magic-breaking bullet only targeted zombies, and the effect of hitting people was the same as that of ordinary bullets, while the silver bullet was an all-round improvement. In general, Yisha was quite satisfied with the silver thorn. The original 2 pistols were ordinary firearms. In addition to dealing with ordinary zombies, they were completely useless when facing mutant zombies. Yisha was not very satisfied with it. Now this problem has been solved. At this time, the previous gunshots also attracted other zombies, who staggered towards Yisha. Yisha didn't waste any words, and directly fired with both guns, killing all the zombies that rushed over. After dealing with the group of zombies, Yisha suddenly looked at the house on the side. I have run out of bullets. You can come out now. After Yisha finished speaking, the surroundings were quiet. Yisha sneered. Aren't you waiting for an opportunity here? If you don't come out, I will reload the bullets. This time, when Yisha's voice fell, 3 men came out of the wooden house on the side. After they came to Yisha, they immediately formed a triangle formation and surrounded Yisha in the center. Kid, blame your bad luck. One of them sneered. I'll use you as a good start. While speaking, the man drew out a knife, as if he was not fully prepared to kill, and hesitated a little. But it was only a moment's work, and he quickly stepped forward and chopped towards Yisha. This is the end of the world. Either you live, or someone else lives. If killing can keep you alive, most people will not hesitate. The next moment, the blade fell. The man soon found that he had not cut anything at all. In fact, because of inertia, he rushed forward 2 steps. The 3 people were shocked. Where are Yisha's people? At this time, Yisha's voice suddenly sounded. Are you looking for me? Hearing the voice, they saw Yisha leaning against the wall of the house next to Yisha. with his arms around him, looking at the three people. No one knows how Yisha got to that position. This is the horror of strengthening physical fitness by more than 5 points and entering the inhuman stage. Don't you think about why I used up all my bullets even though I knew you were hiding? Yisha raised his mouth and sneered. Killing you with bullets is a waste of bullets. Yisha's figure suddenly flashed, and he stepped forward 3 or 4 meters in almost an instant, and came directly to the person who had intended to kill Yisha. The man was startled and instinctively raised his knife to chop at Yisha again. Yisha suddenly lowered his body, grabbed the man's wrist, and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then he twisted the man's arm and stabbed him hard in the chest. Puff! With a muffled sound. As the knife pierced the man's chest, the man's pupils continued to shrink. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and the clothes on his chest were also red. If you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Yisha, this is fair, isn't it? Chapter 80 Confrontation. As soon as Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly jumped to the side, avoiding a scimitar that was swinging down. At this time, the comprehensive fighting skills that Yisha had learned came into play. At the moment of dodging, Yisha instinctively punched the opponent's ribs. The man's face showed pain, but Yisha didn't give him a chance to cry out in pain. He quickly kicked the opponent's knee with a whip kick, and the man fell to the ground with a plop. Yisha grabbed the man's hair, took out the silver scimitar, and slashed it across his throat. Have a nice journey. In just half a minute, Yisha killed 2 people in a row, which frightened the remaining men. Seeing Yisha leaving the second body behind and turning back, he couldn't help but scream "Aw!", dropped his weapon, and turned around and ran. Yisha obviously had no intention of letting the other party go. He put the silver scimitar back into the leather sheath and took off the Black Hawk compound bow. Puff! Yisha pulled the bowstring, and the next moment, the arrow turned into a shadow and flew forward, piercing the other party's body with one arrow, and then fell to the ground with a thump. Congratulations on killing the combatants. Cumulative number 1. And getting the opponent's item, primary boxing mastery. Congratulations on killing the combatants. Cumulative number 2. And getting the opponent's item, 10,000 times compressed biscuits. Congratulations on killing the combatants. Cumulative number 3. And getting the opponent's item, sharp dog-legged scimitar. Yisha smiled bitterly and shook his head. These 3 guys were definitely the bottom of the group in the death carriage battle. Just look at the things on them, and you will know. Yisha felt that killing 3 people was as easy as killing 3 zombies, without any difficulty. Yisha ignored the elementary boxing mastery. This thing was useless to Yisha. Moreover, he would learn it immediately after taking it, and he couldn't even take it back to the dining car to sell it. As for the 10,000 times compressed biscuits, they were still somewhat useful. As the name suggests, they were compressed biscuits that could be eaten 10,000 times. There was only a palm-sized package, but 10,000 compressed biscuits could be taken out from it. They were props sold on the Doomsday Train. These biscuits were quite popular and were a good food reserve. As for the last dog-legged scimitar, Yisha didn't pick it up. It was not a weapon sold on the Doomsday Train, but an ordinary dog-legged scimitar that could not be sold for a few copper skull coins. Yisha had no intention of using it. His own silver scimitar was much better. Leaving behind 3 corpses, Yisha continued to move forward. He needed a place to stay because it was getting dark and the Doomsday Train would arrive at night. Let's find a place to stay for the night, Yisha murmured. Tomorrow I'll go find the corpse flower. Yisha had been to Sakura City in his previous life. He knew where the 3 tasks announced for the carriage battle were: to kill the ghost-faced general, kill the corpse flower, and find the source of the mutant plant disease. For most people, they might ignore these 3 special tasks and think about hiding, as long as they can survive until only 25 people are left. Secondly, even if they want to complete these 3 special tasks, they still need to collect clues, and they can't complete them whenever they want. However, Yisha first focused on the 3 special tasks. First, completing the special tasks can directly get a quota. And second, Yisha knew that although the mysterious voice didn't say it, there would be rewards for completing the special tasks, because the rewards for the 25 people who survived to the end were different. First, for special missions, the first person to get a quota would get the best reward. Secondly, the Doomsday Train would be ranked from top to bottom according to the number of kills. The more kills, the better the reward, and the fewer kills, the worse the reward. These are all hidden rules. In fact, Publishing them can also stimulate everyone to fight. Yisha doesn't understand why the Doomsday Train is not announced. In the previous life, some people speculated that every time the hidden rewards were announced, a pattern would be guessed. Some people speculated that the Doomsday Train still retained a little luck for everyone, giving hope to those who are slightly weaker. Anyway, there was no conclusion until Yisha died. At the same time, many people would try to study and find these hidden rules while completing the published tasks in order to get better rewards. But no matter what, it is naturally a bargain for Yisha now, because he knew these contents from the beginning. While thinking, Yisha stopped in front of a house. Let's take this one. It looks good. Yisha took a step to enter the house. But suddenly his hair stood up. Yisha suddenly jumped back, retreated 2 or 3 meters, and looked at his ankle. His socks were stained with blood, and he felt a slight pain. Even without looking, Yisha knew that he had a wound on his foot. Yisha looked at the door of the house, and soon found a very thin wire tied to both sides of the door. It was extremely sharp. If it was hooked, it would definitely cut off both feet. Only Yisha's physical fitness was inhuman and his reaction was fast enough to escape. This seems to be a trap to prevent people from entering, Yisha muttered, then took out the Star Glory goggles and put them on. Then he saw a red shadow in the room, with its back against the wall. It turns out someone got there first. Yisha smiled. You're out of luck. Yisha took down the Black Hawk compound bow, put on the piercing arrow, and shot in the direction of the red shadow. The piercing arrow shot directly through the wooden wall and nailed the red shadow hard. The piercing force even sent the red shadow flying forward. Yisha sneered. Do you think you'll be fine if you hide behind the wall? Yisha said as he stepped over the thin wire trap. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly stopped and ran to the side. Because, without the hint of the mysterious sound, if Yisha really killed the other party with one arrow, the sound would definitely appear. Sure enough, as soon as Yisha ran to the side, gunshots rang out, and an arm stretched out from behind the door of the house and fired continuously outside the house. Yisha threw himself to the ground and rolled into the alley on the side of the house. Looking up along the wall, he could see the red shadow crawling forward and crawling towards the house on the other side. Yisha immediately raised his gun and fired at the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet shot through the wooden wall and shot into the house. The red shadow immediately jumped up from the ground, quickly lifted a table, and hid behind. Yisha looked around, then suddenly jumped up, stepped on the wall, grabbed the eaves, jumped onto the roof, and then stepped on the roof and quickly ran to the top of the red shadow. Yisha put the double guns back to his waist, took out the Black Hawk compound bow, took out the piercing arrow, and aimed at the roof. Chapter 81 Fierce Fight. Yisha released the bowstring, and the arrow pierced through the roof and fell downwards. However, at the moment when the piercing arrow pierced through the roof, the red shadow flashed and dodged in advance, and the piercing arrow was nailed to the ground. Huh? Yisha's eyes showed a look of surprise. Does this guy have a similar prop? That arrow should not be called an avoidance, because the opponent dodged in advance at the moment when Yisha released the bowstring, as if he knew that Yisha was going to shoot an arrow. At the same time, the red shadow dodged the piercing arrow and immediately raised his hand to shoot at the roof. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out. Yisha ran quickly, then rolled and landed at the back of the house. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath. I didn't expect to meet a master so soon. After a while, Yisha stood up again and slowly moved along the wall while observing the red shadow. The red shadow retreated to the edge of the corner at this moment, and seemed to be on guard. Yisha tried to raise his bow and aim at the opponent, but the red shadow did not move. Yisha frowned. This guy was able to dodge the arrows in advance. It seems that he also has a prop similar to the starry goggles to determine his position. However, when the opponent shot at the roof, he did not accurately shoot at the route where Yisha ran. Now he raised his bow and aimed, but the opponent did not react, as if he did not know his position. Yisha hesitated for a moment, then released the bowstring. The piercing arrow shot through the wall again and headed towards the opponent. The red shadow moved quickly at the moment when the piercing arrow shot through the wall. Even so, the shoulder was still hit by the arrow, leaving a bloody mark, and the bright red blood immediately flowed out. Yisha's doubts became stronger. This guy could predict his attack in advance, but he didn't know his direction at all. What the hell was he doing? Yisha was wondering. And then suddenly looked at the wall and suddenly understood. I see. Yisha's eyes lit up. It's footsteps. This house is made of wood, with wooden steps at the main door, corridors on both sides of the door, and the roof is also made of wood. It creaks when you step on it, and the other party can roughly tell where you are by listening to the sound. However, when you are still, the other party can't determine your location. In this case, Yisha has no hesitation, and immediately raised his bow and arrow, and shot another arrow into the house. Puff! The piercing arrow shot through the wall and headed straight for the opponent, piercing the left arm of the red shadow directly. The red shadow quickly fell to the ground, then ran forward, intending to rush out of the door. Yisha snorted coldly. How could I let you escape so easily? Yisha caught 3 arrows at once, chased the red shadow, and continuously pulled the bowstring at the same time. But 3 arrows were shot in a row, piercing the wall and shooting at the opponent. Unfortunately, the opponent was obviously experienced, and actually turned in an S shape, and kept standing up and lowering his body, making it impossible for Yisha to aim properly. And all 3 arrows missed. The next moment, the red shadow turned over and jumped out of the door, and Yisha also rushed out from the side alley. The two finally met and looked into each other's eyes. After a moment of surprise, Yisha smiled. It's you. Yisha knew the other person, because he was also a human in car number 7. At the same time, Yisha was deeply impressed by the man in front of him. When Yisha first boarded the Doomsday Train, there were 2 men and 1 woman in car number 7, and the man in front of him was one of them. He was in his 20s, wearing a simple white sportswear, but there was no trace of dust or zombie blood on the sportswear. At that time, Yisha knew that the guy in front of him was either so lucky that the goddess of luck was jealous, or he was very strong. Very strong. Now it can be proved that the man in front of him belongs to the latter. Yisha tilted his head. I remember. Your name seems to be by Xiling? Yisha vaguely heard that someone in the carriage seemed to call the man in front of him by this name. Bai Xiling glanced at Yisha, then at the arrow stuck in his shoulder, twisted the arrow off, pulled it out with force, and threw it to the ground. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were a dangerous guy. Bai Xiling looked at Yisha, because the feeling you give me is different from others. Yisha smiled. You are also different from those trash. Thank you for the compliment. Bai Xiling, unfortunately, one of us is destined to die. Before Bai Xiling finished speaking, he suddenly attacked, swung his hand forward, and 2 flying knives, only half the size of a palm, flew out of Bai Xiling's hand. This attack was very abrupt. Bai Xiling used the conversation to attract Yisha's attention and suddenly launched an attack. At a distance of 7 or 8 meters, the 2 flying knives arrived almost in an instant. Fortunately, Yisha's inhuman quality made his reaction ability frighteningly fast. Before the flying knives came, Yisha instinctively fell back. Even so, Yisha was not able to dodge both flying knives. Puff! 1 flying knife flew out close to Yisha's face and nailed to the wall behind him, and the other one nailed to Yisha's shoulder. Yisha groaned, fell to the ground, and then flipped up from the ground. At the moment of turning over, Yisha had already pulled the silver thorn out of the holster and quickly pulled the trigger towards Bai Xiling. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, and Bai Xiling quickly ran to the side and hid in the alley between 2 wooden houses. Yisha ignored the pain in his shoulder and immediately chased forward, stepped on the wall and jumped onto the roof, and then stepped on the roof to chase to the back of the house. But there was no one. Yisha was stunned. He directly climbed over the wall and the roof just to pass the building and catch up with the other party faster. But there was no one at the moment. How could Bai Xiling run so fast? No. It's impossible. Yisha didn't think Bai Xiling's speed could be so fast. So there was only one answer. That guy was still in the alley. Yisha immediately ran to the side of the alley. But just as he looked out, he saw Bai Xiling suddenly jump up, grab Yisha's ankle, and pull Yisha down from the roof. Bang! Yisha fell straight to the ground. And before he could cry out in pain, Bai Xiling rushed over, first kicking the silver spear in Yisha's hand away, and then punched Yisha hard. Yisha turned his head and raised his arm to block Bai Xiling's punch. Then he kneed Bai Xiling in the waist and pushed Bai Xiling away. The next moment, Yisha turned over and the two rushed towards each other at the same time, and they were directly involved in a melee. Chapter 82 The Troublemaker. Yi Sha found that Bai Xiling was very strong. Really strong. Bai Xiling's physical fitness was definitely not as good as Yi Sha's. After all, Yi Sha had taken 2 bottles of physical fitness enhancement potions and 1 bottle of gold gene potion, and his physical fitness had reached an inhuman state. However, Yi Sha found that Bai Xiling was not much worse than himself, at least at the level of an excellent human being. If Bai Xiling had not taken physical fitness enhancement potions, it could only mean that Bai Xiling's physical fitness was very terrifying. Before boarding the Doomsday Train, his physical fitness might have exceeded 4 points. Secondly, it is combat experience. Bai Xiling is quite skilled. Boxing, judo, Muay Thai, Sanda, grappling. Bai Xiling seems to have mastered various combat skills, which feels very similar to the mixed martial arts used by Yi Sha. The so-called mixed martial arts is originally a fighting event that integrates various fighting styles. However, it is still different. Yi Sha can clearly feel that after he has mastered the basic mixed martial arts, the two are about the same in terms of skills. Bai Xiling may be slightly stronger, but it is also limited. But in every move and every form, Bai Xiling's choice is better, more reasonable, and more proficient than Yi Sha's. This means that if Bai Xiling also mastered the skills of mixed martial arts, then it is likely to be intermediate or even advanced. However, the Doomsday Train does not sell mixed martial arts proficiency above the elementary level, so you can only buy the elementary level and then practice and improve. Of course, there is another situation. Like Yi Sha's advanced archer proficiency, Yi Sha himself has a good ability to use bows and arrows. So after learning the elementary archer proficiency, he directly becomes advanced. In other words, if Bai Xiling already has these fighting skills, then after mastering the basic mixed martial arts, he may be able to directly become an intermediate or advanced one. In this way, Yi Sha couldn't help but be curious about what Bai Xiling did before the end of the world. He was proficient in fighting skills, had rich combat experience, and could set traps. Even that flying knife technique. It was not certain that it was not from the Doomsday Train, but that he already knew it. Bang! At this time, Bai Xiling punched Yi Sha in the abdomen again, knocking Yi Sha back. But just as Bai Xiling was about to approach again, a flash of silver light, Yi Sha suddenly drew out a silver scimitar and swept it forward. Bai Xiling quickly dodged backwards, then looked down at his chest, and saw that his sportswear was cut open. Bai Xiling's face was as cold as frost, and he tore open the torn sportswear and threw it aside casually, revealing his beautiful muscles. Frankly speaking, Bai Xiling's figure is not strong, but under his clothes, he actually hides a body of sharp muscles, which is really surprising. After Bai Xiling took off his coat, he pulled out a black field knife from his waist. It turned out to be the famous Jungle King. He held it across his chest and looked at Yi Sha. Yi Sha licked his lips and also lowered his body. The two looked at each other face to face, and suddenly, they swung their knives at each other. Clang! The silver scimitar collided with the Jungle King. Sparks flew, and accompanied by the crisp sound of horns, the two immediately crossed each other. But at the moment of back-to-back, they raised their arms and swept back at the same time. Clang! The second clear metal clang sounded, and then the two men exerted their strength in their arms, unwilling to be outdone and wanting to overwhelm the other. In a pure strength contest, Bai Xiling was no match for Yi Sha. He had not drunk so many physical fitness enhancement potions in vain. Bit by bit, Yi Sha pushed down Bai Xiling's Jungle King and approached Bai Xiling's shoulder. The silver scimitar was extremely sharp, and when it touched Bai Xiling's shoulder, it cut a wound, and the bright red blood soon seeped out. Bai Xiling groaned, and suddenly he kneed Yi Sha in the waist, pushing Yi Sha away a little, and then turned around and ran. Yi Sha quickly chased him, and the two rushed out of the alley. Bai Xiling found that his speed was completely unable to shake off Yi Sha, so he immediately turned around and swung Jungle King at Yi Sha. Clang! The silver scimitar and Jungle King collided again, and the next moment, Bai Xiling swept his leg fiercely, hitting Yi Sha's waist. Yi Sha gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and suddenly pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into Bai Xiling's calf. You can't kill me. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. No one can kill me. Yi Sha twisted the Alaskan whale harpoon with force, crushing a piece of flesh on Bai Xiling's calf, and then pulled the Alaskan whale harpoon out violently, bringing out a stream of blood. Bai Xiling was tough, and the knife really hurt him badly. from the sweat on his forehead. It can be seen how much pain the knife brought him. But Bai Xiling just endured it and didn't say a word. The next moment, Bai Xiling dragged his injured leg forward, pushing Yisha away a little, and then quickly distanced himself. He flipped his palm, and 2 more flying knives appeared in his palm, flying towards Yisha. Yisha turned his head to avoid one, and at the same time, he held the silver scimitar horizontally to block the second flying knife, and then continued to rush towards Bai Xiling. But at this moment, there was a bang of a gunshot, and Yisha and Bai Xiling both shrank their heads, and then looked to the other side of the street. But someone else was coming. It was a small team of 8 people, and they had obviously reached an agreement to form a team in the death carriage battle. When the small team found Yisha and Bai Xiling fighting, everyone's faces were full of excitement. These 2 people are not from our carriage. Someone shouted, "Kill them!" Yisha and Bai Xiling looked at each other, saw the tacit understanding in each other's eyes, and then turned around and ran without hesitation. Bai Xiling went to the other side of the street, while Yisha quickly retreated back to the alley, picked up the silver thorn that Bai Xiling had kicked away before, and then ran out of the alley and ran forward quickly. As he ran out of the alley, gunshots rang out from behind Yisha again. It was the team chasing him. Damn! Yisha couldn't help but curse. There were 2 of them. Why didn't they chase Bai Xiling? Bang! 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 The gunshots continued, and Yisha quickly turned over, knocked open the door of a wooden house, and flipped in. Huh? Yisha stuck to the wall, then tilted his head and looked out through the window. 4 men holding different guns slowly approached the door. It turned out that they were not chasing Yisha, but split up, 4 chasing Yisha, and 4 chasing Bai Xiling. Yisha couldn't help licking his mouth, and a hint of viciousness appeared on his face. You are looking for death, so don't blame me for being cruel. Chapter 83 Powerful Killing. If the opponent's 8-man team does not separate, it is still very difficult to kill 8 people, especially since the opponent is armed with guns. Even if Yisha's physical fitness is enhanced to an inhuman level, he is not made of steel. If the bullet penetrates his body, he will still be injured and die. However, since the opponent has divided his forces, there are only 4 people at the door of the house. Yisha thinks he can try to kill them. Yisha put on the Xingyu goggles again and looked at the 4 red shadows outside the house. The 4 people were gradually approaching the house, but they were worried that Yisha had weapons, so they did not enter the door immediately, but carefully blocked the door. Yisha sneered, took out the colorful clouds covering the moon from his backpack, pulled out a metal bar from it, and threw it toward the door. The metal bar rolled to the door, immediately making a hiss sound, and then sprayed out smoke. Back! Back! Yisha heard someone shouting at the door, "Be careful! It's poisonous!" Yisha sneered again, then stood up suddenly, smashed the window on the side, and jumped out. The smoke of the colorful clouds covering the moon was very unusual. It was absolutely invisible beyond half a meter. At most, you could see a silhouette, and beyond 1.5 meters, you couldn't even see the outline. However, just because the other party is not good doesn't mean Yisha is not good, because he has the starry goggles. When the lady boss recommended the starry goggles, Yisha took it without hesitation. A big reason being that the starry goggles can be used with the colorful clouds covering the moon. Yisha quickly moved towards a person nearby, and the other party didn't notice Yisha until he came up to him, and immediately raised his gun to shoot. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly reached out and supported the other party's wrist. Bang! Gunshots rang out, but they were fired at the sky. The next moment, Yisha hooked his leg and knocked the man to the ground. He pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed the man's neck twice. The man's eyes widened and he covered his neck, but he couldn't stop the blood from flowing. After killing 1 person first, Yisha immediately ran to the side. The remaining 3 heard the footsteps and immediately opened fire. But, ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and then another person fell in a pool of blood. Yisha was not running around blindly. He deliberately used the sound of his footsteps to attract the other party, and then attracted the firepower to the direction of one of them. As a result, the unlucky guy was shot and killed by his companions and fell to the ground. Then, the silver blade flashed, and Yisha finished off the neck of the man who fell to the ground and harvested his head. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 people. The remaining 2 finally realized that they had hit a wall. At the same time, Because of the accidental injury, they did not dare to shoot at will. One of them shouted loudly, "Hide your head and show your tail. Come out if you have the guts. Get out." As soon as the man finished shouting, Yisha suddenly appeared behind him, saying coldly, "I'm out. What do you want to do?" The man was immediately shocked, raised his gun and turned around, and then saw a flash of silver light in the smoke, and the silver scimitar fell forward and directly cut the man's wrist. Before firing, he cut off the opponent's right hand at the wrist. After crippling the opponent's arm with one blow, Yisha stepped forward and directly stabbed the silver scimitar into the opponent's lower abdomen. Puff! It was like the sound of something tearing. Yisha's silver scimitar pulled bit by bit, directly cutting the opponent's stomach, even bringing out some broken internal organs, and then stretched out his hand and pushed the man to the ground. "There is only one left." Yisha's voice sounded faintly, and the last man felt his legs trembling a little. He took 2 steps back, as if he wanted to escape, but he couldn't make up his mind. Puff! At this moment, an arrow flew over and pierced directly into the man's forehead, piercing his head. Congratulations on killing the participants. Cumulative number, 4. And getting the opponent's item, Primary Boxing Mastery. Congratulations on killing the participants. Cumulative number, 5. And getting the opponent's item, Electric Shock Trap. Congratulations on killing 6 combatants. And you got the opponent's item, Wilderness Survival Water Bottle. Congratulations on killing 7 combatants. And you got the opponent's item, Ordinary Type 92 Pistol. Mysterious voices sounded continuously, and Yisha's number of kills also accumulated to 7 people. But the things he got from the opponent were still unsatisfactory. Primary Boxing Mastery. This is the second time it has appeared, and it has appeared before. It is completely useless, which makes Yisha want to complain. Even if you want to give mastery skills, at least give some mastery skills that you can use. The Type 92 pistol is also useless. This pistol is not a weapon sold on Doomsday Train. It is just an ordinary pistol found from somewhere. Yisha has the silver thorn, so he doesn't care about this thing. The outdoor survival water bottle is not a prop sold on Doomsday Train. Yisha is not interested in drinking other people's saliva, so naturally he has no intention of taking it. Finally, there is the electric shock trap, which is a very interesting little prop. It looks like 2 pieces of iron. It can be attached to the floor or the wall. The range is a radius of 1.5 meters. As long as you enter the range, you will be shocked by 100 V current. This was Yisha's only reward. Theoretically, voltages below 36 V were safe, and voltages above 36 V could kill people. But it also depended on the situation. Clothing, human tolerance, contact methods, etc. all had an impact on the current. Yisha had seen people survive being electrocuted by hundreds of volts of voltage in the news before. However, even if you don't die from being electrocuted by an electric shock trap, you will definitely be affected, and paralysis is certain. So, this thing is pretty good. If you buy it in a dining car, it will probably cost about 2 or 3 silver skull coins. Yisha put away the electric shock trap and looked at the sky. It was completely dark. Yisha did not delay, and quickly disappeared into the night. After running for about a quarter of an hour, Yisha did not encounter other people, but encountered some zombies. In order not to attract people, Yisha broke the necks of those zombies with his bare hands, and then found a wooden house to hide. Sakura City is not like the previous 2 cities. There is no difference between night and day. Zombies will not suddenly increase because it is night, nor will they decrease or not appear because it is day. However, generally speaking, it is better to find a place to hide at night. Humans are not nocturnal creatures, unless they can get some night-walking ability on the Doomsday Train. Otherwise, even if Yisha's Shingyeo goggles have night vision function, it is very difficult to move freely at night. After checking the doors and windows, Yisha got inspiration from my Xiling and set the electric shock trap under the floor of the door. Then returned to the house and sat down. Chapter 84 Supply Box. Yisha took out some biscuits and mineral water to fill his stomach, and then treated his injuries. In the case that he could not return to the Doomsday Train, he had to treat these injuries by himself and persevere to the end. Therefore, there was still some luck involved in the battle of the death carriage to a certain extent. Even if Yisha was strong, if he encountered strong enemies like by Xiling continuously, even if he could win all the way, he would still be covered with wounds. Maybe they will be wiped out before the last 25 people. In addition, Some people are good at hiding for several days, or even a week or two. And then, there are only 25 people left. And there are also some who have survived without any battle. These situations are not Yisha's imagination, but things that really happened in Yisha's previous life. Therefore, avoiding battle reasonably is also a tactic. Those who only think about killing people to reduce their numbers, or those who think they are hunters and others are prey because of their outstanding strength, will die the fastest. I have to think of a strategy, Yisha murmured. I have fought with people 3 times just after leaving the Doomsday Train. It's not very wise. Yisha has already killed 7 people. Based on his experience in his previous life, his number of kills is probably far ahead. However, it is not a good thing to fight so frequently after just leaving the Doomsday Train for a few hours. Yisha plans to avoid fighting temporarily. After all, when the number of people is getting closer and closer to the remaining 25 people, the fighting will be the most intense. Yisha does not intend to let himself be too seriously injured before that, nor does he want to consume his energy too early. However, sometimes, you can't just not fight if you don't want to. When Yisha was thinking, the mysterious voice suddenly sounded. The current locations of the 3 people are announced, namely the Torii Gate of the Shrine in the southeast of Sakura City, the Maple Bird Courtyard in the southwest of Sakura City, and the Heichuan Temple outside Sakura City. When the 3 hours are up, according to the system rules, the specific locations of the 3 people will be announced. Yisha is not one of the 3 unlucky guys. The 3 places announced are not where he is, and they are quite far away from Yisha's location. Yisha is currently in a location close to the center of Sakura City. Of course, even if they were close, Yisha had no intention of chasing after the 3 people whose positions were announced. It was not that Yisha was merciful, but that the rule itself was a conspiracy to induce everyone to fight. Especially when they were close to the announced position, they would instinctively want to take a look, and it might be a melee. Therefore, Yisha naturally ignored it except for a cold snort. However, the reason why temptation is called temptation is that many times, even if you know it is accompanied by danger, it is difficult to endure. Because, 6 hours later, the supply boxes began to be delivered. Supply boxes will begin to be delivered. There is a total of 1 supply box delivered this time. The items in the supply box are 1 kilogram of food, 5 L of fresh water, and the Star of Finland. When the mysterious voice sounded, Yisha opened his eyes suddenly and cursed. Food and fresh water don't matter, although they need to be robbed in the later stage. Everyone has just arrived in Sakura City and has stored food and water. No one will be short of it. However, the temptation of the Finnish Star is huge. The real name of the Finnish Star is the TRG-42 high-precision sniper rifle, caliber 338 Lapua mag. This gun can kill prey at a distance of up to 2,000 meters. It is a high-end sniper rifle that combines accuracy, destructive power and lightness. The Finnish Star is not very famous. Many people know about it because the appearance of the Finnish Star is very similar to the famous AWP sniper rifle. In fact, many people mistakenly think that the Finnish Star is a derivative model of the AWP series of sniper rifles. In fact, the Finnish Star is a sniper rifle that is not inferior to the AWP, although its sales and popularity are far inferior to the latter. Of course, the focus at the moment is not here, but that it is a sniper rifle. Sniper rifles have always been the existence of the god of death among firearms. Even with the advancement of technology, the use of sniper rifles has become easier and easier. In theory, it is difficult to become an excellent sniper, involving many aspects. But it is very simple to use a sniper rifle. A teenager who can aim and pull the trigger can shoot and kill the target remotely. As far as Yisha knows, it is almost impossible for anyone to own a sniper rifle. Among the firearms sold on the Doomsday Train, sniper rifles are the most expensive. There is no sniper rifle that is less than 500 silver skull coins. Who can have so much money after only 2 Doomsday Train stops? Yisha's accumulated money from the 2 stops is less than 100 silver skull coins. At the same time, sniper rifles are strictly controlled firearms. Even in non-gun banning countries, you can't get them just because you want to. Therefore, the probability of getting a sniper rifle before boarding the Doomsday Train, or in the city that never sleeps and the city of amnesia, is infinitely low. At this moment, dropping the Finnish Star during the Death Car War is undoubtedly a big killer. It can be sniped from a distance of hundreds of meters, and there is no possibility of defense. Yi Sha immediately stood up and walked out of the house. In this situation, how could he not go to grab it? Even if he couldn't grab it, even if it was destroyed, he couldn't let others get it. After Yi Sha walked out of the wooden house, he first drew his gun and killed several zombies wandering around the house, and then looked up at the sky. After a while, Yi Sha vaguely heard the sound of propellers. Soon, a helicopter flew by in the distance, and then an iron box was dropped. Not bad luck. Yi Sha licked the corner of his mouth. It's still relatively close to my position, but there should be a lot of people rushing over, so I have to hurry up. And I don't know if anyone is closer. Yi Sha left quickly and ran quickly along the street. There was a parachute tied to the supply box, and at the same time, something like a light bulb was placed on the box, emitting a red light. This is really a sinister intention, fearing that everyone can't find a place. And what will happen if everyone finds a place? Fighting! Fighting! Death! However, Yi Sha has long been accustomed to this. With the experience of the previous life, Yi Sha has long known that the Doomsday Train is definitely not a refuge. As the name suggests, the Doomsday Train will bring more deaths to everyone. But, so what? The Doomsday Train is still the only hope for survival. The only thing everyone can do is to work hard to crawl out of the sea of corpses and blood. When Yi Sha was thinking, he suddenly stopped, because a red shadow appeared in the Xingyu goggles. Chapter 85 Fighting. The red shadow was running at first, and then it stopped moving soon. Obviously, when Yi Sha found the other party seemed to have found Yi Sha as well. Yi Sha did not move. He was testing to see if the other party was going to start a fight at this time, or to reach a tacit understanding and find the supply box first. After all, if the two of them started a fight here, the supply box might be taken away by others. Then, Yi Sha found that the red shadow did not move at all. Yi Sha raised his lips and smiled. This means that the other party does not want to give in. If Yi Sha gives in, then the other party may not chase Yi Sha, but continue to rush to the supply box. Unfortunately, Yi Sha can also accept the other party's concession. If the other party chooses to retreat, Yi Sha will not chase. But Yi Sha cannot accept his own concession. Then, let's fight. Yi Sha suddenly took off the Black Hawk compound bow, drew the bowstring, and put on the piercing arrow. Puff! The piercing arrow broke through the air and flew towards the red shadow. The piercing arrow penetrated 2 buildings in succession and shot towards the red shadow. And then the red shadow suddenly moved and quickly ran to the side to avoid the piercing arrow. Yi Sha was not surprised. Shooting through 2 buildings in succession made a lot of noise. As long as the opponent was not an idiot, he would be able to avoid it. The next moment, the red shadow quickly climbed onto the roof of a building, and Yi Sha and the opponent also met directly. He was a man in his early 30s, with a strong body, wearing a camouflage uniform, wearing night vision goggles, and holding an M60 machine gun in his hand. Almost at the moment of meeting, the opponent held the machine gun in one hand and held the ammunition belt in the other hand, and began to fire at Yi Sha. 2, 2, 2. In the silent night, the sound of the machine gun was particularly obvious. Yi Sha immediately ran wildly. The ground behind him was constantly broken, splashing countless stone chips. And then he turned over and hid behind a building. Damn pervert. Yi Sha cursed with his back against the wall. The recoil of machine guns is extremely terrifying. M60 machine guns are usually mounted on vehicles or on the ground for sweeping. This guy actually stood and shot directly, and he held the gun with one hand. The most important thing is that this guy shot quite accurately, and the power was really not small. Yi Sha estimated that this guy probably drank the potion to strengthen his physical fitness. At the same time, hiding behind the building, the man in camouflage uniform stopped shooting, because there was no angle. Even if the bullet could penetrate the wall, it would be useless. The man in camouflage uniform jumped off the roof, shooting intermittently in the direction of Yi Sha, while slowly moving forward to find an angle. The wall on the side of Yi Sha was instantly smashed, and with chips kept flying. Yi Sha cursed again, took out the red flame bomb, pulled out a crystal and threw it out. Although the man in camouflage uniform didn't know what Yi Sha threw out, he instinctively turned around and ran. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the explosion suddenly sounded. Then, the hot fireball suddenly exploded, mixed with thick black smoke and spread to the surroundings, rolling like a wave. However, Yi Sha knew that he did not kill the opponent because the mysterious sound did not appear. And the red shadow in the Shingyo goggles was still there. Yi Sha did not want to kill him with one blow. He did not even look at the person, and just threw it casually. His purpose was just to force the opponent to retreat. After achieving his goal, Yi Sha directly pulled out the silver thorns, broke the window on the side, and then turned over and entered. Yi Sha's firepower was not as good as the opponent, so naturally he had to make reasonable use of his advantages. What is Yi Sha's biggest advantage at the moment? Of course, it was the starry goggles. Although the other party was also equipped with night vision goggles, his vision would definitely be affected. Besides, the other party could not determine his position through the wall, but Yi Sha could. After Yi Sha climbed into the house, he continued to confirm the other party's position through the starry goggles. I don't know if it was because of the explosion. The camouflage man did not move, but leaned against the wall of a building on the other side. How could Yi Sha miss such an opportunity? He climbed out of the window on the other side of the building and shot him. With a bang. The gunshots at night were particularly obvious. As the gunshots rang out, the man in camouflage uniforms immediately cried out in pain, and then knelt on one foot on the ground. But his calf was shot through by Yi Sha. The next moment, the man in camouflage uniforms endured the pain, picked up the machine gun and fired at Yi Sha. And the sound of thump, thump, thump rang out again. Yi Sha shrank his body and hid behind the wall, thinking that if he could still survive after the death carriage battle, should he buy a beginner shooting mastery book? In the previous shot, Yi Sha aimed at the chest. In fact, Yi Sha's shooting skills were not bad. After all, he had archery as a foundation. But even if the Shingyo goggles had night vision, it would still affect Yi Sha's vision. So it was not surprising that he missed the target. At the same time, the sound of the machine gun shooting stopped. Yi Sha sneered, took off his coat directly, and threw it out of the alley. Thump, thump, thump. When Yi Sha threw his coat out, the gunshots that had just stopped rang again. And then Yi Sha's coat was riddled with bullet holes. Yi Sha sneered. He had seen through this little trick. It was nothing more than making him think that he had run out of bullets, and then luring him out. So, what about now? After another round of shooting, did the opponent run out of bullets? Yi Sha was not sure, so he did not plan to take any risks. A metal bar with colorful clouds covering the moon was thrown out of the alley by Yi Sha. And then, thick smoke spread all around. Taking advantage of the smoke, Yi Sha immediately rushed out of the alley and rushed towards the opponent. The man in camouflage uniforms had not used up all his bullets. He was stunned for a moment when he saw the smoke, and then he immediately raised his machine gun and fired again. As expected, he had not used up all his bullets. Facing the smoke that covered the moon, the man in camouflage uniforms could not see Yi Sha's trace at all. The only thing he could do was to fire horizontally, let the bullets cover a large area, and force Yi Sha back. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the building behind the man in camouflage uniforms. Then, a silver scimitar was placed on the man's neck. Yi Sha, excuse me. Are you looking for me? The gunshot stopped abruptly, and the next moment, Yi Sha's silver scimitar passed through the opponent's neck, and a stream of blood flew out and splattered all over the ground. Plop! The man in camouflage fell to the ground. His eyes widened, and he made a woo sound from his mouth. His body kept twitching, and he looked like he was unwilling to close his eyes. Chapter 86 Square. Congratulations on killing 8 participants. And get the opponent's item, Shining Star. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing the death of the man in camouflage uniforms, and at the same time made Yi Sha laugh out loud. As he finally got something good. Shining Star, a flash grenade customized with meteorite dust, which releases dazzling starlight when it explodes, ignoring any defensive equipment. Red flame bomb. Colorful clouds covering the moon, and Shining Star are a set of throwing weapons, corresponding to high explosive grenades, smoke bombs, and flash bombs respectively. The reason why Yi Sha didn't buy Shining Star at that time was that he didn't have enough skull coins at that time, and Shining Star was the most expensive of the 3. Red flame bomb and colorful cloud covering the moon only cost 3 silver skull coins, and there was a discount if they were purchased together. However, Shining Star cost as much as 15 silver skull coins. The most important reason for this is that Shining Star can ignore the effects of any equipment. Simply put, as long as you are within the affected range, even if you wear protective equipment, it will be ineffective and you will inevitably be blinded. At most, the effect will be different depending on the distance and the direction of your position, but it will definitely not be ineffective. Yi Sha was very satisfied with this trophy. He opened it and saw that the shining star also had 10 compartments, which contained aluminum bars, 4 of which had been used. Yi Sha was thankful that it was night and the other party could not determine his position. Otherwise, if this thing was thrown at him, he would be temporarily blinded, and then he would be shot like a hornet's nest. Yi Sha put away the shining star and continued to run towards the direction of the supply box without delay. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi Sha arrived at a small square in the center of the city. In the center, a black supply box was lying there, and the red signal light kept flashing. There were many zombies wandering around the supply box. About 40 or 50 of them. Was he the first to arrive? Yi Sha looked at the supply box, then pulled out the silver thorns and entered alert status. Because Yi Sha was not the first to arrive. The reason was simple. There was a corpse lying on the supply box, shot through the back of the head with a gun, and then fell on the supply box. Obviously, someone had arrived first and tried to take the supply box, but was shot and lost his life. Yi Sha looked around, believing that there must be someone hiding, most likely more than one person. However, no one dared to move. Anyone who approached the supply box would be attacked by others immediately. Moreover, it was not easy to approach the supply box. After all, there were dozens of zombies wandering around. As for how the dead man did not alarm the zombies to approach, he might have used some props purchased on the Doomsday Train, or the sound of the gunshot when he was shot attracted the zombies. In short, it is a stalemate now. Yi Sha leaned against the shadow of the alley, closed his eyes and pondered. Of course, it is definitely not a good thing to continue the stalemate. Not only for Yi Sha, but also for everyone. The reason is very simple. The longer the stalemate lasts, the more people will arrive at the square, and the more intense the competition will be. However, if Yi Sha were to rush out and try to grab the supply box, Yi Sha would definitely not dare. Judging from the current situation, the first one to rush out would definitely be cannon fodder. Maybe, after someone rushed out, it would trigger others to take action, thus breaking the deadlock. But the first one to rush out would inevitably become a victim. Yi Sha did not have the noble idea of sacrificing himself to fulfill everyone's wish. How about? Yi Sha took out the red flame bomb and murmured, "Just blow up the supply box directly." Yi Sha's bottom line is that if he can't get the Star of Finland, he will never let others get it. Blowing up the supply box is not impossible, but the fear is that it can't be blown up. The product of Doomsday Train. The supply box is not necessarily an ordinary metal box. At this time, a figure suddenly came out from the other side of the square and slowly approached the supply box. It was a tall woman, wearing hot pants and a sweatshirt, a hat and a mask. She couldn't see her face clearly, and she walked towards the supply box step by step. Yi Sha was surprised. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Yi Sha didn't move, and the others didn't move either. They were all watching, intending to see what the woman was going to do. If she was really an idiot, she might not even be able to deal with the zombies around her. So there was no need to take action. If that woman really has some tricks, it would be in time to rob her once she gets close to the supply box. Yi Sha licked his lips. No matter what, it was always a good thing for someone to show up and break the deadlock. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The woman put her hands in the pockets of her sweatshirt, and seemed to have no intention of attacking, and just approached the zombies. Then, she walked in. The zombies immediately noticed the woman's presence, staggered, and kept surrounding her. But at this moment, a zombie that had approached the woman first suddenly stopped, and then tilted its head, and the zombie's head fell off inexplicably. Yi Sha's pupil shrank, and he stared at the woman. He didn't see how the woman attacked. No one saw it. The woman continued to walk forward, as if there were invisible blades around her. The zombies around her came forward one after another, and then one after another lost their heads. There is no obstacle ahead. The woman still put her hands in her pockets, and it seemed easy to deal with those zombies. In fact, it looked very easy. Yi Sha still leaned in the shadow of the alley, took out the silver thorn, and opened the safety, because the woman was very close to the supply box. Although there were still more than 20 zombies, anyone with a discerning eye knew that those zombies would definitely not stop the woman's pace. Then, let's start the robbery. Yishaw's face flashed a bit of ferocity and violence, waiting for the show to begin, because someone was even more impatient than him. The woman had already walked to the front of the supply box. There were zombies approaching on both sides, but it was meaningless. Those zombies were no match for the woman. Besides, the zombie group had already dispersed. The woman picked up the supply box and left, and those zombies could not catch up. At this time, the woman kicked the corpse lying on the supply box away and reached out to grab the supply box. Then, a man climbed up to the top of a wooden house, his face full of ferocity, holding a rifle, facing the direction of the woman. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. The sharp gunshots suddenly sounded, and then bullets kept hitting the woman's back, and bright red blood flowers kept blooming, which looked extremely charming in the dark night. Then, the woman fell to the ground. Chapter 87 Chaotic Battle. Yishaw was a little dumbfounded. The script in front of him seemed to be wrong. The woman walked into the zombie group, and it seemed like she was strolling in the garden. She must be a powerful person. But she was shot to death? No. It's really wrong. Yishaw felt very strange. But others didn't care so much. The zombie group dispersed. Someone started to fight. And the supply box was there. If they didn't grab it now, when would they? Many people rushed out. Not to the supply box, but to the man standing on the roof. If they wanted the things, they had to kill people first. Otherwise, if they rushed to the side of the supply box, what should they do if the other party fired another round of shots? But at this time, the man standing on the roof with a gun sneered, and the corners of his mouth were raised with a hint of ferocity and evil. Suddenly, the window of the building opened, and a man directly set up a machine gun on the windowsill. People also came out of the alleys on both sides of the building. The man was not alone. He had a group of 4, all hiding around the building. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, adding more noise to the dark night. There were really quite a few people hiding here, and the others would not sit and wait to be killed when facing the strafing, and immediately raised their guns to fight back. Firearms were indeed the most useful weapons in the early days, which could improve combat power in the shortest time, and they were good quality and cheap. After experiencing 2 Doomsday Train platforms, people could not afford too expensive things, but buying a few ordinary firearms was more than enough. A gunfight was about to start. Chaos. Chaos. Real chaos. Yishaw hid in the alley without moving. He always felt that the woman was not right, and had a bad feeling in his heart. The first round of gunfight lasted for 4 or 5 minutes. The 4 people who took the lead were still quite capable. The 4 did not shoot together, but alternated their firepower. 2 people shooting and 2 people on standby. In this way, when changing magazines, they can still maintain sufficient firepower, until a black shadow rushed onto the roof, like a ghost, quietly moving towards the guy who shot the woman earlier. Silently, the black shadow came directly behind the man, and suddenly attacked, stabbing a dagger into the man's back. The man standing on the roof with a gun shrank his pupils. His fingers loosened. The gunshot stopped, and then he turned around staggeringly. What greeted him was a blade. Puff! In the night, a flash of silver passed by, like a meteor flashing across the night sky. The man covered his neck, but couldn't stop the blood from flowing between his fingers. Then he fell down, rolled, and fell directly from the roof to the ground. The man's companion was attracted by the sound of the body hitting the ground, and then his expression became extremely angry, and he shot at the roof. The black shadow smiled disdainfully, then quickly turned over and jumped off the roof, as if he had never appeared. The others took advantage of the situation and shot at the remaining 3 people with guns, while constantly advancing forward and walking directly to the square. The gunfight became more intense. Suddenly, Yishaw saw a familiar figure. The figure came from carriage number 7. The same carriage as Yishaw. It was a short, fat man with a green face, probably not yet 20 years old. The fat man had a bunch of glass bottles hanging on his body. When he walked, his belly was shaking, and the bottles hanging on his body kept knocking, making a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. The fat man walked to the edge of the square, took off a glass bottle from his body without saying a word, took out a lighter, and touched the white cloth on the top of the bottle, and the white cloth blocking the bottle mouth started to burn. The next moment, the little fat man threw the bottle with force. and the bottle fell into the square and burned fiercely. Those bottles turned out to be Molotov cocktails. The little fat man was having a lot of fun throwing bottles. In the blink of an eye, the square was full of flames and burning. The gunfight came to a temporary end. Everyone had used up their bullets, but there was no time to reload. So they simply fell into a hand-to-hand fight and fought each other. At this time, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the square, jumped over the flames, and while the others were fighting, it suddenly rushed to the supply box. It was the black shadow that climbed onto the roof earlier. The shadow rushed directly to the side of the supply box, and was about to push away the body of the woman lying on the supply box and snatch the supply box. But at this moment, the woman's eyes suddenly opened. A knife fell from her sleeve. She sat up suddenly and stabbed the man's lower abdomen with her backhand. The next moment, the woman quickly opened the box, ignored the food and fresh water in the box, picked up the gun box of the Star of Finland, and ran out of the square. This woman actually faked her death before. Someone shouted loudly, "Stop that woman!" Yisha patiently hid in the alley and watched all this. At this moment, he twisted his neck and murmured, "Finally, it's my turn to play." Yisha took out the shining star and threw it towards the square. The aluminum bar of the shining star fell to the ground, and in an instant, the incandescent light suddenly burst out. Many people screamed, and their eyes were covered with white. Then, when the white faded, their eyes turned dark, and tears kept flowing from the corners of their eyes. But they were temporarily blinded. After waiting for the flash bomb effect of shining star to end, when I opened my eyes, there was smoke all around, a gray area, and nothing could be seen 2 meters away. It turned out that Yisha had thrown shining star and added a metal strip of colorful clouds covering the moon. Many people cursed. Who did this? Isn't this helping the woman to escape? Escape? No. She can't escape, because Yisha is chasing. The woman's speed is very fast. A little unbelievable, like a night wind, quickly shuttling between the streets. But Yisha could keep up. This was already a speed beyond the average person. Yisha was sure that the woman must have drunk a potion to strengthen her physical fitness. Otherwise, a normal person would never be so fast. Because even if the world champions of sprint events were found, they might not be able to run so fast. Coincidentally, Yisha had also drunk a potion to strengthen her physical fitness. And he drank quite a lot, so Yisha could catch up. The ghost is still there. The two chased and ran for about half a kilometer. The woman finally couldn't help but curse, then pulled out a small pistol from her coat and turned around to aim at Yisha. Bang! When the gunshot sounded, Yisha suddenly rolled to the side. At the moment of rolling on the ground, he pulled out the silver thorns and fired forward. Chapter 88, Being Tricked. Bang! 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 The muzzle of the silver thorn gun kept spitting out flames, and bullets flew forward. The woman immediately dodged and hid behind a building. While Yisha was firing, he approached the place where the woman was hiding. However, when he was about to get close to the alley where the woman was hiding, the woman suddenly dodged and came out with a wooden board in her hand, and hit Yisha fiercely. Yisha raised his arm to block, and the moment he swung the wooden board away, the woman hit him fiercely, and then Yisha felt a pain in his wrist, and the silver thorn in his hand slipped out of his hand. Yisha reacted very quickly. At the moment when the silver thorns were knocked away, he grabbed the woman's collar and threw her over his shoulder. The woman twisted her waist in the air, and actually did a somersault, and landed steadily on the ground. Yisha raised his eyebrows. This was not a move that ordinary people could do. The woman in front of him seemed to be very unusual, just like Bai Xiling. However, even if she was unusual, what could it matter? The end of the world is about the law of survival. Those who can survive are always a little bit powerful. Even if they are not, they will gradually become powerful due to the needs of the environment. Yisha knew that he would definitely encounter some difficult characters in the death carriage battle. But so what? Just kill them. Yisha rushed out with a swift step and punched forward fiercely. The woman quickly crossed her arms and received Yisha's punch, and then felt the huge force coming, and the woman unconsciously took several steps back. Yisha grinned. Don't think that I will hold back just because you are a woman. The moment Yisha finished speaking, he rushed forward again, swung his leg, and swept towards the woman. Bang! The woman raised her arm to block again, but she was no match for Yisha in terms of strength. Her arm was directly shaken away, and then Yisha swept her waist and ribs with a kick. The woman showed a painful expression on her face, and staggered back 2 steps. However, Yisha's face was also not good. Yisha looked down at his calf. There was a hole in his pants, as if it was cut by something sharp, and blood was faintly seeping out. Yisha's eyes became stern. Injured? Yisha is not afraid. The key is that Yisha has no idea how he got hurt. The woman in front of him seemed to have just blocked his attack. She did not attack at all. But he was injured. Yisha suddenly remembered the scene of the woman entering the zombie group. It seemed that she did not attack at all, but all the zombies were headless. Yisha had to be careful and pace slowly. Try again, Yisha said in his heart, and his body was slightly bent, like a cheetah, rushing towards the woman again. The woman dodged nimbly, but just as she dodged, snake bite, Yisha shouted, and suddenly changed his move. His left hand suddenly stretched out towards the woman's neck. At that moment, the woman seemed to have an illusion. Looking at Yisha's left arm, a purple-scaled venomous snake appeared in front of her, opening its bloody mouth and revealing its fangs. Then, without waiting for the woman to react, Yisha's palm pinched the woman's neck. Yisha smiled. The venomous snake bit its prey and would never let go until the prey died, as long as he increased his strength. With a grip of 225 kilograms, he could easily break the woman's neck. However, at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt a pain in his arm, and then he loosened his palm and stepped back. Looking down, he found that an inch-long wound appeared on his forearm for no apparent reason. Yisha looked up at the woman, not understanding how she did it. Is it the props purchased on the Doomsday Train? Indeed. If it is something sold on the Doomsday Train, it is possible to do such an incredible thing. However, props of this level should not be cheap. Where did the woman in front of him get so many skull coins? At this time, shouts and screams suddenly came from the street. Yisha couldn't help but frown, thinking that other people were catching up. At this time, the woman suddenly moved to the side, grabbed the gun box of the Star of Finland from the alley, and said to Yisha, "You want this thing? Right?" Yisha stretched out his hand. "Give it to me. I can let you go." The woman simply threw the gun box to Yisha. "Then I'll give it to you." The moment the woman threw the gun box, she immediately turned around and ran, quickly got into the alley, and fled into the distance. Yisha hurriedly took the gun box. With the Star of Finland, there was no need to kill the woman. In other words, it was not important to kill the woman or not, but to get the Star of Finland. "Stop. Hand over the things." At this time, a voice sounded behind Yisha, and 4 or 5 people chased after him. Without saying a word, Yisha took off the Black Hawk compound bow, took out the explosive arrow, and shot an arrow at those people. But Yisha aimed at the ground. The explosive arrow pierced the ground obliquely. And then, with a loud bang, a huge fireball exploded, rolling up layers of black smoke and drifting towards the sky. After the fireball split, the flames spread in all directions, cutting off the street horizontally and stopping those people. Yisha sneered and took out the shining star. "Be a blind man again." Yisha pulled out the aluminum bar of the shining star and threw it forward with force. The aluminum bar jumped over the flames and fell to the ground, and then exploded with white light again. "Ah! Eyes! Damn! My eyes! Son of a bitch! I'm blind again." There was a shout behind the flames. Yisha smiled, picked up the gun box of the Star of Finland and ran quickly, disappearing at the end of the street. Yisha didn't know how long he ran, and after making sure that no one was catching up, he found a wooden house and went in, and then opened the gun box of the Star of Finland. The next moment, Yisha was dumbfounded. "Damn it!" Yisha stood up and kicked the gun box away. The gun box was not empty. The sniper rifle was divided into several parts and placed in the gun box. If they were assembled, it would be the Star of Finland. However, the magazine in the gun box was empty. The magazine of the Star of Finland was taken away. "Bitch!" Yisha cursed. "Don't let me see you again. What's the use of a sniper rifle without a magazine?" After all the efforts in the middle of the night, he actually got back a piece of junk. How could Yisha not be angry? Of course, what annoyed Yisha more was that he was obviously tricked by that woman. After a while, Yisha calmed down and sat down against the wall. It seemed that there was no winner in this battle for the supply box. It was useless for that woman to take away the magazine. and it was even more useless for Yi Sha to hold the sniper rifle without a magazine. Chapter 89 Target. Okay, Yi Sha said helplessly. At least that woman is a smart person. Things have already been decided. Even if Yi Sha is upset, he can't change anything. Since that's the case, he can only accept it. At least, as Yi Sha said, she is a smart woman. Because the woman's final choice is the same as Yi Sha's. Even if she can't get it, she won't let others get it. It's better not to use a sniper rifle in this battle. After Yi Sha calmed down, he felt that this result was not too bad. After all, this was the worst result he could accept. Although the sniper rifle was taken away, it did not mean that Yi Sha would become prey. But Yi Sha still did not want to gamble on this possibility. The threat of long-range sniping was too great. At the same time, after the battle for the supply box, the sky began to brighten. Yi Sha leaned against the wall and began to treat his wounds, and began to take a nap. 3 hours later, the mysterious voice sounded again, announcing the locations of the 3 new unlucky people. Yi Sha was still not among them. His luck was not bad. At the same time, the mysterious voice also announced the current number of people. The death toll is 17, and the current number is 111. The number of people participating in the carriage battle is 128, which does not surprise Yi Sha. Based on his experience in the previous life, Yi Sha knows that the number of people in the death carriage battle has always been between 100 and 120. Compared with the memory of the previous life, this death carriage battle was obviously 1 or 2 Doomsday Train platforms earlier. Originally, there would be at least 10 carriages participating in a death carriage battle. But this time, there were only 5 carriages, with fewer people in the carriages. The total number of people is naturally more difficult to control, and it is normal to have 8 more people. In addition, this number also shows that the quality of the people in carriage 7 does not seem to be very high, because 5 carriages participated in the battle, and the average of 128 is 25.6, while the number of people in carriage 7 is less than 20. This means that in the first 2 Doomsday Train platforms, the death rate of carriage 7 is much higher than that of other carriages, which means that the strength of the people in carriage 7 is inferior to that of other carriages. However, if we calculate this way, there may be more than 30 people in the carriage. Yi Sha frowned. Why should carriages with more than 30 people participate in the death carriage war? Is it necessary to merge them? The reason for launching the death carriage war is to merge carriages with too few people. It is already strange to start the death carriage war at the 3rd platform. Now there may be carriages with more than 30 people participating in the war, which is even more unreasonable. However, Yi Sha did not dwell on this matter too much. Anyway, the death carriage war has already started, and it is impossible to stop it. The death toll of 17 people surprised Yi Sha. It has only been about 15 hours since the Doomsday Train arrived, and 17 people have died. This death rate is a bit high. When participating in the death car war in the previous life, Yi Sha remembered that only 3 or 5 people died every day. It was not until the later period, with the reduction of regions and the increasingly fierce battles, that the death toll continued to increase. But when Yi Sha thought about it carefully, this death rate seemed to have something to do with himself. It seemed that he had killed 8 people, which was more than 1/3 of the death toll. However, the high death rate on the first day is not necessarily a bad thing. The higher the death rate, the faster the death carriage battle will end. For the living, this does not seem to be a bad thing. After hearing the death toll, Yi Sha stood up and murmured, "It's time to find the corpse flower." Yi Sha packed up his things, put on his backpack, and left the wooden house. Corpse flowers are a mutated plant zombie. They mutate when infected by the zombie virus, which will infect plants as well, and the degree of mutation is very high. The worst rating of a general plant zombie is about 1 star silver, and in Yi Sha's impression, the corpse flower should be 1 star gold. Yi Sha is currently only 3 stars silver, and it seems very dangerous to fight against the corpse flower. After all, the gap is no longer a star level, but a jump of a level, directly the gap between silver and gold. However, Yi Sha has absolute confidence, because even if the corpse flower mutates, it is still a plant. What are plants afraid of? Of course, it is fire. Yi Sha has red flame bombs, burning arrows, and explosive arrows in his hand. Yi Sha is 100% confident that he can kill the corpse flower. At the same time, Yi Sha still has a little expectation for the corpse flower. That is, the seeds of the corpse flower and the mutant plant virus. First of all, the seeds of the corpse flower are very powerful props, which greatly improve the combat power. And the mutant plant virus is even more useful if it is sold on the Doomsday Train. Yisha remembers that the price of the mutant plant virus is 5 gold skull coins. The number of May 5th not sound much, but it is a gold skull coin. In fact, all mutated zombie viruses are valuable. Mutated plant viruses are actually cheap goods. And those mutated viruses that exceed 100 are worth more. In the previous life, the X potion that Yisha got was a mutated virus, worth up to 700 gold skull coins. With this money, one can even change a person's future on the Doomsday Train. Then, Yisha died because of the 700 gold skull coins. Those guys who used to be brothers with Yisha and were regarded as companions by Yisha betrayed Yisha one by one, and even drew their swords against him. In fact, Yisha had never thought of keeping it all for himself, but thought of selling it and distributing it to everyone to improve everyone's strength. I hope those guys can live well in this life. Yisha's eyes became stern, and he murmured then, I will kill you one by one. However, if he could really get the mutant plant virus, Yisha did not plan to sell it, because the mutant plant virus also has a very terrifying effect, which is to cultivate plant zombies for their own use. If you are lucky, you can even cultivate zombie plants that can grow, which is very terrifying. Of course, the premise of all this is that Yisha can find the corpse flower and get the mutant plant virus. Yisha also remembers the location of the corpse flower very clearly, deep in the cherry blossom forest on the outskirts of the city. The cherry blossom forest is easy to find. After all, the large area of pink is too eye-catching. When Yisha entered the cherry blossom forest, all the cells in his body were on alert in an instant. Yisha heard a sound. It was the sound of fighting, gunshots, heavy blows, and shouts, mixed together. So the answer is easy to guess. Obviously, there is a fight in the cherry blossom forest. And, judging from the sound, it seems that there are quite a few people. Yisha slowed down and walked quietly into the cherry blossom forest. Soon, Yisha saw the fight. There were 7 humans in total, and there were 3 corpses on the ground. Obviously, this was a team of 10 people. Yisha did not recognize their appearance, so they were naturally from other carriages. Chapter 90 Mutated Zombie Queen Bee. The target of the 10 humans battle was a mutant zombie queen bee. The reason why Yisha used a head to describe the mutant zombie queen bee instead of a was because the mutant zombie queen bee was really huge. It was about 2.5 meters tall, with wings that could reach 3.5 meters when spread out, and it floated about 2 meters above the ground. The people around shouted and screamed, and then kept shooting. Firearms are the main weapons of most people at present. After all, when one's own strength is insufficient, firearms are undoubtedly the most useful. However, Yisha saw clearly that the bullets caused limited damage to the mutant zombie queen bee. The mutant zombie queen bee obviously had a metal mutation and was quite strong. Of course, Yisha believed that these people might not be unable to see this, but they just didn't dare to try other methods. For example, Yisha saw the weaknesses of several mutant zombie queen bees. The first weakness was the eyes. The mutant zombie queen bee's eyes were as big as copper bells, but there was no protection, which was obviously a weakness. The second weakness is the back. There is a spine-like protrusion on the back of the mutant zombie queen bee. I don't know if it is caused by mutation. When it is occasionally hit, the mutant zombie queen bee reacts very strongly. The third weakness is the stinger. The mutant zombie queen bee will continuously shoot out the stinger to attack, and then quickly grow a new stinger. The interval takes about 3 to 5 seconds. Shooting the tail with the interval should cause considerable damage. These 3 are obviously weaknesses. Maybe those people didn't find the last 2. But the eyes of the mutant zombie queen bee are a weakness. It is too obvious and impossible not to have found it. This is why Yisha said they didn't dare. It's not easy to hit the eyes of the mutant zombie queen bee from a distance of 10 meters. Even if the eyes are big enough. What's more, it's a moving target. So, what should you do if you want to hit it? Of course, get close to the mutant zombie queen bee. But the problem is that if you get close to the mutant zombie queen bee, the probability of being hit by the mutant zombie queen bee will increase, which will be more dangerous. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, it's no wonder that the rest of the people didn't dare to do this. Yisha hid in the distance, thinking about how to deal with the mutant zombie queen bee in front of him, because, in Yisha's opinion, These guys will definitely die. They are no match for the mutant zombie queen bee. We still have to start from the weakness and kill the mutant zombie queen bee. Yisha pondered. I probably can't count on the silver thorns. My gun skills are not that good. And it is also difficult to use a bow and arrow. As Yisha was thinking, a wail came from afar again. The mutant zombie queen bee opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of green venom. An unlucky guy quickly rolled on the ground to dodge. But the moment he stood up, he was just in time to meet the stinger fired by the mutant zombie queen bee. With a puff, a dull sound of flesh tearing, the stinger of the mutant zombie queen bee directly penetrated the man's chest, and a bloody hole was opened in his chest. Blood flowed out of the bloody hole as if it was free, and the man's pupils were wide open, full of unwillingness. But even if he was unwilling, he could only accept his fate, which was death. Retreat. Let's retreat. At this time, someone shouted loudly, Don't pay attention to this thing. Let's retreat. Yisha smiled knowingly. Not too stupid. Since he didn't want to risk his life, retreating was the best choice. Otherwise, in fact, relying on the number of people to besiege the mutant zombie queen bee, there is still hope to take it down. Those people quickly began to retreat. The mutant zombie queen bee pursued them relentlessly. Yisha also hid and followed them silently. The mutant zombie queen bee pursued them persistently for about a few hundred meters, and finally gave up the pursuit. Then it flapped its wings and flew back, pounced on a corpse, opened and closed its jaws, and began to gnaw on the corpse, sucking the blood into its body. At this moment, with a puff, an arrow broke through the air and hit the mutant zombie queen bee's back. Then the air became hot, and a ball of fire suddenly burned on the mutant zombie queen bee's back. The mutant zombie queen bee immediately shook her body, looking very painful, and at the same time, she fired her stingers wildly in all directions. Those stingers hit the surrounding cherry trees, breaking several of them directly. Yisha also took the opportunity to get out from behind the tree, quickly running around in the outer circle, and when he came to the mutant zombie queen bee, he quickly drew his bow and arrow again. Puff! The arrow broke through the air again, drew an arc in the air, and shot the mutant zombie queen bee on the forehead. Boom! The sound of explosion suddenly sounded, and a huge fireball exploded on the forehead of the mutant zombie queen bee. The impact of the explosion even threw the mutant zombie queen bee away, and rolled continuously on the ground. However, in just a moment, the mutant zombie queen bee shook her body again and quickly climbed up again. The explosion of the explosive arrow did not cause much damage to the mutant zombie queen bee. Of course, Yisha's original intention was to shoot the mutant zombie queen bee's eyes and then trigger an explosion. If Yisha's guess was correct, the eyes were really the mutant zombie queen bee's weakness, which would inevitably cause huge damage to the mutant zombie queen bee, or even kill her with one shot. Unfortunately, the arrow was still a little off. After missing the target, Yisha quickly hung the Black Hawk compound bow back on his back, then pulled out the silver thorns, and quickly approached the mutant zombie queen bee. Although the mutant zombie queen bee could not be killed because the arrow did not hit the eye, the impact of the explosion could not be underestimated, and it still caused considerable damage to the mutant zombie queen bee. The most important thing was that the explosion caused a certain degree of dizziness to the mutant zombie queen bee, allowing Yisha to easily approach the mutant zombie queen bee. Bang! 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 Yisha approached and fired 3 shots in a row. The magic-breaking bullet burst out with black smoke and hit the mutant zombie queen bee's body. The next moment, the part of the mutant zombie queen bee hit by the magic-breaking bullet suddenly exploded. The wound was not big, and it only peeled off a piece of flesh and blood about the size of a fist from the mutant zombie queen bee. But it was enough to make Yisha happy. The bullets of those people before could not cause any harm to the mutant zombie queen bee. At the same time, the mutant zombie queen bee finally broke free from the dizziness of the explosion, suddenly opened her mouth towards Yisha, and sprayed a mouthful of venom. Yisha flipped sideways and rolled on the ground. The mutant zombie queen bee quickly flapped its wings and chased after him, waving its huge forelimbs and hitting him down fiercely. With a bang, the ground was smashed into pieces, and large spider web cracks appeared.